Chapter 1. Shouldn't we consider a different demise? In the pitch-black night sky, a dazzling and brilliant bolt of lightning descended with a force that seemed to cleave the heavens and the earth asunder. The birds and beasts in the forest trembled in terror, huddling in their respective hiding places, scarcely daring to produce even the faintest sound. In a seemingly rudimentary wooden cabin nestled in the rear mountains of the Hehuan Sect, an elderly gentleman with a face etched in wrinkles sat quietly. His murky eyes gazed out at the dissipating clouds, and he let out a soft sigh, one that seemed to encapsulate endless vicissitudes and bitterness. His name was Ji Dagen, a traveler from another realm. Over 40 years ago, he had unexpectedly traversed into this world, taking over the body of a hapless soul whose family had met a tragic demise. In the wake of that horrific calamity, Ji was the sole survivor of the entire Ji clan. At that time, he was filled with dreams and fantasies, believing he could awaken a miraculous system like the protagonists in novels and ascend to the pinnacle of a glorious life. Yet, the harsh reality dealt him a heavy blow. He waited in vain, but nothing came to fruition. He had once hoped to join the Hehuan Sect, only to be ruthlessly rejected due to his utter lack of talent. Ultimately, he could not even attain the status of a mere errand disciple within the sect and had been languishing alone in the rear mountains of Hehuan Sect for the long span of over 40 years. Now, his body resembled a candle flickering in the wind, nearing the end of its life. He had perhaps a month left to quietly depart from this world. He had long ceased to harbor any unrealistic fantasies about his life. Shaking his head slightly, he chose to ignore the peculiar lightning, extinguished the faint candlelight, and prepared to retire to bed, eager to conclude this mundane and helpless day. However, just as he turned to lie down, a white figure, akin to a ghost, silently entered his room. Before he could utter a word of inquiry, this ethereal silhouette unleashed a remarkably sharp sword chi that shredded his garments to tatters. In that moment, he displayed little panic after all. He was on the brink of death and felt no fear of mortality. Yet, he never anticipated that this so-called enemy would possess such remarkable patience, waiting a full 40 years. But in the next second, his expression froze, as if encased in ice. The woman adorned in a white veil forcefully pushed him onto the bed. The ensuing intimacy, even for a man of his age, was enough to flush his cheeks and quicken his heartbeat. At that moment, his dim old eyes finally discerned the woman before him. She wore a long gown as pure as snow, its hem gently swaying in the breeze, resembling a sacred flower blossoming beyond the mundane world, devoid of any impurities. The white veil draped lightly over her face obscured her full visage, yet it enhanced her air of mystery and allure. Her slender waist seemed as if sculpted by a gentle spring breeze, every curve perfectly showcasing the femininity and sensuality inherent in her form, especially her flawlessly straight and long legs. Despite the absence of stockings, her beauty was breathtaking. With his vast experience from a past life, he could assert with certainty that she was an unparalleled beauty. But what did she intend to achieve? Excuse me, do you all resort to such a courteous approach when silencing witnesses nowadays? He stammered. I am but a man nearing the grave, and do I seem capable of any such endeavors? How about we consider a different method of demise? As the esteemed leader of the Hehuan Sect, Yu Shui was a figure of great interest among cultivators. Not only male practitioners, but even many female cultivators coveted her. Yet, during her tribulation today, she had fallen victim to a cunning scheme, unwittingly ingesting an aphrodisiac. Under normal circumstances, with her strength and status, such an incident would be inconceivable. Yet, now the only one capable of rescuing her was this decrepit old man. She had no desire to waste words on him. Her voice, though stern, carried an unusual allure that involuntarily quickened one's heartbeat. Silence. Do I need to instruct you on what to do next? Ji Dagen, bewildered, pointed to his own nose, disbelief etched across his face. My lady, are you jesting with me? Do I look like I possess such capabilities at my age? Yu Shui's last remnants of rationality were rapidly dissolving. When she had burst into the room, she hadn't scrutinized him closely. Now, up close, she realized he was far older than she had initially perceived. In such a crucial moment, this old fool was of no use to her. Her anxiety surged. Quickly retrieving a jade vial from her storage ring, she poured several pills in her hand, forcefully prying open the old man's mouth and stuffing them inside. The Longhu pill dissolved instantly, its pure medicinal energy coursing through Ji Dagen's body, flooding him with an unprecedented surge of strength, as if he had returned to the vigor of his youth. His eyes rapidly turned bloodshot, transforming him into a creature of primal desire and impulse. He instinctively rolled over, attempting to assert dominance, but his aspirations were clearly unrealistic. With a mere flick of her delicate hand, Yu Qiushua easily pressed him back down. How could this old man even think of being on top? The ties of her flowing white gown slipped to the ground, revealing an enticing expanse of flawless skin beneath the moonlight, rendering her extraordinarily captivating. Within the palace of the Great Zhou dynasty, a stunning figure adorned with black-framed glasses perused memorials. She was the Great Zhou Empress, Ji Dagen. At that moment, a voice devoid of emotion echoed through the grand hall. Your Majesty, there is still no news of the Supreme Emperor Dage. Ji Dagen felt no surprise. Since ascending to her position, she had been tirelessly searching for the true heir of Great Zhou. Yet, over the years, he had evaded all attempts to locate him, disappearing without a trace. Continue the search. Even if it means turning the Great Zhou upside down, we must find him. The following morning, Ji Dagen awoke feeling as if his very bones were splintering, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. He dimly recalled a woman in white entering his room. The entire night, he had been unable to resist her overpowering presence. Yet upon awakening, he discovered not only was his body aching and weak, but it felt as though his very essence had been drained, leaving him utterly feeble. Where he had once thought he had a month left to live, now it seemed uncertain whether he could endure even a single day. However, before his demise, experiencing such a romantic encounter made his life seem far from wasted. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully losing your virginity. Happiness system loading successful. Detecting that the host has less than 1 hour of remaining lifespan, hereby granting an additional month of life. Reward: top-tier Dao technique, sword of time. Reward: beginner's mastery of sword drawing technique. Task 1 initiated. Marry one individual with a score of 80 or above. Complete the task for a reward of 3 additional years of life. Task 2 initiated. Swing a hoe 1,000 times to cure high blood pressure, enhancing understanding of the sword drawing technique. Daily tasks initiated. Prepare and enjoy gourmet meals to gain lifespan corresponding to the ingredients. As a warm current flowed through his limbs, the hollow sensation dissipated rapidly. Standing up to stretch, he felt even better than the previous day. Yet in his heart, a torrent of frustration brewed. System, why have you only just arrived? Do you have any idea how I've spent these past 60 years? He had thought his life would pass in tranquility. Little did he expect that, just as he was about to depart, this wretched system would finally make its appearance. Had it arrived decades earlier, he wouldn't have ended up in such a dismal state. Yet, in response to his grievances, the system countered with logic. Host, the activation condition of this system is the successful loss of virginity. Who could have predicted that you, on the brink of death, would still retain your chastity? And now, you dare to shift the blame onto this system? Have some self-respect. Chapter 2. 2.5 days of extra lifespan. Ji Dagen was filled with exasperation. He truly did not wish to find himself in such a predicament. This was the illustrious Hehuan Sect. Although he possessed no talent for cultivation, it did not imply that he lacked the desire to find a beautiful woman. If he had maintained his virginity, perhaps one day fortune would smile upon him, and a lovely lady would take notice, leading to an exhilarating journey of dual cultivation. Time quietly slipped away, and this wait stretched into decades. Over the lengthy years, the initial hopes gradually diminished. When he finally mustered the courage to seek out a woman, he sadly discovered that all possibilities had vanished. Within the Hehuan Sect, those female cultivators held themselves in such high regard that they scarcely acknowledged the existence of a mere mortal like him. To make matters worse, he was being closely monitored by his enemies. In such circumstances, how could he dare to descend the mountain casually? Days passed monotonously, and gradually, he grew accustomed to this leisurely yet helpless existence. But who could have anticipated that the activation conditions of this wretched system would be so utterly baffling? Was this not a blatant trap? Although Ji Dagen was filled with grievances, he dared not voice them any further. After all, this system was his only lifeline. Whether he could live for another 2 years depended entirely on the whims of this system. But what exactly was the purpose of what this system offered? As he sank into contemplation, relevant information gradually surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The sword of time required the expenditure of one's lifespan to unleash a strike, and could equivalently strip the target of their own lifespan. If he were to expend a year of his own life to wield this sword, then the target would similarly suffer a reduction of 1 year from their lifespan. Yet, given his current predicament, he had merely 1 month left to live. Such a technique was utterly impractical. He decisively chose to disregard it. On the other hand, The rewards from the two other tasks seemed rather appealing at first glance. Ji Dagen had been troubled by hypertension for several years, often experiencing dizziness, palpitations, and various other symptoms. Moreover, his ailments were far from limited to these. Take the task of wielding a hoe 1,000 times. For instance, it felt like a deliberate attempt to make things difficult. Given his current physical condition, even wielding the hoe 100 times would likely leave him gasping for breath, let alone 1,000 times. Fortunately, this task included a special provision that allowed his wife to complete it instead, which would be of greater assistance to her. Not only would it grant him system rewards, but it would also enhance her comprehension of certain matters. However, this task clearly lacked sincerity. Ji Dagen was unmistakably a solitary old bachelor. How could he be perceived as someone with a wife? The other task was even more absurd, requiring him to find a beauty with a score of 80. How could that possibly be feasible? What could anyone find enticing about him? In this place, he had neither social security nor inheritance. Did they truly find his old age appealing? Thankfully, the most valuable aspect of this system lay not in these peculiar tasks, but in the ability to gain additional lifespan through the preparation and consumption of food. If he prepared the food himself, he could gain 1 to 3 days of life. If his wife were to prepare it, the gain could be approximately 310 days. Assuming a vegetable took 30 days to mature, he could at least gain a third of a day of life. While one bowl of vegetables may contain more than one, the system would only select the one with the highest value for calculation. Conversely, if his wife were to prepare the same vegetable, he could potentially live an additional day. The exact quantity rewarded was directly related to the quality of the dish prepared. In simpler terms, the more delectable the meal and the longer the growth cycle of the ingredients, the greater the benefits derived. With these thoughts, a surge of joy welled up within Ji Dagen, as if the entire world had transformed into a better place. Humming a slightly risque tune, he set out with enthusiasm to prepare his breakfast. From this day forward, he resolved to indulge in 8 meals daily. Atop a nearby lofty peak stood a woman clad in a gown as white as snow, her face veiled in white. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, even though she was a master at the Great Ascension stage, she still felt a bit overwhelmed. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable elder would astonish her, just as his name suggested? Even now, she felt a dull ache in her body, requiring her to tread carefully as she walked. Any misstep could aggravate her injuries, causing excruciating pain. As a master at the Great Ascension stage, it was indeed embarrassing to be injured in such a manner. If this were to be known, it could lead to her social demise. Yet, she was acutely aware that after last night's tumult, this elder would likely not survive the day. The potency of a Longhu pill was incredibly fierce. Even an ordinary person would become invigorated after consuming just one. However, she had no time to count how many she had given him last night. The overwhelming power of the pill could easily overwhelm even a robust man, let alone a frail elder on the brink of death. Should this elder perish because of her, it would create an irremediable rift in her heart. For someone like her, who practiced cultivation, this was an exceedingly perilous situation. Once the demons of the heart intruded, her progress in cultivation would be utterly stymied. With a soft sigh, she realized that retrieving this elder's remains was perhaps the only course of action left to her. As the courtyard door slowly opened, she beheld the familiar wrinkled face of the elder. Yukushui's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Hearing him mumble that indecent tune, she couldn't help but recall the blush-inducing scenes from the previous night. Her lovely visage flushed crimson, yet disbelief prevailed in her expression. She had never anticipated that this elder would be preparing breakfast as if nothing had happened. Those were several Longhu pills. How could such an elderly ordinary man still be alive? Initially, she had planned to retrieve his remains, but now she felt indebted to him for a tremendous favor. If she failed to repay the life-saving grace, the impact on her heart would undoubtedly ruin her path of cultivation. Observing his solitary figure, Yukushui's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. In her view, the elder's condition would likely lead him to depart from this world soon. If she could find someone to take care of his remains and ensure proper burial, it would be a noble choice indeed. In her Hehuan Sect, there were plenty of beautiful female cultivators. While ordinary female cultivators might hesitate to undertake such a task, there were indeed some rather unique individuals within the sect. An exquisite and youthful figure immediately flashed through her mind. With this thought, Yukushui ceased her lingering and transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing without a trace. Ji Dagen's breakfast was a simple bowl of spirit millet porridge accompanied by pickled radishes. The growth cycle of the radishes was approximately 2 months, while the wild spirit millet took as long as 6 months to mature. As a bowl of porridge slipped down, a system notification resonated in Ji Dagen's mind. Ding. The quality of the rather ordinary spirit millet porridge and the pickled common radish combined to grant him a lifespan of 2.5 days. Chapter 3. You marry him. Yi Tsuwei, the youngest daughter of the Yi family, had 2 elder brothers above her. The Yi family was considered quite affluent in the region of Yangqing, leading a life of comfort and ease, with no worries about daily necessities. However, such a lifestyle was far from what Yi Tsuwei yearned for deep within her heart. Her ultimate aspiration was to become one of those celestial beings soaring high in the skies. With this fervent desire and dream in mind, she resolutely set off for the Hehuan Sect, keeping her intentions hidden from her family. Yi Tsuwei possessed astonishingly superior water spirit root qualifications, which instantly stirred considerable excitement among the higher-ups of the Hehuan Sect. Even the rarely seen sect leader was moved to personally investigate. Without a doubt, Yi Tsuwei became the sect leader's direct disciple, basking in unprecedented glory and attention. Yet, the internal dynamics of the Hehuan Sect were far from harmonious. Various factions vied for power, leading to incessant conflict. Some individuals, driven by ulterior motives, set their sights on Yi Tsuwei. During a cultivation session, unforeseen circumstances arose. Unfortunately, Yi Tsuwei encountered a mishap that severely damaged her precious spirit root. It was evident to all that this was a deliberate act. What was infuriating, however, was that the elder's direct disciple was merely reprimanded, lifted high only to be gently placed down, receiving a mere 3 years of solitary confinement as punishment. Such a lackluster punishment allowed the matter to be hastily brushed aside. As the sect leader, Yu Qiushui, despite being filled with reluctance and helplessness, chose to remain silent in order to preserve the stability of the sect. She could only watch helplessly as her disciples silently endured this injustice. To lose one's spiritual root is, for a cultivator, akin to losing the very possibility of furthering their practice. Yet Yi Tsuwei was not one to easily concede defeat. Deep within her essence lay a tenacity and devotion, unwilling to relinquish her long-held dream of cultivation. Meanwhile, the Yi family had learned of her whereabouts and came to impose a marriage arrangement upon her, insisting she return to fulfill her engagement. However, Yi Tsuwei possessed a demeanor that belied her inner strength, and she would not accept such an arrangement, even after being relocated to the area designated for the outer disciples. Enduring the pointed remarks and scornful jests of her fellow sect members, she showed no inclination to leave. The pain of falling from grace, the stark contrast from her former heights, was a burden she alone understood, its bitterness and helplessness ever present by her side. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle tapping at the door startled Yi Tsuwei. At this hour, the only person likely to seek her out would be her master. As the door creaked open, a figure shrouded in a white veil gracefully stepped inside. Yet today, something about her posture seemed rather peculiar. Filled with perplexity, Yi Tsuwei quickly rose to perform a respectful bow, her tone earnest. Disciple greets master. Yi Qiushui discerned the fleeting look of confusion in her eyes. A hint of awkwardness colored her expression, but she maintained her composure and spoke. Tsuwei, I believe you are already aware of your situation. The destruction of your spiritual root leaves little hope for restoration, unless one can procure a pulse recovery pill from the alchemy sect. Yet even then, the restored spiritual root would be far inferior to its original state. In the realm of cultivation, pills are categorized into 4 grades: superior, medium, inferior, and extraordinary. Currently, only inferior grade pulse recovery pills can be concocted, with medium grade being exceedingly rare, let alone superior or extraordinary grades. An inferior grade pill commands a market price of no less than 100,000 spirit stones. Yi Tsuwei, possessing a keen intellect and exceptional wisdom, swiftly inferred her master's true intentions from her words. Master, should there be any way in which I can be of assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall exert myself to the utmost and will not decline. Yi Qiushui was quite fond of her clever and astute demeanor. Just by initiating the conversation, she seemed to know precisely what she was about to articulate next. The matter at hand was straightforward. Within the secluded mountains of our Hehuan Sect, there lived an elderly gentleman, utterly alone and forlorn. I fear his time is dwindling. I wish for you to marry him, to fulfill the duties of a wife, and to bring him some semblance of joy in his remaining days. Though the proposition seemed uncomplicated to Yi Tsuwei's ears, it sounded like an absurd tale from the Arabian Nights. She could hardly fathom that her master would present such an outrageous request. The room fell into a profound silence, thick with tension and heaviness. Yi Qiushui was unperturbed. The decision rested solely upon Yi Tsuwei's own volition. She understood that any forceful interference on her part would be counterproductive. Yi Tsui wrestled with her thoughts for quite some time, yet there was one matter she felt compelled to clarify. Master, if that elderly gentleman desires intimacy, must I acquiesce? Given the nature of marriage, such eventualities were unavoidable. What if the old man was still quite vigorous? Yu Choshui could not help but recall the blush-inducing scene from the previous night. That fellow, Ji Dagen, was no ordinary man. Yet, without the Longhu Dan, he should be at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, one must always consider the unexpected. Nodding slightly, she affirmed Yi Tsuiwei's suspicion. Indeed, as I mentioned, you must fulfill whatever brings him happiness. Yi Tsuiwei's heart brimmed with bitterness and resignation. Yet, this was her sole path toward redemption in her cultivation journey. The thought of marrying a man on the brink of death at merely 16 years of age was a heavy burden to bear. However, it was also her only opportunity to regain her footing on the path of immortality. Her master could not simply bestow upon her a substantial sum of spirit stones merely because she was a direct disciple. Such actions would subject her to censure from the other elders, provoking further troubles and conflicts. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile upon her face. Yet that smile was infused with an overwhelming sense of desolation. Master, I promise. Ji Dagen had initially contemplated consuming 8 meals a day in an effort to prolong his life as much as possible. However, he had evidently overestimated the resilience of his aged body. After having a bowl of porridge in the morning, he felt no hint of hunger as noon approached. His body's digestive capacity had significantly deteriorated. He was uncertain whether an increase in lifespan would gradually restore this function. Host, the voice remarked. The deterioration of bodily organs will not reverse merely with the extension of lifespan. Improvement can only be achieved through prolonged care or the completion of specific tasks. An increase in lifespan merely enhances your vitality. This explanation, rather than clarifying, only adds to the confusion. Ji Dagen was filled with helplessness and sarcasm. Yet he found himself compelled to ponder what to have for lunch that very day. If only he could catch a creature as long-lived as a 1,000-year-old turtle or a 10,000-year-old tortoise, he would no longer need to worry about an untimely demise. However, this was a mystical realm, and such beings had likely already attained sentience. It remained uncertain who would ultimately prey upon whom. Thus, within the confines of his capabilities, the only viable option that had lived long enough was the fish in the nearby river. In the past, he often fished here, and the fish were of considerable size. Without several years of growth, they could hardly reach such dimensions. Any fish caught would surely be at least 1 or 2 years old. Inspired by this thought, he picked up the somewhat worn fishing rod from the corner and strolled toward the fishing spot 20 meters away. Meanwhile, Yi Tsui, who had been quietly observing from a distance, abandoned all illusions. Indeed, her master had not been misleading her. This old gentleman before her seemed to have only a few years left to live. Yet, in what manner should she make her entrance? She could not simply declare, "Old man, I, this celestial being, am tempted by your physique. You shall submit to me." This is truly embarrassing. However, before she could devise a solution, a frantic cry for help echoed from the riverbank. "Help! I cannot swim." Chapter 4. Sir, you will take responsibility for me, won't you? Ji Dagen never anticipated that fortune would smile upon him this day. Just after he cast his fishing line into the water, a colossal creature seized the bait. A surge of excitement welled within him, and without a moment's hesitation, he yanked the line with vigor. Yet, this pull nearly resulted in a severe strain to his back, as an excruciating pain coursed through him in an instant. What astonished him even more was that the creature in the water far surpassed his expectations. That initial tug failed to lift the enormous being. Instead, with a fierce flick of its tail, it yanked him straight into the water. Overwhelmed with dread, he realized that his days were already numbered, and now, due to a mere morsel of food, he might be facing an untimely end. Such an absurd occurrence, something I had never even heard of before. In this critical moment, I instinctively cried out for help. At such a juncture, who could afford to ponder whether anyone might pass by in this desolate place? Just then, a green figure dashed towards me like a bolt of lightning, grasping my frail hand with a firm grip. Effortlessly, they pulled me from the water, retrieving my fishing rod in the process. The nearly 1-meter-long creature dangled from the hook, staring back with lifeless, vacant eyes, embodying a defiant spirit. I, Ji Dagen, gasped for air, and due to my hypertension, the scenery before me continued to swirl uncontrollably. The sensation of dizziness was excruciating. After a prolonged struggle to catch my breath, I gradually began to regain my composure. At that moment, he realized that a delicate hand was still firmly grasping his own. A sensation of smoothness and refinement surged through his heart. From this mere touch, he could ascertain that this was undoubtedly not the hand of a peasant. Otherwise, the skin could not possibly be so soft and flawless. He swiftly turned his head to gaze at the newcomer. A young girl, no older than 18, is adorned in a flowing green gown. Her slightly plump, fair legs are accentuated by semi-transparent white lace stockings, which cling to her form, rendering her strikingly captivating. One cannot help but wistfully ponder how delightful it would be to possess such youth once more. However, even if one were to regain those lost decades, one's own attributes would still render them unworthy of such beauty. He possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Under the unwavering gaze of such an elderly gentleman, Yi Tsuiwei would be disingenuous to claim she felt no trepidation. The thought that this venerable man was soon to become her husband filled her heart with a tumult of emotions. Nevertheless, she understood that to embark upon the path of cultivation once more, significant sacrifices were undoubtedly required. Clearing her throat gently, her melodious voice resonated in Ji Dagen's ears. "Are you all right, sir?" Ji Dagen hastily gestured to indicate that he was still very much alive. "This is not the Blue Star. Should one attempt to engage in deceitful antics here, they might very well find themselves on the receiving end of a swift reprimand from the enchanting young lady before them. In such a case, there would be no room for discourse. Fear not, dear maiden, for your timely intervention has spared this aged frame from an untimely demise at the hands of this foul creature." Through this brief exchange, Yi Tsuiwei discerned that this elder was not as difficult to engage with as she had initially presumed. His speech was imbued with courtesy, albeit his eyes betrayed a hint of mischief that belied his years. Yet, this was of little consequence. "By the way, my lady, you must be a disciple of the Hehuan Sect, am I correct? The ease with which you extricated me from the depths certainly indicates that you are a practitioner of the arts. Otherwise, you would not find yourself in such a perilous locale. It is worth noting that although this is merely the rear mountain of the Hehuan Sect, there are occasional encounters with dangerous beasts. On particularly ill-fated days, one might even cross paths with malevolent creatures. A young girl of your tender age could not possibly hail from elsewhere." Yi Tsuiwei harbored no intention of concealing her identity and nodded slightly. "Indeed, my aptitude is rather lacking, and I fear my cultivation will yield scant progress. I am currently deliberating whether to continue my practice, though this assertion may be somewhat strained. It matters little. Ultimately, my purpose is to ensure that this venerable gentleman enjoys his twilight years in peace. Once he departs from this world, I, too, shall bid farewell to it all." Decades ago, Ji Dagen had also heard such words. However, the circumstances at that time were far more tragic. He possessed no spiritual roots whatsoever, rendering him utterly incapable of cultivation. With a slight sigh, he chose not to elaborate further. As an old man with nothing to offer, "I have no means to repay your kindness. Today, I shall personally take to the kitchen to prepare braised fish for you." In recent years, he has not lived in vain. He has successfully mastered the art of fermenting soy sauce and cooking wine. Even sugar and fine salt have succumbed to his expertise. However, constrained by his limited innate talent, his culinary skills have not seen significant advancement. As he approached the 1-meter-long fish, just as he bent down to retrieve it, a sharp pain shot through his lower back, eliciting an involuntary gasp. "Oh dear, my poor back," he lamented. Yi Tsuiwei hurriedly supported the elderly gentleman, her face etched with concern. "Are you all right, sir?" Ji Dagen sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. "With age, my body seems to deteriorate by the day. It's nothing. Such trivial matters are best left to me," he added, seizing the opportunity. Yi Tsuiwei effortlessly lifted the 50 to 60-pound fish, her delicate hands executing a graceful maneuver. The once defiant grass carp lay still, its eyes glazed over in death. Together, they returned to the modest wooden cabin. Ji Dagen's back injury rendered him incapable of physical labor, while the young girl, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly took charge of the ensuing tasks. One directed, the other executed. In stark contrast to Ji Dagen's culinary prowess, Yi Tsuiwei was utterly inexperienced. It was remarkable if anything she prepared could be deemed palatable. What troubled Ji Dagen most was that the dishes were neither his creation nor his wife's, thus offering no hope of prolonging his life. To his surprise, the young girl was exceptionally attentive, even administering a massage to his injured back. As time passed, the two naturally grew closer. Meanwhile, Ji Dagen felt a familiar restlessness stirring within him. Glancing at the fish soup on the table, his head buzzed with confusion. "My dear, what have you added to this fish soup?" At that moment, Yi Tsuiwei's cheeks flushed deeply, her heart racing uncontrollably. Not one to excel at deceit, she became even more evasive under his questioning gaze. Initially troubled by the lack of progress in their endeavors, she had unexpectedly stumbled upon a vial of Hehuan while tidying up the bedding. Though only 3 pills remained, they were sufficient for her purpose. Without hesitation, she tossed them all into the fish soup. After all, once the rice was cooked, would there be any need to worry about the old gentleman's accountability? Sir, I truly do not know. They are merely a few fragrant items. Surely they are just seasonings? The acting is truly abysmally poor. However, at this moment, Ji Dagen is utterly preoccupied with matters beyond such trivialities. It's over. You must leave quickly. Consuming that will lead to dire consequences. But I'm feeling quite unwell at this moment. Yi Tsuewei is not merely acting this time. If she does not take the medicine, she cannot surmount the emotional hurdle within herself. Her gaze grows increasingly dreamy, and the green ribbon at her waist gently slips to the ground. In the stillness of the night, within the now tranquil wooden cabin, a hoarse yet bashful voice reaches Ji Dagen's ears. Old sir, you will be responsible for me. Oh, won't you? Chapter 5. Tonight, I wear your favorite white silk. Ji Dagen never anticipated that events would evolve into such a predicament. Heaven help him. He truly harbored no intentions of harming the young lady, though there is a saying that men remain youthful until death. He is certainly not the type to engage in such actions. Moreover, his own physical condition does not permit it. What leaves him utterly disheartened is that this young girl would utter such brazen words. This is utterly absurd, is it not? Is this truly something he can hear? She not only refrains from blaming herself, but also actively insists that he take responsibility for her. Were it not for his assurance that he did not suffer from any auditory hallucinations, he would undoubtedly question whether there was something amiss with his hearing. Involuntarily swallowing, his gaze fell upon the bashful girl beside him, whose face resembled that of a blooming peach. His eyes gradually descended, coming to rest upon her slightly plump yet exceptionally alluring figure. This time, he maintained a state of acute awareness throughout the entirety of the encounter. Gazing upon her exquisitely alluring figure, he found himself wishing he possessed the strength to engage further. If not for his current state of exhaustion, he would have certainly relished the opportunity to show her a thing or two. My dear, surely you jest? I am but a decrepit old man, nearing the grave. I possess no inheritance to bequeath to you. Marrying me would yield you no benefits whatsoever. Yi Tsuewei's cheeks flushed crimson as vivid recollections of the previous night replayed in her mind. Though she understood this was merely the effect of the medication, it was undeniable that this gentleman truly lived up to his name. If there was anything worthy of her contemplation, it was perhaps. The mere thought caused her face to grow even warmer. She quickly concealed her enticingly bare form beneath the covers. Her voice, delicate and hoarse like the whisper of a mosquito, reached Ji Dagen's ears once more. I know, yet I am untroubled by it. As these words left her lips, a mechanical notification echoed in Ji Dagen's mind. Ding. Successfully acquired a spouse. Score, 90. Domestic tasks exceeded expectations. Reward, an additional 3 years of life and an exquisite pulse-rejuvenating elixir. With the arrival of this notification, the sensation of being utterly drained was swiftly alleviated. In fact, he felt a fleeting illusion of returning to his youthful days. Ji Dagen gently embraced the bashful young lady. No, she ought to be referred to as his wife now. Their gazes locked in a moment of intimacy. I apologize for any discomfort caused. Yi Tsuewei shook her head softly, perceiving this merely as a transaction. Completing the task assigned by her master was her sole concern. Everything else was but a fleeting moment. My husband, shall we proceed with the wedding ceremony now? Ji Dagen, however, chuckled mischievously, shaking his head. His restless hand began to stir again. My dear, there is no rush. Tonight was rather hasty. Furthermore, the following morning, Yi Tsuewei radiated a newfound vitality, as if she had matured considerably overnight, exuding a unique feminine charm. Yet, the thought of her aging husband still being so demanding left her with a throbbing headache. Attempting to rise, a sharp pain shot through her, compelling her to smile wryly as she shook her head. After donning her green gown and glancing at the torn lace stockings, she could only shake her head in resignation once more. This is indeed a magical artifact. Although it is merely the most inexpensive variety, it still requires 10 spirit stones. To my astonishment, in just one night, it was rendered to such a state by the venerable Ji Dagen. As for my long, delicate legs, I find myself brimming with intrigue. Should he catch another glimpse of this, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Hastily, she concealed it to prevent him from acting impulsively. Stepping lightly out of the room, she discovered that Ji Dagen had already prepared a pot of nourishing millet porridge along with a few side dishes. Aware of his excessive behavior the previous night, Ji Dagen felt it inappropriate to expect his delicate wife to attend to him, hence he rose early to prepare breakfast. Although the meal was rather simple, it represented his utmost effort at present. Witnessing her vibrant and alluring demeanor, Ji Dagen, despite his age, couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. He realized that he had treated her far too callously, taking advantage of the lingering effects of the medicine. The remorse fleetingly crossed his face as he promptly set the breakfast on the table. "Come, let us eat." Yitsuei, her cheeks flushed, sat down. Suddenly, she felt that her current situation deviated from the original intention of her arrival. Her master had sent her to care for this elderly gentleman, yet it seemed that he was now attending to her needs instead. After a moment's hesitation, she shyly turned to the old man and said, "Husband, I apologize for my inadequacy. It should be I who serves you." If her master were to hear this, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes in exasperation. The injuries they both sustained were evenly matched. It was improbable that either could recover swiftly. Ji Dagen shook his head repeatedly, insisting that she should focus on resting. After sharing breakfast together, the tranquility of such a life, devoid of prying eyes, began to enchant Yitsuei. That very evening, Ji Dagen utilized a handmade red candle to solemnize their union in matrimony. Under the veil of night, he refrained from succumbing to primal instincts, merely indulging in fleeting pleasures before calling it a night. However, this left his young bride feeling somewhat discontented. Had he not intervened, she might have insisted on remaining in the fray despite her injuries. In the following 2 days, Ji Dagen dedicated himself to caring for his beloved wife. Yet, Yitsuei was not one to permit this arrangement to continue indefinitely. With her oral wounds nearly healed, she hastily took charge of household matters, beginning with the tidying of their wooden abode. After a thorough cleaning, the house was considerably more presentable, but her attention was soon captivated by an inconspicuous little bottle nestled in the corner. This small vial bears a resemblance to the container of the famed Longhu Dan. Yet that very Longhu Dan had long been stowed away by her. She remains oblivious to the contents of the vial before her. As she bends down, her alluring body curve becomes evident, and her slightly plump, elongated legs appear even more supple. Upon closer inspection of the vial, she ultimately discerns a few faint characters at the bottom. When she comprehends the inscription, her pupils involuntarily constrict. Her slender, jade-like hand hastily covers her enticing mouth, lest she emits a gasp. Yitsuei never anticipated that she would stumble upon such a treasure, the exquisite Sumai Dan. This is indeed the legendary elixir. It is said that once one's spiritual root is destroyed, consuming the supreme pulse refining pill can transform even a low-grade spiritual root into an exceptional one. However, this potion bears no efficacy for ordinary individuals. Spiritual roots can be reshaped, but they will never emerge from nothingness. With this treasure in hand, she is certain to rank among the most gifted within the sect. The thought that her master would go to such lengths for her sake fills her heart with an indescribable warmth. She has yet to accomplish anything significant. With this in mind, she could no longer remain there. She dashed out, her figure swiftly vanishing into the distance, her voice trailing behind. "Husband, I have a matter to attend to, but shall return shortly. Tonight, I shall don the white silk you adore. Do await my return." Chapter 6. Do you think this is made of clay? Ji Dagen held the wild rabbit he had just caught, gazing affectionately at the hurried silhouette of his beloved wife as she departed. His eyes glimmered with tenderness and longing. On his weathered face, etched with the marks of time, a warm smile radiated. Never did he anticipate that, in the twilight of his long life, he would encounter such fortuitous events. He had intended to offer a few words of advice, yet before he could utter a single syllable, his dear wife had vanished from his sight in an instant. With a resigned smile and a shake of his head, he realized that today's lunch would be a solitary affair. It has only been a mere few days, yet an extraordinary sense of unfamiliarity has enveloped me. In the inner sanctum of the Hehuan Sect, Yitsuei, adorned in a flowing green gown, strides gracefully with her long, elastic legs, reappearing in this place that feels both familiar and strangely alien. A year ago, she was a frequent visitor here, often showcasing her elegance. However, since the shattering of her spiritual roots, she seldom graced this location again. Each time she entered, she was met with whispers and derisive laughter echoing behind her. The hurtful stares akin to sharp daggers, even if veiled in subtlety. As she stepped into this realm once more, the inner disciples passing by cast their familiar glances of disdain and mockery. Yet this time, she radiated an extraordinary confidence, as if an invisible force bolstered her spirit. Unfazed by the scornful gazes, her heart remained undisturbed. Instead, it brimmed with an undercurrent of joy, a delightful anticipation for the future. The thought of her spiritual roots returning, perhaps even enhanced, ignited her imagination, pondering the expressions of those who had once derided her. Amidst the vibrantly blooming peach trees, her spirits soared, basking in a warmth akin to sunlight. Even her smile blossomed more radiantly, reminiscent of the most exquisite flower in spring. At that moment, a striking figure in white interposed before her. "Junior sister, what a coincidence," he said. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yi Tsuowei's previously bright smile swiftly faded, replaced by a demeanor of aloofness that kept others at bay. She bowed slightly. "Greetings, senior brother Luo." Luo Tian, the cherished disciple of the Grand Elder, possesses an extraordinary charm, akin to a handsome figure emerging from the canvas of a masterpiece. His demeanor exudes grace and sophistication, enveloping those around him in a refreshing aura. Ever since Yi Tsuowei joined the Hehuan Sect, Luo Tian has frequently lingered in her vicinity, resembling an indelible shadow. However, Yi Tsuowei is far from naive. She is acutely aware of the ulterior motives harbored by those who approach with such intentions, regardless of how skillfully they disguise their true nature. The long-standing discord between the Grand Elder and the sect leader is well known, and Luo Tian's overt advances towards her undoubtedly conceal ulterior motives, likely driven by insidious aspirations. Following the obliteration of her spiritual roots, he has made several propositions regarding taking her as a concubine. As a direct disciple of the sect leader, Yi Tsuowei cannot entertain such an idea. This is nothing short of an affront to her dignity. Yet, Luo Tian clings on like a persistent adhesive, impossible to shake off. He continues to present himself with an air of courteousness, reminiscent of an elegant gentleman. Having spent over 2 centuries within the Hehuan Sect, he holds a position of considerable esteem among the direct disciples of the elders. Many female cultivators within the sect, should he desire it, would readily submit to his allure, eagerly finding themselves in his bed. The young girl before him, though possessing a hint of baby fat, appears to have developed her curves in all the right places. Undoubtedly, her touch would be rather delightful. Yet, despite his advances, she consistently declines his propositions without a moment's hesitation. Even with her spirit root rendered useless, she shows no inclination to acquiesce to his desires. Behind the scenes, he has not hesitated to employ various underhanded tactics to impede Yi Tsuowei, seeking every possible means to trouble her. Nevertheless, to this day, Yi Tsuowei remains resolutely defiant. "Junior sister, I wonder how you have pondered over my previous proposal? Once you give your assent, I shall be ready to bring you into my home as my bride." Yi Tsuowei had long surmised that his appearance was to address this very matter. Did this person truly believe that the diminishment of their spiritual roots would lower their standards? Did they really think themselves to be an innocent little girl, oblivious to the world? While such thoughts lingered in her mind, her countenance portrayed a facade of innocent charm, reminiscent of an unworldly beauty. "Senior brother Luo, I wish to attempt once more. Please grant me a little more time." She paused, remembering she had matters to discuss with her master, and then continued, "For now, I must take my leave." With that, she gracefully departed, her long legs moving swiftly like those of an agile fawn. Observing her alluring figure, Luo Tian felt an immediate surge of anger, accompanied by an overwhelming desire that surged within him. Such an exquisite treasure, if it could have been acquired sooner, would undoubtedly have been a delightful indulgence. However, he remains unhurried. As a cultivator, he possesses ample time to engage in playful pursuits with her. He firmly believes that he shall ultimately win her heart. After dismissing that bothersome individual, Yi Tsuowei swiftly appeared at the entrance of the sect leader's villa. Yu Qiushui's mouth wounds have finally healed significantly over the past few days. Old Ji Dagen truly seems to be a menace. Heaven knows what he consumed to grow so impressively. Regret fills her heart. Had she known better, she would not have administered such an excess of medicine. Otherwise, she would not have faced the subsequent days of relentless hardship. It was indeed a trying ordeal. In the spacious pool, the unclad Yu Qiushui reclined with her eyes closed, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Her cultivation has now ascended to the great ascension stage, elevating her strength to unprecedented heights. The realms of cultivation are categorized as Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. At her current level of cultivation, She stands nearly at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. For the time being, there is no need for her to devote herself to relentless practice. She can afford to relax a little. During her period of seclusion, various troubles have plagued the sect. Some individuals have been covetously eyeing her position. Even while she was in closed-door cultivation preparing for her breakthrough, they attempted to sabotage her, rendering Tsue's superior spiritual route ineffective. As a result, her advancement in cultivation has been delayed by almost a year. They naively believed that this matter could end here. Having destroyed her most cherished disciple, she felt no hesitation in making an example of others, demonstrating that they were not as weak and easily bullied as they might have thought. In her contemplation, an aged figure unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. By the time she regained her senses, her delicate hands had already, uncontrollably, begun to explore her own form. Instantly, her lovely face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. In her heart, she scolded that old man vehemently. Since that fateful night, memories of that incident had frequently haunted her. The former version of herself would never have engaged in such trivial antics. Just as she was about to retract her hands, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. This took her by surprise. Turning around, she saw her only beloved disciple, bounding over like a joyful little rabbit. Without a care for her ongoing bath, she found herself submerged in the water. Those two bothersome hands continued their mischievous exploration across her delicate form, accompanied by a tinkling laughter. "Master, it seems you have grown larger again." Yu Qiushui gazed at her lively and adorable demeanor, momentarily lost in thought. At this moment, she resembled the very first time they had met. Yet, in the past year, not a single smile had graced her face. As for the reason, she was undoubtedly aware. But why now? With a playful yet exasperated swat, she dismissed the two troublesome hands. "Still pinching? Do you think this is made of clay?" Chapter 7. Speaking is one thing, but why the incessant wandering hands? Yi Tsuewei's smile radiated as brilliantly as the most dazzling summer sun. She seemed to be enveloped in boundless joy, reveling to the fullest, even losing herself in the foamy embrace of facial cleanser. Her focused yet playful demeanor resembled that of a child who had discovered a wondrous new toy, brimming with curiosity and excitement. This series of actions elicited a subtle, involuntary sound from the already sensitive Yu Qiushui, a soft hum that, though faint, seemed to resonate with an indescribable charm, gently rippling through the air. Realizing her lapse in composure, she felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. She swiftly extended her hand, attempting to subdue the mischievous troublemaker. Yi Tsuewei, entirely oblivious to her drenched state, clung tightly to her revered master, as if grasping the most precious treasure in her life, refusing to release her hold no matter what. Her eyes radiated a mix of dependence and gratitude as she softly murmured, "Master, you are so kind to me." That melodious voice, reminiscent of a crystal-clear stream flowing through the mountains, stirred a warm current in the heart of all who heard it. Yu Qiushui, taken aback by her words, wore a look of bewilderment on her exquisite face, filled with confusion. She furrowed her brow slightly and, with a gentle yet perplexed tone, asked, "What is it? What have I done?" As if suddenly recalling something of great importance, she continued, "Or perhaps that old gentleman has passed away. Surely, my precious disciple hasn't he truly done anything excessively reckless, has she? Given that old man's disposition, if she were to cause any trouble, it would undoubtedly lead to complications." This was certainly not the outcome she had wished to behold. Yi Tsuewei, however, gleefully produced the elixir vial she had discovered, proudly brandishing it before Yu Qiushui. "Master, who are you trying to impress? I have already found it," she declared triumphantly. "Moreover, you deceived me, claiming that only inferior pulse-enhancing pills could be procured." Yu Qiushui appeared increasingly bewildered. She had yet to reach out to the Dan sect regarding the matter of the pulse-enhancing pills. Yet, how could this young girl suddenly bring up such a topic? As she extended her fair, delicate hand to accept the vial presented by Yi Tsuewei, her pupils abruptly constricted upon catching sight of it, a wave of intense astonishment surging within her. Hastily, she uncorked the vial and peered inside, inhaling the unique fragrance of the elixir, leaving her utterly speechless in her shock. She could never have anticipated encountering such a supreme pill within the realm of cultivation. The pulse-enhancing pill itself was not a commonly utilized type, and its availability was exceedingly scarce. The stock was even more limited, let alone that of the exquisite version. The girl may appear oblivious to the intricacies at play, yet she possesses a keen awareness. The exquisite pulse-refining pill before her is not something she could easily procure. In fact, within the entire realm of cultivation, It is nearly impossible to find such a treasure in stock. Should it indeed exist, its price would be astronomical, far beyond her means to afford. Yu Qiushui regarded Yu Tsuiwei with a serious and perplexed gaze, her eyes brimming with gravity and inquiry. Where did you acquire this? He. Master, you're still pretending. Didn't you hide it in that old man's cabin? Yi Tsuiwei replied, revealing that she had stumbled upon it while tidying up. You must have intended to test me in this manner. Yu Qiushui couldn't help but mentally scoff at the absurdity of using such a treasure as a test. It was quite a notion for this little girl to conceive. Nonetheless, she understood that the girl's ignorance of the item's true worth made her reaction somewhat justifiable. However, the question lingered, how had such an item come to reside in such a place? The image of the elderly man, nearing his final resting place, surfaced in her mind. If she had previously thought of him as an ordinary mortal, doubts began to creep in. How could a mere mortal possess such a precious artifact? Could it be a relic passed down through generations? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Yet regardless of the circumstances, since this venerable man had entrusted the item to Tsuiwei, it was indeed her fortune. Without hesitation, Yu Qiushui poured out the pill and swiftly placed it into Yi Tsuiwei's petite mouth. The sudden scene startled Yi Tsuiwei. As the elixir entered her mouth, the once fractured superior water spiritual roots within her body, akin to a long-dried river, were miraculously reconnected. Her cultivation began to recover at an astonishingly visible pace. As time passed, her water spiritual roots flourished with renewed vigor, permeating every corner of her being. Simultaneously, a gentle energy radiated outward, propelling her cultivation from the 9th level of qi refinement directly into the foundation establishment stage. Slowly opening her eyes, she felt the spiritual energy within her surge with overwhelming intensity. If her spiritual energy during the qi refinement phase resembled a gentle stream, it now flowed like a mighty river, vastly different in magnitude. And all of this was a gift from her master. Without hesitation, she leapt into Yu Qiushui's soft embrace, clinging tightly and unwilling to let go. Master, you are truly wonderful to me. Yu Qiushui playfully pinched her cherubic face with a feigned annoyance, her expression one of affectionate reprimand. You can speak, but must you also be so touchy? Remember to treat that esteemed elder well and fulfill all his needs. This time, she had indeed reaped immense benefits. Initially, she intended for her disciple to repay this favor on her behalf, yet unexpectedly, she found herself in a position of greater indebtedness. A wave of frustration washed over her. The master and disciple lingered in the water for quite some time before finally channeling their spiritual energy to disperse the droplets clinging to their bodies. Emerging from the bath, the two presented strikingly different visages. Yi Tsuiwei radiated an aura of purity and youthful vitality, adorned in a flowing green gown that danced gently in the breeze, as if she were one with the surrounding nature. Her slightly plump legs, accentuated by the gown, exuded an undeniable allure. The charming innocence of her youthful visage showcased her unique charm to perfection. Her vibrant and spirited gaze seemed to imbue the world around her with newfound beauty. Beside her stood the tall and graceful beauty in white, Yu Qiushui, possessing an unparalleled countenance. Even without a smile, she appeared capable of enchanting all who beheld her. She resembled a celestial being stepped straight out of a painting, her beauty breathtaking. Her long legs, unadorned, were a flawless masterpiece of nature. Blessed with innate allure and bolstered by her status as the leader of the Hehuan Sect, she embodied a temptation that was irresistible to anyone. It was precisely due to this overwhelming charm that she donned a white veil, concealing her captivating essence. Typically, she revealed her true visage only within the confines of her chamber. After imparting careful advice to Yi Tsuiwei, urging her not to squander this gift and to diligently cultivate her strength, Yi Tsuiwei reluctantly took her leave from the guest house. In her departure, she discreetly took with her the koi fish her master had nurtured for decades, believing fish soup to be the most convenient medium for administering medicine. With the looming threat of a significant flood tonight, she withdrew her private savings to purchase several white silk talismans before departing. The news of her spiritual roots restoration remained confidential, for she understood the dangers of potential sabotage lurking in the shadows. Having learned from past misfortunes, Yi Tsuiwei had become increasingly cautious. Humming a cheerful tune, she made her way to the back mountain of the Hehuan Sect, where she spotted her aging husband preparing dinner from a distance. This time, her gaze upon him softened considerably. Although she was unaware of his true identity, she understood that her master had gone to great lengths to procure for her the exquisite pulse refinement pill. Such a profound act of kindness naturally warrants an exuberant response of 200% enthusiasm. Swiftly advancing, I joyfully presented the unfortunate koi that I had fortuitously acquired. My dear husband, tonight we shall feast on fish. Chapter 8. A gentle reminder against future potions. As dusk approached, the sky, resembling a picturesque canvas, became enveloped in resplendent twilight hues. In this tranquil ambience, I had presumed that my petite and delicate wife, having lived with me for merely a few days, would depart like a fleeting bird, never to return. After all, as a man marked by the passage of time, with a face etched by countless lines and hair turned gray, I possessed little that could evoke nostalgia in another. A subtle wave of melancholy and loss washed over me, as if those beautiful moments had quietly slipped away, leaving behind only endless memories and reflections. Just as I was about to prepare a simple meal to satiate my hunger, I was utterly taken aback when my little wife unexpectedly returned. That familiar silhouette emerged like a beautiful surprise, gradually coming into my view, bearing an assortment of ingredients. A radiant smile instantly brightened the wrinkled visage of Ji Dagen. However, upon hearing the words fish, my thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the time of our first meeting. Gazing at the vibrant red koi in her hands, uncertainty crept into my heart, a quiet doubt taking root. My lady, you wouldn't be contemplating adding something to it again, would you? Upon being so aptly addressed, Yi Tsuewei's eyes darted away, reminiscent of a startled fawn, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson that extended to her neck. Yet, she managed to stammer a defensive reply, and no, not at all. Her voice quivered slightly, tinged with an air of unease. In truth, Ji Dagen perceived everything with clarity, fully aware of her hidden intentions. However, he chose not to expose his little wife's fib, instead bestowing upon her a relieved smile. Haha, as long as that's the case. Initially, I had envisioned us collaborating to prepare the evening meal, infusing our modest space with the warmth of home. Yet, Yi Tsuewei unhesitatingly took charge of all the culinary tasks for the evening. As for the flavors of the meal, one could only say that it would be sufficiently edible, posing no risk of fatality. Although she aspired to create delicious dishes, her culinary skills were, after all, limited and not that of a professional chef. Once dinner concluded, however, a sudden notification echoed in Ji Dagen's mind. Ding! You have received a gift of 3 years of ingredient longevity, granting you an additional 3 years of life. Ji Dagen was momentarily taken aback by the sudden sound, his heart brimming with astonishment and uncertainty. His suspicious gaze gradually settled upon the fish soup before him. Other vegetables could not possibly have such an extended growth cycle. The only anomaly was this fish. If the minimum quality of the dish promised a lifespan of 3 years, then this fish must have lived for a century. What a remarkable origin this fish must possess. Madam, might I inquire about the source of this fish? Yi Tsuewei preferred not to squander time on such trivial matters. With a blush gracing her cheeks, she gently nestled into his embrace. Her movements were tender and affectionate, reminiscent of a kitten seeking warmth, stirring a wave of compassion within him. My dear, do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Surely, you have other desires at this moment? Ji Dagen was acutely aware of what she implied. Having just consumed 3 large bowls of soup so eagerly, his body felt somewhat overwhelmed. Though he had anticipated this, her actions still left him in a state of amused disbelief. He drew her closer, his embrace gentle and filled with affection, lightly brushing his fingers against her delicate nose. Please refrain from administering any more potions next time. What if you were to harm yourself? His voice was soft and indulgent, as if soothing a mischievous child. Given their unique circumstances, any rough treatment could lead to disastrous consequences. Yi Tsuewei's cheeks flushed even deeper, akin to a ripe apple, glistening with allure. She playfully wrapped her arms around his neck and closed her eyes, gently kissing him. As he felt the softness of her form in his arms, Ji Dagen's hand, influenced by the potion, began to act of its own accord. He couldn't help but reflect on whether he had saved the galaxy in a past life. Otherwise, how could he be so fortunate to encounter such bliss as he neared the end of his days? As they tumbled onto the bed, the events that unfolded were, of course, a natural progression. This time, the young girl did not go overboard, perhaps only indulging in a couple of pills. The two of them spent over an hour in sweet intimacy, both utterly exhausted and sprawled out. As the latter part of the evening unfolded, it was nearly all her diligent efforts. At his age, without the aid of substances, it would be inconceivable to possess such vitality. Engaging in any form of combat would be out of the question. His beloved wife administered the drugs to herself, ostensibly to enhance their shared pleasure. Ji Dagen gently embraced her tender, smooth form, his heart brimming with warmth and gratitude. Yitsuewe had long succumbed to slumber, indifferent to the disarray around her. The next morning, Ji Dagen awoke languidly, only to find the familiar, enchanting silhouette absent from his side. Were it not for the palpable emptiness within him and the lingering, familiar fragrance nearby, you might have believed it all to be nothing but a delightful dream. Slowly donning his attire, he stepped outside, where he found Yitsuewe already refreshed and ready. Clad in a flowing green gown that danced gently in the breeze, she appeared as if she were one with nature. Her shapely, supple legs were adorned with familiar white stockings, although if memory served correctly, they had been torn the previous night. It seemed she had ample reserves. Yet, as an aging man, he had little to offer her in return, stirring a twinge of guilt within him. Glancing at the system, he noted that his tasks remained unchanged. One was the routine mission of marriage, which had now morphed into taking a concubine. With a minimum requirement of 80 points for the female, he inwardly lamented, considering his frail state. To take another concubine would surely lead to his demise in bed. Resolutely setting aside this unreliable task, he chose not to dwell on it further. The other task involved wielding a hoe 1,000 times. Based on years of experience, such labor could potentially cultivate a small portion of arable land. Lost in thought, his little wife soon brought forth a prepared breakfast. Yitsuewe was, in fact, quite content with her husband, despite his advanced age. Everything else was rather commendable, particularly during the night. His prowess was both thrilling and daunting. However, her frequent consumption of drugs posed significant risks to her health. She could not afford to jeopardize her cultivation by indulging too often. After they shared breakfast, upon seeing her husband grasping the hoe, Yitsuewe swiftly seized the tool from him, her expression filled with concern. "My dear husband, you are no longer young. You must not engage in heavy labor. As a cultivator, simply tell me what needs to be done, and I will ensure it is accomplished beautifully." Ji Dagen surveyed his petite wife from head to toe. Her figure was graceful and alluring, with perfectly sculpted legs clad in sheer white stockings that exuded vitality and elasticity. Her delicate hands were smooth and tender, akin to exquisitely carved jade. Such a girl, when tasked with agricultural labor, seems utterly unreliable. "My lady, this may not be appropriate. Tilling the fields is indeed a laborious endeavor." "Oh, it is merely a trifling physical task, hardly worth mentioning." Though her cultivation may not enhance her physical prowess to the extent of a body cultivator, she remains significantly stronger than the average person. This trivial chore of land cultivation is likely to yield not even a single drop of sweat. Of course, it would be even better if she could sweat a little. Surely, her husband would appreciate that delightful fragrance. Unbeknownst to her, her thoughts have wandered far afield. Meanwhile, the hoe in her hand has begun to dance. Her movements light, yet powerful, as if penning a hymn to labor. At this moment, Ji Dagen observes the increasing frequency of the system's notifications, brimming with anticipation. His hypertension is on the verge of being cured. As the sun reaches its zenith, a melodious voice finally resonates in his mind. Ding. Your lovely wife has swung the hoe over 2,000 times, surpassing the task requirements. Your hypertension has been cured, and your swordsmanship has reached proficiency. Cataracts have significantly alleviated. Chapter 9. You must take responsibility for the mess you've made. As that voice gradually faded, an ineffable sense of relief enveloped him quietly. It felt as though a soul, long shackled by heavy chains, had suddenly attained complete liberation after enduring countless years of oppression. This is the long-awaited sensation of well-being. Merely addressing this one ailment has resulted in such remarkable improvement. It feels as though the entire body has been gently caressed by the warm breeze of spring, becoming immeasurably more relaxed. The significant alleviation of cataracts has rendered his vision increasingly clear. However, the inevitability of aging persists, as presbyopia remains. To closely observe every enchanting detail of his beloved wife, it seems that he must exercise a bit more patience. With this thought, his heart swells with anticipation. As he completes his daily tasks, new challenges emerge. To travel in beauty together. This is a travel assignment. One merely needs to take a stroll, without any specific objectives. Upon completion of the task, a reward of 20,000 pieces of gold will be granted. Such a substantial sum of money could undoubtedly procure a myriad of possessions. Renovating this dilapidated abode would pose no challenge. Particularly, it would be splendid to adorn this residence with a plaque bearing the name Tsui Residence. His heart swelled with anticipation for the future as he indulged in fanciful musings. Meanwhile, Yitsuewe, having paused her work, stood transfixed, resembling a beautiful statue. The arcane arts. which had previously eluded her comprehension, suddenly coalesced in her mind at that moment. The once obscure mysteries of the spells now shimmered like brilliant stars within her consciousness. Each intricate detail of the incantations became vividly apparent, elevating her understanding of the craft to unprecedented heights. Even the subtle errors within her cultivation practices were meticulously clarified. This rare and elusive opportunity, I never anticipated, could be attained merely by wielding a hoe thousands of times. If the master were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be envious. After thoroughly digesting the information until it was completely understood, she gradually returned to her senses. By this time, dusk had already descended. She had spent a considerable amount of time standing here. Hastily, she turned to her husband and found that he had prepared dinner, patiently awaiting her. Quickly setting aside the farming tools, she approached Ji Dagen with her long, supple legs, displaying an expression of sincere apology. "My dear husband, I am truly sorry. I was caught in a moment of enlightenment and missed the opportunity to prepare lunch for you." Ji Dagen had previously sensed her unusual demeanor, and upon hearing her explanation, he finally understood the situation. No wonder she had not responded to his calls earlier. He gently pinched her small nose, fully understanding and not holding it against her. "It's all right. Do not worry about such trivial matters. Let us enjoy our dinner." Not feeling reproached, the little wife nodded enthusiastically, her demeanor akin to a joyful little bird, brimming with energy and delight. As they sat together, engaging in light-hearted conversation and laughter, a warm atmosphere enveloped them, akin to a soft veil that closely embraced them. At that moment, Ji Dagen noticed a slight stain on her white stockings and gently attempted to wipe it away. The texture remained remarkably elastic and smooth, reminiscent of the finest silk in the world. However, the stain proved stubborn, only spreading further. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Yi Tsuewei placed her supple leg directly on her husband's lap. "My dear husband, you've made a mess of it, and you must take responsibility." Observing her playful and adorable expression, Ji Dagen was well aware that she was offering him a delightful incentive. "Haha, very well, but it may take some time. My lady, you must be a tad patient." Both were acutely aware of the underlying understanding between them, feigning ignorance, while an air of intimacy stirred countless ripples within their hearts. Yi Tsue gently closed her eyes, inexplicably filled with anticipation. Ever since she had savored the taste of meat, she had grown bolder in such matters, even daring to indulge in them. This was something she had once never dared to imagine. Observing her shy demeanor, Ji Dagen naturally understood what was to come next. However, this task proved somewhat cumbersome and required more time. After indulging in his desires, Ji Dagen couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. With his aging body, devoid of medicinal assistance, he found himself lacking in vigor. If this were to continue, his beloved little wife would surely become despondent. He needed to find a way to complete the task swiftly. With 20,000 taels of gold, acquiring what he desired would no longer be a concern. That night, no untoward incidents occurred. At most, he indulged in his whims. After a lifetime of solitude, he was reluctant to squander this hard-won opportunity. This time, Yi Tsuewei refrained from administering any drugs. After all, her husband was of advanced years, and she could not allow such excesses to continue indefinitely. She had no desire to meet her demise due to her own actions. Nevertheless, there was a matter that required urgent attention. Upon learning of her depleted cultivation, her family had hastily arranged a marriage for her. If they were not informed of her restored abilities soon, this predicament might drag on indefinitely. After resting for a couple more days, she resolved to return home and resolve this issue once and for all. As for her husband's age, she was unconcerned. When the time came, she would place the blame squarely on her master. She doubted they would dare confront him. After a brief respite, Ji Dagen began contemplating an outing. Being unfamiliar with the area, he had no idea where a young lady might enjoy herself. Furthermore, he was short on funds for shopping. In the midst of his musings, Yi Tsuewei proactively suggested an excursion, sweetly dubbing it a honeymoon. Such a delightful proposition was not one he could refuse. Yet, a hint of embarrassment crept onto his face as he revealed his predicament. "My dear, you know I've always lived in this secluded mountain without any worldly silver." However, Yi Tsuewei covered his mouth, shaking her head with a smile. "My husband, my money is yours, and indeed, everything about me belongs to you. Why should you concern yourself with such trivialities?" With that, she handed over all of her savings to Ji Dagen. Although spirit stones were a form of currency within the cultivation realm, they were ultimately resources for practice. Given her husband's advanced age and his lack of cultivation, Such items would be of no use to him and could even pose a danger. Hence, she withheld them. Ji Dagen had initially thought his petite wife was already remarkable enough. Both her beauty and figure were unparalleled. Little did he know, she was willing to entrust him with her entire savings. Such a woman, this old fool cannot fathom what sins he committed in his past life. Atop the mountain, the master of the Hehuan Sect, Shui, adorned in a flowing white gown and draped in a veil, furrows her brow. Her ethereal form sways gently in the breeze, as if it were intertwined with the very essence of heaven and earth. In recent days, she has been using her spiritual sense to monitor this situation. She discovered that her disciple has been spending every day in close proximity with an elderly gentleman who is significantly younger than herself, completely devoid of any intention to cultivate. Although this was her original intention, unforeseen circumstances have now arisen. If the exceptional water spirit root were to be squandered in such a manner, where would she find solace? Once the matter is revealed, it could even render her a subject of ridicule among those old codgers. This was not the sight she had anticipated. It seemed necessary to retreat for a period after this return. As for the matter concerning the elderly gentleman, another individual must be sought. On the shimmering surface of the lake, a modest wooden boat floated gently, swaying with the rippling waves. Once the wind and waves subsided, tranquility was restored. Inside the cabin, Yitsuewei's green gown was wide open, exposing large swathes of her alabaster skin to the air. Her delicate legs, clad in silk, felt weak and weary from the exertion. Her charming face had flushed a deep crimson, utterly unprepared for her aging husband to exhibit such primal desires at this moment. With a gaze that mingled resentment and shyness, she looked towards Ji Dagen. Naughty husband, we are almost home, yet you remain so unruly. Chapter 10. Who is this elderly gentleman? Ji Dagen could never have anticipated that a simple boat ride would lead to such unforeseen events. Everything had seemed perfectly normal before. An elderly man and a young beauty rowing together on the lake painted a scene of pure contentment. He had lived for many long years in those deep mountains. After all these years, this was his first venture beyond the mountains. Just at that moment, the system notification unexpectedly chimed. The previous task of traveling with beauty had, without any forewarning, declared completion. The eagerly anticipated reward arrived promptly, akin to a timely downpour, as 20,000 taels of gold notes settled firmly in his grasp, causing Ji Dagen to feel an immediate surge of confidence. He seemed to radiate a youthful vitality. His gaze fell upon the enchanting figure of his wife, Yitsuewei, and a flicker of desire ignited within him. A formidable wave suddenly crashed, causing the vessel to tilt slightly. Yitsuewei, in response, softly nestled into her husband's warm embrace. In that serendipitous moment, Ji Dagen's aged hand inadvertently found its way to an inappropriate place. The exquisite sensation acted like a fuse, instantly elevating his enthusiasm beyond its threshold. Drawing upon the wealth of experience amassed from years of watching various films prior to his journey, his petite wife, Yitsuewei, was ill-equipped to withstand his assertive advances. Thus, everything unfolded seamlessly. The blush-inducing scenes from before replayed incessantly in Ji Dagen's mind. This was not their first encounter with such intimate gestures, however. It was indeed their inaugural experience of such boldness in the open air. Yitsuewei could never have anticipated that the intimate acts meant for private quarters could be conducted in such a daring manner. Her originally bashful and charming smile deepened in hue under her husband's unabashed gaze. Observing her demure and delightful demeanor, Ji Dagen's spirits soared even higher. This was achieved solely through his own prowess, transforming his delicate wife into this state. Throughout this process, he did not rely on any external aids. As for who held the dominant position in the latter half, in Ji Dagen's view, it was merely a trivial matter. When Ji Dagen beheld the system task that emerged in his mind, a look of bewilderment involuntarily crossed his face. What, precisely, does the notion of maintaining familial harmony entail? This task appears to be utterly perplexing, leaving one in a state of confusion. However, the allure of the rewards associated with this endeavor has indeed piqued his profound interest. Lingshu Step. This is a unique technique that does not require one's own spiritual energy. Instead, it harnesses the ambient spiritual aura within the surrounding environment to facilitate rapid movement. However, this technique is bound by certain constraints. Each time the void step is executed, it significantly diminishes the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding atmosphere for a brief period. This leads to a significant reduction in the distance moved if one were to cast the spell consecutively. To address this issue, the precious cultivation resource known as spirit stones must be employed. However, Ji Dagen, being an ordinary mortal, possesses none of such treasures. Dismissing these concerns, he, as a lover of peace, should not find himself in need of them. Enjoying the present moment is of utmost importance. When he set out today, Ji Dagen believed it to be merely a routine excursion. Little did he know that his beloved wife, Yi Tsuewei, intended to take him back to her family. Prior to this, he had made no preparations and was utterly unaware. Now, he could only adopt a mindset of treating a dead horse as a live one, bracing himself for whatever was to unfold. Fortunately, he possessed 20,000 taels of gold, which alleviated his anxiety somewhat. According to his recollections, such a sum would certainly classify him as part of a wealthy family in a small city. Yang City, while modest, could barely be considered a medium-sized city. The resident population here hovers around several hundred thousand. The Yi family, known for their considerable prestige and affluence in Yang City, enjoys a respectable reputation. With this understanding, Ji Dagen gradually relaxed. Instead of hastily making their way to the Yi household, the two meandered leisurely through the bustling commercial streets. As a married woman, Yi Tsuewei was determined to shield her husband from the prying eyes and whispers of onlookers. While some circumstances were unavoidable, she endeavored to manage what she could, particularly in terms of attire. Due to his years spent in the mountains, Ji Dagen's clothing was tattered and worn, resembling that of a beggar. The unique pairing of the couple drew incessant stares from the surrounding crowd upon their arrival in Yang City. Yi Tsuewei, adorned in a flowing green dress, showcased her slender, toned legs, captivating the attention of many. In stark contrast, her older companion, Ji Dagen, appeared disheveled, his garments bearing the marks of time and hardship. Yet, their demeanor resembled that of a loving couple. Such unions of older men and younger women are not uncommon in society. Individuals with substantial means can, even at the age of 80, attract beautiful young brides. However, this is contingent upon a robust financial foundation. Without power or wealth, such fortunes remain elusive. Even if one were to encounter such serendipity, the inability to sustain it could lead to tragic outcomes. What, then, was the meaning behind this impoverished old man's presence? Was he not concerned for his own well-being? Their striking partnership soon caught the attention of discerning observers. Upon entering a ready-to-wear shop, the proprietor, eager to welcome customers, momentarily faltered as a stiff expression crossed his face. However, he quickly dismissed it, recognizing that some affluent elderly individuals appreciate a distinctive flair. Donning a practiced smile, he approached them with alacrity. "Welcome. May I inquire if the esteemed gentleman wishes to have a custom fitting or to purchase ready-made garments?" Having conducted business here for many years, the proprietor possesses a keen eye for discerning details. He immediately notices that the beautiful woman by his side is dressed in exquisite attire, her fabric far superior to those in his shop. Furthermore, she appears impeccably clean, devoid of any blemish. It is evident that the individual in need of service is this rather extraordinary elderly gentleman. Yi Tsuewei took on the task of communication, beginning to prepare her husband, Zhang. Half an hour later, Ji Dagen emerged in a brand new gray robe, looking every bit the spirited gentleman. A subtle transformation in his demeanor was also apparent. Additionally, she had dozens of interchangeable outfits stored in her spatial ring. Observing her newly refreshed husband, Yi Tsuewei felt a sense of satisfaction with her handiwork. With a little care, her husband resembled a dignified figure. It was clear that in his youth, he must have been quite a handsome man. Even now, the shadow of an attractive elder could be discerned. After purchasing some gifts, the two of them arrived at the grand entrance of the Yi family estate. The two guards on duty, upon recognizing their visitors, could not help but exclaim, "Miss, you finally returned." One of them hurried inside to report, allowing the two of them to enter the Yi family courtyard without hindrance. A middle-aged couple, upon seeing their daughter, instantly broke into radiant smiles. However, when their gaze fell upon the elderly gentleman beside her, their brows furrowed slightly. "Tsuewei, who is this esteemed elder?" Chapter 11. We do not approve of this marriage. Their daughter had always exhibited remarkable intelligence from a young age. Her lively and charming demeanor resembled the most exquisite flower of spring, brimming with vitality. Throughout the entire young city, her ethereal beauty and spirited presence had earned her a reputation as a stunning beauty. Countless affluent families coveted her, eager to forge connections with the Yi family. Yet, the Yi couple had systematically declined all such proposals. After all, their daughter was still young, not yet of marrying age. They could not bear to part with her so soon. Little did they know, this seemingly obedient young girl had, unbeknownst to them, secretly ventured off to pursue the path of immortality. The passage of 3 long years has ensued since that fateful day. Throughout this duration, the elderly couple was consumed by worry, their hearts perpetually burdened by thoughts of their daughter's safety, fearing she might encounter unforeseen perils in the world beyond. Fortunately, their daughter eventually returned home unscathed, alleviating much of their prior anxiety at the sight of her. However, the past year has unfolded a series of unexpected events. Tragically, their daughter faced an accident that hindered her from continuing her cultivation. In light of these intertwined circumstances, the idea of her returning home to wed emerged. Yet, who was this venerable gentleman she brought with her? Could he possibly be one of the celestial beings from her sect? With such speculations in mind, their demeanor naturally became more respectful. Upon this revelation, Itsuewei's lovely countenance flushed slightly, reminiscent of the enchanting hues of twilight. Father, mother, this is my husband, Ji Dagen. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged couple felt a buzzing in their heads, utterly taken aback by the revelation of the relationship between their daughter and the old gentleman. However, upon further reflection, they considered that if he were indeed a celestial being, it could be somewhat acceptable. After all, if she were to have a husband of such divine stature, all their troubles could be effortlessly resolved. The Yi family might emerge from their current plight, rejuvenated and transformed into the most illustrious clan in Yangqing. To Yi Tsuewei's surprise, her parents did not exhibit any intense emotional reaction. This was entirely unforeseen for her. In her mind, her parents would be shocked, furious, or at the very least, express some discontent. It seemed that her family was quite reasonable after all. However, she soon realized that there had been a misunderstanding on her parents' part. It turned out that they believed her to be a celestial being from a sect. As for the matter concerning the young girl, they expected the celestial being to provide ample care. Ji Dagen remained silent throughout, inexplicably becoming a celestial figure in the discourse of others. This truly evokes a sense of both amusement and exasperation. Turning to glance at my petite wife beside me, I caught her gaze, and to my surprise, she was winking playfully in my direction. What does that gaze signify? It is quite apparent. Yet, at that moment, a peculiar voice emerged from behind. An immortal? Huh. Merely an old fellow devoid of any ethereal energy. How dare he claim to be an immortal? Does he truly believe Lin Zihao is blind? The Lin family is a prominent household in Yang City, far superior to the Yi family. With the vast resources at his disposal, they even collaborate with rogue cultivators. After years of rigorous training, Lin Zihao, the heir of the Lin family, has ascended to the second level of qi refinement. In all of Yang City, he walks with an air of invincibility, for few dare to provoke him. This is not solely due to his illustrious lineage, but also his formidable prowess. When confronted, Ji Dagen's face flushed with embarrassment. However, Yi Tsuewei's expression darkened. The reason she had left home to cultivate was precisely because of this insufferable Lin Zihao. Relying on his meager strength, he had committed numerous acts of bullying. Tales of his misdeeds often echoed through the streets of Yang City. Even she refrained from venturing out, fearing his predatory gaze. To her dismay, upon returning home, he had appeared uninvited. A mere glance revealed his pitiable cultivation at the second level of qi refinement. Her expression turned somewhat amused, and her tone dripped with provocation. Lin Zihao, what does it matter to you whether my husband is an immortal? Surely, you do not believe that I, Yi Tsuewei, am destined to marry someone of your ilk? Lin Zihao remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to the two middle-aged individuals. Uncle and aunt, you have heard everything. I trust you know what course of action to take without my guidance. Though the impolite demeanor left the couple somewhat displeased, the thought of their daughter marrying a decrepit old man promptly darkened their expressions. Tsuewei, we cannot consent to this marriage. He is merely an ordinary old man, old enough to be your grandfather. Such a person has no right to be your husband. How many years does he have left? We certainly do not wish to see you widowed at such a tender age. Beside them, the elegantly dressed mother wore a stern countenance as well. Never did she imagine that this unremarkable old fellow would turn out to be her daughter's suitor. How dare he harbor inappropriate intentions towards her daughter? With his frail physique, what could he possibly offer her? She even questioned whether his old weapon was still capable of use. The thought of her daughter being deceived into marriage by such an ancient relic ignited a fierce anger within her. Ji Dagen yearned to interject, asserting that while he may appear aged, his lifespan remained considerable. One must not judge by appearances. Observing the tense atmosphere, the family's nurse approached Yi Tsuewei's side. This young lady, whom I have nurtured since childhood, cannot be allowed to plunge into the abyss. Third miss, I stand firmly with the master on this matter. The elderly man by your side is certainly not a suitable match for you. With that, I directed my gaze toward the old man, who had remained silent throughout. Old man, I am at a loss as to how you managed to deceive a young lady. However, let me make this clear. She is a daughter of the Yi family from Yangqing, not someone of your questionable stature who can covet her. If you have any sense, you will agree to a divorce today and never show your face again in this lifetime. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what fate may befall you. These words carry a considerable weight, even hinting at a veiled threat. An ordinary person, in such a moment, would likely find themselves paralyzed with fear. Ji Dagen, having already gleaned certain information from his delicate wife, felt a sense of relief at their reaction. This is the demeanor one would expect from a person of integrity. Were he in the same position, he would likely find it difficult to accept such circumstances. However, human beings are inherently prone to double standards. After all, differing perspectives preclude the application of uniform criteria. Given that his beloved wife, fully aware of the disparities between them, still chooses to remain by his side, he cannot afford to be overly stingy at this juncture. Without directly addressing their inquiries, he casually produced a reward of 20,000 taels of gold from the system. His visit had been rather hurried, and he had not prepared any grand gifts. He offered this modest sum of yellow and white treasures, hoping the two individuals would graciously accept. Chapter 12. My lord, do you like it? In this realm, there exists a stark distinction between silver notes and gold notes. The hue of silver notes radiates a pure, silvery white. The surface of these notes is intricately adorned with fine silver threads that meticulously outline specific inscriptions, thereby accurately denoting the currency's denomination. Conversely, gold notes gleam with a bright yellow. Their surface is similarly embellished with delicate golden filaments that articulate the monetary value. The denominations of gold notes are limited to merely 1 tael, 10 taels, and 100 taels. The gold note he presented was immediately identifiable as having a face value of 100 taels. Those thick stacks of gold notes emitted a dazzling brilliance, resembling two small mountains of gold, momentarily plunging the entire Yi family into a profound silence. No one had anticipated that he could unveil such a substantial sum. The Yi family, notable for their esteemed status and wealth in Yangqing, resided in a magnificent estate, characterized by deep courtyards and elegantly arranged pavilions, each element reflecting the family's affluence and standing. Yet, even when aggregating all of the Yi family's assets, they would not exceed 15,000 taels of gold. However, this venerable gentleman, with a mere flick of his wrist, produced an astounding 20,000 taels of gold. Such a grand gesture is certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary elder. The family's assets likely far exceed this figure. Although the individual in question may appear to be of advanced age, seemingly on the brink of eternal rest, their substantial wealth is undeniable. Should their daughter inherit this fortune, the Yi family would undoubtedly prosper. With such a significant influx of funds, all their debts could be effortlessly resolved. Moreover, the entire Yi family would seize this opportunity to soar to unprecedented heights, establishing themselves as the unrivaled premier family in Yangqing. At that point, those old acquaintances would think twice before making light of their daughter's marriage prospects. Their confidence would undoubtedly be bolstered. The previously grim countenance transformed into a radiant smile upon witnessing the banknotes, akin to flowers blossoming in the spring. Ah, my esteemed son-in-law, you jest. We were indeed blind to your greatness earlier. I ask for your gracious forgiveness. At this moment, the head of the Yi family cast aside all semblance of pride, addressing a man old enough to be his father with an ease that was utterly remarkable. In terms of shamelessness, he undoubtedly outshone everyone present. The middle-aged matron beside him, though somewhat reluctant, felt compelled to hold her tongue given her husband's stance. Meanwhile, the wet nurse cast a furtive glance at the discontented Lin Zihao standing nearby, but chose to remain silent. Unbeknownst to outsiders, the crisis faced by the Yi family was meticulously orchestrated by the Lin family, whose objective was to dismantle the entire Yi enterprise and seize all their assets. They had hoped to capitalize on the Yi family's financial turmoil and effortlessly acquire the enchanting Yi Tsue Wei. However, the emergence of this elderly gentleman disrupted all of Lin's schemes, and his financial support could potentially inflict significant losses upon the Lin family. The sensation of failing to achieve one's illicit aims, only to suffer greater losses, is utterly disheartening. At this moment, Lin Zihao's countenance bore a striking resemblance to the charred bottom of a cooking pot. A displeased snort echoed from behind him. Old fool! How dare you thwart my endeavors? Offending the Lin family, do you truly believe you can depart from Yang City unscathed? If you wish to live, vanish at once. However, no sooner had he uttered these words than a sharp blade of qi was unleashed from Yi Tsuwei's hand. Caught unawares, Lin Zaheo was sent hurtling backward, landing in a disheveled heap upon the street, several of his teeth knocked loose. A cry of anguish followed. Rage boiled within him. After dedicating years to his cultivation, he had presumed he could command respect in Yang City. Yet, this insufferable girl, having trained for merely 3 years, surpassed him in strength and had the audacity to humiliate him so thoroughly. Such a humiliating disgrace. How could he possibly endure it? Since he cannot manage this woman on his own, he shall seek the intervention of his master. When the time comes, he must ensure that this detestable woman is thoroughly subdued beneath him, particularly those 2 somewhat voluptuous legs clad in sheer silk. He must indulge himself to the fullest. His sycophant promptly escorted the young master away, vanishing from the Yi family estate. Yi Tsuiwei was quite displeased earlier. Her parents showed no regard for her master's authority, and before she could even begin to explain, they were already considering dismissing her. Had it not been for her husband's preparations, she might have been utterly bullied by them. Moreover, that audacious Lin Zaheo even dared to threaten her husband. As a wife, it is her duty to staunchly defend her husband's honor during such times. Retracting her sword, she cast a disapproving glance at her parents. "Father, how can you act in such a manner? Although my husband is somewhat older, he treats me exceedingly well." Ji Dagen quickly pulled his beloved wife back, preventing her from speaking further nonsense. Now that matters were settled, it was best not to complicate things further. "Madam, your in-laws are also concerned for your well-being, which is why they spoke as they did. You must understand the difficulties faced by parents." Yi Tsuiwei was quite obedient to him. Since her husband had said so, she naturally refrained from retorting. The family atmosphere became harmonious, albeit tinged with a hint of awkwardness and complexity, yet overall, it remained pleasant. The more Yi father observed this son-in-law, the more pleased he became. Aside from being slightly older, there was truly nothing to criticize, especially since his daughter favored him. His daughter was no fool. She could not possibly be so single-minded. The fact that he could casually produce such wealth hinted at a very favorable family background. Of course, if he were to learn that all this wealth belonged to Ji Dagen, one could only imagine his expression. In contrast to this father's perspective, the middle-aged matron of the Yi family was more concerned about other matters. After all, her daughter was still very young, having just turned 16 this year. Women, once their basic material needs are satisfied, desire a man who can provide enduring companionship. This elder son-in-law, regardless of appearance, did not seem to embody the vigor of robust health. There was even a possibility that he might suffer from overexertion. Her worries for her daughter's happiness deepened. That evening, Yi Tsuiwei ensured Ji Dagen was thoroughly cleaned up, and she also helped him into a fresh set of night clothes. This was the moment he was ushered into a chamber that had never known the presence of a man. The room was adorned with warmth and elegance, exuding a delicate fragrance. The pink drapes fluttered gently, as if whispering the secrets of a young girl's heart. Clad in a newly purchased green nightgown, beneath its translucent fabric, her supple white legs became all the more captivating. With an enchanting charm, she boldly approached the bed, slipping beneath the covers. With a pair of bashful, beautiful eyes, she gazed at Ji Dagen and inquired, "My lord, do you like it? Would you care to test its quality?" Chapter 13. My lady, I was wrong. Please grant me a reprieve. Ever since their wedding, the petite and spirited Yi Tsuiwei had grown increasingly audacious. Each gesture, each smile, was imbued with an alluring charm. She resembled a radiant blossom unfurling in the spring breeze, emanating an irresistible allure. Her understanding of a man's heart reached astonishing heights, as if she could effortlessly perceive Ji Dagen's most subtle desires and needs. During the day, she would mysteriously slip out, leaving one to wonder what treasures she might procure. It now appeared that the bewitching attire she wore was indeed the object of her clandestine ventures. This elusive and ethereal beauty captivates one's gaze, rendering it impossible to look away once it has settled upon her. Coupled with her youthful and vivacious spirit, she resembles the most vibrant blossoms of spring, brimming with energy and vitality. Her radiant smile and sparkling eyes imbued Ji Dagen with a sense of rejuvenation, making him feel as though he has shed several years. In the past, given Ji Dagen's age and physical condition, the prospect of engaging in 2 battles in a single day would have been utterly inconceivable. After all, he is advanced in years, and the functions of his body have gradually declined with the passage of time. However, during the day, the rewards for completing his tasks surpassed all expectations. Not only did he receive the ethereal steps bestowed by the system, but he also replenished his vital essence. Although the replenishment was modest, it elevated his physical condition to that of a robust individual in their 40s or 50s. Moreover, with Yi Tsuewei adorned in gear that enhances her attack speed, the allure was simply irresistible. As he lifted the covers, her exquisitely curved figure was unveiled before him. This subtly plump physique is truly a captivating asset. The term subtly plump does not merely imply being overweight. This is a place where one is plump where appropriate and slender where necessary. That delicate waist, seemingly as fragile as a willow branch, appears capable of snapping with the slightest pressure, yet it exudes a remarkable resilience. Coupled with her alluring curves, which gracefully protrude both front and back, she resembles a meticulously crafted work of art, with every contour perfectly accentuating the unique charm of femininity. Her slightly fleshy, elongated legs, clad in sheer white silk, are nothing short of a human weapon, igniting a rapid heartbeat in those who gaze upon her, rendering them utterly entranced. The exquisite texture of her skin and the elongated lines of her form seem to embody nature's most exquisite masterpiece. As he gently caressed her pert chin, their intense gazes locked, and in that instant, an electric charge seemed to flow between them. Just then, a puzzled inquiry escaped his lips. "My lady, why are you more enthusiastic tonight than usual?" Li Tsuewei, caught by his seemingly ravenous gaze, felt her heart race uncontrollably. Her cheeks flushed with a vibrant hue, akin to blooming peach blossoms. She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, "Darling, you wouldn't want to be looked down upon by your in-laws, would you?" Her cultivation had now reached the foundational stage. Even without the use of her spiritual sense, she could distinctly perceive the movements around her. Her parents, eavesdropping in the adjacent room, were naturally unable to escape her awareness. Ji Dagen followed her gaze towards the wall. Grasping her implication, an aged hand, lined with wrinkles, slowly began to stir. The middle-aged couple, hearing the alarming sounds from next door, exchanged bewildered glances. Especially Ye, the beautiful matron, was taken aback. She never anticipated that the elderly gentleman possessed such remarkable vitality. Half an hour had elapsed, yet there was no sign of cessation. As for the alluring sounds emanating from her daughter, being a woman of experience, she was acutely aware of what her daughter was enduring. Turning her gaze towards her bewildered husband, her eyes were filled with deep resentment. "Look at you, still under 40. And yet, observe those who are nearly at death's door. Still so vigorous and formidable. You must return and ensure that the full quota of tribute is submitted tonight." The expression on Ye's father's face turned pale, and he shook his head in fear. "My lady, I have erred. Grant me a chance to redeem myself." The Lin family. The unfortunate plight of Lin Zihao had garnered the utmost attention of Lin Jun. This useless son pales in comparison to his elder brother. The disparity is nothing short of staggering. Observing Lin Zihao's disheveled appearance, a profound sense of helplessness and disappointment fills my heart. Yet, despite his shortcomings, he remains my own flesh and blood. How dare a Miryu family lay their hands upon him? How utterly dismissive of him. That wretched girl cannot possibly believe that after merely 2 years of cultivation, she could stand as his rival. Her naivety is truly remarkable. Nevertheless, the matter concerning the Yi family must be addressed with unwavering resolve. Nothing must go awry due to the whims of an old fool. If he insists on being obstinate, he must not blame others for his own ruthless fate. At that moment, a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes entered the room. Casting a fleeting glance at the battered youth, he remained silent. Lin Zihao, however, appeared as though he had seen a savior, tearfully recounting the day's events in a fragmented manner. His breathless voice rendered the retelling laborious, compelling listeners to piece together the occurrences through sheer conjecture. Lin Jun's gaze settled upon the cloaked figure. "Mr. Mo, it seems this matter will require your diligence." The enigmatic figure known as Mr. Mo nodded slightly before turning to depart, not uttering a single word throughout. He was an outcast from his sect, expelled due to his abysmal talent, which led him to dabble in dubious practices. When his transgressions were uncovered, he was stripped of his powers and banished. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him, granting him an unexpected opportunity to resume his path in cultivation. Yet, his propensity for violence eventually attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. It is precisely in this mundane city that one seeks refuge from the limelight. As for a mere young girl from the Hehuan Sect, she is certainly not worthy of his consideration. When the time comes, it would be a splendid choice to gather her and bring her back after a thorough assessment. Upon the break of dawn the following day, Ji Dagen, adorned in his attire with the assistance of his rosy-cheeked young wife, emerged with her. Her gaze brimmed with affection and tenderness, each gesture imbued with care and concern for Ji Dagen. Hand in hand, they exited the chamber. Her radiant smile akin to the brilliant sun, leaving no doubt in the minds of onlookers regarding their bliss. Upon stepping outside, Yi Tsuewei beheld her father, a pallid visage, rubbing his weary back. The dark circles under his eyes were particularly pronounced, resembling two profound voids that narrated his fatigue and helplessness from the previous night. She was acutely aware of the events that had unfolded in the adjacent room, knowing full well that her mother was more formidable than herself. This father, drained of vitality by indulgence in wine and lust, stands no chance against his mother. The consequences of this exchange are all too predictable. Yet, she seems to have a penchant for unearthing sensitive topics. Father, are you all right? Did you not sleep well last night? Yi Fu rolled his eyes in irritation. Who would have thought that his son-in-law, a man 2 or 3 decades his junior, would possess such prowess in bed? He was even more formidable than this robust middle-aged man. Had it not been for their extraordinary performance igniting the flames of passion in his wife, he would not have been conscripted. The very culprit behind his daughter's predicament had the audacity to make such flippant remarks, while he harbored such thoughts internally. His expression remained inscrutable. It's nothing, just a few matters at home that required late-night attention. Yi Tsuewei responded with an elongated O. Not wishing to dwell on this line of questioning with his daughter, he swiftly changed the subject. By the way, your elder brother is at the mine. There have been some minor issues recently. Perhaps you could go and see if there is anything you can assist with. Chapter 14. Madam, please refrain from such antics. It could be perilous. His treasured daughter had spent 3 long years in the Hehuan Sect. He had always believed she had lost her cultivation, relegated to the status of an ordinary mortal. However, he was utterly unprepared for the immense surprise her return would bring. Initially, he would not dare to confront the Lin family, despite their considerable wealth. After all, the Lin family wielded a formidable influence. Although he had accumulated some wealth of his own, he remained apprehensive when facing such a powerful adversary. Yet now, with a formidable cultivator like his daughter by his side, there was no longer any need for trepidation. The advantages the Lin family once held were now entirely within the reach of the Yi family. As for the mine, it had been acquired just within the past year. In this mine, iron ore is extracted. It is essential to recognize that iron ore, as a strategic resource, cannot be privately traded in civilian markets. However, the government will acquire it at a reasonable market price. Thus, the Yi family is able to secure a steady income from this mine. Initially, everything was progressing positively. Yet, who could have anticipated that the rocks within the mine have become increasingly resilient, rendering extraction more arduous? The efficiency of using iron picks has drastically diminished. Miners who once could extract a considerable amount of ore in a single day now struggle to yield even a small fraction despite their exertions. The rate at which tools are damaged has also escalated rapidly. In the face of such unyielding stone, the iron picks appear feeble, breaking after only a few strikes, significantly inflating the cost of mining. For a mine primarily focused on iron ore production, this situation is quite abnormal. Consequently, inquiries were made among the locals, yet none possessed any insights into the matter. Fortunately, with the return of his daughter, there is hope that she may shed light on the underlying reasons. As a cultivator, she might possess knowledge regarding the true nature of the mine. Instead of immediately accompanying her husband to the mining site, Yi Tsuewei chose to meander through the city. They wandered through bustling streets and alleys, reveling in the vibrancy and clamor of this thriving metropolis, sampling a plethora of delectable treats, from sweet pastries to aromatic snacks. She indulged in every delightful morsel that caught her eye without hesitation. It was in this moment that Ji Dagen realized how her irresistibly charming figure had been cultivated. She was indeed a true gourmand, her mouth never devoid of snacks. By extension, he too benefited from her indulgences, as the experience of savoring these culinary delights unexpectedly added several days to his lifespan. This truly is a delightful surprise. In contrast to ordinary dishes, skewered delicacies possess a certain uniqueness. They are measured by the skewer rather than being counted as a single plate. This unique method of calculation inspired Ji Dagen to entertain a bold notion. Perhaps he could harness this extraordinary technique to swiftly accumulate his lifespan. After spending a considerable portion of the day wandering, Yi Tsuewei's abdomen swelled prominently, resembling a plump little ball. Those unaware might mistakenly believe she was with child. Ji Dagen gazed at her repeatedly, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Husband, stop staring. It's too soon for that. Are you certain? Given your appearance, it seems likely, does it not? You mustn't deceive me. His playful teasing only deepened Yi Tsuewei's embarrassment. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Ji Dagen's eyes. As evening approached, the sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, draping the entire city in a resplendent golden cloak. Yi Suiwei summoned her flying sword, which instantly materialized beneath her feet, hovering a hand's breadth above the ground. Ji Dagen remained closely beside her, his strong hands gripping her firmly, with no intention of loosening his hold. Although Yi Suiwei felt his boldness, she experienced no discomfort. Rather, there was a flicker of anticipation within her heart. In this ambiguous atmosphere, they soared out of the city. In the shadows of the city's corners, a group of stealthy figures quietly followed in pursuit. The iron mine lay merely 30 miles from Yang City. Even traveling by horse-drawn carriage would require no more than half a day. Moreover, they were currently gliding through the air on their swords. Along the journey, their figures streaked across the sky like meteors, evoking waves of astonishment and envy from the mere mortals below. Even Ji Dagen was no exception, his heart overflowing with emotion. Seizing a moment of boredom, he activated the system to examine his current status. His swordsmanship had reached mastery, and he had also made initial progress in the ethereal step technique. In the instant of task completion, his body instinctively acquired these skills. In addition to this reward, due to his generosity in bestowing all 20,000 taels of gold, he had exceeded the task's requirements, earning an additional, albeit trivial, skill in fortune-telling. The utility of this object remains elusive. The emergence of these techniques instilled within him a profound confidence for the future. Additionally, there existed a skill that allowed for the exchange of one life for another. However, he regarded it as somewhat of a trivial ability. Although this skill could prove useful in critical moments, he was reluctant to sacrifice his own life for that of another. His hypertension had been entirely cured, and his cataracts had nearly vanished. Nevertheless, presbyopia persisted. He had more than 6 years of life remaining, a significant improvement compared to the initial month. This filled him with immense gratification and deepened his appreciation for his current life. Moreover, the system's tasks remained unchanged, still centered around those two objectives. The task of taking a concubine lingered on the horizon. This task appears to be a perpetual obligation. Even though one may already have a wife, the incessant demand to take concubines persists. Furthermore, a new task has emerged, albeit rather inexplicably. It consists of merely 2 words: return home. It seems that simply returning home would suffice to fulfill the task. Astonishingly, the reward for this endeavor is an extension of one's lifespan by a decade. This reward is no different from a gift given freely. As the flying sword descended rapidly, Ji Dagen was startled by her sudden maneuver, causing his movements to intensify. Moments later, an enticing soft hum reached his ears. Ji Dagen's complexion paled. "My lady, do not jest, it could be fatal." Although he possessed longevity, it did not imply immunity to death. In such heights, a careless fall would lead to unimaginable consequences. Yi Suiwei was, of course, intentional in her actions. After all, her husband had been mischievous throughout the journey. That mischievous hand had never been at rest. Once they disembarked from the flying sword, he finally had the opportunity to survey their surroundings. This place is rather secluded, far removed from the clamor and splendor of the city. The workers' enthusiasm is notably lacking, with many appearing lethargic and dispirited. When they witness someone descending from the heavens, they are all aflame with excitement, as if they have beheld a celestial being. Yi Chan, who was at a loss, finally wore a smile upon recognizing the visitor. The matters at home had already been relayed by a servant yesterday. To his astonishment, the gluttonous little shadow from his childhood had indeed come to possess the day of becoming an immortal. This truly caught one off guard. He had always presumed that his sister would lead a life of simplicity, never anticipating the extraordinary opportunities and achievements that awaited her. However, her husband, who could easily be her grandfather, was something he simply could not accept. In his eyes, Ji Dagen's age was excessively advanced, a considerable distance from his sister's youth. Before he could even voice his objections, Yi Suiwei preemptively silenced him. "Elder brother, you must not bully my husband. Otherwise, I shall report you to sister-in-law." Yi Chun felt a flush of embarrassment, too weary to retort against the spirited young girl. His gaze then shifted towards Ji Dagen. "You must be my sister's husband," he stated. "To be candid, I harbor a certain discontent towards you." He instinctively raised his hand to gently caress his sister's head, then with a sigh, he altered the subject. "However, who am I to object, since you are the one chosen by my sister? I merely hope you treat her well." Ji Dagen could naturally comprehend his sentiments. Were he in the same position, he would not be so composed. "Rest assured, at my age, having found such a union, I shall not let Suiwei down." They were all reasonable individuals and chose not to delve further into the matter. After all, matters of the heart cannot be coerced. The only priority is his sister's happiness. Yitsuewe curiously surveyed the cavern. Brother, what exactly is the situation here? I too am at a loss for words. Perhaps you should observe for yourself, he replied, producing a stone the size of a fist. This object bears a resemblance to a square-shaped pyrite. Yet its texture is exceedingly hard. Attempting to mine it with an iron pickaxe would, in fact, damage the tool. The authorities are also perplexed by its true nature, and it cannot be utilized for smelting iron ingots, thus it will naturally remain uncollected. This peculiar stone, difficult to extract, has become an undeniable burden. The Yi family had previously taken out loans to acquire it, only to discover the nature of its contents. It was the first time Yitsuewe encountered such a phenomenon. Curiously, she picked up the stone for a closer examination, yet could discern nothing of significance. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned her treasured flying sword and struck down upon it. In that instant, a brilliantly shining object caught her attention. Sensing the surge of spiritual energy emanating from it, her pupils involuntarily contracted and her enticing red lips parted in astonishment. Brother, we are about to strike it rich. Chapter 15. Exterminate all. Leave no one behind in the realm of cultivation. The most frequently employed resource by practitioners is the spirit stone. These stones are typically concealed deep within spiritual veins. Such spiritual stones do not require the arduous methods of traditional mining for their acquisition. At specific intervals, the rich and potent spiritual energy naturally coalesces, giving rise to these precious stones, which repeatedly manifest within the nearby mountain ranges. The quantity and quality of the spiritual stones formed vary significantly depending on the distinct qualities and sizes of the spiritual veins. The superior the quality of the spiritual vein, the more exquisite the stones it can yield. The Hehuan Sect possesses two exceptionally rare and superior spiritual veins. Each year, these veins continuously produce a substantial quantity of spiritual stones, providing ample resources for the cultivation of the numerous disciples of the Hehuan Sect, ensuring its esteemed position within the realm of cultivation. In addition to the natural formation of spiritual stones through these veins, one may occasionally discover another unique type of spiritual stone hidden within the vast mountain ranges and geological formations. These extraordinary spirit stones are tightly encased within various types of minerals, with not a trace of spiritual energy seeping outward. To the untrained eye, they appear as inconspicuous stones, devoid of any remarkable features. It is only upon their incision that the spirit stones within become visible. Within these unique spiritual veins, one might even discover the more precious and rare spirit marrow. Generally, the formation of such extraordinary spirit stones is believed to be the final crystallization left behind by deceased spiritual veins. However, the discovery of these concealed spiritual veins is exceedingly challenging and often goes unnoticed. Even if they are fortuitously found, mortals lack the means to extract them. Only those practitioners who have extensively studied this realm and possess profound knowledge of concealed spiritual veins can hope to seize such resources. Otherwise, these treasures may easily slip away unnoticed. Upon her initial entry into the Hehuan Sect, Yitsuewe had encountered relevant materials on this topic. Thus, when she observed the peculiar phenomena presented by this mine, she could not help but harbor suspicions. After meticulous investigation and validation, her conjectures were indeed confirmed. Yichen, her elder brother, was equally astonished after hearing her explanation. Unable to contain her excitement, Yitsuewe could no longer remain there. She eagerly grasped her brother's hand and dashed into the cave. Conversely, Ji Dagen did not share her exuberance. With a slight furrow in his brow, he felt a twinge of concern. After a moment of contemplation, he too slowly followed suit. Not far away, a group of individuals had quietly appeared in the vicinity. They had witnessed the astonishing scene of the spirit stone extraction just moments ago. Lin Zaheo was flushed with excitement, quickly turning to the figure beside him clad in black robes. Master, spirit stones. This is indeed a spirit stone mine. Prior to this, the Lin family had contemplated similar ideas regarding the mine. However, rather than purchasing it outright, they aimed to exploit the situation to severely undermine the Yi family, thereby maximizing their profits. Little did they expect, unforeseen complications would arise. Nonetheless, the unexpected emergence of the spirit stone mine instilled within him a profound sense of impending crisis. The value of this object far surpasses that of 20,000 taels of gold. Should this matter be disclosed, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. The cloaked figure had not anticipated encountering such a precious spirit stone mine in this remote and desolate area. A chill swept through his gaze, and a frigid aura of murderous intent spread rapidly, akin to an icy wind. In his heart, this mountain belonged solely to him, Emo Buffon. Swiftly, he arranged a soundproof barrier and gestured with a slicing motion across his throat. Zaheo, proceed. Eliminate them all, leave no one behind. Lin Zaheo nodded eagerly, rallying a dozen henchmen, who charged forth brandishing gleaming blades like ravenous wolves. Inside the mine, the light was dim. Yi Tsuewei gently supported Ji Dagen, her voice a continuous stream of concern. Husband, watch your step on the stones. Husband, there's a protrusion here. Husband, are you tired? Would you like to rest? Beside them, Yuchen could not help but twitch his eyelids in disbelief. He simply could not fathom why his sister had developed such an infatuation for this elderly man. Could it be that he possessed some undisclosed talent? Yet, at his age, could he truly exert any exceptional capabilities? Suddenly, a thud echoed as Yi Chun accidentally bumped his forehead against a corner of stone, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Yi Tsuewei, however, laughed heartily, teasing, brother. At your age, how can you still make such a rookie mistake? Yuchen shot her an annoyed glance, exasperated by his carefree sister. The trio ventured deeper into the cavern. Before them, the rocky walls were embedded with a dense array of cubic stones. Yi Tsuewei gradually extended her consciousness, gaining a clear insight into the internal conditions. Within the range of her perception, there seemed to be no end in sight. The reserves of this spirit stone mine were undoubtedly substantial. The precise quantity would require her master's careful examination. With this thought in mind, she promptly retrieved a communication talisman, hastily inscribing a message before attempting to activate it. However, the talisman failed to soar more than a few feet before it fell feebly to the ground. Yi Tsuewei furrowed her brow tightly, an ominous sensation rising within her. Let us leave here quickly. Yi Chun was utterly oblivious to the concerns plaguing his sister's mind. Yet, she was now an immortal, and it was prudent to heed her words. The trio hastily exited the mine, only to be confronted by a scene that rendered their expressions grave and somber. The air was thick with a pungent, metallic scent of blood. Dozens of miners had met a horrific demise, their dismembered remains strewn about, with blood and entrails saturating the ground. 20 meters ahead, a group of individuals brandished bloodied knives, their malevolent gazes fixed upon them. Yuchen's countenance darkened, his heart swelling with indignation. He could scarcely fathom that they were the perpetrators. Lin Zaheo, what is your intention? Do you not fear the repercussions from the authorities after committing such heinous acts? Even with the Lin family backing you, there will be no escape from the consequences. Those of your stature may evade justice for the murder of 1 or 2 individuals with a bribe, but should the toll be excessive, the government cannot simply turn a blind eye. Moreover, the victims were workers of the Yi family. This is nothing short of a deliberate provocation against the Yi family. Lin Zaheo could not help but chuckle softly. Gazing at the foolish individual before him, he found himself at a loss for words. Yi Chun, I have always perceived you as somewhat lacking in intelligence. Yet, to my astonishment, you are even more dim-witted than I had imagined. With a mocking gaze, he gestured towards the gruesome bodies strewn across the ground, his derision firmly fixed on Yi Chun. Do you truly believe you can escape from here today? As long as there are no witnesses who can claim that I am responsible for these deeds. Yi Chun's pupils contracted, his face a mask of disbelief. He could not fathom that Lin Zaheo would dare to entertain such an outrageous notion, directly targeting the young scion of the Yi family. Once this matter circulates, even if the Lin family boasts great wealth and influence, they would find it impossible to withstand the immense pressure from the other families in Yangqing. No evidence would be required. The Lin family would become the target of collective disdain. At that point, they would truly find themselves at a standstill. Thus, within their circle, they have always exercised unchecked authority over those beneath them, yet they would never dare to take lethal action against the core members of their family. However, today, Lin Zaheo surprisingly harbored such audacious thoughts. Where did he find the courage? Lin Zaheo, it is not that I look down upon you. In the presence of my sister, your modest skills are utterly insignificant. Surely you do not believe that by merely bringing along a few more people, you could act with impunity? Yi Chun, it is rather foolish of you to doubt your own folly. Without any preparation, do you think I would come here to meet my demise? That wretched individual may indeed surpass me, but do not forget, I have a master as well. Lin Zaheo stepped aside, revealing the figure of a cloaked man behind him to the 3 opponents. Allow me to formally introduce my master, Mr. Mo Chapter 16, as long as you are unharmed. Everything else is at your discretion. Regarding the enigmatic Mr. Mo, Yi Chun had heard some whispers, yet his knowledge was limited to mere hearsay. Beyond that, He possessed no further details about the individual. To have become Lin Ziheo's mentor, this person must surely possess formidable abilities. Yichen understood this deeply, and Lin Suiwei was equally aware of this truth. Currently, she was the only one on their side with genuine combat prowess. However, aside from the inscrutable practitioner, the opposing side boasted numerous subordinates. These individuals pose a significant threat to their lord. Currently, they are unable to even dispatch a message, rendering the situation exceedingly unfavorable for her. Mr. Imo appears to have no immediate intention of taking action. His hoarse voice resonated like a somber bell, slowly reaching the ears of all present. Little girl, you are no match for me. Abandon your futile struggle, and in doing so, you may spare your life. However, the others cannot be allowed to remain. The reasons for this are abundantly clear. A gem of such unparalleled value as this spirit stone mine, once targeted by a cultivator, leads to an inevitable and dire outcome. Yi Zuiwei is acutely aware of this fact. Yet, the prospect of relinquishing her husband is utterly inconceivable to her. You shall not succeed. Even in death, I will perish before my husband. Beside her, Yuchen found himself at a loss for words. He simply could not discern what remarkable qualities this elder possessed. How could his sister be so utterly devoted to such an old man? He remained oblivious to the substantial influence of their master's instructions on Yi Zui's unwavering loyalty. Moreover, a portion of her steadfastness also stemmed from the allure of the captivating nightlife. Not to mention, Ji Dagen had indeed provided her with meticulous care. The venerable gentleman resembled her own grandfather. In such a dire situation, it was inconceivable that he would act in a manner so profoundly irreverent. Mr. Mo's lips curled slightly beneath his black robe, revealing a barely perceptible smile. The other party's reaction was entirely within his expectations. Do you truly believe you can thwart these individuals? As long as I am here to restrain you, success shall remain beyond your grasp, would it not? In the current predicament, the most formidable combatants had lost their efficacy. One side comprised entirely of powerless mortals, while the other was a band of ruthless brigands, unhesitant to take lives. The disparity between them was evident. Since suffering a significant setback at the Yi family estate the previous day, Lin Ziheo had been contemplating revenge. He was astonished to find an opportunity presenting itself so swiftly. His eyes, filled with a sense of mischief, fixated intently on Yi Zuiwei. You wretched woman, did you not relish our encounter yesterday? Today, I shall slay this old man before your very eyes. Let us see how you will defend him. Yi Zuiwei gritted her teeth in anger, her delicate face flushed with rage. Yet, she remained firmly targeted by the cloaked figure, who would swiftly seize any chance at an offensive should she make even the slightest move. Nevertheless, despite the dire circumstances, she resolutely positioned herself in front of her husband. Ji Dagen gently patted his frail wife's shoulder. My dear, do you possess a sword? Since this young fellow is so intent on folly, I shall grant him his wish. Yi Zuiwei was momentarily taken aback, her eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. Her husband was an utter mortal, devoid of any spiritual energy and of considerable age. He spent most of his evenings in her embrace. What could he possibly achieve with a sword? Lin Ziheo erupted into unabashed laughter. Old man, are you jesting? With your frail limbs, any person here could easily dispatch you. You dare claim you can contend with me? Do you truly believe you are worthy? With a disdainful glance at the elderly gentleman, he turned to his companion. Go Sheng, go and teach this old fool a lesson. One of the sharp-featured lackeys, wielding a bloodied knife, emerged with an impassive expression. Tasking him with dealing with such an aged adversary seemed a sheer waste of talent. Yet, since it was the request of the young master, he had no choice but to comply. At this moment, Yi Zuiwei was engulfed in turmoil, her heart brimming with conflict and apprehension. However, Ji Dagen offered her a reassuring glance. Observing his air of unwavering confidence, Yi Zuiwei found herself compelled to place her trust in him, and she casually retrieved a flying sword from her spatial ring. This was something she had previously used. Although its quality did not match that of the sword gifted by her master, it was still a standard flying sword bestowed by the sect. Compared to ordinary iron, it was significantly superior. My dear husband, return safely. As long as you are unharmed, I will comply with your every wish. As she spoke, she blew him a playful kiss. Gazing at her alluring red lips, Ji Dagen instantly grasped her intent. Previously, during their time in bed, she had proposed honing her eloquence, yet had stubbornly refused. To his surprise, she was now willing to make such a generous concession. This is what you said. Do not go back on your word. Yi Zuiwei shook her head repeatedly, her eyes brimming with determination. I truly mean it. I am not deceiving you. But you must not come to harm. Ji Dagen assessed the sword in his hand. The 3-foot-long blade felt somewhat heavy for someone of his age, yet he believed it to be manageable. Gradually, he strode towards the gaunt figure across from him with steady resolve. Lin Zaheo was utterly unprepared for the old man to be so serious. The playful expression on his face deepened. Dogsheng, do not let him die too easily. I am curious to see just how resilient this old fool's life is. The surrounding henchmen exchanged cold smiles, their hearts filled with mockery. Here was a decrepit old man, on the verge of the grave, daring to compete with their young master for a woman. They could not fathom where he found the audacity. Did he truly believe that wielding a sword would make him a master? With his frail limbs, he was hardly fit to be of any consequence. Given Dog's lecherous nature, it was likely he would target the most disgraceful areas. The mere thought of that old man, in his twilight years, being subjected to such humiliation, stirred an inexplicable amusement. After all, keeping him around served little purpose. Severing his troubles would be a form of liberation. Anticipation danced on every face, eager to witness the old man's expressions of fear or pain when the moment arrived. With the distance now less than 2 meters, Dogsheng brandished his knife, preparing to strike at the old man's vulnerable area. Yet, the old man before him performed a peculiar maneuver. He simply showcased a flourish with his sword before sheathing it. With a crisp click, it was as if nothing had transpired. Yet the question remained, when had he drawn his sword? Chapter 17. Wretched being. Collect his corpse. It is well known that for a long sword to be sheathed smoothly, it must first be drawn. This is an exceedingly ordinary principle, one that every individual is familiar with as a fundamental operational process. After all, it is a matter of common knowledge. However, the vast majority of those present failed to perceive the subtlety of his sword-drawing gesture. Remarkably, this elderly figure executed a flourish with the sword before sheathing it with an undeniable flair. In the moment of collective bewilderment, just as Dogsheng was poised to act, his body suddenly crumbled like a toppled stack of blocks, disintegrating into a multitude of fragments that scattered across the ground. The atmosphere in the venue became exceedingly bizarre in an instant. Lin Zaheo gazed at the heap of debris on the floor, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He questioned whether he was experiencing an illusion or if his own eyes were deceiving him. After all, how could an old man possibly perform such an act? Cleaving a person into numerous pieces of varying sizes? Is this something that an ordinary person can achieve? Even as a practitioner, he considers it utterly outrageous. Among those present, only 2 individuals truly comprehended the unfolding events. Yi Wei, whose cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage, had been anxiously concerned for the safety of her aging husband. Her heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Opposite her stood Dogsheng, a robust man in the prime of his life. Although both were mortals, the disparity in their physical capabilities was starkly evident. Dogsheng was youthful and brimming with vitality, while her husband, Ji Dagen, had succumbed to the ravages of age, his body's functions severely diminished. In such a stark contrast of physical prowess, it was clear that her husband was no match for his opponent. Should he find himself in peril, Yi Wei would immediately spring into action, her heart already resolute and prepared to defend her husband at any moment. However, she had not anticipated that her elderly spouse would, in the blink of an eye, unleash 7 swords with astonishing speed. The swiftness was utterly astonishing. At such close range, even a practitioner would struggle to defend against it. Her mortal husband, to her surprise, exhibited such remarkable prowess. All her previous worries were swiftly cast aside, and a smile of delight blossomed on her face. Beside her, Yuchen, the eldest son of the Yi family, was equally astounded. He had always perceived Ji Dagen as merely a somewhat affluent ordinary elder. In his eyes, Ji Dagen was an unremarkable old man, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Little did he know that the man could unleash such terrifying strength. He had barely registered how the swords were drawn before Ji Dagen struck down his opponent. Good heavens, did the old master conceal such depths? Clearly, he had underestimated the situation. His gluttonous sister possessed an astute eye indeed. Aside from his advanced age, this gentleman had no discernible flaws. In stark contrast to their relaxed demeanor, Mr. M.O., cloaked in black, furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had never anticipated that this old man possessed such formidable skills. Nevertheless, he remained unconvinced that Ji Dagen posed any genuine threat to him. In a crowded scenario, what did it matter how swiftly he wielded his sword? The saying that a flurry of fists could overpower a master was no mere jest among mortals. Lin Zaheo evidently shared this sentiment. His expression darkened as he bellowed, "Everyone, Charge forth and dismantle this old fool. Dozens of mortals surged forward with knives in hand. Yi Tsuewei's face flushed crimson with urgency. Lin Zihao, you shameless scoundrel. So many against one elderly man. Indeed, I am shameless. What of it? But what can you do to me? Today, I shall eliminate this old fool. Let this be a lesson on the consequences of opposing me. In his mind, if this woman were to obediently submit, there would be no such troubles. The current predicament is entirely of their own making, and this old man before me, daring to stand against him, faces only a path to death. Yi Tsuewei anxiously tapped her delicate white feet upon the ground, watching as the distance between them diminished. Numerous assailants wielding blades closed in on her husband from all directions, and her inner energy surged, ready to strike at any moment. Yet, Mr. Mo would grant her no opportunity. He fixed his gaze upon Yi Tsuewei, determined to prevent her from intervening to save Ji Dagen. At that moment, flashes of sword light darted through the crowd. Like a specter, Ji Dagen drew his blade, slaying one adversary, then executed the ethereal step, instantly appearing near his next target. The speed and agility he displayed were nothing short of astonishing. Such short-range movements require minimal spiritual energy. However, for an ordinary mortal, a shift of merely 1 or half a meter can prove fatal. This time, there was no pretense or showiness. With his aging limbs, engaging in such vigorous exercise was truly taxing. He clenched his fists and gently tapped his weary back, letting out a resigned sigh. Age had caught up with him, rendering him less capable. As his words faded, dozens of individuals fell apart before the eyes of a few. The scene before him resembled a hellish battlefield, nearly causing Yi Chun to lose his composure in fear. Who could have imagined that such devastation was wrought by an elderly man? The saying goes, one kills a man every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Yet, what a jest that is, for this brother-in-law could dispatch 3 with a single stride. In the brief span of a few steps, the assailants had all been vanquished. Yi Chun had thought he held a certain respect for this aged brother-in-law, but it turned out he had underestimated him. Meanwhile, Yi Tsuewei beamed with joy, her heart brimming with pride, marveling at how formidable her husband truly was. These mere mortals cannot endure even a single round against him. It is no wonder that they exhibit such prowess at night. It seems this is rooted in their foundation, coupled with his extraordinary talent. It is only natural that I find myself thoroughly subdued by him. As this thought crosses my mind, my cheeks involuntarily flush. My imagination begins to wander, conjuring images of exquisite moments that fill my heart with sweetness and joy. Just then, Lin Zihao produces a fireball talisman, channeling his spiritual energy. A fireball swiftly hurtles towards Ji Dagen. It is astonishing that everyone I brought along has been utterly vanquished. This old fellow is even more formidable than one might have imagined. However, he is also perceptive enough to recognize it. This old man excels solely in close combat. Distance undeniably constitutes his greatest vulnerability. This is when one would suddenly employ the fireball spell to execute a ranged assault. The sudden ambush caused Yi Tsuewei, who had been lost in thought, to change her expression dramatically. You despicable villain! How dare you? Lin Zihao paid no heed to her scorn. As a person of authority, he had little need for face saving. In his mind, victory was the only thing that truly mattered. Wretch, dispose of his remains, he commanded. Oh, the young man has quite the imagination, came an elderly voice just as he finished speaking. Almost simultaneously, the old man before him vanished from sight, marking the last flicker of his consciousness. Chapter 18. The Sword of Time. Time unfettered by the blade, the Lingshu step knows no bounds of distance. As long as the spiritual energy is sufficiently abundant, it can unleash astonishing power. Even targets 1,000 meters away can be decapitated in an instant. How much more so for a mere 20 meters? Yet, the frailty of his aged limbs rendered him incapable of such brute force. Ji Dagen felt the fatigue and discomfort in his body and sighed inwardly. His age had begun to take its toll, and his physical capabilities were significantly waning. The long sword was slowly returned to its sheath, and in that moment, he felt as if his entire skeletal structure might collapse. Suppressing his discomfort, he rubbed his aching back and turned to regard the figure in the black robe not far away. Under the scrutiny of the Qi observation technique, some information about the black-robed man emerged before him. Cultivation level, Foundation Establishment Stage 3, status, injured, remaining lifespan, 5 years. Among those present, he undoubtedly possessed the highest level of cultivation. That formidable aura, even in a wounded state, continued to exert pressure on those around him. Even Yi Tsuewei, who had reached the Foundation Establishment stage, was no match for him. The gap in strength between two minor realms is not easily bridged without powerful artifacts. Lin Ziheo's demise, though surprising to Yi Cuiwei, elicited no more than that. In her heart, Lin had never been a virtuous person. His death was merely poetic justice. Her greatest concern now lay with the black-robed figure. Mr. Mo began to applaud, the sound of his clapping resonating coldly and mockingly in the ears of those present, as if heralding his triumph. Originally, he would have needed to take action himself. He would not regard the Lin family as allies simply because they had assisted him. In his mind, self-interest reigned supreme. The value of the Spirit Stone mine is indisputable. The fewer individuals who are aware of this matter, the better. This applies even to the Lin family. The old man has indulged in his desires, and the remaining matters will become considerably simpler. Having entertained you for long enough, it is time for you to embark on your journey. Yi Cuiwei felt the surging spiritual energy emanating from her opponent, and her expression darkened in an instant. She too summoned the spiritual energy within her, transforming it into a verdant surge that rushed forth, engaging Mr. Mo in a fierce struggle. The mere overflow of spiritual energy caused debris to scatter wildly. The formidable force instilled a sense of trepidation. Each clash produced a resounding noise, reminiscent of the heavens themselves roaring. Should an ordinary person venture too close, they would likely be struck down by the ensuing shockwaves. Such terrifying power is beyond the endurance of mere mortals. Ji Dagen observed his wife swiftly falling into a disadvantageous position, his brows furrowing involuntarily. The disparity in cultivation levels between the two parties was glaringly apparent, and it was evident that the opponent possessed far greater experience. It was no surprise that his wife was no match for her adversary. With a slight sigh, he turned to Yi Chen beside him and gestured for silence. This left Yi Chen bewildered, entirely at a loss regarding the true meaning behind Ji Dagen's actions. Yet, in the next moment, Ji Dagen unsheathed a remarkably unadorned sword. As he withdrew the long blade, he felt as though he had aged several years in an instant. The sword of time, under its edge, rendered the years meaningless. Provided one possesses sufficient lifespan, even immortals can be vanquished. At that very moment, a chilling scream pierced the air. Mo Buffon, cloaked in black, sensed his vitality ebbing away in an instant. The terrifying sensation of impending death caused his countenance to change dramatically. He had never envisioned himself in such a predicament, with life slipping away in a heartbeat. Yet, it was too late. His fate had been sealed, irrevocably unalterable. Yi Cuiwei executed her incantation, and the soul-capturing bell, an auxiliary artifact bestowed by her master, emitted a clear, resonant chime. In the face of such a life-threatening void, Mo Buffon found himself devoid of any capacity to resist. His mind was a blank slate, utterly bereft of thought. A flash of greensword energy flickered by. The figure in the black robe let out a shriek, collapsing to the ground, grievously injured. In his final moments, his gaze turned towards the elderly man not far away. He understood that his dire fate was not due to the young girl, Yi Cuiwei. The true cause of his demise lay in the severance of his life force within. The only person present capable of such an act was that inconspicuous old man. A profound bitterness filled his heart. What a far cry from an old man. This is clearly a concealed master of formidable prowess. How could one possibly accomplish such feats otherwise? He even has the audacity to feign ignorance here. As vitality ebbs away, his final breath escapes him. Mo Buffon is no more. Yi Cuiwei, having confirmed his demise, finally breathes a sigh of relief. Indeed, her master is reliable. The treasures bestowed are truly remarkable. Yi Chen, who had remained silent, gazes at his blissful sister and then glances at the decrepit brother-in-law. At last, he comprehends the meaning behind that gesture of silence. Goodness, this venerable gentleman is actually a hidden giant. Such a powerful immortal could not escape the stroke of his sword. What extraordinary fortune has befallen his sister to earn the favor of this esteemed elder? The most amusing part is that she remains blissfully unaware. Truly, fortune favors the foolish. If this were to reach Yi Cuiwei's ears, she would undoubtedly engage him in a thorough debate. She would conjure some fireball talismans to cleanse the scene. This is when I finally made contact with my mentor. The significance of this place is self-evident. However, given the circumstances at home, it cannot be safeguarded. It is imperative to manage this situation swiftly, as it represents the most prudent solution. Although this process may incur considerable losses for the Yi family, it is preferable to total annihilation. Faced with the choice between profit and life, a decision must be made. Shortly after the communication talisman departed, the space was torn asunder. and a breathtaking woman clad in a flowing white gown and adorned with a delicate white veil emerged, her long legs gracefully striding forward. Her appearance resembled that of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, leaving all who beheld her in awe. Ji Dagen felt an uncanny familiarity with her silhouette, yet could not place it. Having lived in the mountains for so long, it was improbable that he had encountered such a stunning beauty. Otherwise, he would not have forgotten. Yu Shui cast a glance at the elderly Ji Dagen beside her and surmised that he would not remember. Surviving after consuming so many dragon tiger pills was already a miracle, let alone retaining any memories. Yi Tsuiwei leaped into her master's soft embrace, playfully engaging with the facial cleanser. Yu Shui, slightly exasperated, gently flicked her forehead. You little girl, do you not see we have guests? Playing like this, do you not fear I might inadvertently expose myself? She then inquired, now, tell me about the spirit stone vein. Master, it is as follows. Yi Tsuiwei succinctly recounted the events. With a few swift movements, Yu Shui produced several square stones in her hand. With a firm squeeze, 1/3 of them transformed into low-grade spirit stones. As her consciousness expanded, she discerned that the quantity of such stones was considerable, likely exceeding 100 million in total. This is not a conventional quality temporary or vein. It belongs to the category of inferior products. Typically, the occurrence of temporary veins exists at around 15%. In the realm of cultivation, directly extracting the spirit stones from here is not economically viable. Its undetectable nature has given rise to an alternative industry, gambling on stones. Under the premise that one's divine consciousness cannot discern the contents, whether spirit stones can be extracted from within, or what quality they may possess, remains a mystery. The industry of stone gambling thrives on such unique ores. Here is the arrangement. The profits will be divided with 70% going to the sect, while the remaining 30% will belong to you personally. Additionally, your family will receive a remuneration of 500,000 taels of gold. Henceforth, this mine will bear no further association with them. Chapter 19. Master, I find this arrangement quite satisfactory. This operation may appear to have resulted in a significant loss for the Yi family. However, the reality is quite the opposite. In fact, the Yi family has reaped considerable benefits. It is important to understand that the existence of such a mine, once discovered by other cultivators, could lead to catastrophic consequences. Annihilation of their entire clan would merely be a commonplace occurrence. If those formidable cultivators were to set their sights on the Yi family, they would be utterly powerless to resist. In such a scenario, even the authorities would struggle to conduct an effective investigation, ultimately allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. The inevitable outcome for the Yi family would be the loss of both their wealth and their lives. Yet now, Yi Tsuiwei has not only secured 30% of the cultivation resources. The 30% of cultivation resources represents an immense fortune for her personally. With these resources, she will be able to progress further along her path of cultivation, and her strength will experience a significant enhancement. Additionally, her family has also received 500,000 taels of gold. Such immense wealth can ensure that they live in comfort for several generations. Consequently, the future of the Yi family is fortified with a more substantial guarantee. Yi Chun is far from the fool that Lin Zihao described. From this incident, he can vividly envision the considerable troubles that this mine may bring. The esteemed elder of the Hehuan Sect is not only the master of his own sister but also dotes on her excessively. It is, therefore, inconceivable that he would act inappropriately in such matters. Furthermore, the substantial compensation offered vastly exceeds the purchasing price of the mine. Yi Chen's heart brimmed with emotion and gratitude. Yu Shui casually cast a barrier, swiftly enveloping the surroundings in a thick mist. Under this shroud of fog, none may approach without her express permission. Yi Tsuiwei, beaming with joy, escorted her master and husband back to the Yi family. Upon learning that the individual before them was the sect leader of the Hehuan Sect and also their daughter's master, the elder couple of the Yi family immediately extended their utmost hospitality. However, Yu Shui showed little interest in these formalities. After briefly outlining the plan for the mine's management, the Yi elders expressed no objections, recognizing that, given the current circumstances, this represented the best course of action. Once matters were settled, Yu Shui granted Yu Tsuiwei a 7-day leave. Following this, she would be sequestered in closed-door cultivation for an extended period, likely not to reunite with her family for several years. Additionally, the affairs concerning the old gentleman needed prompt resolution. Allowing him to continue harming his own direct disciples might provoke an impulsive urge to strike him down. After indulging in a few more leisurely days, Yi Tsuiwei reluctantly returned to the sect. Upon re-entering the familiar courtyard, a message from the system suddenly flashed in her mind. Ding. You have gained an additional 10 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 11 years. In light of the challenges encountered during your recent journey home, the system grants you an introductory lesson in the Great Wilderness forging technique. Ding. A new task has been initiated. Establish a cave dwelling of at least 200 square meters. Task reward, cure for presbyopia. A succession of notifications emerged, causing Ji Dagen's lips to twitch involuntarily. The extension of his lifespan revitalized his seemingly hollow body, rendering it more robust than before, as if he had returned to the vigor of his middle age. However, the additional gift of the Great Wilderness refining technique proved to be somewhat of a misfortune. This method, employed during the Age of Decline, allows for the crafting of magical artifacts without the need for the practitioner to expend their own spiritual energy. In the realm of cultivation, the weapons wielded by practitioners are generally categorized into magical artifacts and spiritual artifacts. The latter boasts superior quality and is imbued with a spirit, whereas the former lacks such an essence. While both categories encompass 4 grades, upper, middle, lower, and supreme, the disparity between them is considerable. The Great Wilderness refining technique is limited to the creation of magical artifacts. Even the highest quality among them cannot yield a spirit. Thus, possessing such an ability holds no significance for him, as he lacks the necessary spiritual materials to engage in such crafting. The new task also lacked enthusiasm, as his aged limbs rendered him ill-suited to undertake the burden of mountain excavation. This is simply an expression of a desire for a swifter demise. Ji Dagen resolutely chose to ignore it. The primary concern is to peacefully enjoy his twilight years. Casting a glance out the window at the glow of the setting sun, Yi Tsuiwei returned and headed straight to the Hehuan Sect. One wonders what she is currently occupied with. Within the chamber of Yu Qiushui, the esteemed leader found himself beset by a headache. Master, this is certainly unacceptable. Yi Tsuiwei's voice resonated with dissatisfaction and disdain. Look at her appearance. She pales in comparison even to me. I cannot afford to present such a partner to my husband. And observe this, her grace in tea ceremony is forgivable. Yet her conduct is utterly chaotic. In merely 2 years since her initiation, she has been involved with no fewer than a dozen male cultivators. My husband is not a scavenger. As she turned another page, that expression of disdain re-emerged upon her countenance. This is even more outrageous. She has already borne a child. Master, do you wish for my husband to become an unwitting father? Yu Qiushui massaged his temples, feeling a dull thrum in his head. After discussing the matter of seclusion for cultivation, the young girl had begun clamoring to take a concubine for that old gentleman. Initially, he had entertained such notions. Yet he could not fathom her outrageous demands. Come now, he is an elderly man. Are your expectations not a touch excessive? Yi Tsuiwei, embracing her master's fragrant form, began to playfully indulge in her whims with a face wash. Master, at the very least, I am the principal wife. You cannot allow those unsightly misfits to be considered my sisters. I cannot bear such humiliation. Let us not even broach the subject of cultivation talent, but surely character must be a prerequisite. Just look at these. Do they truly believe our Hehuan Sect is a brothel? This sect presents a commendable option for those lacking significant cultivation talent. The dual cultivation method indeed accelerates one's training pace. However, for individuals endowed with innate capabilities, such a method holds little appeal. After all, this approach is primarily suited for those of rather mediocre talent. As for the unruly individuals, Yi Tsuiwei would never deign to acknowledge them. The notion of taking a concubine for her husband and attempting to gain entry into the Ji family is utterly unacceptable. Yu Qiushui never anticipated that the troublesome aspect of this situation would manifest here. Yet, considering the immense opportunity this esteemed elder has bestowed upon her beloved disciple, she decided to inquire. Among these individuals, whom could you accept? Transitioning to serious matters, Yi Tsuiwei instantly became intrigued. She swiftly perused the booklet on the table and landed on a particular page. Master, I believe this one is quite suitable. Observing her mischievous expression, Yu Qiushui accepted the booklet she handed over. Upon reviewing the character information within, Yu Qiushui felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. She never expected that this young girl had been waiting for her here. Chapter 20. Master, his name is Ji Dagen. Du Hongyan possessed an exquisite beauty, her delicate features seemingly sculpted by the most skilled hands of the divine. Her flowing chestnut waves added an air of maturity. Particularly, her long, slender legs exuded temptation, a source of admiration for numerous male cultivators within the sect. However, despite Du Hongyan's enviable allure, she remains single to this day. It is not that she is unwilling to seek a partner. Rather, it is due to her peculiar aptitude. Du Hongyan possesses a mixed elemental root, which is regarded as the most inferior talent within the cultivation realm, without exception. She is essentially at the bottom of the hierarchy, scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary mortal. For practitioners with a mixed elemental root, the amount of spirit stones required for cultivation is exponentially greater than that needed by those with superior roots. Such an extravagant consumption renders the nurturing of a practitioner with a mixed elemental root exceedingly unprofitable. Under equivalent conditions and resources, one could cultivate dozens of disciples of the same level. The sect operates not as a dictatorship, and it is inconceivable to invest a significant amount of resources in a single individual. Of course, possessing a mixed elemental root is not devoid of advantages. Du Hongyan's unique talent allows her to wield all elemental techniques, thereby enhancing her overall combat prowess. However, in the face of limited resources, this advantage appears trivial. Most male practitioners pursuing Du Hongyan are primarily captivated by her alluring legs. In their eyes, even if she were to be taken as a wife, she would merely serve as a decorative figure. After all, no one would willingly allocate their finite resources to someone with such poor cultivation talent. Elder Du gazed at his nearly 30-year-old granddaughter, his heart weighed down with concern. He was acutely aware of Du Hongyan's aptitude issues and understood that her future within the sect was exceedingly bleak. Indeed, Elder Du had even contemplated the idea of sending her away from the sect to return to the mundane world. After all, continuing her cultivation would only lead to a life of solitude. Comparatively, leveraging her beauty and background, it would not be too difficult for her to find a suitable match in the secular world. Yet, Du Hongyan was resolute in her refusal to lead a life of mediocrity. She yearned to achieve greatness on the path of cultivation and was unwilling to simply surrender. Yi Tsuiwei's master, Yu Qiushui, looked at the hopeful glimmer in her eyes and shot her an exasperated glance. If you diligently cultivate to the golden core stage, then I shall grant this request. Yi Tsuiwei's complexion paled. She had not anticipated her seemingly gentle master would possess such a heartless streak. Master, please. That is far too long. What if my husband is gone by the time I emerge from seclusion? Upon uttering this, she hastily covered her enticing lips, her gaze evasive. Yu Qiushui felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, at a loss for words. What exactly do you see in him? She could not comprehend why Yi Tsuiwei was so fixated on that elderly gentleman. It had not been this way at the beginning. How could it be that only a short time had passed, and she seemed unable to let go? Master, his name is Ji Dagen, Yi Tsuiwei replied. A mysterious smile gracing her face, her cheeks flushed as if lost in thought. At first, Yu Qiushui was momentarily taken aback by the remark, but he soon grasped the situation at hand. That wretched girl truly astounds me. Memories of that fateful night flood my mind, igniting a subtle warmth within me. Indeed, it is Ji Dagen. The matter leaves no room for negotiation, yet Yi Tsuiwei has one request, an additional day. After all, this could very well be a parting of the ways. Nearly an extra day, and Yu Qiushui is more than willing to oblige. That very evening, Yi Tsuiwei returned to Ji Dagen's side. The unfortunate old man had not anticipated that his little wife would don a new set of enhancements, amplifying her already curvaceous figure to an even more exquisite silhouette. Particularly striking were her slightly plump, yet remarkably elastic, long legs clad in white stockings, which could easily captivate anyone's attention. And this was merely the appetizer. At times, one cannot help but commend her for her cleverness. She learns everything with remarkable ease. Ji Dagen, however, is reluctant to witness his beloved wife toil so hard. Despite his numerous attempts to dissuade her, she firmly countered his concerns. In fact, she forcibly administered a Longhu pill, exhausting all remaining vigor before finally granting him reprieve. Entering a state of resigned contemplation, Ji Dagen could only lie there, wide-eyed and helpless. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. Pray tell, what transpired? Your behavior today has been unusually peculiar. While you are typically quite spirited, today you seem particularly fervent. Such an abnormal situation must surely indicate that something has transpired. It is highly probable that it is connected to that woman in the white dress. With a premeditated excuse ready, Yi Tsuiwei spoke forth, My dear husband, my master has commanded me to enter seclusion for cultivation. In the near future, I may not be able to emerge. I fear that when I do finally emerge, I may no longer see you. Cultivators often remain in seclusion for decades, even centuries. This time, I am merely advancing from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. Given my exceptional talent, the duration should not be lengthy. Were I an ordinary disciple, it would likely take many decades, if not centuries. The golden core stage represents a significant threshold for many. Once I enter meditation, I would lose all sense of time. And it is quite possible that I may never see you again. Ji Dagen was left pondering what could be the matter. If it were merely this, it would hardly be a concern. Rest assured, my lady, whether you are to remain in seclusion until you reach the golden core or even the nascent soul stage, I shall wait here for you. As long as you do not abandon this old man, I will always be here, patiently awaiting your return. This is a fact. One's lifespan is incrementally increasing each day. Regardless of how long she secludes herself, it is of little consequence. However, the lengthy fair legs may remain out of reach for quite some time. Yet, to Yi Tsuewei, this sentiment resonated differently. Although they had only spent about a month together, she had grown quite fond of the old gentleman. Apart from his advanced age and rather ordinary appearance, he was truly impeccable in every other regard. The thought of never seeing him again after today cast a shadow over her mood. Nevertheless, as a cultivator, she understood that such experiences were inevitable. It was simply that this time, she was unprepared for it emotionally. Resting her head on the old gentleman's chest, she listened to the soothing rhythm of his heartbeat, her fair hands tracing gentle circles on his torso. Husband, promise me you will take good care of yourself. Once I become a golden core cultivator, I will surely find you elixirs that can prolong your life. You must live well. Observing her earnest expression, Ji Dagen could only nod helplessly, reassuring her. The following morning, just before her departure, Yi Tsuewei embraced his neck, a mischievous smile adorning her face. Husband, I have delightful news for you. I have taken a concubine for you. Moreover, she possesses those long legs you adore. She cautioned him not to refuse and to comfort her well. I guarantee she will be exceedingly fond of you. Chapter 21. The beauty willing to marry that old gentleman. Ji Dagen stood rooted in place, gazing in the direction Yi Tsuewei had departed, his emotions a tapestry of complexity. Even after she had been gone for quite some time, he remained perplexed by her last statement. What did she mean by "she will certainly like you"? What was it that she liked? And who was the woman she had chosen for him? The more he pondered, the more bewildered he became. As the head of the household, he found it perplexing that she had not sought his opinion about taking a concubine. This left him with no choice but to force a wry smile and shake his head in resignation. Meanwhile, in the room where Elder Du, the outer sect steward, resided, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Three women sat quietly, each lost in her own thoughts. Although Elder Du had surpassed 4 centuries in age, time seemed particularly kind to her, as she appeared no older than a woman in her 40s. Her cultivation had stagnated at the golden core stage for many years. While her innate talent was decent, an injury sustained in her early years had hindered her progress, leaving her with no choice but to become one of the many outer sect stewards. Among her family's descendants, only Du Hongyan showed any potential for cultivation, albeit barely. Elder Du had meticulously nurtured Hongyan since childhood. Nevertheless, after 2 decades of training, she had only just managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Despite her formidable strength within her realm, it proved insufficient for further advancement. Currently, Elder Du found herself in an exceedingly awkward situation. The prospects of continuing her granddaughter's cultivation appeared almost bleak, as the immense resources required were beyond the means of an outer sect steward. Conversely, the idea of returning to the mundane world to marry and bear children was one she vehemently resisted, even though a commendable match had been arranged for her. At that moment, the sect master, Yu Qiushui, unexpectedly paid a visit. After listening to what she had to say, both Elder Du and Du Hongyan were rendered speechless with shock. They could hardly fathom that the sect master would make such an outrageous request. Sect master. Although Hongyan may lack talent, is it truly necessary to marry her off to an old man, especially one who has but a few years left in this world? Isn't that a bit excessive? As Hongyan's grandmother, this was her first time expressing such anger, and even in the presence of the sect master, she showed no signs of backing down. To her, this felt like a profound insult. Did they truly believe they could be trifled with? Though her granddaughter's talent may not be exceptional, she certainly did not deserve such treatment, as if there were no suitors for Du Hongyan. Just as Elder Du's anger began to simmer, Du Hongyan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Sect master, while I am uncertain of your true intentions, I trust you would not demand my complete sacrifice merely to marry an elderly gentleman without cause. A person who occupies the position of sect master understands that strength is not solely determined by cultivation. Intellect is of paramount importance. Such matters which even the most discerning would not readily consent to. How could the sect master propose them so casually? Since she has broached the subject, it is undoubtedly not as simple as it appears. Yu Qiushui cast a smile at Elder Du, her words somewhat irksome. This junior perceives the situation even more clearly than you do. Indeed, this is not a selfless sacrifice on your part. As for the identity of that old gentleman, it is of no concern to you. You need only be aware that I can offer you 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing these words, Elder Du and Du Hongyan were both rendered speechless, particularly Du Hongyan, who instinctively trembled slightly. It only required a few years of devoted care for that elderly gentleman to earn such a substantial sum of spiritual stones. This is utterly beyond her imagination. Given her current status as an outer disciple, her annual income amounts to merely 100 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones, however, equates to an astonishing 1,000 years' worth of earnings. Such an exorbitant price is unattainable for anyone. Yet, with an abundance of spirit stones, she may even have the potential to transcend to the golden core stage. Faced with such temptation, Du Hongyan did not even consult her grandmother before exclaiming her willingness to marry that elderly gentleman. Elder Du furrowed his brow, taken aback by his granddaughter's prompt acquiescence. Hongyan, you must ponder this carefully. He is merely a mortal old man. Being with him will bring you no happiness. Du Hongyan was well aware of this fact. Yet when weighed against the prospect of cultivation, such trivial gains and losses seemed inconsequential. After all, it was a staggering 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. For her, the allure of this was simply irresistible. Yu Qiushui, with her alluring long legs crossed, wore a somewhat peculiar expression. She had once shared the sentiment that a mortal old man could never be worthy of a cultivator. However, ever since the incident involving Yi Tsuowei, she had begun to reconsider this notion. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Elder Du, if my memory serves me correctly, you possess a 500-year-old white ironwood, do you not? Perhaps it could be included as part of the dowry. After all, it serves you no purpose. The white ironwood, a rare variety among ironwoods, though only standing 2 meters tall, is valued at 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this item held little intrinsic connection to spirit stones. Elder Du had kept it merely as a memento. Hearing Yu Qiushui's suggestion, he hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well. A mere mortal has no use for it. It shall ultimately benefit my granddaughter. With the arrangement settled, Du Hongyan felt no further trepidation. Upon returning to her chamber, she donned a striking red gown, its vibrant hue akin to flames, accentuating her captivating beauty. She then retrieved her favorite pair of lace-trimmed black stockings, gently easing them onto her long, slender legs until they reached mid-thigh. Gazing at her flawless legs clad in black silk in the mirror, she felt a surge of emotions. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be a mere mortal old man who would reap the rewards? Truly, fate can be capricious. However, she harbored no regrets regarding her decision made today. Such a substantial sum of spiritual stones was simply unattainable for others. Moreover, she did not believe herself to be truly worth such a fortune. Donning a white, translucent veil, she composed herself and transformed into a streak of crimson light. Soaring towards the rear mountains, Ji Dagen was relishing a rare moment of tranquility. After being drained to the last drop by his wife a couple of days prior, he finally felt a semblance of vitality returning today. The 2 tasks assigned by the system seemed utterly uninspiring to him. The prospect of taking a concubine appeared hopeless, and the notion of excavating a 200-square-meter cave dwelling was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Setting aside the lack of tools, even if he had them, he lacked the strength to move mountains. Otherwise, he feared that his aging limbs would perish from exhaustion long before their time. In the past, he would have had his dear wife to assist him, but now he found himself utterly alone, pondering with a hand on his chin. He gazed at the rock face before him, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Just then, a melodious voice resonated from behind him. Are you the esteemed Ji Dagen, the man I am to marry? My name is Du Hongyan. This is my first time marrying. If there are areas where I fall short, I kindly ask for your understanding, dear husband. Chapter 22. Find one more suitable for you. Ji Dagen, now in the twilight of his years, found his physical condition greatly diminished, compounded by a heart ailment. Had it not been for a recent extension of his lifespan, the suddenness of that voice might have sent him into a panic. His brows furrowed tightly as he turned, preparing to deliver a stern reprimand. However, the moment he beheld the woman before him, the words that had risen to his lips were abruptly swallowed back. His eyes were instantly captivated by her presence, unable to divert their gaze even for an instant. This woman stands in stark contrast to the youthful and vibrant beauty of Yi Tsuwei. Appearing to be in her late 20s, she exudes a unique charm characteristic of a mature and sophisticated lady. Her cascading locks of brown waves flow like silk over her shoulders, each strand seemingly narrating an enchanting tale. The gentle mountain breeze caresses her hair, making it sway delicately as if performing a graceful dance, with endless allure flowing within its rhythm. Adorning her exquisitely shaped earlobes are a pair of distinctive earrings that shimmer under the sunlight, reflecting a dazzling brilliance akin to the most radiant stars in the night sky. She is draped in a striking red gown, its vivid hue reminiscent of a blazing flame, passionate and untamed. A sheer white veil envelopes the red dress like mist, adding an ethereal and dreamlike quality to her appearance. The gossamer fabric flutters in the wind, subtly revealing her enchanting silhouette and evoking a cascade of imaginations. Her figure resembles a breathtaking masterpiece, where every line and curve captivates the eye. As one's gaze descends, it encounters her long, slender legs encased in lace-trimmed black stockings, straight and elegant. The stockings glisten enticingly under the sun, embodying an air of mysterious allure, paired with matching red high heels. She appears exceptionally statuesque. Ji Dagen's gaze involuntarily lingers on her mesmerizing legs, unable to divert his attention. Undoubtedly, the most exquisite aspect of her entire being lies here. Those long legs, wrapped in black stockings, possess an irresistible charm, making them unforgettable. However, Ji Dagen soon realizes his lapse in decorum and hastily returns his focus. His mind drifts back to her earlier words, filled with confusion and uncertainty. Did you just say you want to marry me? Initially, he thought Yi Tsuwei, his little wife, was jesting, but what does this stunning beauty mean? Surely, such an exquisite person could not be attracted by mere words. He, with his aging limbs, possesses neither social security nor inheritance. She is neither blind nor foolish. There must be a limit to this possibility. Though Du Hongyan had long prepared herself mentally, the extent of her aging took her by surprise. The elderly gentleman before her bore a face lined with wrinkles, his skin resembling a parched riverbed. His dark complexion and calloused hands were deep imprints left by the passage of time. The aura of senescence surrounding him unmistakably indicated he had few years left to live. Indeed, as the sect leader had stated, there was no exaggeration in his words. A sigh escaped her lips involuntarily. Yet, compared to the trifling setback of 100,000 inferior spirit stones, this small disappointment seemed inconsequential. Regaining her composure, she forced a smile onto her face. Mr. Ji, I am here as introduced by Sister Yi. Ji Dagen's expression grew increasingly peculiar, as he did not expect her to be so earnest. My dear girl, you hardly seem like someone who would struggle to find a partner. Marrying an old man like me might not be entirely appropriate. The woman before him, exuding an air of maturity and sophistication, possessed an undeniably flawless beauty, particularly accentuated by her long, slender legs clad in black stockings. What man could remain unaffected by such allure? Even he, despite his advanced years, felt a stir of emotion. Such a magnificent beauty, succumbing to the persuasion of her charming wife, ended up marrying him. Isn't this merely a pure misfortune for others? The last incident was an accident. Yet such a thing could never transpire again. Even if the other party were to consent, he would find it utterly unacceptable. Although he still harbors certain desires, reason ultimately prevails. A woman of such youthful beauty is not someone a mere old man like myself, with nothing to offer, could ever dare to entertain thoughts of. Du Hongyan was clearly taken aback by my words. She had expected that simply by expressing her interest, this elderly gentleman would readily acquiesce. After all, she was well aware of her own situation. Countless male cultivators within the Hehuan Sect coveted her physical form. It seemed impossible that her advances would be rebuffed. Yet, the reality before her struck her like a resounding slap. Never did she imagine that she would be rejected by a decrepit old man nearing his grave. Here he was, living alone in this desolate wilderness, without a soul to care for him. Even if he were to decay, no one would come to claim his body. In contrast, she possessed not only beauty and an alluring figure, but also the status of a foundational stage cultivator. Such advantages, when compounded, can still lead to failure. This is something she simply cannot comprehend. After a moment's contemplation, she finally spoke. Esteemed sir, living here alone must render you quite lonely. Moreover, this is the rear mountain of the Hehuan Sect, where mythical beasts occasionally roam. A moment of carelessness could lead to unforeseen dangers. However, should I be by your side, Not only would I prepare your meals, but I could also ensure your safety. To speak frankly, when you pass on after a century, there would be someone to attend to your affairs. With so many advantages, and requiring no effort on your part, may I inquire as to why you would still refuse? It is evident that you would be gaining a tremendous benefit. Such a fortuitous blessing is sought after by many yet attained by few. Unbeknownst to her, the allure of her long, slender legs enshrouded in black silk has captivated countless men. Ji Dagen is certainly aware of this. Although loneliness has been a companion over the years, he has grown accustomed to it. Recently, due to matters concerning Yi Tsue Wei, he has found himself reminiscing about the comfort of conversation. Yet, he understands that such occurrences are fleeting. The essence of his twilight years should be characterized by a serene enjoyment of solitude. Now, with the newly acquired system, the vexations posed by monstrous beasts are no longer a concern. As for matters of mortality, once a person has departed, who would still concern themselves with this decaying vessel? Moreover, despite his aging appearance, his life is set to extend further. The question of tending to the deceased remains uncertain, as it is unclear who would assist whom. Before him stands an enchanting beauty, who has boldly expressed her desire to wed him. This was originally a good matter. Yet, what purpose could an old man serve in troubling a young girl? If such thoughts truly crossed one's mind, one could simply spend money at a brothel. There is no need to engage in actions that invite disdain. Ji Dagen waved his hand, unwilling to linger on the issue any further. Child, you should leave. I, an old man, have long grown accustomed to solitude. You ought to seek someone more suitable for you. With that, he turned and walked away. Chapter 23. Child. Do not act this way. Du Hongyan watched as the elderly gentleman gradually distanced himself, his hands clasped behind his back. Her beautifully arched brows knitted tightly, forming a deep frown. Her heart was presently filled with confusion and resentment. In her original conception, this task should have been effortlessly accomplished. However, she never anticipated such an unforeseen twist. If she were to return without having completed the task, how could she possibly claim the 100,000 spirit stones she had long coveted? Regardless of the means, she must swiftly secure this old gentleman. As for the methods employed, she deemed them utterly inconsequential. If it came to dire necessity, she would not hesitate to resort to potions. As a female cultivator of the harmonious pleasure sect, was this not a customary approach? Ji Dagen, rod in hand, ambled leisurely toward the riverbank. This time, he intended to thoroughly test whether there were any vulnerabilities within the system. Armed with the lessons learned from his previous experience, he approached this endeavor with heightened caution. As the delicate seven-star float quietly descended into the water, an unfortunate worm was firmly hooked, seemingly filled with reluctance as it begrudgingly entered the depths. The nearby fish, upon spotting the audaciously positioned worm, widened their lifeless eyes and surged forward with great aggression. Despite the worm's attempts to resist, it found itself utterly powerless against the onslaught of the approaching fish. In no time, a massive black fish devoured the worm in a single gulp. After consuming the worm, the black fish's previously agitated demeanor seemed to calm instantaneously. However, in the next moment, its scaly body began to be involuntarily pulled upwards. Ji Dagen furrowed his brow. He was uncertain about the type of fish he had caught, as its strength was astonishingly formidable. Had he not prepared himself in advance, he might have strained his back once again. He remained unperturbed, leisurely swaying the fishing rod in his hand, as if engaged in an exhilarating tug-of-war with the creature beneath the surface. Standing nearby, Du Hongyan observed Ji Dagen's unwavering concentration with a mix of irritation and confusion. She simply could not fathom why he would squander so much time for the sake of a single fish. What sort of mindset was this? Yet, she could not comprehend that for seasoned anglers, it was precisely this enjoyable process that brought fulfillment. Were she to brandish a sword and cleave the fish below in half, she would undoubtedly be chased away by Ji Dagen in an instant. After a brief moment of hesitation, she finally spoke up. Sir, why not let me handle this matter? Ji Dagen shot her a sidelong glance, annoyance flickering in his eyes. Girl, you've never fished before, have you? Du Hongyan gently shook her head. No. For the past 20 years, I have been diligently honing my skills. I have had no leisure time for such trivial pursuits. My talent is exceedingly poor. Without dedicating more time than others to my training, how could I possibly reach the foundation building stage? Many like me, lacking in talent, may not even have the potential to establish a foundation. Ji Dagen slightly nodded, affirming her assumption. It's just as well. Otherwise, you would not have uttered such words. Why? Do you think I am wasting time by fishing? She inquired. Indeed, that is quite accurate. After all, if one simply seeks fish, far simpler methods could be employed instead of idly passing time here. Haha, I find myself on the brink of the grave, and time has lost all significance for me. Observe me. Aside from fishing to pass the hours, what else can I engage in? My choice of fishing stems from a genuine enjoyment of the experience itself. Du Hongyan struggles to comprehend Ji Dagen's perspective. After all, their worldviews are entirely divergent, though merely separated by a few mountain peaks. They seem to inhabit two utterly distinct realms. It is entirely natural for them to fail to understand one another under such circumstances. As time glides by, a substantial black fish, weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, is flipped onto its back. Its lifeless eyes gaze vacantly upward, floating on the water's surface. From its defiant appearance, one can surmise it is mentally cursing its fate. Ji Dagen, however, harbors no interest in contemplating the fish's thoughts. He leisurely returns to the shore, grasping the fish to take it home. In comparison to the sword he previously wielded, this fish is undeniably much heavier. Given his aging limbs, it proves to be quite a strain. Observing Ji Dagen's slightly breathless demeanor, Du Hongyan swiftly snatches the large black fish from him and strides towards the wooden cabin's courtyard. Ji Dagen promptly calls out to her, "My dear, do refrain from such actions. You will soil your garments." After all, she is an ethereal beauty, yet here she is, holding a hefty black fish. The scene was undeniably discordant, almost a feast for the eyes in a manner that was difficult to endure. Du Hongyan, however, was indifferent to such trivialities. The garment she donned possessed a self-cleaning enchantment. Even if it bore stains, they would vanish instantaneously. Moreover, the black fish she held had long since been rendered lifeless by her spiritual energy, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. Striding forth on her long, ebony legs, she made her way to the courtyard, placing the incapacitated fish upon the chopping board. With deftness, she grasped a kitchen knife, performing a graceful flourish before turning to Ji Dagen. "Old sir, how shall we prepare this fish? Should it be cut into chunks or fried?" Though she was a cultivator, she had yet to reach the stage of fasting. During her excursions to fulfill various sect missions, she often found herself dining al fresco and had naturally acquired some culinary skills in the process. While she may not rival the expertise of professional chefs, her cooking was certainly adequate for her modest needs as a cultivator. Ji Dagen could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The posture of this stunning beauty with her long, black legs was decidedly one of determination to engage him in a relentless contest. He found himself perplexed, unable to fathom what it was about himself that warranted such attention from her. "Is it not permissible for me to decline, my dear? I am perfectly capable of managing alone." Yet, Du Hongyan offered Ji Dagen no opportunity for refusal. With practiced ease, she removed the scales from the hefty black fish. Slicing it expertly into thin pieces, she set the fish head aside, intending to use it for soup later. The fish fillets could be stir-fried or used in porridge, while the tail could be braised to make do. However, it was still early morning, and a heavy meal was out of the question. Thus, she decided to prepare fish fillet porridge. Retrieving some spiritual grains from her storage ring, she began boiling water to cook the rice, ready to add simple seasonings. Witnessing such fine ingredients being potentially squandered, Ji Dagen hastened forward, grasping her fair, delicate hand. Upon contact, he experienced an exquisite, silky sensation akin to milk. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. "My lady, this is coarse salt. Its flavor leaves much to be desired." Upon traversing into this realm, Ji Dagen quickly discerned that the quality of the salt here was rather subpar. Otherwise, he would not have taken it upon himself to refine fine salt. In this desolate wilderness, he had ample time to engage in such endeavors. When Du Hongyan's delicate hand was seized for the first time, her fair visage flushed slightly. In her imagination, her husband ought to be a dashing, suave gentleman. Yet, to her utter astonishment, it was none other than the elderly man before her, whose appearance was far from youthful. She pondered little, merely gazing quizzically at the salt in her hand, her exquisite face betraying her confusion. "Esteemed sir, is there an issue with this salt that we all consume?" Chapter 24. It is impossible for this old fool to benefit. Salt, in this world, is an exceedingly vital seasoning. However, whether among the exalted nobility or the common folk, everyone partakes of this somewhat coarse, primitive rock salt. Du Hongyan had long been accustomed to such an environment and had never perceived anything amiss with this salt. After all, in the absence of comparison, it is often challenging for individuals to discern the differences. Although Ji Dagen, as a time traveler, possessed no innate cultivation talents, He had undergone a dual baptism of technology and harsh realities within the realm of seasonings. This primitive coarse salt, while barely edible, contained an overwhelming amount of impurities, resulting in a rather mediocre flavor. Yet, for the inhabitants of this world, it seemed they were oblivious to this issue, having long been accustomed to this taste, never having experienced a superior quality of salt. Ji Dagen carefully extracted the refined fine salt from a nearby bamboo jar. "Do try this," he urged. Du Hongyan had never been one to casually sample another's offerings. However, the elderly gentleman before her was an exception. If he truly intended to harm her, it would ironically be a boon for her. With this thought, she slowly extended her enticing crimson tongue and delicately licked the fine salt he presented. Instantly, she discerned the profound difference between the two. Her eyes sparkled, as if she had uncovered a new world. Yet, simultaneously, her expression took on a peculiar quality. "Esteemed sir, from whence did you acquire this?" Ji Dagen gently shook his head. "This is extracted from coarse salt. It is, in essence, coarse salt, merely purified of its impurities." This explanation, rather, rendered Du Hongyan's expression increasingly peculiar. "Old sir, such a technique could undoubtedly amass you boundless wealth and elevate you above the common folk. Why then do you choose to dwell in this secluded mountain?" In Du Hongyan's perspective, such salt could easily be designated as a royal delicacy. Even without selling it to the common populace, merely supplying the royal court would enable Ji Dagen to reap substantial profits. Yet, he has consistently resided in this remote area behind the Hehuan Sect, which is truly perplexing. Ji Dagen helplessly shook his head. He was certainly aware of the technology's worth. However, fame brings peril, and moreover, the original owner of this body had once suffered the annihilation of his family. Although Ji Dagen was unaware of the precise circumstances, the Ji family had once been a prominent and illustrious clan in the capital. In such a vast family, being slaughtered by others is a grim possibility. Should he dare to reveal himself again, it would undoubtedly be an act of self-destruction. Thus, despite possessing a plethora of practical civil technologies, he refrains from attempting to alter this world, unlike other time travelers. The woman before him seems unlikely to be connected to his adversaries. Otherwise, she would not seek to marry him, but would rather eliminate him outright. Nevertheless, Ji Dagen had no intention of divulging his personal matters to her. He concocted a casual excuse to deflect her curiosity. Additionally, he enhanced the porridge by adding some dried mushroom powder for flavor. Before long, the fragrant fish slice porridge was ready to be served. For decades, Ji Dagen has followed this set of procedures. Yet he finds that his culinary skills are truly incomparable to others. Despite being significantly older than Du Hongyan, he cannot fathom why his cooking remains lackluster. Could it be that he possesses an innate talent for culinary mishaps? Unbeknownst to him, practitioners can utilize their spiritual consciousness to observe the state of their ingredients. In such circumstances, it is indeed challenging to create exceptionally delectable dishes. However, when it comes to controlling the heat, practitioners enjoy a distinct advantage, as they can accurately perceive temperature and changes within the pot through their spiritual awareness. The preparation of congee, in particular, demands precise control over the heat. This is not Du Hongyan's first experience with fish slice congee, yet she has never tasted one as exquisite as this. Merely altering a few seasonings has remarkably elevated her culinary prowess. This indeed took her by surprise. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Ji Dagen's mind. "Ding! The black spirit fish fry has survived for 30 years. Reward, 1.5 years of life." Ji Dagen nearly choked on this sudden announcement. Feeling the gradual increase of vitality within him, his brows furrowed involuntarily. The black fish he had caught turned out to be a fry of the black spirit fish, and it had lived for 30 years. However, his aging mind quickly calculated and realized something was amiss. The maximum lifespan reward for the food he prepared could only amount to 3 years. Even if the fish had survived for 30 years, it should only yield a lifespan extension of 0.9 years at most. To receive 1.5 years of life, it would require at least 5 years of survival. Yet, this data could only be provided by his wife, especially since this meal was not even prepared by him. He had never anticipated such an unexpected gain while sipping on the fish porridge. Du Hongyan quickly raised her delicate hand to gently soothe him, hoping that she wouldn't inadvertently choke her aging fiancé before they were even married. If that were to happen, she would have no recourse for reasoning. This is indeed a living treasure worth 100,000 spirit stones, so one must attend to her properly. Ji Dagen waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He looked up at the stunning figure before him. With cascading brown waves of hair and long legs, His emotions were quite intricate. It was evident that the system had already acknowledged her status as a concubine. This frustrating system is utterly absurd. System, should you not also grant me the reward for the other task? Host, the wedding has yet to be held, and the consummation remains unachieved. Thus, the reward is denied. Such an explanation is hardly worth providing. After finishing her breakfast, Du Hongyan effortlessly employed a water-based spell to cleanse the dishes. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that she would also be in charge of lunch. This raises a pivotal concern. Should he truly monitor every meal to prevent her from administering some kind of potion? Having suffered once, he could not afford to stumble into the same pitfall again. Unbeknownst to Du Hongyan, he was lost in thought. Once she completed her task, she sauntered over to him with her long, slender legs and gently tapped his shoulder with her fair, delicate hands. To an unsuspecting observer, one might think he had undertaken some arduous labor. Though these days are indeed delightful, Ji Dagen finds himself increasingly concerned about her true intentions. Such an exquisite beauty could never be easily acquired by a man of my age. There must undoubtedly be reasons unknown to me. I gently took her delicate hand and led her aside to sit down. Hongyan, please tell me honestly, what is your reason for wanting to marry me? I am not a fool. I understand that a stunning beauty such as yourself would never settle for an old man like me. Previously, Yi Wei found herself in an unthinkable situation, which led to her unfortunate choice. However, this time, I must not repeat the same mistake and cause her distress. Of course, I am no saint. Despite my age, I still hold a fondness for youthful beauty. Yet, everything must have a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, such an ambiguous relationship would be quite unsettling. Naturally, Du Hongyan could not reveal the truth to me. As for her reasoning, she had already concocted a suitable explanation. I share a close relationship with Sister Yi and am aware of your current circumstances. Moreover, due to certain issues, she has generously supported me with a substantial sum of spirit stones. Strictly speaking, this can be regarded as a transaction. However, please rest assured, I will do my utmost to care for you, esteemed elder. Chapter 25. You are too beautiful. I find myself unable to resist. Concerning Yi Wei, Du Hongyan was somewhat aware of the situation, but this was merely a pretext. This matter has been orchestrated by the sect leader, and naturally, it cannot be disclosed. As for the relationship between the elderly gentleman before her and the sect leader, it is not within Du Hongyan's purview to inquire freely. She must simply fulfill her duties diligently, caring for this elder until his peaceful departure from this world. Given his current physical condition, it seems he has but a few years left to live. Such a reasonable explanation leaves not a single flaw for Ji Dagen to find. His young wife had mentioned this matter before her departure, and he initially thought it merely a jest. Little did he anticipate that this affluent young lady was serious. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he was filled with mixed emotions, unsure of what to say to her. Seeing that he refrained from uttering further rejections, Du Hongyan understood that there was potential in this matter. She hurriedly began to embellish her proposal. Esteemed sir, although my cultivation talent is lacking, I believe my appearance is quite presentable. Should you choose to take me out, I assure you, I shall not bring you shame. Furthermore, if your health permits, I can attend to the intimate matters of the night just as thoroughly. As she spoke, inspiration struck her, and she produced a piece of white ironwood that her grandmother had gifted her. Though my family, the Du clan, may not possess great wealth, I am willing to offer this spiritually valuable white ironwood, worth several thousand spirit stones, as a dowry. I hope you will not disdain it. Upon hearing the term spiritual material, Ji Dagen cast aside all previous thoughts. He had recently acquired the techniques of the great wilderness refining arts and was in dire need of suitable materials. To his surprise, the material was being offered to him. Had she presented it sooner, he would have had no reason to refuse. Although he was an ordinary man, he held a keen interest in matters of cultivation. With his gnarled hands, he gently caressed the wood, discovering it to be even heavier than he had imagined. Its texture was remarkably hard and chilling to the touch, akin to holding a piece of metal. Instantly, methods for refining this material flooded his mind. Given its size and shape, it could be fashioned into 2 long swords. Yet, he could not guarantee the quality of the artifacts, having never attempted anything of the sort before. Uncertainty lingered in his heart. However, this was not the time for such considerations. Setting the material down, Ji Dagen's gaze shifted to the alluring figure before him. Hongyan, have you thought this through? Are you truly unregretful? I have little to offer you. Finally, Du Hongyan let out a sigh of relief. After articulating so much, this esteemed gentleman was willing to accept her. What she had anticipated to be a simple affair had turned out to be a convoluted journey. Esteemed Ji, I am willing to become your concubine. Under the cover of night, Du Hongyin donned the festive red wedding gown she had long prepared. She lit crimson candles, their flickering flames illuminating her exquisite visage. That very evening, the couple exchanged vows and tied the knot. Due to the nature of the union as a concubine, the ceremony was notably simplified, devoid of elaborate rituals, consisting solely of heartfelt promises and blessings. She prepared warm water for her husband, ensuring his comfort as he settled in. From this day forth, she would fulfill her duties as a concubine, attending diligently to his every need. Bathing was a task that should not be left to her husband, for as a cultivator, such trivial matters were beneath him. With her sleeves rolled up, the gentle warmth of the water glided over his body, her delicate hands tenderly massaging his relaxed skin. Yet, in an unexpected moment, her expression froze, her mind blank, as she encountered an unforeseen circumstance. The hand submerged in the water hesitated, caught in a dilemma of whether to withdraw or persist. Ji Dagen, observing the deep crimson hue of her cheeks and the shock etched upon her face, felt a twinge of awkwardness. I apologize, your beauty is simply overwhelming, and I find myself at a loss, he admitted. Du Hongyin took a moment to collect herself, smiling gently as she shook her head. It is quite normal. Many men react similarly upon seeing me. I merely did not anticipate that you would still possess such vitality at your age. There was an unspoken thought lingering in her mind, a recognition of his extraordinary nature that was difficult to articulate. It was no wonder he dared to bear the name Ji Dagen. Such a moniker would be beyond the grasp of ordinary men. Yet, the elder gentleman, despite his remarkable attributes, could not match the vigor of youth. Approaching her 30s, she had not experienced the nuances of intimacy but was certainly aware of its nature. After ensuring he was thoroughly refreshed, she donned a white nightgown. The weather remained warm enough for such a light garment, but she knew that in a few months, the chill would be unbearable, especially in the modest wooden cottage. Winter would undoubtedly bring discomfort. These matters must be prioritized. Ji Dagen was assisted to bed to rest. Only then did Du Hongyin find the time to use her magic to cleanse herself thoroughly. Today marks a significant occasion. She is to transform from an aging girl into a true woman. Her husband, though advanced in years, is still in good health. And as long as she takes the initiative, it should pose no problem. Adorned in a delicate red silk ensemble, she cast a glance at her flawless, long legs. After a brief hesitation, she decided to don a pair of black stockings. Each time those men beheld her, their gazes instinctively wandered downward, fixating on her exquisite legs. Although her husband was no longer young, she could clearly sense his lingering admiration for her long limbs. On such an important day, she could not afford to be careless. Ensuring that not a single detail was overlooked, she returned to her chamber, barefooted in her black stockings. She extinguished the red candles and slipped beneath the covers. At that moment, her heart raced, nearly reaching 200 beats per minute. After all, experiencing such an event for the first time was undeniably nerve-wracking, especially earlier in the day. She had learned of her elder husband's particular talents. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was no sign of movement. With a puzzled expression, she turned to her side, only to be taken aback. Somehow, he had already fallen asleep. Her anxious disposition gradually began to settle. Given his advanced age, it was only natural for him to feel fatigued after a day filled with activity. The following morning, Du Hongyin awakened slowly, immediately sensing something amiss. Looking down, she noticed a wrinkled, aged hand resting upon her chest. Yet, her elderly husband remained in slumber. The unexpected nature of her first experience here left her rather speechless. At that moment, the old hand shifted slightly. The sudden commotion caught Du Hongyin completely off guard, eliciting an instinctive soft gasp from her. As Ji Dagen opened his eyes, he found his hand resting in an unusual position. Their gazes met, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Hongyin, do you believe me when I say this was unintentional? In Chapter 26, Du Hongyin had long been psychologically prepared for such occurrences. Now, having united with this elderly gentleman in matrimony, she understood that physical contact was inevitable. Gently shaking her head, she took his hand, which he was attempting to withdraw, and softly placed it back in its position. A hint of shyness flickered across her beautiful visage. My dear husband, since we have indeed become one, and your health remains robust, intimacy is to be expected. Whenever you require it, I am wholeheartedly at your service. Ji Dagen gazed at her earnest demeanor, overwhelmed with gratitude for his extraordinary fortune. Just as Yi Wei had left to pursue her own cultivation, she had bestowed upon him such a lovely, and considerate companion. He mused that even if he had saved the entire galaxy in a previous life, such luck would be unfathomable. Du Hongyan meticulously helped Ji Dagen don his attire, each motion imbued with tenderness and care. With graceful strides, she elegantly exited their home to prepare breakfast. Although there were remnants of fish from the previous day, they could not be consumed again. Frowning slightly, she donned a contemplative expression as her mind swiftly sifted through her repertoire of recipes, soon arriving at a decision. Congee with greens, made from readily available ingredients from the nearby vegetable garden, would suffice. During their shared meal, Du Hongyan tenderly wiped away any stains from Ji Dagen's lips, embodying the essence of a devoted wife, a truly heartwarming sight. Once breakfast concluded, she ventured to inquire about another matter. By the way, my husband, what were you doing standing in front of the mountain wall yesterday? Oh, I was contemplating whether I might create a residence there. Don't cultivators often speak of cave abodes? I believe that spot would be quite suitable. Du Hongyan chuckled softly. Although her bosom was not particularly prominent, it was certainly above average. Her laughter resonated, momentarily disorienting Ji Dagen with its earth-shattering effect. He had already tested the sensations that morning. This is indeed a masterpiece, rich in substance, devoid of any technological embellishments or harsh realities. However, what does her smile signify? Observing the look of bewilderment on his face, Du Hongyan quickly suppressed her smile and embarked on an enlightening discourse. My dear husband, that is merely antiquated knowledge. In our present age, practitioners possess their own secluded abodes. By merely arranging a simple spirit-gathering array, one can fulfill the basic requirements for daily cultivation. For those in the Qi refinement stage, this is generally sufficient. Yet, for someone like me, who has attained the foundation establishment stage, it falls somewhat short. As for caves, they are relics from tens of thousands of years ago. Who still resides in such places today? Nevertheless, her words ignited a new idea within her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. My dear husband, just a moment, I shall carve out a cave for us. She did not afford Ji Dagen the chance to refuse, seizing her long sword. She strode away with her long, slender legs clad in black silk. Ji Dagen could only watch her retreating red figure, a wry smile upon his lips, shaking his head in resignation. The girl is indeed quite impulsive, her spirited demeanor evoking both exasperation and affection. At this moment, in the Lin family of Yangcheng, Lin Zhun's countenance is profoundly grim, as if shrouded in a thick veil of gloom. Mr. Mo and his son, Lin Zihao, have been absent for nearly half a month, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. To this day, their fate remains shrouded in uncertainty. Meanwhile, the mining area associated with the Yi family is enveloped in a dense fog, as if concealed beneath a mysterious veil. Rumors of immortal beings have even begun to circulate in the vicinity. Information has emerged from the internal sources within the Yi family. The mining site has been sold to another party. As for the identity of the buyer, it remains unclear for the time being. However, based on various clues, it is highly probable that the buyer is indeed the Hehuan Sect. Such formidable forces cannot be countered by mere affluent individuals like himself. Even a solitary disciple from their ranks could effortlessly obliterate the Lin family from existence. The mere thought of his son potentially facing death ignited an uncontrollable rage within Lin Zhun. Without Mr. Mo, the Yi family would undoubtedly remain inactive. Only that old curmudgeon presented the most opportune target. At that moment, a subordinate hurriedly entered. Patriarch, we have gathered intelligence. That old fellow is hiding in the back mountain of the Hehuan Sect. Ji Dagen gazed at the expansive cave dwelling, exceeding 500 square meters, before him, his lips twitching in response. This is merely the first layer. There exist 2 additional levels above and below. The kitchen is situated on the outermost perimeter, resembling an independent little realm. Below, there lies a flue that can be opened or closed, providing warmth to the interior. During warmer days, the flue can be sealed, allowing for direct expulsion to the outside, a design of remarkable ingenuity. The flooring throughout the house is meticulously cut, resembling a seamless expanse of marble, smooth and resilient. The walls are equally so, flat and polished. Aside from the essential load-bearing columns, each room appears to have been meticulously calculated, with a spatial arrangement that is both rational and comfortable. The ability to conceive of space is undoubtedly a hallmark of a distinguished architect. However, the vastness of the area imparts a sense of emptiness. Du Hongyan, wholeheartedly focused on perfecting every detail, has momentarily overlooked the essence of this place. The vast cave dwelling presents a considerable challenge in terms of decoration. Observing her husband, she displays a hint of embarrassment, her cheeks subtly flushed. Yet, the joy within her is ineffable. During this excavation, she experiences a fresh understanding of cultivation, a profound sensation of enlightenment that she encounters for the very first time. Who could have anticipated that a person with her eclectic elemental roots would be granted such an opportunity? Merely assisting her husband in digging a cave dwelling has yielded such remarkable benefits. The elderly gentleman appears to be a true benefactor. Consequently, my gaze upon him softened considerably. Ji Dagen merely offered a wry smile and shook his head, devoid of any intention to reproach her. Hongyan, let us temporarily set aside the other rooms. For now, let us focus on tidying our dwelling. During my descent to Yansheng with Yitsu Wei, I had prepared some furnishings and essentials such as bedding. After decades of use, these old items have been rejuvenated. The wooden cabin requires little in terms of arrangement. We merely need to transport a few belongings. Very well, my dear husband. I shall attend to it at once. Just as she was about to depart with her long, elegant legs, Ji Dagen gently pulled her back. What time is it? We should dine first. It was then that Du Hongyan recalled her oversight and hurriedly apologized. I am truly sorry, my husband. I will prepare the meal at once. On the very second day of her marriage, such a significant oversight occurred. Were it a common family of mere mortals, this would undoubtedly lead to a severe reprimand. Observing her expression of remorse, Ji Dagen gently took her delicate hand in his. We are now one family. Apologies are unnecessary. Moreover, I have already prepared the meal. Du Hongyan felt a warmth enveloping her heart, as if she were surrounded by a gentle current of comfort. The elderly gentleman, despite his advanced age, surprisingly possessed a rather amiable disposition. Thus, led by his gentle hand, I found myself in the quaint courtyard. Upon gazing at the delectable braised rabbit meat upon the table, Du Hongyan expressed her astonishment. My dear husband, is this the delightful little bunny? She pondered how someone of his age could have captured such a sprightly creature. Ji Dagen, observing the rabbit meat on the table, appeared somewhat perplexed. What is it? Is there a problem? Du Hongyan swiftly shook her head in denial. No, not at all. Such an adorable bunny. I could indulge in 2 bowls today. Chapter 27. What does it mean to slay 1,000? Du Hongyan harbored an extraordinary fondness for rabbit meat. These charming little beings possess an exceptionally low fat content, allowing one to indulge without the fear of gaining weight. Conversely, consuming fatty foods necessitates the expenditure of precious time to rid oneself of the bothersome fat, in order to maintain a graceful figure. For those who practice cultivation, this is undoubtedly a significant taboo. At least, this is how Du Hongyan perceived the matter. And then there was Yitsu Wei, resembling a little glutton. Remarkably, it seemed that her flesh had grown perfectly in all the right places. It was truly a sight to behold. This time, Du Hongyan indeed indulged in a considerable amount of rabbit meat. Throughout the meal, her manner of eating was remarkably elegant and enchanting. This suggests that her familial background is likely quite distinguished. After the two of them joyfully shared lunch, Du Hongyan eagerly took it upon herself to tackle the household chores. With a ring of power adorning her hand, her efficiency in completing tasks was, naturally, beyond reproach. After an entire hour of diligent work, the cave dwelling was arranged to perfection. At this moment, Ji Dagen finally found the opportunity to review the sudden task information that had emerged in his mind. The notification chimed. The establishment of the cave dwelling was significantly exceeded. His presbyopia had been successfully cured, and his osteoporosis had been effectively alleviated. Additionally, he received an extra boon of ethereal grace. As the system's notification gradually faded, Ji Dagen sensed an enigmatic transformation within him. However, he could not precisely articulate what it was. Yet, concerning his vision, he had completely regained normalcy. Gently stretching his limbs, he felt as if he had become imbued with newfound vigor. However, with this slight increase in movement, the old ailment of his lumbar spine reared its head once more. This issue has persisted for quite some time. Yet due to the passage of years and the consequent reduction in the range of motion in his waist, it appeared less significant. However, with a substantial alleviation of his bone-related concerns and an increase in his mobility, these latent issues naturally came to light. Ji Dagen could not help but feel a wave of emotions. Indeed, with age, it seemed that no part of his body functioned normally. Nevertheless, he recognized that he still had ample time ahead of him, and these problems would gradually resolve. Yet, one question remained unanswered. What exactly is the ethereal aura of a celestial being? Is it a unique quality? What practical use could such a quality hold for an old man like him? It would be far more pragmatic to focus on treating several age-related ailments. After all, one only truly comprehends the significance of health once it has been irrevocably lost. The system clarified, host. The so-called ethereal aura of a celestial being is not merely a quality, but rather a bone corroded by inferior celestial energy. This bone has lost its intrinsic Taoist essence and rules. Aside from being slightly more resilient and impervious to celestial artifacts, it merely attracts some surrounding spiritual energy. This negligible effect is almost inconsequential. Upon receiving such a detailed explanation, Ji Dagen dismissed it as trivial, considering it merely a somewhat sturdier bone. Gazing at the index finger of his right hand, he could be quite certain that the replaced bone was indeed this particular phalanx. Little did he know, a portion of the spiritual energy drawn to him would be absorbed into his finger bone for storage. Although he could not enhance his cultivation through traditional means, this ethereal aura could significantly augment his combat prowess. After assimilating this information, a new task emerged. Ding. Task: 1,000-man slaughter. Completion of this task yields a reward of innate kidney energy. This task remains rather perplexing, and it evokes an even greater sense of confusion. What precisely does 1,000 slaughters signify? Is it to be taken literally as the act of killing 1,000 individuals, or does it imply something more nuanced? With my aged limbs, even if I were to venture into a brothel, I doubt I could accomplish such an outrageous task. Am I to squander my resources to entice the courtesans to serve me willingly? Surely, my vitality cannot endure such extravagance. Furthermore, what is this reward of inherent kidney energy? As soon as this thought emerged, a wealth of pertinent information swiftly materialized in my mind. It became evident that this was a wondrous breath capable of restoring renal function. With this innate essence of kidney vitality, the decline of renal capabilities would cease to exist. However, this does not imply that one would transform into a virile specimen of canine anatomy. The absence of kidney essence would still have a significant impact on one's overall health. This is akin to an engine, where the essence of the kidneys represents the fuel, and the vitality of the kidneys embodies the performance of the engine itself. Only with a harmonious synergy between the two can it operate smoothly. Given this premise, it is highly likely that the task at hand involves seeking an intimate engagement with courtesans. Upon contemplating this, Ji Dagen felt not only a dull ache in his kidneys, but also a vehement protest from his waist. Reluctant to dwell further on such thoughts, he resolved to focus on the present moment. At that juncture, a familiar, delicate fragrance wafted from behind him, as Du Hongyan gently balled her hands into fists and tenderly tapped his shoulder. My dear husband, what would you like to eat this evening? The back mountain is not only home to wild beasts, but occasionally hosts mystical creatures as well. If it pleases you, I could procure some meat from these otherworldly beings. Ji Dagen possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding these mystical creatures. These monstrous beasts have lived for an extensive period. A mere bite could potentially extend one's lifespan by a year. However, these creatures are far more perilous than mere wild animals. The rear mountains of the Hehuan Sect stretch across a vast expanse of 100,000 miles, concealing innumerable dangers that are impossible to quantify. For the past several decades, Ji Dagen has remained in this vicinity, rarely straying beyond a 10-mile radius. The nearby 3 mountain peaks mark the extent of his explorations. Venturing further would expose him to ferocious beasts such as wolves, tigers, and leopards, and beyond that, one would encounter the more formidable demon beasts. To a practitioner, this distance is but a fleeting breath when traversing with a flying sword. Upon hearing Du Hongyan's intention to capture demon beasts, Ji Dagen's mind immediately conjured visions of the significant longevity they could offer. Yet, he shook his head in reluctance. Although the allure of these demon beasts is undeniable, they have always remained in their realm. Seasons, however, do not wait for anyone. We are now on the cusp of late summer and early autumn. The recently cultivated plot of land remains barren, devoid of any vegetables. If planting is further delayed, he would be compelled to till the soil anew. A laborious task beyond his aging limbs. Hongyan, could you assist me in planting some vegetables? Once winter arrives, we shall not lack for sustenance. Every planting season yields a handful of seeds, and the wild flora in the Hehuan Sect's rear mountains is abundant. There are plenty of greens and sweet potatoes to be found. These items remain untouched, all having been afforded to him at a reduced price. However, with the passage of time, his capabilities have diminished significantly. Were it not for the remnants of last year, he might have faced starvation this year. Du Hongyan's motive for marrying him was, of course, to tend to all his needs. My dear husband, Feel free to express your desires regarding what you wish to cultivate. I shall take care of the rest." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Ji Dagen's ear, her cheeks flushed as she softly added, "Even if it involves sowing seeds upon me." Chapter 28. This little enchantress shall be dealt with later tonight. Such unabashed temptation lay before him. Unable to restrain himself, he lowered his gaze, fixating on Du Hongyan's pair of long, slender legs, elegantly encased in black stockings. The elongated and straight lines, tightly wrapped in the fabric, exuded an enigmatic yet irresistibly alluring charm. Instantly, a surge of intense desire welled up within him. He yearned to possess her entirely in that very moment, to make her wholly his own. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Slowly extending her hand, she gently patted her partner's firm and alluring backside. "Go on. Attend to your tasks. We shall deal with you later, my little enchantress." The two were now bound by the sacred ties of marriage, and the intimate affairs of the marital bed naturally beckoned to be addressed in due course. If their union remained unconsummated, what turmoil would brew within the lady's heart? Du Hongyan's delicate visage was nearly flushed to the roots of her neck, her beauty akin to a ripe, crimson apple, tempting one to draw near and savor its sweetness. The flicker of apprehension that once lingered in her heart dissipated entirely in that moment. For one of her cultivation, sowing such seeds was merely a thought away, effortlessly accomplished. Grasping a handful of vegetable seeds, she infused them with her spiritual energy, akin to a rushing stream, cascading over each seed. Those once ordinary seeds, under the auspices of her power, transformed into miniature projectiles, precisely scattering across the surface of the soil. She then invoked an earth-based spell and a delicate layer of soil, as if compelled by some mysterious force, swiftly enveloped the seeds. Following this, she cast a water-based incantation. A crystalline cascade of water fell like gentle spring rain, thoroughly soaking the earth. The current temperature was quite agreeable, necessitating no coverings for warmth. As long as these seeds sprouted successfully, no significant issues would arise. Ji Dagen stood silently beside her, an expression of astonishment illuminating his face. In less than 5 minutes, half an acre of vegetables had been entirely planted. In that moment, he gained a newfound appreciation for the wondrous abilities of cultivators. This extraordinary ability proves to be remarkably effective even in the realm of gardening. Du Hongyan effortlessly accomplished everything, gracefully striding back to Ji Dagen's side with her alluring long legs adorned in black silk. "Husband, what shall we do now?" Ji Dagen produced the seeds he had meticulously prepared in advance. This time, there was no need for meticulous instructions. She instinctively understood how to handle the seeds. The entirety of the planting was completed in merely a quarter of an hour. With half a day still ahead, idleness was not an option. "My husband, since there is nothing pressing at the moment, I shall venture to capture a magical beast. It is imperative to prepare something exquisite to nourish you. As my beloved is advancing in years, what shall we do if, come nightfall, you find yourself lacking strength?" Such a situation can indeed be quite injurious to a man's pride, regardless of the age of the other party involved. Undoubtedly, the demonic beasts serve as the finest ingredients, particularly some of the rare breeds that possess remarkable restorative properties. Naturally, Ji Dagen would not decline her proposal. "Very well, but do exercise caution. Your safety is paramount. It would be a grave misfortune to encounter any mishap due to something as trivial as food, especially now that I have gained a delicate wife. Rest assured, my husband, the vicinity is teeming with low-tier demonic beasts in the chi refinement stage. Even if a foundation establishment beast were to appear, I would handle it with ease. I guarantee there will be no issues." Though her assertion held merit, one must always contemplate unforeseen circumstances. "I am aware of your prowess, Hongyan, yet unpredictability is ever present. As practitioners, you are exposed to greater dangers, so it is prudent to remain vigilant." At this moment, Du Hongyan felt a warmth envelop her heart, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing her. Apart from her grandmother, this elderly gentleman was the only one who exhibited such concern for her safety. Initially, she harbored some reluctance, but now, most of that resistance had dissipated. Watching her exquisite figure ascend on her flying sword, Ji Dagen began to ponder what actions he should undertake. What was once a life filled with responsibilities had transformed into a leisurely and pleasant existence, all due to the presence of a cherished wife. This was a situation he had never contemplated before. Raising his gaze to the scorching sun in the sky, he returned home to retrieve his fishing rod. Under such circumstances, fishing in the nearby waters proved impractical. Due to the sweltering heat, the fish had all sought refuge in cooler spots. In a nearby hollow, there lay a shaded pool, teeming with equally luscious fish. Notably, there was a freshwater species whose texture was reminiscent of cod. This substance possesses remarkable effects on enhancing beauty for women. With such a stunning wife, one must never neglect her. The increase in longevity has also invigorated his vitality. Traversing 3 miles has become a trivial matter for him. With fishing rod in hand, he leisurely strides towards the azure waters of the pond. Lin Guang serves as Lin Zhun's butler and is also his trusted confidant. Should any misfortune befall the young master, this old fellow is undoubtedly implicated. Today, he intends to make the Yi family aware that the Lin family is not to be trifled with. Having spent a bit of money to secure the assistance of individuals from the Hehuan Sect, he successfully infiltrated the back mountain. The management in this place is rather lax, and generally, no one pays much attention. If one were to be discovered, it would merely result in a few admonishing words. Should someone truly act recklessly, the Hehuan Sect would not concern themselves with trivial matters. The funds they have expended primarily serve to ascertain the whereabouts of that old man. Ji Dagen arrived at the edge of the Bai Shui pool and produced his bait, yet he did not cast his line immediately. He understood that it would take a certain amount of time for the fish beneath the surface to gather. Fishing without baiting the spot would most likely result in an empty-handed return. He seldom frequents such places without proper preparation in advance. One should not expect to reap a bountiful catch. While there is still time, he retrieved the dowry that Du Hongyan had bestowed upon him. To facilitate his departure, his beloved wife had gifted him a storage pouch. This storage bag differs from the spatial ring. Such an artifact can be utilized by ordinary individuals. However, it possesses merely a cubic space, thus limiting the quantity of items it can accommodate. Relying on it as a logistics tool is nearly impossible, particularly due to its exorbitant price. Each storage bag is priced at a staggering 100,000 taels of gold. This is the standardized pricing set by the cultivation community. Moreover, there are but a few sects capable of refining storage bags. In his mind, he recalled a passage from the Great Wilderness Weapon Refining Technique, which discussed the crafting of such magical artifacts. However, as someone devoid of spiritual energy, he required a specific material to create this type of instrument. Without access to this special material, the creation was, of course, impossible. Carefully examining the piece of white load-bearing wood in his hands, he swiftly devised a complete concept in his mind. 2 white long swords could utilize this material to its fullest potential. With this thought, he proceeded. He retrieved the carving knife he had long prepared and meticulously etched intricate runes onto the wood. In contemporary terms, this could be likened to a design blueprint. Once this set of drawings was completed, the material at hand could be transformed directly into a finished product. Cultivating immortality is not an unfounded fantasy. They possess a unique theoretical framework of their own. This is a unique rule belonging to this world. In less than half an hour, the surface of the white wood in hand began to exhibit exceedingly intricate patterns. As streams of white light flickered across its surface, the wood transformed at a visibly perceptible pace, altering its original shape. 2 white 3-foot-long swords materialized within his grasp. To his astonishment, the finished ironwood longsword bore none of the expected heft. While the texture remained reminiscent of metal, it was considerably lighter. Nevertheless, the firmness of its composition remained utterly unaltered. This likely embodies the unique effects bestowed by the magical artifact. Upon grasping one of them, under the influence of the divination technique, it reveals a remarkable lightness. The longsword, aside from its weightlessness, also enhances the speed of attack. Naturally, this differs entirely from the rapidity associated with black silk. In the act of wielding it, no sound of wind is produced. Another artifact merely amplifies the gathering of spiritual energy, significantly conserving one's own spiritual power during spellcasting. For cultivators, such an artifact holds considerable allure. Surely, my beloved wife would be enamored with this exquisite mid-tier magical item. As an old man, it is already beyond my limits to bestow such a treasure. Just then, however, a rustling sound emanated from the woods behind me. I swiftly turned to behold a multitude of unfamiliar figures, having completely blocked my escape route. The leader, a one-eyed middle-aged man, began to smile ominously. The old fool certainly knows how to dig his own grave. Chapter 29. Could it be that they intend to take my life? A group of individuals, exuding an air of aggression, arrived at the residence of the old man, yet found no trace of anyone within. They were not cultivators and thus lacked the extraordinary ability of spiritual awareness, rendering them incapable of conducting extensive searches. In this helpless situation, they resorted to the most primitive methods to locate their target. To find this individual, they expended considerable time scouring every corner of the vicinity. After much effort, they finally stumbled upon the old fellow. Little did they expect that he would be leisurely fishing in this secluded spot. The one-eyed Lin Guang felt his anger surging like an impending volcanic eruption, instantly reaching the peak of his frustration. What should have been a simple task had become unnecessarily complicated, especially with so many people involved. However, he had never anticipated that having a larger group could indeed present certain advantages during the search. Yet, the mere thought of this only exacerbated his irritation. Ji Dagen furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the individuals before him. Struggling to sift through his memories, he realized he did not recognize them at all. Could it be that the enemies who annihilated his family decades ago had come seeking him? The more he pondered, the more plausible this possibility seemed. Having concealed himself in the rear mountains of the Hehuan Sect for decades, he had never courted trouble during this protracted period. Aside from his foes, he could hardly conceive of anyone else wishing to trouble him. However, the next words spoken by his adversaries momentarily stunned him, filling him with astonishment. Having killed our young master Lin, do you truly believe that hiding in this desolate place renders you safe? You are indeed naive. Opposing the Lin family only leads to a dead end. The others shared in their disdainful laughter, casting glances at the old man, who they deemed rather unfortunate. The old man, with nothing better to occupy his time, has become increasingly close to the Yi family. They may be unable to contend with the Yi family, but surely they can handle an old man like him. Today, they intend to make it abundantly clear to this elderly figure that there are certain individuals he cannot afford to offend. Even if he has not directly participated in certain matters, he will still find himself entangled in the consequences. It is only at this moment that Ji Dagen begins to grasp the gravity of the situation. What animosity could this possibly be? To think that these individuals hail from the Lin family of Yangqing. They have come seeking vengeance for Lin Zihao. The tension that once gripped my heart dissipated in an instant, like smoke vanishing into the air. With merely the mention of the Lin family, there is nothing to fear. My solemn expression swiftly transformed into one of radiant joy. What do you intend to do to an old man such as myself, who is nearing the end of his days? Surely you do not wish to take my life? Observing their menacing demeanor, knives in hand. Even a fool could discern their intentions. Yet, on Ji Dagen's face, there was only a serene smile, devoid of any trace of fear. Old man. After all the trouble we went through to find you, do you truly believe we would allow you to die so easily? You have an affinity for fishing, do you not? Today, I shall let you experience the sensation of being the bait. The expressions of anticipation bloomed on the faces of his subordinates, their eyes glimmering with curiosity and excitement, as though they could already envision this old fellow being sliced and hung on a hook. Indeed, it promised to be quite the spectacle. However, I wonder how long his frail limbs can endure. Lin Guang had no desire to squander further words on this old man. He slowly raised his hand, summoning two of his subordinates. Zhang San, Li Si, be gentle. I want this old fellow to witness his own flesh being devoured piece by piece. The two burly young men stepped forward, exuding an air of ferocity, brandishing gleaming knives. Rest assured, Master Lin, we are professionals in this line of work. They had previously been butchers. While their knife skills may not rival the legendary prowess of a master chef, they were certainly adept in their craft. Once, out of anger, they had embarked on a path of no return after the neighbor, old Wang, could not keep his brother in check, stealing away their wife. In a fit of rage, they annihilated his entire household. Even the guard dog was not spared, meeting a grim fate. The matter was swiftly traced back to the two individuals. Fortunately, the Lin family intervened, preventing their execution. Now, they have become formidable enforcers for the Lin clan, their bold and ruthless demeanor earning them significant favor. Although they are not martial artists, they excel among ordinary people, dealing effortlessly with an old adversary. Their skills ensure that they are capable of incapacitating without causing fatal harm. The onlookers wore expressions of eager anticipation, their hearts brimming with curiosity, eager to witness the impending misfortune of the old man. They had long heard tales of the brothers' exceptional swordsmanship, and today presented a rare opportunity to observe their prowess firsthand. Ji Dagen observed as they approached, his gaze gradually falling upon the white longsword in his hand. To his surprise, mere moments after successfully forging it, someone had come forward to wield the blade. The Great Wilderness Chi refinement technique records that the more one employs the swords he has forged, the heavier the murderous aura they accumulate. While the swords themselves may not transcend their inherent quality, they can significantly enhance their lethality. This may hold little significance for the lofty cultivators. Yet it bears considerable weight for him. He could not allow the long sword of his beloved wife to be stained with blood. So he decided to place it within his storage pouch. This action, however, caused Lin Guang's eyes to sparkle with intrigue. The value of this storage bag is known to him better than anyone else. Although the Lin family is quite wealthy, they could not possibly afford such a treasure meant for immortals. To his surprise, this time, there was an unexpected gain. The greed that flickered across his face vanished almost instantly. At this moment, Zhang San and Li Si had already approached Ji Dagen. Their eyes filled with mockery as they regarded the old man. If he wished to avoid suffering, he should refrain from resisting. Otherwise, they could not guarantee the precision of their strikes. To all observers, the disparity in strength between the two sides was glaringly apparent. An old man on the brink of death stood no chance against two strong and vigorous youths. Subduing him seemed utterly inevitable. The two young men even adopted a cat-and-mouse demeanor, exchanging jests. Everyone present displayed faces of schadenfreude, secretly speculating about the choices this elderly man might make. However, the next moment was punctuated by a sharp crack. The white longsword in the old man's hand was sheathed with a crisp sound. All were taken aback, their expressions morphing into confusion as they wondered what this peculiar display meant. Suddenly, someone burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I'm so scared. Turns out he is a master." The speed of that draw was so swift that even my eyes couldn't follow it. They had only witnessed the motion of sheathing the sword. The old man had not anticipated that he was in the presence of a reclusive expert. This realization struck everyone, and they erupted into laughter. Though it was laced with derision, they were not fools. They understood the implications of the jest. But then, with two thuds, two severed heads rolled to the ground, blood gushing from the necks. The smiles on their faces froze instantly. Chapter 30. Old Man, let us see if you can survive this. To everyone, it was clear that this old man was merely attempting to frighten them with his theatrical display. In their minds, how formidable could an ordinary old man truly be? The utterly perplexing action of drawing the sword seemed to serve no purpose other than intimidation. Yet, they could never have fathomed that a jest would turn into reality. The old man exhibited a speed of action so astonishing that it seemed almost beyond belief, swift enough that their eyes could scarcely register it. Who could have anticipated that such an ostensibly unremarkable elder could possess such outrageous capabilities? The mocking smiles that had once adorned their faces were suddenly silenced. Akin to a duck with its throat grasped by a powerful hand, unable to utter even the faintest sound. Their complexions transformed in an instant to a ghastly pallor, reminiscent of the frost-laden earth in the depths of winter, devoid of any trace of color. Sweat cascaded down their backs like a deluge breaching its banks, saturating their garments and clinging uncomfortably to their skin. This old man is far more terrifying than they had ever imagined, surpassing the limits of their understanding and filling their hearts with shock and fear. In comparison to their profound astonishment, Ji Dagen also felt a sense of surprise. In his mind, the task of slaying 1,000 had unexpectedly revealed a progress indication of 2. At the onset of this task, he was under the impression that it entailed engaging in indescribable activities with young women 1,000 times. Given his aging physique, he was hardly equipped to endure such high-intensity demands. However, if the matter at hand were to involve taking lives, the situation would be considerably less complex. Yet, he was not a remorseless killer, and it would be unreasonable to roam the streets with a sword in search of slaughter. Nevertheless, the Lin family had fortuitously presented themselves before him, with no less than 100 individuals in sight. If granted a little more time, the goal of gathering 1,000 souls seemed entirely attainable. Upon reflecting on this, he cast another glance at the assembly, his gaze now softened considerably. After all, this was a progress milestone, and they had willingly come to his doorstep. Shouldn't we express our gratitude towards them? The only thing he is capable of doing is sending them off from this world. Does this young man take pride in bullying an old fellow like me, disregarding the martial virtues? Those present are unable to suppress their indignation. You dare call yourself an old fellow? Is there anyone as agile as you among the elderly? With your swiftness in drawing the sword, who here could possibly surpass you? How can you shamelessly refer to yourself as an old man? Indeed, as one ages, one's audacity seems to grow thicker. Lin Guang has followed Lin Jun for over 30 years. Both emerged from Lin family village. They have shared in debauchery and bloodshed together. Lin Jun has taken excellent care of his own family. To him, the Lin family is indistinguishable from his own. For the sake of the Lin family's interests, he would unhesitatingly stake his life. Witnessing this band of inept fools being intimidated by this old man infuriates him, darkening his countenance. With a thunderous roar, he rouses everyone from their stupor. What are you afraid of? So what if he draws his sword swiftly? With so many of you, a single strike from each could dismantle him into pieces. To all the brothers present today, should any of you perish, the Lin family will take care of your families. Each household shall receive a subsidy of 100 taels of silver. In this world, the annual expenses for an ordinary family amount to approximately 10 taels of silver. This 100 taels of silver is sufficient to sustain their family for a decade. Furthermore, with the Lin family support, there is no cause for concern that the household would collapse in the absence of its pillar. In fact, their lives may even experience a significant improvement. The fervor of battle ignited within everyone, reaching an unprecedented zenith in that moment. The previously fearful gazes transformed into icy, fierce stares. Gripping their knives tightly, they advanced step by step towards the perilous old man. Their pace quickened, as if a resolute determination had taken root in their hearts. This collective effect swiftly took hold. Everyone brandished their knives and charged forth, their throats emitting fierce roars to bolster their courage. Lin Guang could not help but sneer internally. A band of mindless fools. Did they truly believe that the Lin family would expend 100 taels of silver in subsidies? Do not be absurd. Since you have met your demise, your families have lost their utility. Keeping them around would only pose a nuisance. When the time comes, it will be left to his direct line to handle the cleanup. Of course, the necessary formalities must still be observed. Such actions can indeed soothe the heart. As for the old man before us, his fate is already sealed. With nearly 100 individuals surrounding him, the speed of his strikes, no matter how swift, becomes utterly inconsequential. Encircled by so many, even his exceptional prowess has its limitations. Unless he were a celestial being, the possibility of a reversal is non-existent. While he was lost in thought, Ji Dagen took a step forward, vanishing instantaneously from his original position. The white glimmer of his sword flickered incessantly amidst the crowd. One moment it appeared to the left, the next to the right, then in front, and subsequently behind. With each shift in direction, the distance covered was at least 3 to 5 meters, and at times, it could extend to 7 or 8 meters. This vicinity of the Hehuan Sect is imbued with a far greater abundance of spiritual energy compared to other locales. The execution of the spirit void step is rendered considerably more effortless. Unbeknownst to him, this phenomenon is not solely attributed to geographical factors. Primarily, it is the influence of the ethereal essence and transcendent aura that plays a pivotal role. This peculiar technique left the once confident crowd utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom the terrifying prowess of their opponent. Not only was the speed of the sword strikes beyond the capacity of the eye to follow, but even the swiftness of movement surpassed the limits of their comprehension. In this world, alongside immortals, there exist martial artists. Yet, no matter how formidable a martial artist may be, they remain within the confines of humanity. However, the old fellow before me presents a perplexing conundrum. To classify him as a martial artist raises questions among other practitioners of the art. Conversely, to label him as an immortal seems unjustifiable, for he has not employed any of the formidable spells typically associated with such beings. Such an anomaly completely exceeded their psychological endurance. The emotion of fear swiftly spread among the crowd. Their fighting spirit waned progressively, with some even retreating slowly. Ji Dagen would not let such a golden opportunity slip by. Since he was already present, he intended to ensure that none would escape. The air was filled with the continuous echoes of terrified screams. However, as time passed, the number of these cries diminished increasingly until the last one faded into silence. In his hand, the white longsword danced elegantly, shaking off the crimson blood and viscous oil. Such a beautiful sword is ill-suited to be tainted by these vile substances. At that moment, Lin Guang, who had remained silent until then, took advantage of his sheathing the sword to launch a multitude of hidden weapons. This is a remarkable skill he has honed over the years. Despite his current demeanor, he is, after all, a novice martial artist. The hidden weapons have effectively sealed off the surrounding area within several meters. Even if his agility were unparalleled, his demise would be inevitable. A cruel smile crept across his face, his gaze turning exceedingly sinister. His voice resonated with confidence as he spoke. "Hell, old man. This time I shall see you perish." Chapter 31. Madam, you haven't tampered with this, have you? At this moment, Ji Dagen stood frozen in place, as still as a lifelike statue. A hint of bewilderment flickered in his eyes as he remained motionless, lost in thought. This scene filled Lin Guang with a burgeoning excitement as he anxiously observed everything unfolding before him. In his mind, the old man must surely have been rendered senseless by his concealed weapon, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. As for the demise of those subordinates, it held no significance for him. To him, they were merely a band of desperados, easily summoned with sufficient wealth. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he clasped his hands behind his back, confidently turning away. He perceived no possibility of survival for the old man. Furthermore, his hidden weapon was laced with a potent toxin. Even if the old man possessed an extraordinary constitution that allowed him to escape immediate death, he would inevitably succumb to the slow encroachment of poison. Ji Dagen, momentarily taken aback by the sudden revelation that surged through his mind, had not anticipated that the sword-drawing technique possessed an after-effect. Ding. 100 kills successfully achieved. The sword-drawing technique upgraded to the Qi manipulation sword-drawing technique. This so-called Qi manipulation sword-drawing technique does not deplete one's own spiritual energy. Rather, it harnesses the spiritual energy in the surrounding air to unleash a sword aura that extends a full yard. Although its lethality is only about 70%, it remains sufficiently lethal. He casually swung his sword, and the surrounding spiritual energy instantaneously coalesced into a barrier, forcefully propelling outward. Within a radius of 1 yard around him, everything was enveloped by rapidly swirling spiritual energy. The concealed weapons striking against it were mercilessly deflected. The clanging sounds soon followed. An elderly voice echoed, "You think you can leave so swiftly? Do you suppose I am so easily dealt with?" Lin Guang, who had exuded confidence moments earlier, felt his brow furrow slightly, and his steps came to an abrupt halt. Turning his head, he beheld the old man lightly tapping his own back with his fist, appearing as though burdened by excessive toil. Meanwhile, all the concealed weapons he had launched lay scattered on the ground, none having struck their intended target. Instantly, his expression shifted dramatically, a wave of intense fear surging within him. He attempted to flee, but in the next moment, the old man appeared behind him like a specter. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Dagen swung his sword. The long sword was retracted in a fluid motion, seamless and graceful, utterly unbelievable for an elder to execute. Lin Guang's right arm fell away. "Return and inform Lin Jun that I shall seek him out. Tell him to prepare himself and await me." Lin Guang, his face a mask of horror, dared not speak with the same arrogance as before. "Esteemed sir, this matter is a transgression on our Lin family's part. We are willing to offer ample compensation. Is there any room for reconciliation? The old man before me possesses strength beyond imagination. To oppose such a figure, even if victory is ultimately attained, would exact a tremendous toll. If there were alternative means to resolve this predicament, that would indeed be the most favorable outcome. However, he has evidently misinterpreted Ji Dagen's intentions. No, this simple phrase has irrevocably blocked the Lin family's retreat. Had I foreseen that the adversary was equally formidable and untouchable, I would never have committed such a folly. And now, it seems, there is no opportunity for regret. We must even endure the repercussions of his vengeance." Such a loss-making venture had never been encountered by the Lin family. If granted another opportunity, they would certainly refrain from repeating the same blunder. However, this world offers no what-ifs. Having irreparably offended the other party, the only course left is to eradicate this threat entirely. It is believed that the head of the family harbors no illusions regarding such matters. After Ji Dagen dealt with those troublesome individuals, he noted that the progress of the task, 1,000 men slaughter, had reached 1/10, which greatly lifted his spirits. He paid no heed to the overwhelming scent of blood surrounding him and picked up his fishing rod to begin angling. After having squandered so much time, his fishing spot finally yielded results. Fish were caught one after another, with several different species. However, he only managed to catch a single freshwater cod. Fortunately, this fish weighed a substantial 3 pounds, alleviating any concerns about insufficient sustenance. The other unwanted fish were returned to the pond. Upon returning home, he found the place somewhat disordered, likely having been visited by that group earlier. After tidying up a bit, he noticed that dusk had arrived. The setting sun cast its golden hues across the land, enveloping the world in a shimmering golden cloak. A sense of worry crept into his heart, as he pondered whether Hong Yin had encountered any unforeseen mishaps. As the thought emerged, a beam of crimson sword light swiftly approached from afar, landing steadily upon the ground. The flying sword was retracted, revealing Du Hongyan, clad in a flowing red gown, who gracefully approached with her long, slender legs adorned in black stockings. With a flourish, she raised her prize, her face beaming with a triumphant smile. "My dear husband, fortune has favored me today. I encountered a 5th-level Qi refining black-scaled serpent. This is quite the boon." Observing her disheveled appearance, Ji Dagen could not help but question whether she had deliberately sought out this creature. The serpent, 3 meters in length and as thick as a forearm, was covered in glossy black scales. The information regarding the great wilderness weapon refining technique surfaced in his mind. The scales of this black spirit serpent can be utilized to forge defensive artifacts. They are wholly effective against low-level spells, posing no issues whatsoever. For instance, when confronted with a fireball spell, possessing such an artifact allows one to effortlessly crush it with a mere gesture, rendering evasion entirely unnecessary. These fleeting thoughts vanish in an instant. My foremost concern now lies with the well-being of my beloved wife. Has she sustained any injuries? If anything has occurred, please do not conceal it from me. Du Hongyan let out a soft laugh, a warmth blossoming within her heart. My dear husband, it is not as dramatic as you imagine. It was merely a 5th-tier beast. There is no way anything untoward could have happened. Assured of her safety, Ji Dagen sighed in relief. Matters such as snake soup are of little consequence. Her well-being is what matters most. By the way, my husband, on my way back, I noticed numerous corpses nearby. Do you know what transpired? I am not certain. Perhaps they were engaged in mutual conflict. Such occurrences bear no relevance to individuals like us. Du Hongyan found no fault in this statement. After all, her husband, though of advanced years, would hardly have any enemies, nor possesses the strength to slay over 100 individuals. It is evident that she has encountered a formidable expert. In the kitchen, Du Hongyan was skillfully preparing ingredients, humming a cheerful tune that radiated joy. The lively melody echoed throughout the kitchen, enveloping the entire space in a warm ambience. Ji Dagen wished to assist her, but was promptly shooed away. Hongyan, do remember to keep the snake skin. I have use for it. Although she was uncertain of his intentions, she figured that a mere snake skin would likely end up discarded if entrusted to her. Casting a glance at the firmly shut kitchen door, Du Hongyan casually retrieved a Longhu pill from her storage ring. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to toss it into the pot. Though the snake essence was indeed potent, her husband was no longer young. Moreover, with such a large pot, the medicinal properties would inevitably be diluted. One pill, however, would pose no concern. Soon, a pot of snake soup, a hodgepodge of flavors, was ready. With the addition of fine salt and mushroom powder to enhance its flavor, it was decidedly more delectable than her previous attempts. She even entertained the notion that her culinary skills had improved. When the food was served, Ji Dagen was irresistibly drawn in by the rich aroma. After all, this was snake essence, and one could only wonder how much longevity it might bestow upon him. The two sat closely together at the table, and before long, a familiar sensation stirred within him. Gazing at the snake soup in his bowl, he found his lips twitching involuntarily. To his astonishment, the effects of the snake essence were so potent, rivaling that of a medicinal pill. After consuming several bowls, the restless feeling began to surge. Yet, he remained somewhat uncertain. Casting a questioning glance at his lovely wife, Du Hongyan, my dear, you haven't added any medicine to this, have you? Chapter 32. The Supreme Emperor of Dagen, having experienced similar situations before, Ji Dagen was now somewhat paranoid. After all, this sensation was all too familiar. However, now that they were married, there should be no need for such underhanded tactics. Du Hongyan's expression turned frantic. She could hardly believe that her husband would suspect her. She had been so discreet in her actions that he should have had no inkling. Little did she know, Ji Dagen had consumed Longhu pills on 2 occasions and was well aware of their effects. Husband, how could that be? We are married. Why would I ever drug you? This is all due to the effects of the snake soup. If Wu Dalong were to hear such words, he would undoubtedly spew them back in disbelief. This was Ji Dagen's first encounter with a serpent demon, and he was unaware of its effects. Upon hearing Du Hongyan's remarks, he harbored no further doubts. However, in the future, when he discovers that the serpent demon does not yield the anticipated benefits, the unfortunate Du Hongyan will ultimately face her due retribution. As the potency of the medicine gradually manifested, Du Hongyan refrained from using her spiritual energy to resist. She was engulfed in a state akin to a raging inferno, as if she were a blazing fire. With little inclination to tidy the table, the two embraced tightly, soon tumbling onto the bed. The tantalizing sight of her alluring black silk legs appeared before him. The white gauze garment slipped silently to the ground, reminiscent of a delicate cloud drifting down. Within the palace of the Great Zhou, Empress Ji Ruxue completed her stack of memorials, her brow furrowed deeply, revealing the turmoil and concerns within her heart. What progress has been made in the investigation? Have we uncovered the whereabouts of the Supreme Emperor Dagen? Over 40 years ago, the prince's residence was ambushed. Fortunately, The hidden guards in the vicinity acted swiftly, averting a catastrophe. Yet, the whereabouts of the young prince, Ji Dagen, remained shrouded in mystery. No trace of him was found among the bodies, and the enemy did not use this to exert pressure. His fate is unknown, and it is unclear where he has wandered. The Ji family of the royal lineage adheres to a tradition. The next generation's children shall remain oblivious to their identities until they reach adulthood. They must immerse themselves in the lives of ordinary people, experiencing the hardships of the world firsthand. This is especially true for the crown prince, whose identity is kept strictly confidential. Only a select few within the royal family are privy to this information. However, the internal strife within the royal family resulted in the loss of the great Zhou's crown prince. Both her father and she, the empress, have tirelessly sought the whereabouts of Ji Dagen. By lineage, he ranks alongside the supreme emperor, one generation above the grand emperor. Their relentless search for him is primarily due to their current status not being considered legitimate. Only with Ji Dagen's recognition can they truly become the rightful emperors of the great Zhou. This endeavor has turned the entire realm upside down, yet to this day, no news has emerged. Furthermore, during the search, it has become increasingly apparent that unseen forces seem to be obstructing their efforts. From the shadows, a weary voice slowly emerged. He is the sharpest blade of the royal family, the hidden dragon guard. Your Majesty, we have thoroughly searched the mundane world, leaving no stone unturned. Even in the most remote villages, I suspect the Supreme Emperor may have entered the realm of cultivation. The mundane world and the realm of cultivation are governed by explicit regulations that prohibit any form of interference, particularly the placement of spies. Should the Supreme Emperor indeed infiltrate the realm of cultivation, the ramifications would be exceedingly troublesome. Ji Ruxue, the Empress, reclined gracefully, her alluring figure accentuated in a striking manner. Gently massaging her temples, she found herself besieged by an overwhelming headache. In such a locale, even if they sought to locate individuals, it would be impossible to do so overtly. Furthermore, the realm of cultivation is vast beyond measure, making it no simple task for the royal family to insert their agents. By the reckoning of time, the current Supreme Emperor is nearing the age of 70. In the past 2 years, if no progress is made, hope will truly be lost. Given this reality, one must prepare for all eventualities. The following morning, the couple lay in bed, reluctant to stir. Yet, Du Hongyan gently massaged her husband's aching back. Her lovely face flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Her aging husband truly embodied his name. At that moment, she felt a twinge of regret. Had she known better, she would not have administered the entire elixir. Now, she too bore the brunt of the repercussions, feeling as though she were being torn apart with even the slightest movement. Ji Dagen also felt an emptiness within him. Why, at his age, must he endure such trials? For the sake of a single strand of primordial kidney essence, the Lin family was compelled to sacrifice another 900 lives. He turned slightly, pulling his fiery and affectionate wife into his embrace, gently brushing his fingers against her delicate nose. You were mischievous, and it backfired, didn't it? Du Hongyan blushed deeply, burying her face into his chest. She playfully thumped her tiny fist against his heart. Husband, you mustn't speak of this. Such matters are permissible. Yet to voice them would be utterly embarrassing. She cast a wistful glance at Ji Dagen. My lord, I fear I may not be able to attend to you today. Might you permit me a day of rest? At this moment, even the slightest movement sent sharp pangs of pain through her body, leaving her hesitant to stir. Ji Dagen felt a pang of sympathy for his exquisite wife, gently patting her smooth back. Do not worry, my dear. Rest well. I must venture down the mountain today to procure some necessities. With such a vast household, the essential supplies cannot be overlooked. And this task cannot be completed in a single trip. As for the primary purpose of my descent, it is, of course, related to the Lin family. Upon hearing that he was leaving, Du Hongyan struggled to rise. My lord, I shall accompany you. You are no longer young. I cannot allow you to overexert yourself. However, as she attempted to move, the pain caused her to break out in a cold sweat. Observing her agony, Ji Dagen could not bear to see her suffer further. Dear one, please rest. Once you have regained your strength, I shall accompany you wherever you wish to go. As he spoke, he retrieved the item he had crafted the previous day. I have no extravagant gifts for you, but please accept this. As he presented the white longsword to her, Du Hongyan's eyes sparkled with delight. This sword is exceptionally exquisite, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic sensibilities. Moreover, judging by its material, it appears to be crafted from white ironwood. Though a sense of doubt lingers in her heart, it is, after all, a gift from her husband, and she chooses not to voice her concerns. Thank you. My dear husband, do take care on your journey. Suddenly struck by an idea, she retrieved 100 taels of gold from her spatial ring. As cultivators often find themselves interacting with the mundane world, it is essential to possess worldly currency. Please take this, my husband, and use it as needed. Should you find it insufficient, I shall provide you with more upon your return. Such a thoughtful and affectionate wife truly inspires both love and sympathy. After properly covering her with a light quilt and offering a few gentle reminders, I left the room. As the system notifications flashed in my mind, I couldn't help but feel that the system lacked sincerity. Ding! The quality of the concubine has reached 90, and as a reward, I received a jade slip containing the 5 elements breathing technique. Additionally, an extra reward of a demonic alchemy technique was granted. Chapter 34. To die in your embrace would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Recently, Elder Du's spirits have been remarkably high. Although her beloved granddaughter had only been away for a few days, the sect leader proved to be exceptionally trustworthy. Just yesterday, a full 100,000 low-grade spirit stones were delivered. With such an abundance of spirit stones, her granddaughter would surely be able to successfully break through to the golden core stage. Once she achieves that, her lifespan would undoubtedly increase significantly. Though she was aware that her granddaughter's talent was quite mediocre, she took comfort in the fact that she, as a grandmother, would be there to protect her. However, the conditions proposed by the sect leader were somewhat excessive. Yet, considering the substantial number of spirit stones involved, they were still acceptable. Most importantly, her granddaughter did not seem to oppose it either. In this rare moment of good humor, Elder Du was leisurely tending to the vibrant flowers in her courtyard when suddenly, a fiery red figure burst in. Grandma, I've caused trouble. Initially, Elder Du did not pay much attention, instead offering a hearty laugh to console her. Do not fear, my child. At his advanced age, if he were to perish in your presence, it would indeed be his good fortune. You need not feel overly guilty. Upon hearing this, Du Hongyan nearly lost her footing, almost falling in embarrassment. She never expected her grandmother would utter such audacious words. Her beautiful face flushed with 2 bright hues, making her appear particularly charming. Grandma, it is not as you think. Elder Du was slightly taken aback. So he did not die? It seems he is quite robust after all. How could that old fellow encounter any misfortune? He had already taken the essence of her precious granddaughter and yet remained alive. Regardless of what happened, it seemed inconsequential. However, Du Hongyan dared not let her grandmother continue with such wild speculations. Who knew what further shocking words she might utter? Grandma, that is not what I meant. Before Elder Du could inquire further, Du Hongyan hurriedly explained. I accidentally broke the jade slip containing the sect leader's transmission left at my husband's house. Du Hongyan was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this technique. The loss of such a precious legacy due to its severance from lineage would undoubtedly result in a grievous blow to the sect. All of this, after all, was a consequence of her actions. Elder Du could not help but display a look of perplexity, pondering inwardly what invaluable method the sect leader had entrusted to such an obscure location. Ordinarily, practitioners of their caliber would never commit such a blunder as to misplace a jade slip of profound techniques. Yet, given that his granddaughter had expressed such concerns, there was a degree of credibility to her words. Pray tell, what manner of technique has caused you such trepidation? The 5 elements absorption technique. This is a name that Steward Du has never encountered before. However, given his relatively modest position, it is quite understandable that he is unaware of it. Is there something extraordinary about this cultivation technique? Allow me to demonstrate it for you. With that, Du Hongyan carefully assumed a cross-legged position once more. And as she circulated the technique, the several spirit stones in her hands vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. Even Du, the steward, could not help but experience a sharp contraction in her pupils. Such a rapid pace of cultivation, along with an extraordinary utilization of spirit stones, seemed utterly fantastical. No matter how supreme the technique, such an outrageous result was simply inconceivable. How could this be possible? The gravity of the situation far exceeded her imagination. In that moment, Du even felt an impulse to defect from the sect. Should the sect leader become aware of this matter, it could very well trigger a tremendous upheaval within the entire sect, forcefully suppressing the shock that welled within her. She took a moment to steady her breath before inquiring about the specifics of the technique. Upon grasping all the details, her brows knitted together tightly. The technique she had acquired appeared to be custom-tailored for those with a mixed elemental spirit root. If the sect truly possessed such a technique, it would undoubtedly soar to great heights. However, there lingered an odd aura surrounding this affair. Even if the sect leader had access to such treasures, it was unlikely they would be presented in such a manner to a favored individual. Let us seek out the sect leader first, if it is indeed related to her. She cannot escape responsibility. The middle-aged beauty, with her long legs moving gracefully, departed the residence with her cherished granddaughter. Soon, they arrived at the dwelling of the sect leader. The hurriedly freshened-up sect leader cast a disgruntled glance at the two. This group of individuals truly perplexes me. Why do they incessantly choose to disrupt matters at the most critical junctures? Could they not select a more opportune moment? Pray, what brings you to me? Surely it cannot be that the venerable gentleman has met his demise at the hands of the enchanting beauty. Du Hongyan shook her head repeatedly. No, my husband is in excellent health. Just last night, we conversed about this, she said, her charming visage flushing a deep crimson, revealing an exquisite shyness. It was then that Yu Qiushui comprehended the familiarity of her previous gait. It was indeed a revelation. Upon reflection, a moment of clarity dawned. As long as one is not alone in this endeavor, there lies no issue. Yu Qiushui's gaze once again fell upon the two individuals. Since the venerable elder remains alive, what brings you both here? Could it be that the quantity of spirit stones I provided is inadequate? At this juncture, Du Hongyan found herself at a loss for words. After all, the gravity of this matter was utterly overwhelming. As a mere outer sect disciple, she could scarcely bear the weight of such a transgression. Ultimately, it was Elder Du who elaborated on the situation. Yu Qiushui, the sect master, felt an involuntary twitch beneath his eyelids, while the fair, long legs tucked beneath the table quivered slightly. The extraordinary spirit-refining pill that had previously surfaced had been bestowed upon his favored disciple. Once again, an exceedingly absurd cultivation technique has emerged. This cultivation technique significantly enhances Du Hongyan's training speed, while the consumption of spirit stones plummets drastically. Once Du Hongyan matures, the formidable prowess she will exhibit is certain to send shockwaves through the entire cultivation realm. At present, the shattered transmission jade slip can no longer be passed on for others to cultivate. The loss is indeed profound. Yet, where could she possibly acquire such a remarkable treasure? If she truly possessed it, our sect of harmonious union would have long established itself as a formidable power within the realm of cultivation. Rather than descending to this pitiable state, however, such sentiments will not be uttered aloud. Since it has come into your possession, it is your fortune. Remember to cultivate diligently and do not squander this precious technique. Moreover, refrain from disseminating this matter. Both individuals were taken aback that the sect leader showed no signs of anger, nor did he express any inclination to blame them. Leader, are you certain that item belongs to our sect of harmonious union? Of course, otherwise, how could such a valuable treasure have ended up in the hands of Hongyan? Though the words seem reasonable, there lingers an odd sense of discomfort. The two of them were too apathetic to ponder over trivial matters. Master, if that is the case, let Hongyan return to focus on her cultivation. With the abundance of spirit stones she now possesses, coupled with this technique, she will undoubtedly experience rapid growth. In time, our Harmony sect shall surely rise to prominence. The mere thought of such a splendid future sent a shiver of excitement through Steward Du. Yu Qiushui cast her a disapproving glance. You've just married off your granddaughter, yet you wish for her to return for cultivation? What would the old man think? Or do you, as her grandmother, intend to take matters into your own hands? If so, I have no objections. Chapter 35. Allow me to introduce a few candidates for concubines. Steward Du's expression stiffened at the thought of serving a man older than herself. The discomfort was akin to a thorn lodged in her throat, refusing to dissipate. Master, however, given Hongyan's current situation, it is entirely inappropriate for her to remain with that old gentleman. This would only squander her valuable time for cultivation. As the sect leader, Yu Qiushui was well aware of this. Her gaze slowly shifted towards Du Hongyan, her eyes imbued with inquiry. What is your perspective on this matter? Du Hongyan lowered her head slightly, her voice soft yet tinged with a hint of shyness, as if she were anticipating something. Master, it is indeed somewhat unsuitable to return for cultivation at this moment. It would be unwise for my husband to be left unattended. Furthermore, there are matters at home that require my attention. Had the circumstances been different, I might have hesitated to return to the mundane world. But now, it is entirely impossible. I eternally belong to this realm of cultivation. The affairs of the secular world must be resolved, and I must be the one to address them. Yu Qiushui pondered quietly, feeling that this girl was somewhat out of sorts. Yet, how could such a significant change occur in just a few days? Without delving further, She turned her attention back to steward Du. Let us give Hong Yin 2 or 3 more months. During this time, you should seek out a suitable replacement. You wouldn't want Hong Yin to be preoccupied with worries over the old gentleman, hindering her cultivation, would you? Steward Du glanced at her granddaughter's anxious expression and could only acquiesce with resignation. However, the task of finding a suitable candidate had been a persistent source of difficulty for her. Master, may I inquire if there are any specific requirements for the candidates? Certainly. No one inferior to Hong Yin should be considered. This must surely provoke a quarrel with my beloved disciple, Yi Wei. Replacing her is imperative. Yet it must be with someone of equal caliber to Du Hong Yin. The corners of Steward Du's mouth twitched involuntarily. A bitter smile etched across his face. Master, are you not being excessively demanding? Although Hong Yin's talent is rather average, her beauty and figure are among the elite within our sect. Where am I to find someone comparable? Yu Shui, bearing a mischievous smile, teased him mercilessly. What is this? Having reaped such great benefits, you expect to give nothing in return? Since there is no one readily available by your side, one must devise alternative means. With that, he playfully squeezed the mature beauty beside him. Steward Du, in exasperation, swatted away the master's bothersome hand. The usually aloof leader, when in private, resembled a child. Nevertheless, her words held some merit. While there may be no suitable candidates nearby, it does not imply that none exist elsewhere. A span of 2 to 3 months should suffice. For the sake of my granddaughter's future, this matter must be resolved properly. Once the arrangements were finalized, the gathering dispersed. With no outsiders present, however, the usually composed Yu Shui cradled his head in his hands, a look of distress clouding his features. What misfortune have I brought upon myself? Why do the debts of gratitude only seem to multiply? One Yi Wei was already burdensome enough, and now another Du Hong Yin has emerged. Could it be that this fellow's ancestors were some extraordinary beings? Otherwise, how can one account for these occurrences? If such troublesome events happen a few more times, I fear that even I, as the sect leader, may suffer the consequences. Just thinking about it gives me an unbearable headache. I cannot allow the unreliable steward Du to handle this matter alone. I must also devise a solution. Such unforeseen circumstances must not occur again. Meanwhile, Ji Dagen securely moored his small boat to the bank, stretching his limbs without haste to head towards the Lin family. On one hand, he was genuinely unaware of the Lin family's exact location. On the other, his stomach had begun to protest, grumbling incessantly, which was rather intolerable. The snake soup stew from the previous day had granted him an additional 2 years of life, however, after a night of exertion. Despite the active participation of a beautiful companion, he too experienced a depletion of energy. Now, his hunger was palpable, and unless he appeased his inner sanctum, he would find himself lacking the vitality to undertake any endeavors. Fortunately, he had money at hand, which eased his mind. Spotting a nearby restaurant bustling with activity, he stepped inside. The establishment was teeming with patrons, particularly lively given that it was mealtime. It was evident that this place was thriving and likely quite profitable. As Ji Dagen entered, a cheerful young attendant approached him with a broad smile. Welcome, esteemed guest. Just one. I require a seat by the window. Certainly, right this way. Sir, the attendant, astutely observing Ji Dagen, noted that his attire was no longer that of a beggar. With a discerning eye, he recognized the unmistakable signs of someone with considerable means. The position Ji Dagen was offered was indeed splendid, affording him a view of the river where decorated boats occasionally glided by, with lovely ladies aboard attired in light garments. Although he held little interest in matters of Yanqing, he soon realized that he could glean some information regarding the Lin family from the conversations around him. A subtle smile graced his lips, indicating that the Lin family indeed valued his words. Just as he was about to place his order, a familiar figure appeared beside him. Brother-in-law, what a coincidence. Yi Chun, with little pressing matters recently and an abundance of wealth accumulating at home, had decided to take his concubine out for leisure. Upon reaching mealtime, he sought a place to dine and followed the familiar silhouette into the restaurant, confirming his suspicions that this was indeed the enigmatic magnate. Ji Dagen turned to see Yi Chun accompanied by a young beauty. Ah, it is you. So, you two have come to dine? Indeed, brother-in-law. Allow me to introduce you. This is my concubine, Zhang Minner. Ji Dagen nodded, acknowledging the greeting. It is essential to exercise restraint when it comes to the wives of others. One must not let the allure of a pleasing figure lead to indiscreet glances, as this is a matter of fundamental courtesy and respect. As they took their seats, the affluent young master Yi naturally assumed the responsibility of ordering the dishes. All present were filled with curiosity, as no one had anticipated that this elderly gentleman was, in fact, the husband of the legendary Miss Yi San. What left them most perplexed was the attitude of the Yi family. By the way, brother-in-law, why hasn't my sister come out? She has recently entered seclusion for her cultivation and may not make an appearance for several years. Yi Chen wore an expression of understanding, his eyes glinting with mischief as a rather audacious suggestion slipped from his lips. Brother-in-law, in this city, there are very few beauties as enchanting as my sister. However, the Yu family possesses quite an extensive network. How about I introduce you to a few, perhaps to take home as concubines? Chapter 36. Men remain youthful until death. Yi Chun was acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of the elderly gentleman before him. Although Ji Dagen appears unremarkable in appearance, he is, in reality, a true powerhouse. For his sister to forge a connection with him is indeed an elevation in status. Presently, his sister, Yi Tsuiwei, has retreated into seclusion for cultivation, leaving her without even a caretaker by her side. One must indeed make a splendid display, perhaps even provide him with several concubines to attend to his daily needs. It is imperative not to disregard the esteemed elder due to the negligence of one's own sister. After all, in his understanding, individuals of the stature of Ji Dagen deserve meticulous care and profound respect. As Yu Chen's words fell, a cacophony of chopsticks clattering to the ground ensued. The onlookers, who had been eagerly listening, were utterly taken aback by the audacity of young Master Ye's brazen remarks. They stood in stunned silence, their minds swirling with incredulity. Indeed, what a remarkable brother-in-law, who would take the initiative to arrange such matters for his sister's husband. Yi Chun was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling around him, yet they had no inkling of Ji Dagen's true identity and formidable nature. He cast a disapproving glance in his direction. At my age, I have neither the inclination nor the energy to pursue young maidens. Brother-in-law, do not speak so, came the reply. You are still quite vigorous. Besides, a man remains youthful until his last breath. What is the matter with taking a few concubines? This could be seen as an act of benevolence, especially considering how many young women struggle to find husbands in these times. Yu Chen's reasoning was not without merit. Due to external threats and the frequency of warfare in the Great Zhou, many young men from affluent families were conscripted to the battlefield. Those with wealth could afford to evade military service. In such circumstances, marrying multiple concubines could, in a sense, contribute to societal stability and harmony. After all, the surplus of unmarried women posed a significant burden on ordinary families. Ji Dagen recalled similar sentiments from his memories and recognized the validity in Yi Chen's words. However, he pondered what purpose it would serve to bring a woman into his life under his current circumstances. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he chose not to delve further into this discussion with Yi Chen. At this moment, the dishes had been brought to the table one after another. After a couple of drinks, the conversation flowed freely. The cuisine at Jiangfeng Tower was indeed commendable, yet the taste of the fish could only be surpassed by that of Yujiren. Ji Dagen had never been particularly discerning when it came to food, lacking any innate talent in this regard. At his age, he was also disinclined to delve into the complexities of gourmet dishes. Initially, he paid little attention to the fish from Yujiren. However, just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Learn the dishes made by Yujiren. Achieve a quality score of 60 to completely cure osteoporosis. Achieve a quality score of 70 to additionally gain the aura of spiritual swordsmanship. Achieve a quality score of 90 to receive a mysterious grand gift. Upon hearing this, Ji Dagen's heart swelled with joy. Compared to the task of taking a concubine, this task was truly to his liking. If he could attain a score of 60, he would resolve his osteoporosis problem entirely. At his age, the risk of fractures due to osteoporosis was a constant concern. Although there had been notable improvements, he still walked cautiously, fearful of falling and injuring himself. As an elderly man out in the world, should such an incident occur, it was likely that he would perish on the road without anyone knowing. This has no bearing on one's own formidable abilities, and such concerns will indeed diminish one's performance. It appears that a visit to the establishment of this culinary expert is warranted. However, he is acutely aware that emulating someone else's recipes is a grave transgression. After all, this is the very foundation upon which they stand. To seek a legitimate apprenticeship, it seems, would be futile, even with monetary incentives. Thus, the only course of action is to savor the dishes of the other and endeavor to replicate them as closely as possible. This indeed requires a considerable investment of time and effort. Apart from the accumulation through time, There exists no superior alternative. After indulging in food and drink, Yichen suddenly recalled another matter. He cast a puzzled glance at Ji Dagen. Brother-in-law, did you come to Yangcheng for a specific purpose? Ji Dagen nodded slightly. Yes. There is a small matter I need to attend to. It wouldn't be related to the Lin family, would it? Yesterday, the Lin family hastily liquidated numerous assets, most of which were acquired by the Yi family. Their urgent need for cash suggests that only the Yi family in Yangcheng could possibly provide such funds. According to the information gathered, it appears that the Lin family has encountered some grave trouble and is in the process of raising funds and recruiting manpower. The specifics of whom they have offended remain unclear for the time being. However, the entire Lin family is now on high alert. Any ordinary person daring to approach the vicinity would likely face repercussions. How coincidental it is that a formidable brother-in-law has appeared right here. It is quite challenging for him not to associate the two matters. Ji Dagen remained silent, yet he slightly nodded in acknowledgement. In this crowded and bustling place, it is indeed unwise to speak freely. Yichen glanced around before leaning closer and lowering his voice. Brother-in-law, I have heard that over 1,000 desperate souls have been turned away from that location, including martial artists. Do you not think it perilous to go alone? Although he had confidence in his brother-in-law's formidable abilities, he remained uncertain of the true extent of his strength. Faced with the multitude from the Lin family, he genuinely feared that unforeseen dangers might arise. However, Ji Dagen appeared remarkably composed, dismissing the matter as trivial. Worry not, it is of little consequence. Now, I shall attend to this matter. You may return to your own affairs. With that, he rose and strolled leisurely out of Jiangfeng Tower. Ji Dagen had a general understanding of the Lin family's whereabouts. Yet, as an elder, he was acutely aware that one should refrain from engaging in vigorous activity after a meal. After all, the adage that 100 steps taken post-repast lead to a long life is indeed wise. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected notification from the system emerged in his consciousness. Ding, long-term task activated, 100 steps after a meal. Completing this task will enhance your proficiency in Lingshu step by 1. Upon delving into the task details, I discovered that it was rather simple. All that was required was to walk 999 steps after each meal. Furthermore, I learned that the proficiency of the Lingshu step is categorized into 6 distinct levels: beginner, proficient, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfect, and return to simplicity. As one's proficiency increases, the efficacy of the technique significantly enhances. I had long been uncertain about how to elevate my mastery of Taoist arts, and I never anticipated that such a trivial matter would trigger such an important task. My spirits lifted considerably, and my gait became increasingly steady. Although Yang City, with its population of several 100,000, is merely a medium-sized city, its vastness is still remarkable. The absence of towering skyscrapers means that this city, despite its moderate population, occupies a land area comparable to that of major cities with millions of inhabitants. To traverse the entirety of the city would likely require several days. Instead of aimlessly wandering, I summoned a carriage, which swiftly transported me to the Lin residence, located 2 miles east of Yang City. The moment Ji Dagen appeared, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Lin household, as if it had succumbed to an instant deathly hush. Even the birds in the surrounding trees dared not make a sound. Scanning the vicinity, I noticed not a single soul in sight. However, Ji Dagen paid no heed to such trivialities and boldly stepped toward the grand, open red doors. Chapter 37. The era belongs to the youth. As Ji Dagen prepared to enter the estate, a sudden barrage of arrows rained down upon him from various directions. Akin to a tempest, the sound of the arrows slicing through the air was sharp and piercing, reminiscent of death's scream. Yet, Ji Dagen remained unperturbed. With a ghostly agility, he executed the Lingshu step, vanishing into the inner courtyard. His white longsword glinted ominously as it carved through the air before being sheathed once more. The individuals concealed behind the door barely had time to comprehend his movements before their carotid arteries were severed. For Ji Dagen, this method was far less laborious than decapitating them. After all, chopping through bone is a strenuous endeavor, and given the number of targets he intended to eliminate today, he could not afford to squander energy on such mundane tasks. The arrows quivered as they struck the ground outside, not so much as brushing against the hem of Ji Dagen's attire. As he entered the corridor, a throng of desperate rogues surged forth like a tidal wave. With menacing expressions, they brandished an array of weapons, their battle cries echoing thunderously. Meanwhile, Linjin, who had been anxiously awaiting news inside, received immediate word of Ji Dagen's appearance. Is he dead? Master, he evaded the ambush. Lin Jin was not particularly surprised by the outcome. He had long been aware of the formidable strength of his opponent, and he knew that a sneak attack in the first round was unlikely to succeed. His inquiry was merely a flicker of hope, a desperate grasp at chance. He had mobilized so many men with a singular purpose, to exhaust the opponent's stamina. Given Ji Dagen's advanced age, it was improbable that he could sustain prolonged combat. Meanwhile, the truly lethal figures lay in ambush nearby, poised to strike at any moment. As for the earlier desperate fighters, they were, in Lin Jin's eyes, nothing more than cannon fodder, mere pawns to deplete Ji Dagen's energy. As time inexorably passed in the tense fray, the sounds of battle echoed throughout the courtyard. Yet, as moments slipped by, these clamorings gradually diminished. Those who remained standing were paralyzed by the terrifying prowess of Ji Dagen, too intimidated to advance. They found themselves cursing the Lin family profusely. For while the opponents had merely mentioned that this was a formidable old man, they had not anticipated that he would be so incredibly powerful. This is nothing short of a blatant trap. Had I known the other party possessed such formidable skills, they would certainly not have accepted such a perilous assignment. They may be desperate outlaws, but they are by no means foolish. Such a fatal task, how could one possibly undertake it? Amidst the throng of panicked individuals, one finally emerged. With eyes reflecting a blend of fear and desperation, he spoke. "Dear sir, we are merely hired hands. We harbor no deep-seated animosity towards you. Might it be possible for us to leave?" The others nodded in agreement, their courage faltering in the face of this seemingly demonic elder. Ji Dagen glanced at the progress of the task, which required him to slay 1,000. He had already dispatched over 800, with nearly 200 targets remaining. Approximately 500 souls stood before him, and at least 200 more must perish. Yet, a question lingered. System. Can those I do not personally kill still count towards the task? As long as they die because of you, it is permissible, the system replied. With this revelation, Ji Dagen's mind began to formulate a plan, rendering the task considerably simpler. He gazed at the group of young individuals with a smile that, to them, resembled the grin of a fiend. You need only eliminate one person beside you to secure your freedom. His voice was soft, yet it resonated like thunder in their ears. As soon as the words were spoken, a scream pierced the air. Almost immediately, chaos erupted. In their desperate fight for survival, reason abandoned the people, who violently turned upon one another with weapons raised. In the brutal frenzy of self-destruction, the number of survivors dwindled from over 500 to fewer than 100 in a mere instant. My apologies for the offense, murmured the elderly gentleman as the remaining survivors, clutching their knives, fled in a state of panic. Ji Dagen made no attempt to stop them. After all, his mission had been accomplished. A surge of innate kidney energy coursed into his kidneys, enveloping them in a comforting warmth. Aside from this sensation, he felt no other remarkable changes, save for a newfound strength in his waist. If this continued, upon Suewei's emergence from seclusion, she would surely be astonished. The thought of rising from the ashes and singing a triumphant song filled him with hope for the future. The remnants of the rabble had vanished, leaving behind a gruesome scene. Bodies sprawled haphazardly across the ground, blood staining the earth, and the air thick with the heavy scent of carnage. At this moment, the door creaked open, and Lin Jin, accompanied by several individuals, finally made his entrance. He had long prepared himself mentally for the grim scene outside. Yet when confronted with the stark reality, he was taken aback. The corpses of thousands lay sprawled haphazardly, rendering the scene akin to a hellish nightmare. Amongst this chaos stood an elderly man, clad in a gray robe, untouched by the surrounding bloodshed, as though he hailed from another realm, starkly contrasting with the gruesome tableau. The long white sword in his hand retained its pristine color, yet emanated an unsettling aura of danger. Lin Jin had previously held the belief that his son's demise might not be directly linked to Ji Dagen. However, the current circumstances cast doubt upon this notion, as someone of Ji Dagen's caliber could indeed commit such atrocities. Suppressing the fear swelling within him, he gazed at the old man. "Mr. Ji, can this not end here?" Ji Dagen smiled and shook his head. "I am not one to leave trouble for myself." At that moment, an elderly man clad in martial attire stepped forward. He was robust, his eyes betraying a depth of calmness and sharpness honed by the passage of time. "Lin family head. Leave this to me," he declared. His name was Zhang Wu, hailing from a lineage of martial artists. His lethal skills had been tempered through generations of real combat. At his age, the internal energy within him could penetrate the bodies of his adversaries, making even the shattering of internal organs a trivial task. Lin Jin spent 1,000 taels of gold to solicit his assistance, and should he succeed in eliminating the target, an additional reward of 1,000 taels awaits him. Faced with such a tantalizing temptation, he was naturally more eager than anyone else. At that moment, a young man wielding a long sword stepped forward. He stood tall, his visage handsome yet tinged with arrogance. "Mr. Zhang, allow this young man to handle such trivial matters," he declared, gracefully swinging his sword, tracing a beautiful arc through the air. The sword in Shimin Chueyu's hand was already thirsting for action. He was none other than Shimin Chueyu, a renowned young swordsman in the martial world, celebrated for his splendid swordplay that not only brought him fame, but also elicited excited gasps from countless women. Many of the older generation of martial artists had met their demise at his hands. In order to secure his involvement, the Lin family also offered 1,000 taels of gold as a deposit, with a matching reward upon the successful assassination of the target. With such wealth, frequenting the pleasure houses would no longer pose a problem. Observing the old fellow beside him, who sought to snatch the bounty, he felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Behind them stood a young cultivator, appearing to be around 30, who had not engaged in their dispute. His countenance was stern, and his gaze bore a hint of disdain, as if viewing the mortals before him as nothing more than common creatures. Having attained the 7th level of chi refinement, he regarded this group of mere mortals as inconsequential. Regardless of who ended Ji Dagen's life, he would receive a reward of 5,000 taels of gold. It could be said that among the numerous individuals present, he was the most formidable force. Seeing the two powerful warriors embroiled in debate, Lin Jin swiftly interjected, "Gentlemen, as long as you can eliminate him, I will not withhold a single coin of your bounty." Upon hearing this, the two ceased their quarrel and simultaneously entertained the notion of collaboration. They both understood that Ji Dagen was no easy adversary. Working together would simplify matters considerably. "Mr. Zhang, let us join forces. I shall show this old fool that the world now belongs to the youth." Chapter 38. You cannot possibly think that I am dead, can you? This statement was similarly uttered by Shimin Chueyu for the ears of the venerable Zhang Wu. How could Zhang Wu fail to discern the underlying meaning in his words? "Young man, I shall show you what a true senior master is," Zhang Wu retorted, his gaze revealing a steadfastness and confidence that proclaimed his strength and status should not be underestimated. "Heh, the feeling is mutual," Shimin Chueyu scoffed. A trace of disdain etched upon his countenance, dismissing Zhang Wu's response as inconsequential. In his heart, he believed his swordsmanship and prowess to be unparalleled. This old man was merely clinging to his age. As the two advanced side by side, Shimin Chueyu regarded the feeble, wrinkled Ji Dagen before him, his disdain intensifying. "Old fool, still causing trouble at your age. Are you courting death? If you wish to live, vanish now. I, Shimin Chueyu, may spare your life." Brandishing his sword, he sought to intimidate Ji Dagen, showcasing his authority. Zhang Wu cast a sidelong glance at this impetuous youth, silently shaking his head. Indeed, young men revel in ostentation and bravado. Before such a formidable opponent, he still sought to flaunt his prowess. Observing Ji Dagen closely, he found no trace of the spirit and vitality characteristic of a martial artist. Ji Dagen appeared to be an ordinary old man, devoid of any threat. Yet, to assert he was a practitioner seemed implausible, for he lacked the unique aura of one. Zhang Wu pondered, perplexed as to how so many had perished at this man's hands. However, now that he had stepped forward, he believed the old man stood no chance of survival. His employer certainly wished to see Ji Dagen not leave alive. He must fulfill his mission and secure the generous reward. Ji Dagen, however, remained unaffected by their words and actions. He stood quietly, employing his divination technique to glance at the two. Instantly, their fundamental information manifested before his eyes. Zhang Wu, an internal energy practitioner, minor mastery, lifespan 18 years. Shimin Chueyu, a swordsman, minor mastery, lifespan 42 years. Contemplating this information, he mused. Their strengths appeared comparable, though he was somewhat perplexed by the notion of minor mastery of internal energy. Mistaking Ji Dagen's silence for fear, Shimin Chueyu, the young swordsman, grew even more intrigued. "Old man, are you afraid? You should be. Together, we are both renowned masters of internal energy in the martial world. Once we join forces, you stand no chance." Lin Jun, standing nearby, nodded in satisfaction. The substantial investment made to invite the two of them was solely to ensure that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. The old fool dared to oppose him, leaving only a path to certain demise. A slight smirk graced his lips, as if he could already envision the moment of Ji Dagen's demise. his heart swelling with anticipation and pride. To challenge him was indeed a profound folly. However, at that very instant, a crisp sound echoed through the silence of the courtyard. Ji Dagen's sword returned to its sheath, the sound resonating starkly in the stillness. His expression was one of bewilderment, secretly pondering the situation. Weren't they supposed to be masters of internal energy? Why were they so inept? Meanwhile, Zhang Wu and Shimin Chueyu clutched their throats, terror etched across their faces as they gazed at Ji Dagen. They had never anticipated that their opponent would possess such terrifying prowess. As internal energy masters, they had merely caught a glimpse of Ji Dagen's sword's afterimage. By the time they realized what had transpired, the sword had already been sheathed. Especially for Shimin Chueyu, such swift unsheathing and sheathing of the sword was all too familiar. He had often employed this maneuver to flaunt his skill. Yet, he could hardly fathom that he would meet his end at the hands of an elderly swordsman, and in a manner that afforded him no chance to resist. Such venerable figures exist solely in the realm of legend. Had I known that my counterpart was such a formidable character, I would never have ventured forth to meet my demise. Slowly raising my hand, I pointed towards Lin Jun behind me, mustering the last remnants of my strength to exclaim vehemently, "Lin, how dare you deceive us?" When we arrived, you merely described him as a somewhat formidable old man. Yet, this esteemed Mr. Ji before us is undoubtedly far beyond that. We mere ants lack even the qualification to wash his feet. Zhang Wu felt similarly, his heart brimming with remorse and trepidation. Such venerable individuals are far beyond his reach. If he is akin to an ant at the foot of the mountain, then Ji Dagen stands as an eagle soaring at the peak, high above the clouds. The two men widened their eyes, filled with boundless resentment and terror, slowly collapsing to the ground, their lifeless eyes staring vacantly as they drew their last breath. The atmosphere in the courtyard became exceedingly oppressive in an instant. Lin Jun could hardly fathom that the expert he had hired at great expense proved to be so easily vanquished. Not even a single round had been completed before they were all slain. His heart was heavy with fear and regret, pondering how he could have offended such a reclusive master. If given the chance to start anew, he would never make such a foolish decision. Fortunately, he still clung to a final lifeline. "Master, I entrust everything to you." The young practitioner nodded slightly, taking 2 steps forward before kneeling with a thud. "Senior, grant me a chance to survive. I believe I can still be saved." Lin Jun was momentarily taken aback by his action. No one could have anticipated that this lofty practitioner would resort to such an unusual plea. Ji Dagen was equally astonished that this trump card, which Lin Jun had thought to be his ace, turned out to be such a spectacle. Nevertheless, his task was complete, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary slaughter. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the matter, signaling the practitioner to depart. The practitioner, filled with joy, hurriedly rose to his feet. "Thank you for your mercy, Senior." He dashed toward the exit, fearful that Ji Dagen might reconsider. Lin Jun nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Utterly shocked that the formidable figure he had paid so dearly for turned out to be so unreliable. Without having accomplished anything, he had simply surrendered. He cursed inwardly, lamenting the encounter with such a charlatan. It seemed that fate was intent on bringing ruin to the Lin family. Just then, a chilling voice echoed ominously in their ears. "Die." With a thunderous roar, flames erupted around Ji Dagen. The practitioner, who had been hastily retreating, unleashed the explosive talisman concealed within his sleeve as he approached Ji Dagen from behind. Everything he had done prior was merely a ruse to lower Ji Dagen's guard. His true lethal strike was this very move. He believed this surprise attack would be unfailingly effective, and indeed, it had succeeded. Yet, the cost of an explosive talisman was not insignificant. He felt a pang of regret, but the thought of slaying Ji Dagen made it worthwhile. He cast a triumphant glance at Lin Jun, his face brimming with arrogance. "Master Lin, how do you find my technique?" Lin Jun erupted into laughter, appearing quite pleased. "The conduct of this cultivator, while somewhat unscrupulous, holds little significance if it ultimately leads to the demise of Ji Dagen. That would be the most favorable outcome. As for the means employed, they are of no consequence. Indeed, the celestial master is truly formidable. I extend my invitation to you, and I am prepared to offer a substantial reward. Such an immortal, naturally, is an asset worth cultivating. In terms of the Lin family's future, it could prove immensely beneficial." However, just as he was about to speak, a mocking voice echoed from behind them. "Surely, you do not believe I am dead." Chapter 39, To Me. You were nothing but a nuisance. Although Ji Dagen was not a seasoned assassin, he was acutely aware of the essential principles of survival, never to leave one's back unguarded to an adversary. Such an utterly foolish act is, of course, inconceivable. When the practitioner engaged in such peculiar behavior, Ji Dagen was already on high alert, fearing the possibility of a treacherous maneuver. Indeed, the moment the opponent unleashed the talisman, Ji Dagen's left hand, clad in a black defensive artifact glove, shot forth with remarkable speed, deftly grasping the talisman that was about to detonate. Almost simultaneously, as he raised his hand, he executed the Qi manipulation sword technique. The potent spiritual energy in the air instantaneously coalesced around him, forming an indomitable barrier of spiritual force. The explosive flames surged, enveloping him entirely. However, all the fire was mercilessly repelled by this barrier. The searing heat failed to penetrate even the slightest bit. On his journey to this place, Du Hongyan had bestowed upon him the black-scaled serpent skin, which he had refined into a mid-grade defensive treasure. Little did he anticipate that it would serve its purpose so swiftly. The once triumphant expressions of Lin Zhan and the practitioner now appeared as if frozen in time, their faces rigid with disbelief and astonishment. No one could have expected that, in such a seemingly fatal situation, he emerged unscathed. Impossible. This cannot be. You are merely immortal. No matter how formidable your martial prowess, you cannot withstand my explosive talisman. His voice trembled, as if his very soul had been shaken to its core. In his understanding, the chasm between immortals and mortals was vast, a fundamental disparity. Practitioners possessed absolute strength over mortals. No matter how powerful a martial artist might be, once subjected to an attack of magic, it was unthinkable that they could emerge unscathed. Although this old man had demonstrated formidable abilities, he believed he could gain little advantage, hence the choice of such a treacherous ambush. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Ji Dagen would remain unharmed. This extraordinary turn of events shattered his comprehension, obliterating his long-held beliefs. Regret flooded his mind. Why had he come to the mundane world to stir trouble? Had he continued his cultivation in the temple, he would not have encountered such terrifying circumstances. Cold sweat poured from his forehead like rain, as if tears of fear were flowing freely. Senior, I am a practitioner of the Wuhua Temple. I beseech you, for the sake of my temple, to refrain from excessive force. Should you have any requests, please feel free to express them. Anything within the means of the Wuhua Temple will be generously provided. He was acutely aware that, in the face of such a formidable figure, aside from his own master, who was at the foundation establishment stage, there was no one who could rival him. The only recourse left was to invoke his connections, hoping that this old man might spare him a path to survival for the sake of Wuhua Temple. Senior, my master is indeed a remarkable practitioner at the foundation establishment stage. He possesses numerous valuable treasures. The underlying implication was a clear warning to Ji Dagen. My master is a formidable force. You ought to think twice before taking action. However, Ji Dagen chose to dismiss him entirely. What nonsense about the foundation establishment stage. His own wife was a master at that level. If he found himself unable to prevail, he could always call upon others. He had no desire to waste his breath on such a petty individual. Suddenly inspired, he realized that the recently acquired malevolent elixir could serve as an intriguing experiment. With a swift application of the spirit void step, he appeared before the cultivator in the blink of an eye, his fingers poised like the talons of an eagle. He forcefully pressed down on the cultivator's dantian, targeting the core of their energy. Here lies the wellspring of spiritual energy, where the majority of such power converges. As the technique of Dan cultivation operates, the practitioner's internal energy is drawn forth uncontrollably and rapidly, akin to a flood breaching its dam. The practitioner appears to lose all vitality. Resembling an ailing elder in the throes of severe illness, their body rendered exceedingly feeble in an instant. Observing the 7 additional azure orbs in hand, a sense of perplexity arises. What purpose do these serve? Choosing not to linger on this quandary, a swift wave of sword energy is unleashed, cleaving the practitioner in two. In the fleeting moment before demise, the practitioner catches sight of the sword energy unleashed by Ji Dagen, finally comprehending that they had gravely underestimated their opponent. For this individual was far from an ordinary martial artist. This formidable sword aura can only be unleashed by a cultivator. The elderly man before me, who appears to be an ordinary mortal, is likely a transcending being in the nascent soul stage. Thus, he bears no distinction from common folk. Moreover, the complete depletion of his spiritual energy suggests a bizarre and profoundly malevolent sorcery at play. A sudden realization dawned upon me. This old man is not merely a formidable practitioner, but potentially a powerful heretic. Regret surged within me like a tumultuous ocean. overwhelming my sense of dread for having provoked such a terrifying entity. Confronted with the wrath of a nascent soul master, I understood that I could not withstand his fury. At this moment, I could only hope that my master at the Five Flower Sect would refrain from intervening on my behalf, for the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Lin Jun found his mind blank, as if the entire world had come to a standstill in that instant. He could never have anticipated that events would escalate to such an extent. All the meticulous arrangements he had crafted were, in the eyes of this old man, nothing but a ludicrous farce. The elderly gentleman, without even taking a breath, effortlessly vanquished all in his path. Even the practitioner revered as a master was slain in an instant by his sword. The peril posed by such a person had, in his mind, escalated to a new level. His complexion had turned ashen, devoid of any color, and beads of cold sweat emerged from his forehead like pearls. Senior, I am willing to relinquish all the assets and gold of the Lin family. In light of the reputation of the Falling Leaf Sword Sect, grant me one more chance. The Falling Leaf Sword Sect was not a mere trifling power like the Five Flower View. It was, at best, a third-rate sect within the cultivation realm. Yet it wielded a degree of influence. His eldest son, Lin Patian, was cultivating there. Now, invoking it was his last desperate gamble. However, Ji Dagen merely shook his head, showing no sign of wavering. I know nothing of this Falling Leaf Sword Sect. All I perceive is that you are a nuisance. At my age, I have no desire to scurry about due to your affairs. As for money, enough is sufficient. Excess only invites trouble. With a graceful flourish, he spun his sword, shaking off the blood, then sheathed it with poise and turned to leave, leaving behind a hushed Lin family enveloped in death. The entire Lin family had perished, as if transformed into a silent realm shrouded in mortality. Lin Jun's wife had long since passed, and he had chosen not to take any concubines. A man of his stature naturally did not lack for female companionship. Lin Guang was absent from the household, a contingency plan set by Lin Jun. Should he meet his demise, the news of his murder would swiftly reach his eldest son, Lin Patian. The Five Flower View would also be informed. The tales of Zhang Wu and Shiman Chueyu's deaths would likewise spread rapidly through the martial world. Even if Lin Jun were to die, he intended to ensure that Ji Dagen would not find solace. Yet unbeknownst to him, such actions would inadvertently relay this monumental news to others. Ji Dagen rubbed his weary back. The exertion had taken a toll on his aging body. After all, time is relentless, and fatigue inevitably follows such fierce encounters. Fortunately, the troubles had been resolved, and from this moment forth, he could look forward to a peaceful retirement, relishing life. He sought a carriage driver and arrived in a swaying manner before the Fisherman's Delight, a shop renowned for its seafood. However, the sight before him caused him to furrow his brow slightly. The establishment appeared rather unremarkable, lacking any semblance of a venue capable of producing delectable dishes, and certainly not reminiscent of a place associated with fine cuisine. Chapter 40 indeed lacked any allure. During mealtime, one would expect an establishment to thrive with patrons, naturally drawing a considerable crowd. Yet, at this hour, when dinner was typically served, the quaint shop exuded an eerily quiet atmosphere, devoid of even a solitary soul. Only two scruffy young men lounged inside, idly picking at their toes in a rather unkempt manner. Passers-by, initially inclined to enter for a meal, were deterred by their menacing glares and hastily retreated. Ji Dagen surveyed the surroundings once more, confirming that this was indeed the correct location, before he slowly stepped inside. The two young men loitering at the entrance immediately adopted a mocking tone. "Old man, this is hardly a place for dining. If you wish to avoid any unfortunate incidents, you would do well to leave promptly." Ji Dagen, having recently taken several lives, still bore an aura of menace that lingered about him. A casual glance unleashed an overwhelming aura of menace, striking fear into the hearts of two young men. Although they could not comprehend the source of their trepidation, the profound dread emanating from deep within compelled them to hastily depart from the scene. "Boss, do we have any fish?" Although Yu Yurong was not the proprietor of the Yujiaren shop, she had mastered approximately 70 to 80% of the culinary skills required. As no one else was available to take charge of the kitchen, this formidable task naturally fell upon her shoulders. However, the business was declining day by day, particularly regarding the sourcing of ingredients, which had become a significant challenge. The fishermen were utterly unwilling to sell fish to her. From various sources, she learned that a man known as Master Chow was orchestrating these troubles. He wielded control over the entire fish market, and all transactions involving fish required his approval. Otherwise, fishermen would find it impossible to fish in peace, and those engaged in the fish trade would struggle to operate smoothly. This has led to the predicament of the fisherman, who now finds himself in a challenging situation with no fish to catch. Hearing someone calling for her from outside, Hehuan stepped out apologetically. Ji Dagen, having regained his sight, immediately recognized the woman before him. She is a beautiful cook, her hair tied back in a single ponytail, dark and lustrous, swaying gently with her movements. Clad in a simple yellow garment, the fabric, though unadorned, accentuates her natural beauty. A pristine white apron is tied around her waist, showcasing her neatness. Her long, slender legs are remarkably straight, each step seemingly imbued with a unique rhythm. Paired with delicate white cloth shoes, she exudes an air of simplicity and grace. However, her most striking feature can be succinctly summarized in 4 words: extraordinary embarrassment. As she moves, her alluring figure draws the gaze of onlookers, leaving them unsure where to direct their attention, hastily averting his eyes. The elderly man chastises himself for staring at such beauty. How impolite for an old man to gawk at a young woman. Hehuan glanced outside but did not see the 2 bothersome rascals. Observing this unfamiliar old gentleman, she surmised he must be here for a meal. "I'm sorry, sir, but we currently have no ingredients and cannot serve you. I hope you understand." Ji Dagen cast a glance at her white apron, which bore no trace of fishy odor. He speculated that the ingredients she mentioned likely referred to fish. Yet, given the nearby river, and barring any large-scale fishing, the waterway should be teeming with resources. Much refuse is discarded there, and discarded vegetable scraps would serve as excellent feed. Logically, there should be plenty of fish. Her claim of having none seemed quite absurd. "Are you jesting with me, boss?" Hehuan recognized the ridiculousness of the situation, but could not reveal that her establishment was being targeted. She could only manage a wry smile and shake her head. "I truly have none, sir." Ji Dagen was on a mission, and with it now hindered. He could not remain patient. "May I bring fish tomorrow?" Hehuan was taken aback by the old gentleman's persistence. After a moment's hesitation, considering her family's circumstances, she nodded. "That would be acceptable, sir." Satisfied, Ji Dagen departed. That evening, she hastily prepared a simple meal and settled into a nearby inn. Meanwhile, the local authorities in Yancheng were bustling through the night. The Lin family had been annihilated, nearly 1,000 lives lost, casting a terrifying pall over the family. Although some had revealed the name of the perpetrator, the city lord was hesitant to act rashly. Anyone capable of wiping out the Lin family was not someone he dared provoke. If they could decimate the Lin family, they could just as easily eliminate him. The city lord. Yet, the most critical detail was that the assailant was named Ji Dagen. Had it been another name, it might not have raised any alarm. However, several years prior, a confidential order had been issued to locate an individual by the same name. Merely sharing a name might not have drawn his attention. But the assailant's age aligned closely with that of the person from the directive. It is indeed challenging not to draw certain associations. If these 2 individuals are, in fact, one and the same, then a promotion is undoubtedly within reach. That very evening, he dispatched this confidential intelligence with utmost urgency to the capital. As for how His Majesty would respond, that was beyond his purview to ascertain. At dawn the following day, Ji Dagen chose a bend nearby to cast his line. He always carried his fishing gear with him. It was his treasured tool for retirement, and he could forego anything else but not this. With time still on his side, he knew it would take a moment before the bait would attract fish. He casually retrieved the blue spiritual orb he had acquired the previous day from his storage pouch. After examining it for a considerable time, he found nothing particularly remarkable about it. Due to his lack of spiritual roots, he was unable to probe into the nature of such objects. Even employing the art of fortune-seeing yielded only the most rudimentary of insights, a low-grade water-type spiritual orb. Beyond this, he gleaned nothing more. Unbeknownst to him, however, the appearance of the orb had begun to attract numerous fish from beneath the surface. Suddenly, the 7-star float plunged dramatically, and Ji Dagen was taken aback by the ferocity of the fish in this location. Barely 2 minutes had passed since he laid down his bait when he felt a tug on the line. Lifting his hand, he was met with a weighty sensation. It was unmistakable that he had hooked something substantial. After a laborious half-hour, he finally managed to reel in a hefty catfish weighing around 20 pounds. And this was merely the beginning. Throughout the entire morning, the fishing activity here showed no signs of abating. His net was filled with an array of fish, both large and small, numbering in the dozens. A twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed him, for he had become so engrossed in the sport that he momentarily forgot the true purpose of his fishing endeavor. With such an abundance of harvest, he, with his frail limbs, can hardly carry any away. I also forgot to ask yesterday what specific variety of fish is required. This situation has become somewhat awkward. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice echoed from behind. Old gentleman, you are fishing here early in the morning. Chapter 41. Collision with the ball despite the challenges facing the fishmonger. Yu Yurong steadfastly visited the fish market each day. Perhaps, in a moment of serendipity, she might manage to catch a fish or two. Even a scant few could bring a glimmer of hope to her struggling business. Today, she arrived at the market early, yet the outcome remained disappointing. The atmosphere at the fish market showed no signs of improvement, and the familiar fisherman continued to shun her, as if she were a harbinger of misfortune. With a heavy heart, she began her journey home. On her way back, however, Yu Yurong unexpectedly spotted the old gentleman from yesterday, fishing by the riverside. Although the stream appeared to teem with fish, they were mostly insignificant little creatures. From her experience, the truly substantial fish typically resided in broader waters. Nevertheless, having caught sight of him, she felt compelled to acknowledge the moment. Ji Dagen turned around and immediately beheld a sight that was both striking and embarrassing. Yu Yurong's alluring figure was always a focal point, and even clad in her simple yellow cloth attire, her charm was undeniable. My dear girl, it's you. How fortuitous. Could you assist me in determining if there are any suitable fish in this catch? Curiosity piqued. Yu Yurong wondered what the old gentleman might reel in. To her mind, it could only be a few small crucian carp or loaches. In such a narrow stream, one would typically not expect to find sizable fish. However, when she approached the riverbank and beheld the bountiful catch within his net, she lost her footing and nearly tumbled into the water. Had it not been for Ji Dagen's quick reflexes, who swiftly reached out to assist her, she would have undoubtedly found herself drenched. Yet, fate took an amusing turn as Ji Dagen's hand inadvertently landed in an inappropriate place. This, however, was not entirely his fault. It was evident that the young lady had collided with him rather forcefully. Yu Yurong felt an unusual sensation at her chest, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson that extended to her neck. She hastily rose and bowed repeatedly in apology. I beg your pardon, sir. Witnessing such a heart-stopping scene nearly caused Ji Dagen to faint from the shock. To be subjected to such a spectacle at his age was an overwhelming strain on both body and mind. He quickly averted his gaze and attempted to diffuse the awkwardness. It's quite all right. Just be cautious. Yu Yurong nodded fervently, eager to alleviate the current tension. She quickly shifted the topic. Sir, have you not slept all night? With such an abundant catch, it couldn't possibly have been gathered in a mere morning. She had a fair understanding of the local circumstances. In this river, it is improbable to encounter such an abundance of adult fish. If they truly existed, she would have already come to cast her net, leaving no room for the ingredients needed for her business. However, Ji Dagen held a different perspective. In the back mountains of the Hehuan Sect, rivers of 7 or 8 meters wide teemed with fish. Unbeknownst to him, the reason for this abundance was the proximity to the Hehuan Sect, which enriched the surrounding spiritual energy, making it more vibrant than in other areas, thus attracting numerous large fish. These magnificent creatures were irresistibly drawn to the spiritual energy emitted by the water spirit pearl. Look at these, are any suitable? Yu Yurong crouched down, her attire remarkably similar to the previous day, clad in a simple yellow cloth outfit. Her long legs, devoid of stockings, displayed an admirable shape. In this posture, her striking figure was accentuated, appearing even more magnificent. At that moment, Yu Yurong was so exhilarated that her eyes sparkled with excitement, oblivious to the gaze behind her. This one will do. That one is good too. And this one is also acceptable. She counted out 7 or 8 in quick succession. It was not that the others were unsuitable, but rather some were simply too large to fit in a single pot. As for smaller ones, they were entirely absent. Ji Dagen's fishing hook was of a substantial size. Even a small calamari would struggle to bite without impaling itself. Old sir, half of these are perfectly viable. Some are simply too large and not quite fitting. Ji Dagen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing his old back protesting. Young lady, you cannot expect an old man like me to haul all that you deem suitable. At this moment, Yu Yurong realized her oversight. Old sir, leave this matter to me. With a casual gesture, she effortlessly lifted nearly 100 pounds of fishing net. Ji Dagen watched in astonishment as his lips twitched. Who would have thought that such slender arms could unleash such remarkable strength? Moreover, her nonchalant demeanor indicated that she was far from reaching her limits. At this moment, Ji Dagen could not help but question whether what she felt was indeed muscle, as it seemed to defy explanation with such extraordinary strength. The fish had all been brought back to the fishing maiden, with a few selected individually. As for the larger specimens, there were ways to manage them. Simply dividing them into 2 or 3 sections would suffice. However, this method would slightly compromise the texture. Her father had mentioned such techniques during her lessons. Regarding the types of fish, the finest choice was the black fish, followed by the perch, mandarin fish, green fish, and grass carp. While Crucian carp were not entirely unsuitable, their average size was small, with only a rare few exceeding 3 pounds being acceptable. After attending to these matters, Yurong emerged, appearing somewhat bashful, clutching a deflated purse in her hand. "Sir, I do not possess much money today. Please take this, and I shall bring you the rest tomorrow." Ji Dagen glanced at the few copper coins and smiled, shaking his head. "How about this? Allow me to enjoy the fish you prepare for free. I shall be here for the next few days and will provide you with the fish I catch each day. What do you think? Such a fortunate occurrence. How could you Yurong possibly refuse?" She was acutely aware that she had gained a significant advantage. "Then it is settled," she declared. "Yesterday, those 2 rascals reappeared, yet upon seeing the old man still present, they hesitated to enter. They could hardly believe that this elderly fellow would come here day after day to keep watch. If Master Chow had his eye on someone, that old man would surely not be able to thwart his intentions. Today, due to the presence of fish, the kitchen was alive with the aroma of cooking, gradually wafting through the air. Those who had been eagerly awaiting the opening flocked in. In this city of sheep, the century-old establishment, Yujia Run, is quite renowned, drawing many visitors from afar. However, after Chef Yu's unfortunate incident, the business had plummeted drastically. Fortunately, Yu Yurong inherited her father's culinary skills, and her dishes were commendable. While busy in the kitchen, Yu Yurong heard the commotion outside, tilted her head to take a glance, and was taken aback. "Ladies and gentlemen, today we only have 8 fish available. The larger ones do not yield as delightful a flavor. No worries, we trust your craftsmanship. Even if it is not perfect, it will still be commendable. Please serve us." Seeing the enthusiastic support from the neighbors, Yu Yurong could only smile wryly and shake her head, returning to her tasks. Soon, a half-meter-long finished black fish was presented before Ji Dagen. "Old sir, do take a taste and see if it pleases your palate." Inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, Ji Dagen couldn't help but lament the disparity between individuals, which at times seems more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. Chapter 42. You had better contemplate carefully before him lay a dish of charcoal-grilled fish, akin to a meticulously crafted work of art awaiting admiration. Although the skill of the knife may not be discernible from the surface of the fish, the rich fragrance enveloping his nostrils seemed to possess an enchanting magic, instantly captivating him. Observing the fish's hue, a brilliant golden sheen reminiscent of sunlight's caress, he noted the delicate green scallion sprinkled across its surface, resembling a carefully painted canvas that infused the dish with vitality and grace, rendering it utterly flawless. Ji Dagen picked up his chopsticks, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He gently extracted a piece of tender, white fish meat, its texture as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, whispering of its succulent allure. Dipping it cautiously into the sauce, the moment the fish entered his mouth, an exquisite medley of flavors and textures exploded on his palate. Akin to a euphoric celebration of taste, the tender fish danced upon his tongue, its silky texture reminiscent of fine silk, while the rich sauce permeated every crevice of the fish, enhancing its essence. With a hint of mild spiciness and an array of indescribable yet profoundly memorable unique flavors, it tantalized his taste buds, igniting his sensory nerves and enveloping him in this unparalleled culinary delight. A sigh escaped him as he reminisced about the fish he had prepared himself. In comparison to this masterpiece, it was as if they belonged to entirely different realms. If one were to assign scores, his own dish could barely muster a 5, while this charcoal-grilled fish undoubtedly deserved a score exceeding 95. The thought of that exasperating system task stirred a desire to curse. What on earth could he do to elevate his own fish to a mere 60? Regarding the nature of my culinary creation, achieving a passing mark seems as arduous as scaling the heavens. Instinctively, I continued to savor this delectable dish, and by the time I regained my senses, nearly half of the fish lay consumed before me. A wave of apprehension washed over me, accompanied by a twinge of regret, for my presence here was not solely for the sake of a meal. I hastily refocused my thoughts, embarking on an analysis of the ingredients in this grilled fish. The fundamental oil was undoubtedly acceptable, and the usual seasonings such as scallions, ginger, and garlic were all present, with cooking wine likely included as well. Moreover, there were several unfamiliar spices that I had never encountered before. The creation of such a delightful dish is not merely the result of seasoning. It demands a high level of culinary skill, precise control of the heat, and exceptional knife techniques. It appeared that this task was far more complex than I had initially anticipated, yet fortunately, I had ample time at my disposal. Ji Dagen took out a communication talisman, which had been given to him by the Lady Hong Yin before his departure. Although he could not inscribe information directly with spiritual power like a cultivator, he could still write down what he wished to convey. Once activated with a spirit stone, the message would promptly appear on the Lady's end. After briefly outlining his current situation, he resumed his enjoyment of the exquisite delicacy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Du Hongyan had not anticipated that her husband would take up the art of cooking fish. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. She possessed an abundance of spirit stones and had acquired the 5 elements breathing technique, a practice tailored specifically for her. This was the perfect opportunity to relish the sensation of her cultivation soaring. Yet, for some reason, her thoughts kept drifting back to her elderly husband, and she felt an odd emptiness within her. When she finally came to her senses, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she hurriedly withdrew her jade-like hand, feeling a twinge of bashfulness and chiding herself for becoming so frivolous. A single lunch had provided Ji Dagen with immense satisfaction. However, his digestive capabilities were limited, and he could not possibly consume an entire fish by himself. At that moment, all the guests had departed, and Yu Yurong finally emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of rice and a small fish. Ji Dagen was somewhat surprised to see that she had prepared such a modest portion. Although the day's ingredients were few, the business should have yielded a considerable profit. A serving of grilled fish could fetch 200 coins, and excluding the fish, the cost of the ingredients likely amounted to around 20 coins, with charcoal accounting for a significant portion. Even so, there should be at least a profit of 150 coins. But what was she eating? He beckoned her over, urging her to sit across from him. If you don't mind the mess from this old man, please enjoy this. With more than half of the fish still remaining, along with a good amount of side ingredients, it was nearly the same as when it had been served hot and fresh. Yu Yurong shook her head repeatedly. No, 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 this is for you, old sir. How could I possibly eat it? Oh, come now, don't be silly. I am an old man, and I cannot possibly consume so much. At this moment, I am already quite full. If you do not partake, it shall ultimately meet the fate of being discarded. A pot of fish typically serves 2. Yet his appetite barely equates to that of half a person. Were it not for his prolonged dining time, he would hardly be able to consume such a portion. Yu Yurong was acutely aware that she could never find this elderly gentleman repulsive. Aside from his advanced age, he bore none of the traits typically associated with the elderly. His face bore a slight hint of bashfulness as he nodded gently and took a seat, his voice soft and gentle. Thank you, kind sir. After a busy morning, Yu Yurong felt genuinely hungry. Nonetheless, she maintained her grace, savoring each bite of her meal. Ji Dagen, observing her, hesitated momentarily before speaking. By the way, I shall go fishing again this afternoon. My portion will wait until the others have departed. We can enjoy it together then. Fish is best when served hot. A slight delay in my meal is inconsequential. Yu Yurong was taken aback by the elder's thoughtfulness, willing to postpone his own meal just for her to enjoy a hot dish. In such moments, it seemed he was the only one in the world willing to extend a helping hand. Since her father's passing, no one had shown her such care. Lost in thought, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Noticing this, Ji Dagen quickly shifted the conversation. I shall step outside for a brief walk to aid digestion. Later, please assist me in fetching my belongings. Yu Yurong nodded eagerly, her face filled with gratitude. Yes, thank you, kind sir. Ji Dagen departed from the fishing establishment, engaging in his post-meal stroll. Though his progress was modest, each day contributed to a significant advancement in his cultivation over the course of a month. Shortly after his exit, 2 unscrupulous individuals re-entered the shop. Ah, have you earned quite a bit? Isn't it time to settle your debts? Our Master Chow's patience is wearing thin. That 10 taels you owe has accrued interest, nearly totaling 30 taels. Fail to repay, and you'll have to settle in flesh. Their brazen gazes roamed over Yu Yurong's graceful figure, fixating particularly on her voluptuous bosom, making it difficult to look away. Yu Yurong felt their lecherous stares, a wave of fear and disgust washing over her. She hurriedly shielded her chest with one hand while placing her coin pouch on the table with the other, her voice trembling slightly. This is all I have for today. The remaining funds are needed to purchase medicine for my mother. Upon opening the pouch, Her brow furrowed in dissatisfaction as she revealed only 501. This barely covers today's interest. Perhaps we should escort you to meet Master Chow. As long as you are aligned with our leader, you shall be regarded as his consort. From now on, not only will you be exempt from repaying debts, but you will also receive funds to procure medicine for your mother's ailment. It would be prudent for you to contemplate your course of action carefully. Chapter 43. Might this be too much trouble for you? The two men swaggered away, their money pouch in hand, exuding an air of arrogance as though they were the sovereigns of this world. The day's earnings had largely found their way into their pockets. While Yurong gazed at the meager coins remaining in her palm, her heart heavy with bitterness. A portion of this scant sum was required for the ingredients for tomorrow's meal, the very foundation of her survival. The remainder would be spent on medicine for her mother. The family had already sacrificed too much for her mother's health. Her father, in his desperate quest to secure treatment for his wife, had traversed great distances, ultimately succumbing to fate. She was acutely aware that she could not afford to falter, otherwise, her mother would truly be left without care. Hastily tidying the shop, she carefully placed the packed lunch into a basket and rushed homeward. As she passed the apothecary, she spent the little money she had on a packet of medicine. The shopkeeper, watching her retreating figure, clutched the few copper coins tightly, guilt washing over him like a tide. He understood the hardships faced by Yu Yurong and was aware of the villainy of Master Chow. Yet, as a mere proprietor of a small pharmacy, what could he possibly do? He sighed silently, feeling sorrow for the unfortunate girl. The old man is quite perceptive. Let us continue this way, otherwise, if we incite Master Chow's displeasure, the safety of your entire family may be jeopardized. The two ruffians spoke menacingly, before turning and swaggering away. Ji Dagen happened to pass by and heard their words, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet, he also understood that the world harbors an abundance of darkness. What could an old man like him possibly change? Shaking his head in resignation, he resumed his daily tasks. His proficiency in the Lingshu step continued to grow with each movement. Returning to the spot where he had fished in the morning, he skillfully prepared the bait, letting the 7-star float slowly descend into the water. As he quietly awaited a bite, his thoughts involuntarily drifted towards Yu Yurong's plight. Upon arriving home, Yu Yurong gently pushed open the door, a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine assailing her senses. Mother, I'm back. Please eat first. I will prepare the medicine. She hurried to her mother's bedside, her heart aching at the sight of her mother's frail and weary form. Yusha gazed at her daughter, slowly shaking her head, her voice weak. Yurong, let it be. Mother's illness cannot be cured. Your father has passed. He surely has no one to care for him there. Allow me to go and accompany him. Yu Yurong was not unfamiliar with her mother's words. Each utterance pierced her heart like a knife. Sullenly seated at the edge of her bed, she retrieved a small purse and mustered a forced smile. Mother, today we earned some money. You must rest and recuperate. Once you are well, we will visit Father's grave together. If he dares to misbehave, I shall deal with him. Her playful banter slightly lifted Yu's spirits, yet her ailment remained the most significant burden on the family. She did not wish for her condition to hinder her daughter's future. Yurong, we cannot continue like this. Mr. Chow is ruthless and a martial artist to boot. Such a man is not one we can afford to offend. You are aware of your mother's health. You should seek another place, find a good family, and start anew. How could Yurong possibly abandon her mother and leave alone? With unwavering resolve, she gazed intently at her mother, her expression stern and tinged with anger. Mother, do not speak like that again. Let us eat first. I will prepare the medicine. With that, she turned and walked toward the kitchen, leaving Yu with a view of her retreating figure, filled with concern. Yu was genuinely worried about her daughter's future. She understood that unless she departed from this world, her daughter would never be able to live in peace. Ji Dagen furrowed his brow, lightly tapping his fingers against his arm, his expression darkening. The morning's irritable fish were nowhere to be found by afternoon, not even a single little fish. This situation is indeed quite absurd. Regardless of how one perceives it, everything seems amiss. What exactly transpired during the past 2 hours? In any case, it is implausible for such a significant transformation to occur at the same fishing spot within such a brief span of time. Striving to recall certain details, he found himself holding a blue spirit orb. While nothing else seemed particularly noteworthy, the sole distinction was his examination of this water-type spirit orb. At the very moment he unveiled the orb, the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Much of this energy merged with the environment, and a considerable amount was also absorbed into his ethereal essence. At that moment, a large black float appeared, and Ji Dagen, who had been attentively observing the fish activity, did not immediately lift his rod. Only when the float resurfaced did he resume casting his line. As expected, the situation mirrored that of the morning, confirming his suspicions. This water spirit pearl truly possesses the remarkable ability to attract nearby fish. Observing the unusual ripples upon the water's surface, I dared not keep the pearl in my hand any longer. I swiftly returned it to my storage pouch and resumed my focused angling. The afternoon's bounty was equally astonishing. Should one cast a net directly, one might easily haul in 100 fish. However, such an approach would utterly obliterate the joy of fishing. To achieve even a modest catch is already sufficient. Although Yu Yorong's circumstances are rather dire, she is not a bodhisattva obliged to assist everyone in distress. Contributing some ingredients in her spare time is, indeed, a commendable act of kindness. Unbeknownst to me, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, prompting me to turn my head, my expression turning somewhat peculiar. "You can fish?" I inquired, somewhat incredulously. "Old man, do not underestimate others. I have cherished fishing since childhood." In Ji Dagen's mind, memories of women clad in yoga pants fishing from videos prior to his transmigration surfaced. With her strikingly voluptuous figure, she could undoubtedly be regarded as a top-tier angler. Casting aside such frivolous thoughts, he observed her skillfully baiting a worm and casting the line with fluid precision, her movements a testament to her expertise. Indeed, she was not jesting. She was genuinely an adept fisherwoman. Before long, a cry of excitement erupted from Yu Yorong. "I've caught one. It's so large, so powerful. It's quite long." Ji Dagen instinctively glanced down, bemused by her exuberant exclamations. One might think she was referring to something entirely different. With a resigned shake of his head, he chose to ignore her raucous antics, continuing his own fishing endeavors. Not far off, two ruffians observed this scene, their faces a portrait of bewilderment. They were utterly baffled by the woman's antics. Such a meager little river, how could it possibly harbor great fish? Moreover, there is something peculiar about those lines. Did she truly speak of fish? Occasionally, even the small spenders who frequent the brothels might utter similar phrases. Yet, I shall not dwell on such thoughts. My duty is simply to execute the tasks assigned by Master Chow. The afternoon offers more leisure than the morning. Fishing together, our harvest was indeed gratifying, exceeding 30 fish suitable for culinary purposes. The larger specimens, Yu Yorong would release back into the water during the fishing process. Her efficiency surpassed that of Ji Dagen by leaps and bounds. With a net in each hand, she effortlessly returned to the shop. Buoyed by the weight of her bountiful catch, Ji Dagen observed her striding away with her long legs, easily carrying 200 pounds, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had previously noted her extraordinary strength, but now he realized he had underestimated her capabilities. 200 pounds were not her limit. Who knows how terrifying her full strength would be? In any case, his aging limbs could hardly compare. Once he had tidied up, he decided to see how she prepared the dishes. Relying solely on his own musings would surely prove futile. With his current skills, he must learn from her. Arriving at the entrance of the Yujiren shop, he noticed several customers had already arrived. Peering through the kitchen window, he spotted a pair of bright, glistening eyes gazing back at him. "Old sir, are you here to lend a hand? Would that not be too much trouble for you?" Chapter 44, Tonight. We shall not be having this, shall we? Yu Yorong had meticulously prepared a plethora of ingredients, her face alight with anticipation. Early on, she had hung a red lantern at the shop's entrance, already envisioning the bustling business that awaited her. In the past, it had been just her and her father managing the shop, cooperating to make ends meet. But now, with her father gone, she found herself alone, surely to be overwhelmed. As she fretted over the impending busyness, she caught sight of the kind old gentleman appearing at the window. A flicker of hope stirred within her. He must have sensed her predicament and come to assist. Yet, her heart was conflicted. He had already rendered her significant aid, and now to ask for his help again felt somewhat inappropriate. She was a kind-hearted person who understood gratitude. She could not exploit his goodwill without cause. That would be utterly unethical, and she had no desire to act in such a manner. Ji Dagen was momentarily taken aback. He had merely come to observe how the dishes were prepared, not to offer assistance. However, upon her insinuation, he realized the implication. Girl, wouldn't that be rather inappropriate? After all, this dish is a treasured family recipe. If an outsider were to master it, it could adversely affect your business. Yu Yorong chuckled softly, her bright laughter seemingly capable of dispersing all gloom. Accompanied by her mirth, the overwhelming vibrations caused a slight dizziness. "Old sir, our kitchen at Ujia is entirely open. There are no secrets here. We have been in this thriving city for over a century, and many have sought to learn from us. Yet, have you seen a second establishment? Ji Dagen felt a jolt of realization. The complexity of this dish was indeed greater than he had initially perceived. Otherwise, how could she have the audacity to utter such words? However, upon reflection, he reminded himself that the system's requirements were not overly demanding. Achieving a score of 60 would suffice. As for a higher score, he would rather not dwell on that. He was well aware of his own limitations. Very well, since you insist. Let me witness how your fish is so exquisitely prepared. Seeing this, Yu Yurong bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Her sweeping gestures, given her striking physique, were almost tantalizing. Ji Dagen hastily dismissed such inappropriate thoughts from his mind. As an elderly gentleman already blessed with companionship, he should not entertain such notions. With his aging limbs, he lacked the vitality to indulge in such fantasies. He casually picked up a kitchen knife, feeling its substantial weight, heavier than a typical longsword. He glanced at the nimble and efficient Yu Yurong, then at his own somewhat clumsy movements, and could not help but admire the vigor of youth. She skillfully sliced and crushed the scallions, ginger, and garlic. These tasks seemed quite ordinary. Yet, he pondered why the essence of this grilled fish eluded so many learners. Just as he was lost in thought, he observed Yu Yurong bustling about, igniting the flames and heating the oil. It was at this moment that she realized the oil she was using was somewhat unusual. Is this fish oil? Generally, the most commonly used oils are lard and rapeseed oil. It was her first encounter with fish oil. However, this type of oil tends to have a rather fishy taste if not processed properly. Yu Yurong was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that this elderly gentleman would discern the uniqueness of the oil at a glance. While everyone typically avoids the internal organs of fish, it is a little-known fact that oil can be extracted from fish liver. Currently, she had no other sources of ingredients, yet unwanted fish livers could be found in abundance. Those with a discerning eye would certainly notice this and attempt to render fish oil, but without understanding the methods to eliminate the fishy odor. The resulting oil would possess an exceptionally unpleasant aroma, let alone being suitable for cooking. The reason why the grilled fish prepared by Yu Jia was so delectable, and why others could not replicate it, was not solely due to the fish oil. As the preparation continued, Ji Dagen's astonishment grew. Indeed, he was not the only clever person in this world. To his surprise, you even possess fine salt. Yu Yurong, initially brimming with pride, nearly dropped the spatula upon hearing the words fine salt. She could hardly believe that this old gentleman was aware of it. The inability of others to replicate the grilled fish lay fundamentally in these ingredients. Fish oil is one aspect, while fine salt is another crucial component. Coupled with the precise ratios of various ingredients and meticulous control over the cooking temperature, this is what has sustained this century-old establishment. Yet, this old gentleman had instantly recognized both the fish oil and fine salt. How could this not astonish her? Their secret recipe had, until now, remained undisclosed. And the key lay in this knowledge. However, should others become aware of these elements, the secret would cease to be a secret. Observing her flustered demeanor, Ji Dagen hurriedly reassured her. Do not worry. Even if I know, it will not be shared with anyone. At most, I will just prepare it for myself. Upon hearing his words, Yu Yurong felt a considerable sense of relief. A twinge of regret crept into her heart. Had she known better, she would not have been so overly confident before. Indeed, those of advanced age possess a wealth of experience and knowledge, being familiar even with such matters. Little did she realize that few in the world were truly aware of this. As mealtime approached, customers began to stream in like a rising tide. The evening's business returned to its former lively state, the establishment bustling with animated chatter and laughter. Observing this scene from a distance were two ruffians, who exchanged a glance laden with malice. They proceeded to the riverbank, where their recent gains could be attributed entirely to the fish within these waters. With that in mind, they resolved to destroy this fishing spot. Stones were cast into the river, as they doubted that such actions would not hinder tomorrow's catch. After bidding farewell to the last wave of patrons, Yu Yurong found herself utterly exhausted. The shop had not experienced such thriving business in quite some time, and she was momentarily unaccustomed to it. Yet, the smile on her face was particularly radiant. That night, I earned a substantial sum of 5 taels of silver. Such a harvest is, in comparison to the past, equally remarkable. Ever since the arrival of this esteemed gentleman, it seems as though fortune has smiled upon her. However, one cannot help but ponder how long such good fortune might endure. As she contemplated this, she returned to the kitchen, only to find Ji Dagen attempting to emulate her. Preparing grilled fish. The seasonings were readily available, yet his culinary skills were undeniably abysmal, a truly disheartening spectacle. Initially, she had harbored concerns about her secret recipe being leaked, but it now appeared that such worries were entirely unfounded. His culinary prowess was indeed painfully lacking. With hands clasped behind her back, she approached Ji Dagen from behind, craning her neck to observe his efforts, utterly at a loss for words. The old gentleman is clearly not suited for the culinary arts. As he gazed upon his dish emerging from the pot, Ji Dagen couldn't help but experience a twitch at the corners of his mouth. In comparison to the creations of Hehuan, his own concoction evoked no appetite whatsoever. With a hint of trepidation, he dared to sample a morsel, nearly jeopardizing his very existence. The flavor was truly beyond description. As he instinctively recoiled a step, he inadvertently collided with two soft entities behind him. Hehuan. Her expression, one of curiosity, had not anticipated such an awkward encounter. However, the old gentleman could not regain his balance. She certainly could not retreat. Sensing the discomfort, Ji Dagen turned to find the shy visage of a charming chef, her head tilted and her gaze evasive. I apologize for not noticing someone was behind me. Hehuan stammered, shaking her head repeatedly. It's nothing. It's merely Ji Laosher. We can't possibly be eating this tonight, can we? Chapter 45. You are indeed an immortal, are you not? The sight of the charred fish before him was simply unbearable. It transcended the question of taste. It was a matter of edibility. The dish appeared a charred mass, emanating an unusual odor that made one ponder the dire consequences of consuming it. Without hesitation, Ji Dagen disposed of the abominable charred fish into the river behind him, all the while muttering his disapproval. Hehuan, please, I wish to live a few more years. That last timid taste almost cost me my life. If I take a few more bites, I fear I might not be able to handle what comes next. Come now. Our dinner relies solely on you. Quickly, push this culinary virtuoso to the stove. My own meal depends on her prowess. As for these unfamiliar dishes, he sincerely cannot manage them. Hehuan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no expectation for him to create his infamous dark cuisine. With nimble hands, she swiftly prepared a couple of simple dishes and meticulously packed a portion. After a hasty meal, she handed the shop key to Ji Dagen. Old sir, could you do me a favor? I have some matters to attend to at home. Please lock up the shop for me. Ji Dagen gazed at her holding the food box, a look of confusion crossing his face. What is this? She briefly explained her household matters before hastily departing. Observing her receding figure, he paid little mind. After all, who doesn't he have a sick person at home? With his own aging limbs, he too had yet to remedy many ailments of old age. He locked the shop door for her, and then proceeded to complete his daily routine of walking 100 steps post-meal. Only after fulfilling that did he leisurely return to the inn. Upon returning home, Hehuan excitedly shared her day's harvest with her gravely ill mother. Seeing the rare smile grace her mother's face made every hardship worthwhile. The two were enveloped in this fleeting joy, as if momentarily forgetting the tribulations of life. Meanwhile, within the residence of Master Chow, the atmosphere was rather oppressive. Immortal Master, when do you think my ailment can be cured? The middle-aged man, with a face full of stubble, looked anxiously at the ethereal Taoist priest, Guangdizi, before him. For the past 6 months, he had been awakened in the dead of night, chilled to the bone, despite it being summer, and doctors had come numerous times, yet they could find no clue. Just then, a celestial master happened to pass by. Having expended a substantial sum, I have invited the other party to my residence, in the hope of alleviating my affliction. The venerable Taoist Guangda prepared a talisman for himself, and since its inception, his health has experienced a remarkable improvement. However, the efficacy of the talisman is destined to last merely a month. If this situation persists, it is feared that his fortunes will be entirely depleted. The only way to eliminate this predicament once and for all is to address it comprehensively. Guangda stroked his beard, adopting the demeanor of an enigmatic sage. Mr. Chow, he began, I have long conveyed to you that to truly remedy your afflictions, it is imperative to harness the spirit of that woman. You must plunge her into a state of utter despair, stripping her of everything she possesses. Only then can I assist you in crafting a rare talisman that will definitively resolve your issues. Yet, I must admit, your progress has left me somewhat disheartened. This matter has lingered for nearly 6 months, and Mr. Chow has driven the Yu family to the brink of ruin. Once, the Yu family, though not excessively wealthy, enjoyed a comfortable life sustained by the wealth accumulated over generations in their venerable establishment, complete with a spacious abode. However, now, Chef Yu is drowned in a fishing mishap. The bedridden members of the Yu family have seen their grand residence sold off, reduced to mere ordinary housing. The restaurant's business has plummeted drastically. It is surprising that this old Taoist remains unsatisfied. What level of devastation must be achieved to satiate him? The old Taoist cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man, uttering only a few curt words. Despair, utter despair. As the Taoist departed, Mr. Chow furrowed his brow, deep in thought. To reach such depths, she must be utterly bereft, losing even her means of survival, along with her very self, the body he has long coveted. Initially, he had hesitated to employ such extreme measures, but it seems that there is no alternative, otherwise his own endurance may falter. The following morning, two ruffians stealthily appeared near the fishing spot. Eager to witness how these two individuals would manage to catch fish today, Yu Yurong rose early as usual, typically taking a stroll through the fish market. But today she refrained from doing so. With a fishing rod in hand and a tune on her lips, she arrived at yesterday's fishing spot. Yet half an hour passed without a single nibble. A sense of foreboding crept in, and her complexion paled slightly. The thought of not catching any fish today invoked a tide of despair, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. At that moment, Mr. Ji Dagen strolled over leisurely. Seeing her tearful gaze, Yu Yurong turned and spoke with a quivering voice. Mr. Ji, today there are no fish. Witnessing her sorrowful demeanor, Mr. Ji was both amused and pained. Gently ruffling her hair, he performed a slight magic trick, producing a small blue orb from his storage pouch. Here, this is for you. If you wish to catch fish, simply take this out for half a stick of incense, and soon the fish will gather. Just remember not to take too long, otherwise, be prepared to cast your net. After patiently explaining how to use it, he resumed his own fishing. Yu Yurong blinked her beautiful eyes in bewilderment, staring at the small orb in her hand, utterly perplexed by the old gentleman's words. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, holding this object brought her a sense of comfort, and the weariness of the previous day seemed to vanish in an instant. As she looked back at Mr. Ji, her gaze transformed entirely, sparkling with curiosity and reverence. Mr. Ji, you are a celestial being, aren't you? Is this a magical instrument? It is not apparent that this young lady possesses a remarkable capacity for imagination. With my aging limbs, I hardly resemble an immortal being. I gently flicked her forehead in mild annoyance, admonishing her not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. I am no celestial being. This object was an unexpected acquisition, and it is up to her to safeguard it diligently. As they engaged in casual conversation, they awaited the arrival of the fish. Nearby, two ruffians, initially brimming with arrogance, were eager to witness how these two would manage to catch fish today. However, they were soon met with the exuberant cheer of Yu Yurong, proclaiming, "Wow, there truly are fish. So large, so powerful, a magnificent catch." Ji Dagen felt utterly exasperated. He wished this girl could comprehend the misunderstandings her boastful words might incite. The morning's haul could only be described as extraordinary, and observing her excitement, he feared she might return in the afternoon with a net to create further chaos. His tranquil days appeared to be numbered, and the lamentable state of his culinary skills seemed beyond redemption. The morning proceeded as usual. Armed with previous experience and preparation, Yu Yurong managed quite well on her own. When mealtime approached, the guests arrived punctually. Ji Dagen had already relinquished any illusions regarding this task, knowing a score of 60 was utterly unrealistic. He had initially believed it would be a simple endeavor, only to be met with the harsh reality that slapped him across the face. As an elder, he could not afford to squander time on endeavors he knew were futile, and he resolutely abandoned this lackluster task. With nothing further to occupy him, he turned to the kitchen to bid farewell to Yu Yurong. However, he was met at the entrance by a rowdy group of individuals who swaggered in with an air of menace. Chapter 46. The unseemly nature of violence. After the morning's events, the two ruffians could hardly contain their eagerness to inform Lord Chow. Yet, to their surprise, the situation took an unexpected turn, one that would surely test the already waning patience of Lord Chow. As Yu Yurong emerged from the kitchen, she was met with the sight of these menacing figures. Her complexion instantly drained of color, and she instinctively took a step back, trembling slightly. "What do you want?" she stammered. The leader, known as Biaogu, wore an impatient expression, his fierce gaze seemingly capable of devouring her whole. His voice was cold and piercing, like shards of ice. "Lord Chow wishes to see you." "I refuse to go. You might as well give up," she replied defiantly. Are you certain? Biaoge responded with a mocking laugh, casually tossing a blue silk scarf onto the ground. Upon seeing the scarf, Yu Yorong's pupils constricted, her eyes filled with shock and fury. To whom does this belong? She is acutely aware that it is the belongings of her gravely ill mother. Little did she expect these individuals to be so ruthless, not sparing even her ailing mother. You despicable creatures. Yu Yorong trembled with rage, wishing fervently to charge at them and fight to the bitter end. Yet she understood all too well that she was no match for these adversaries. Biaoge, having navigated the underworld for many years, had long since developed immunity to such trivial psychological assaults. His expression remained unchanged, gazing at her with disdain, as one might regard a mere insect. Have you finished? If so, come with us. Master Chao is awaiting. Yu Yorong was taken aback by their audacity. The consequences of being taken to Master Chao's domain were all too predictable. Compounding her despair was the fact that her only remaining kin had fallen into their clutches. Her heart was heavy with hopelessness and helplessness. Ji Dagen, initially a bystander, had no intention of intervening, preferring instead to retreat to the mountains for a peaceful retirement. What concern do these worldly disputes hold for him? Yet, as he rose, the icy gaze of Biao pierced through him like a sharpened blade. You old fool. Did I permit you to leave? You have disrupted Master Chao's affairs. Do you truly believe you can simply walk away unscathed? Their arrival served a dual purpose, to take away Yu Yorong and to deal with the old man. Behind them lay the river. An additional floating corpse would hardly matter. Ji Dagen furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback that these individuals had set their sights on him. He had no intention of provoking trouble. Yet fate seemed to have other plans, presenting itself uninvited. At that moment, Yu Yorong resolutely positioned herself in front of him. This matter does not concern the old gentleman. Please do not trouble him. If necessary, I will accompany you. She understood the grim fate that might await her. Yet she would not permit these individuals to harm Ji Dagen. In her most desperate moments, this elderly gentleman bestowed upon her a glimmer of hope, and she could not allow him to come to harm. The man known as Biao's eyes narrowed, his slanted gaze falling greedily and maliciously upon Yu Yorong's exquisite figure. Do you truly believe you possess the right to negotiate? He sneered. Stay out of this. That old man's fate is already sealed. Absolutely not. If you dare to proceed, it will end in mutual destruction. Recently, she had found herself in the depths of despair, yet the emergence of Ji Dagen had reignited her hope. Now, the audacity of their intent to harm Ji Dagen was utterly unacceptable. The only course of action available to her was to stand resolutely before the elderly gentleman, willing to sacrifice everything to ensure his safety. Biao furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by the woman's unexpected defiance. To his astonishment, the old man leisurely stepped forward. Young one, quite the audacious spirit you possess. The last individual to share your bravado has already been reduced to ashes. Are you truly certain you wish to impose something untoward upon an old man such as myself? It was Biao's first encounter with such an audacious elder, and a cold smirk crept upon his lips. Old man, wouldn't it be wiser for you to remain sheltered behind the woman? Why must you leap forth seeking your own demise? Surely, you do not think we are the kind of people who hold reverence for the elderly? The surrounding henchmen displayed expressions of derision, as if they were witnessing a farcical spectacle. Those who traversed the underworld had blood on their hands. They were not above sacrificing even an infant if it served their master's needs. The old man, oblivious to his peril, dared to step forward, foolishly mistaking them for benevolent souls. Meanwhile, Yu Yorong was beside herself with anxiety, fully aware of the formidable nature of these men. In the formidable city of Yangqing, he is a man of great influence, a minion of Lord Chao, unrestrained in their malevolent deeds. She is acutely aware that Ji Dagen is a virtuous man. As an elderly gentleman, opposing such nefarious individuals would surely lead to a grim fate. Old sir, you must flee. They will surely take your life. Yet, Ji Dagen, with an air of tranquility, merely gestured behind him. Please refrain from sullying this place. It would leave it in disarray, adversely affecting the livelihoods of others. Biaoge was amused by the old man's unexpected concern even in such dire circumstances. After all, dealing with an old man would pose no challenge whatsoever. Moreover, the riverbank lay just beyond, offering a more convenient escape route. Very well, we shall acquiesce to your request. The group proceeded to the rear, their eyes glinting with a predatory curiosity as they regarded Ji Dagen, akin to observing a lamb destined for slaughter. Speak, how do you wish to meet your end? Shall we cast you into the river, or shall we strike you down first? However, Ji Dagen remained unfazed, retrieving a white longsword from his storage pouch. His gaze sharpened, rekindling the aura of menace that had only recently dissipated. Now then, my time is limited, so I shall not indulge in further discourse. Let us engage together. Come at me in an orderly fashion, so that you may depart in the same manner, lest the journey to the underworld feel lonely. Such an arrogant old man. This was their first encounter. Biao, known for having taken many lives, sensed an ominous threat emanating from the stranger. His previously brash demeanor had somewhat dampened. Old man, who are you? If you have any identity or background, feel free to disclose it. None. I am merely an ordinary old man. What, are you afraid? Biao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that, even at this juncture, the old man would dare to utter such nonsense. Yet, the unsettling feeling within him grew ever more pronounced. However, he was reluctant to lose face in front of his subordinates. With a swift motion of his hand, he commanded, "Brothers, attack. Eliminate him." Yu Yurong, terrified, had already closed her eyes, unwilling to witness the ensuing chaos. In her mind's eye, the horrifying scene of Ji Dagen being slaughtered by a frenzy of blades played vividly. All of this is her doing. Had it not been for her, the old gentleman would not have found himself in such peril. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed in her ears. Instinctively, she opened her eyes, only to be met with a scene that rendered her expression frozen in place. She could hardly fathom that events would unfold in this manner. Almost simultaneously, the tremulous voice of Biao Gu reached her. Old sir, let us speak calmly. Violence does not suit your temperament." Chapter 47. Master Chow. They have arrived. Biao Gu had always held considerable confidence in his subordinates, believing that his little brothers possessed considerable prowess. In his eyes, the old man wielding a sword, despite appearing somewhat intimidating, was merely a relic of age. How could an elderly gentleman, no matter how he postured, possibly contend against his numerous vigorous young companions? The opponent's unsheathing of the long sword was primarily intended to instill fear, hoping to intimidate them into retreat. Yet, while aspirations are often splendid, reality can be brutally harsh. A dozen of his underlings charged forth like wolves and tigers, only to be utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye, without even grasping how the old man had executed his strikes. At that moment, Biao Ji's mind went blank, leaving him in a state of utter shock. He couldn't help but recall the recent massacre of the Lin family, seemingly perpetrated by an old man. Those in their line of work are typically well-informed. According to reports, the old gentleman was known as Ji Dagen, who had wielded a white longsword to eradicate the entire Lin family of thousands. Before him stood an old man wielding a weapon of the same hue, and his strikes were devastating, almost ghostly in their swiftness. He had anticipated that such a master would vanish after their slaughter, yet here he was, appearing right before them. Was he mad? Anyone with a semblance of rationality would not engage in such madness. Now, with the long sword pressed against his neck, the chilling blade sent shivers down his spine, raising goosebumps on his skin. A mere flick of Ji Dagen's wrist would seal his fate, leading him to share the same grim destiny as his fallen brothers. The previously composed demeanor had evaporated, leaving him a quivering coward, his legs weak and nearly collapsing beneath him. Ji Dagen, who had no desire for unnecessary conflict, merely sought to live a tranquil life. However, he could not ignore the provocations brought forth by these individuals. His aversion to trouble compelled him to resolve the matter decisively, so as to avert future complications. He would return to inform Master Chow that he, Ji Dagen, would soon seek a heart-to-heart discussion with him. During this time, he could summon whoever he wished. He remembered that time was of the essence and urged himself to act swiftly. Moreover, the scene required some tidying up. I desire for this place to be devoid of any impurities. Gently patting Brother Biao on the shoulder, I slowly sheathed my sword. Brother Biao's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, his trousers dampened with the evidence of his fright, having soiled himself in terror. Having traversed the threshold of death, he was filled with regret. How had he not realized that this old man was a remorseless killer? Had he known it was him, he would never have ventured here to court death. Assured that Ji Dagen would not take his life, he hastily scrambled to summon others to tidy up the scene. It must be said, they were indeed professionals in this regard. In no time, the area was restored to pristine condition, as if nothing had ever transpired. Ji Dagen, observing their cleanup efforts, felt a twinge of annoyance, for it had squandered an opportunity for his customary post-meal stroll. What utter nonsense! Chow, you must pay the price. Moreover, keeping him alive could lead to unforeseen troubles in the future. Since the events have unfolded, it is only natural to ensure that all loose ends are tied up, leaving no potential hazards behind. Upon returning to the shop, Ji Dagen sat there sipping tea, while Yu Yorong's beautiful eyes remained fixated on the elderly gentleman across from her. Lingering for quite some time, she could hardly believe that this amiable old man possessed such formidable prowess. In the blink of an eye, he had effortlessly dispatched all of Biao Guo and his companions. That extraordinary display of skill was utterly incongruous with his usual demeanor. Yet, this reality was vividly before her, leaving her in a state of profound astonishment. Ji Dagen, feeling the intensity of her gaze, began to feel uncomfortable. "Young lady, that is quite enough," he finally spoke. Yu Yorong snapped back to reality, shaking her head repeatedly. "Mr. Ji, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. However, my mother remains in their clutches, and I wonder if it might be possible." As she trailed off, her voice grew softer, tinged with hesitation. She was acutely aware that this request might be asking too much. After all, the other party bore no obligation or responsibility to assist her. Yet, this was her sole glimmer of hope. Under normal circumstances, she would never have dared to voice such a plea. Given the old gentleman's advanced age, she could never have imagined seeking his help. However, after witnessing his capabilities, she found a flicker of hope within her, and she was unwilling to relinquish it. No matter how faint. Ji Dagen glanced outside the shop, his tone casual. "Once we finish this cup of tea, we shall set off." His motives were not purely benevolent. This Chao Yu was also a target for him. He had no desire to harbor a potential source of trouble so close at hand. Meanwhile, within the Chao family's courtyard, Chao Yu's countenance was as dark as thunder. He had never anticipated that he would inadvertently provoke such a perilous old adversary. He had assumed the man was merely an ordinary elder, only to discover he was a monumental threat. Nevertheless, he was not without countermeasures. As long as the Yu family remained within his grasp, they would not pose any significant challenge. Moreover, he had a formidable sage by his side. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, and a flustered subordinate rushed in through the door, exclaiming, "Chao Yi, they have arrived." Ji Dagen led Yu Yorong to the estate of Chao Yi. Throughout the journey, Ji Dagen's peripheral vision frequently caught glimpses of earth-shattering scenes. This residual elegance, merely by taking a few steps, can evoke such an exaggerated visual impact. The name bestowed is indeed devoid of any embellishment. If she were to be adorned with care, she would undoubtedly be a beauty. Regaining composure, the individual has already arrived at the courtyard. Surrounding him is a throng of people, densely packed, each wielding a long blade, their expressions grave, as if facing a formidable foe. Sitting in the center is a middle-aged man with stubble, presumably the so-called Lord Chao. At this moment, Lord Chao could hardly fathom that his opponent would be so advanced in age. It is difficult to imagine that such a person could have decimated the Lin family. Forcing a semblance of calm, he rose and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "Old sir, I previously may have offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. This is but a small token. I hope it does not displease you." Bars of gold were presented upon a crimson satin cloth, an initial estimation suggesting around 2,000 taels. Had this been earlier, Ji Dagen might have valued such a sum. However, at present, he possessed little interest in material wealth. After all, his wife and those around her were all cultivators, capable of acquiring gold effortlessly. What he truly desired was a life of tranquility and leisure. Individuals like this posed the greatest threat to that stability. Having obtained his gold today, one could only speculate how he might be treated tomorrow. Smiling and shaking his head, he extinguished any thoughts of negotiation. "I believe I have made my purpose abundantly clear. Surely, you do not think I would alter my intentions for this?" Chapter 48. You are not a mere mortal. Lord Chao's heart sank abruptly. He had never anticipated that his adversary's appetite would be so insatiable. The 2,000 taels of gold failed to sway him, and without a moment's hesitation, he chose to decline. 3,000 taels is my limit." It was evident that he had completely misconstrued Ji Dagen's intentions. "No, you have misunderstood my meaning. What I am saying is that no amount of money will suffice. You must understand, I despise complications. You have disturbed my peaceful existence, and this matter must reach a resolution." The surrounding underlings exchanged knowing smirks. To them, this old man was putting on quite the act. Did he truly believe they were intimidated? It was merely Lord Chao's generosity that led to such prolonged discourse. Yet, this old fellow seemed utterly oblivious to the ebb and flow of the situation. Having received such a significant benefit, he still failed to recognize when to withdraw, instead greedily challenging Lord Chao's boundaries time and again. Such an aged fellow, if he can emerge alive from this place today, he may as well share my surname. In my heart, I have already sentenced Ji Dagen to death. With a mere word from Lord Chao, he could be dispatched to the next life in an instant. Yet, amidst the crowd, someone lurks in the shadows, too frightened to reveal themselves, fearing the gaze of that devil. The younger brothers beside me, witnessing Brother Biao's demeanor today, are filled with confusion. Typically, he is at the forefront, yet today he cowers in this corner. Nevertheless, they do not dwell on it too much. Confronted with Ji Dagen's obstinate attitude, Lord Chao has entirely abandoned the notion of negotiation. A round of applause erupts as a pale-faced beauty is brought forth. Madame Yu is violently shoved, her steps unsteady. Witnessing the mistreatment of her ailing mother, Yu Yorong's eyes brim with tears, her heart aching. Release my mother. I will comply with all your demands. Madame Yu, her mind clouded, struggles to grasp the current situation but seems to hear her daughter's voice. Gathering her strength, she scans her surroundings, anxious to ascertain her daughter's condition. Yet, Lord Chao dismisses her entirely. The circumstances have shifted. A mere insignificant figure such as herself holds no right to speak in such a setting. A frigid glare falls upon that old man. How audacious of you! Do you truly believe I fear you? With her in my grasp, what can you possibly do? Having seized upon Yu Yorong's vulnerability, with her mother as leverage, that old man will undoubtedly tread carefully. Yu Yorong, desperate and anxious, feels as if an invisible hand clutches her heart tightly. The thought of her sick mother enduring such treatment ignites a fierce desire to confront these men. Yet, with her at their mercy, she finds herself powerless. Her pleading gaze turns towards Ji Dagen. Mr. Ji, please save my mother. I would do anything to ensure her safety. Her voice trembles with emotion. Her eyes filled with despair. Regaining a semblance of clarity, Madame Yu comprehends the gravity of the situation. Gazing at her daughter's anxious expression, her heart swells with sorrow. A rare smile graces her face, imbued with both comfort and resolve. Mr. Ji, she is my only daughter. I implore you to take good care of Yorong in the future. Though her voice was frail, it resonated with unwavering determination. With a sudden gasp, Yusher pressed her neck against the blade, and blood erupted forth like a crimson blossom, both tragic and stunning. The nearby followers were splattered, their minds momentarily blank. Unable to comprehend the unfolding horror, Yu Yorong's vision darkened, and she collapsed, as her mother's demise struck her with an unbearable blow. It felt as though her world had crumbled in that instant, plunging her into an abyss of despair and darkness. Ji Dagen was momentarily speechless. He had merely come to manage the ensuing troubles, never anticipating that this beautiful woman would resort to such an act. Now, having entrusted her daughter to him, he found himself in an unexpected predicament. His desire was to lead a tranquil life, not to assume the responsibility of caring for a girl. Yet with the mother gone, there was no one left to reason with. Resigned, he gently cradled the unconscious Yu Yorong, placing her aside with utmost care. The forthcoming events became significantly simpler. The once smiling Lord Chao now wore a frozen expression, as if time had momentarily halted. He could not fathom that this woman would choose to take her own life at such a critical moment. With the hostage gone, any further dialogue was rendered futile. A surge of terror and rage consumed him. Attack! Eliminate this old fool. Over 200 minions brandished their blades and surged forward, their faces twisted with ferocity, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves lunging at their prey. However, what followed was a one-sided massacre. Ji Dagen wielded his sword with the finesse of an artist, dispatching the assailants as easily as one would slice through vegetables. His swordplay was as swift as lightning, each strike finding its mark with deadly precision, leaving the minions no time to react before they fell. As he surveyed the scattered bodies, the last vestige of hope in Lord Chao's heart evaporated. His complexion turned ashen, and his body trembled involuntarily. Immortal Master, save me. The ethereal figure of an elder priest emerged slowly, his steps measured and assured, as if all were under his dominion. Lord Chao's face lit up with excitement, as if he had glimpsed a lifeline. Immortal Master, I entrust this old fool to you. With a disdainful glance directed at Ji Dagen, the earlier expression of terror had vanished entirely. With a celestial master present, this old fool would hardly stir any significant trouble. What did it matter how strong he was? Ultimately, no changes would ensue. He was determined to see this old wretch grovel at his feet, pleading for forgiveness. The mere thought of such a scene filled his eyes with anticipation. Suddenly, with a swift thrust, the old Taoist pierced his throat with a sword from behind. Lord Chao's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. He could not fathom that this celestial master, exuding an air of ethereal grace, would turn against him. After treating him as a distinguished guest, why would he resort to murder? Had he known it would come to this, he would never have invited him into his abode. But it was too late now. His life was abruptly extinguished in that moment. Guangdezi's gaze fell upon Yu Yurong, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. He glanced at Ji Dagen with the disdain reserved for an insignificant insect. You may leave. I shall keep her. The aura emanating from the old man made it clear that he was merely an ordinary mortal. His prowess in slaughtering here was solely due to his unparalleled martial cultivation. However, no matter how formidable he appeared, his limitations were evident. Compared to a cultivator like himself, he was nothing. Ji Dagen found himself somewhat speechless. The arrogance in the opponent's tone suggested he possessed far greater strength than he truly did. Under the scrutiny of the Qi observation technique, all pertinent information about the opponent had already been revealed to Ji Dagen. His cultivation level was at the 9th stage of foundation establishment, his state plagued by ghostly afflictions. And he had a mere 3 years left to live. Such a short-lived wretch still harbored ambitions of causing trouble. It was a wonder where he derived his confidence. Drawing his long sword with a speed akin to lightning, he swiftly retracted it, the entire motion fluid and seamless. The sword of time, beneath its blade, rendered time obsolete. Although the opponent's 9th stage of foundation establishment was indeed impressive, under normal circumstances, Ji Dagen might not have been his match. Yet, with only 3 years left to live, the situation was drastically different. As he swung the sword, the old man's remaining lifespan plummeted to 10 years. And he felt as though he had aged an additional 3 years. Across from him, Guangdezi, sensing the sudden depletion of his lifespan, revealed a visage of horror. You are not a mere mortal. Chapter 49. Old sir, do you no longer desire me? The speed of the old man's sword was beyond imagination, reaching a pinnacle of swiftness. Yet, in Guangdezi's view, it was merely a fast sword. As a proud master at the 9th stage of foundation establishment, he believed he could easily crush his opponent. How could an ordinary mortal, no matter how refined in swordsmanship, possibly contend with a cultivator of his caliber? Yet reality dealt him a heavy blow. Little did he know that his opponent was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. That peculiar sword, which seemingly did not make physical contact with his body, extinguished his vitality in an instant, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. This entirely transcends the realm of his comprehension. A mere mortal could never possibly accomplish such an enigmatic feat. The only plausible explanation is that the other party is not a mortal at all, but rather an ancient being of far superior cultivation. Otherwise, one could not elucidate this bizarre phenomenon. Guangdezi's heart was filled with regret, as if his very insides were turning blue. Had he known that the other was such a terrifying old man, he would have never engaged in such a self-destructive endeavor. Yet now, it was far too late. At this moment, his life flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. However, even in death, the dreadful red-clad ghost king would undoubtedly set its sights on this old fellow. This could be considered a form of psychological solace for himself. His withered body gradually succumbed to the ground, breathless, ultimately becoming a cold corpse. Ji Dagen gently tapped his weary back, a hint of helplessness etched upon his face. He sighed inwardly, pondering why, at his age, he was still burdened with physical labor. All he desired was a peaceful retirement. Yet these individuals seemed intent on complicating his life. At that moment, Yu Yurong slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing her mother sprawled in a pool of blood, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrent unleashed from a dam. It was all because of her that her mother had met such a fate. She felt like a harbinger of disaster, bringing endless calamity to those around her. Her heart was heavy with guilt. Ji Dagen chose not to disturb her, quietly standing to the side. He longed to light a cigarette to ease his troubled mind, but realized he had no matches. After a considerable time, he finally approached Yu Yurong. The gold here is sufficient for you to enjoy your remaining days. After burying her mother, it would be prudent to start anew in a different place. Yu Yurong turned to Ji Dagen, her eyes red-rimmed and filled with confusion. Old sir, do you not want me? I do not eat much, and I can cook delicious grilled fish. Furthermore, I possess a certain strength that may assist you in your labor. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned the courage to voice her final thoughts. Moreover, I could help you carry on your lineage. You need not worry about future children going hungry. Ji Dagen could not help but rub his temples, feeling a touch overwhelmed. He gestured towards the nearby gold bars. But with these, you could certainly start anew, could you not? She was a kind-hearted girl, and he could not allow her life to be derailed because of him. Although Yu Yurong was not particularly clever, she was no fool. She comprehended Ji Dagen's meaning. Old sir, I am not a simpleton. As a woman with such wealth, I would surely invite misfortune upon myself. I do not wish for the same fate that befell my family to befall anyone else. With sincerity, she knelt before him. I implore you, Ji Laoxian, accept me. Even if only as your servant, I am willing to stay by your side. Ji Dagen felt a pang of discomfort, after all. His living conditions were far from ideal. The back mountain of the Hehuan Sect had a relatively complicated environment. To bring a blossoming beauty like her to such a place would be akin to courting disaster. A brief account of one's circumstances was presented, with the hope that Yu Yurong would deliberate with care. However, Yu Yurong displayed not the slightest concern. Given this indifference, Ji Dagen found little more to say. After laying her mother, the Yu matriarch, to rest, he procured some essential supplies in Yang City, along with several sets of clothing for her. They returned together to the rear mountain of Hehuan Sect. Clad in a flowing red gown, Du Hongyan, upon seeing her husband's return, gracefully approached him. Her long legs akin to those of a model, with her gaze first falling upon the young girl by his side. The girl was adorned in a flowing yellow gown, her sleek black ponytail dancing in the breeze, exuding youthful vibrance. Yet, what captivated Du Hongyan's attention the most was Yu Yurong's striking figure, particularly her impressive curves. One could hardly say a single child could go hungry with such abundance. A flash of insight coursed through her mind, and she quickly discerned the woman's identity. A warm smile gracing her face. Greetings, my dear sister. I am Du Hongyan, the second wife of Lord Dagen. You are now the third in line. And once we are wed, you shall be a part of our family. From henceforth, we shall call each other sisters. Yu Yurong's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching the nape of her neck. She never anticipated that Mr. Ji would have such a beautiful wife, especially one with long, elegant legs that even stirred feelings within her. However, when did she become the wife of the esteemed gentleman? Although she had once entertained such thoughts, could the old man truly consent? After all, she was merely a humble cook, far from matching the grace of the sister before her. Her mind swirled in confusion, leaving her at a loss for words beyond her introduction. Beside them, Ji Dagen found himself somewhat flustered by Du Hongyan's declaration. When had he ever expressed a desire to take a concubine? My dear wife, must we spread such rumors? He cleared his throat, eager to clarify. But his words were swiftly interrupted by Du Hongyan. Darling, a young and beautiful woman has chosen to live in the mountains with you. Can you not see her intentions? Or do you wish for her to languish in solitude in such a place? Can you bear to watch such a vibrant blossom wither away? Ji Dagen was rendered speechless, taken aback by his enchanting wife's eloquence. Indeed, as Du Hongyan had articulated, a girl willing to accompany him to such a remote location deserved better than a life of loneliness. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Yu Yurong, his gaze instinctively drawn to her captivating figure. Yet, before he could speak, the yellow-draped beauty interjected. I am willing. Ji Dagen opened his mouth, but the words he intended to voice were swallowed back. He had meant to suggest that there were many handsome male practitioners in the Hehuan Sect, and with her beauty, finding a suitable partner should pose no challenge. Surely, anyone would be a better match than an old man like himself. Yet, before he could express his thoughts, she had already provided the answer he had not yet articulated. This truly comes as a pleasant surprise. Du Hongyan felt a surge of joy within her heart. She often engaged in her cultivation, which may prevent her from being by her husband's side at all times. However, with the presence of a sister, matters would become considerably simpler. That very evening, she began to arrange for the two to exchange vows and be wed. Neither party had any relatives present, and the three of them merely went through the motions before entering the bridal chamber. At that moment, a voice echoed in Ji Dagen's mind, heralding the system's announcement. Ding! The task of learning to cook fish has been exceeded. Congratulations to the host for successfully securing a beautiful chef from this day forth. There is no need to prepare grilled fish personally. Reward, complete cure for osteoporosis, and a gift of the spiritual energy sword aura of Taoist arts. A mysterious grand prize that can break through myriad laws. Ding! The concubine task has been completed, with a concubine rating reaching 91. Reward, 3 pieces of ethereal elegance in the Taoist soul-settling seal. Chapter 50. Oh dear, my old back. The sudden reward left Ji Dagen utterly astounded. He had presumed that the task of learning to cook fish had been abandoned, fully aware of his glaringly poor culinary skills. To his surprise, it was ultimately completed in such an unforeseen manner. With the resolution of his osteoporosis, he could distinctly feel a remarkable transformation within himself. Previously, his back had exhibited signs of hunching, a testament to the burdens of time and life that had etched themselves upon him. Yet now, he was entirely unencumbered, able to stand tall with ease. It was as if he had suddenly straightened up considerably, even feeling as though he had gained 10 centimeters in height. At present, he appeared to be more vigorous and spirited. Aside from the deep wrinkles that time had imprinted upon his face and the evident signs of aging, his overall demeanor and physical condition bore little resemblance to that of a traditional elderly individual. Of course, he was acutely aware that numerous internal issues still persisted. After all, with age, the various organs and functions of the body gradually decline. However, he felt no trepidation, for he had faith in the system. Believing that these problems would eventually find resolution, his gaze fell upon the reward of the spirit sword aura, and he began to examine it with great scrutiny. This is a technique that harnesses the ethereal energies of the surrounding environment to condense a protective sword aura. It possesses the ability to autonomously shield its wielder, enduring assaults from the vicinity, undoubtedly serving as a formidable means of defense. Nevertheless, it does exhibit certain limitations, being capable of condensing no more than 9 auras and existing as a consumable resource. However, as an elderly man residing in these remote mountains, he is unlikely to encounter significant dangers. Even in the event of peril, it is most probable that it would merely involve some beastly creatures. Given his current prowess, ordinary wildlife poses no threat to his life. As for mystical beasts, the likelihood of an encounter remains slim. Yet, the reward of unparalleled might leaves him somewhat perplexed. Is he truly the kind of individual with the strength to incite turmoil? What could be the significance of such a reward? Furthermore, where is this reward? And why can it not be perceived? This system can sometimes be truly perplexing, with rewards that appear rather inexplicable. However, I have not been overly concerned with such trivial matters, instead directing my attention towards another reward that exudes an ethereal grace. This time, 3 additional ethereal bones were incorporated, seamlessly merging with his own phalanges. Now, half of his palm was composed of this enigmatic celestial essence. He couldn't help but harbor some reservations, for these were not his original bones, and he was uncertain of any potential dangers they might pose. However, unbeknownst to him, in the realm of cultivation, even the implantation of a single celestial bone is considered an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Entire sects would spare no effort in nurturing disciples who possess such bones. The mere appearance of his type of ethereal bone could incite a bloodbath across the entire cultivation world. Although this ethereal essence had regressed, it remained incomparable to ordinary celestial bones. Once anyone possesses such an ethereal essence, their comprehension of the Tao would be greatly enhanced. The Tao arts, as the fundamental principles, are far superior to the common techniques of the cultivation world, and even the celestial arts of the immortal realm. Glancing at the description of the soul suppression seal, he found it to be blunt, yet eliciting a sense of incredulity. Mastering this Tao art equates to wielding the authority of the underworld's judge. All malevolent spirits and entities would face inevitable suppression before the soul suppression seal. Ji Dagen shook his head in speechless disbelief. What chaos is this? Even apparitions have emerged. Yet, upon reflection, this is the realm of cultivation, where even deities abound. It is scarcely surprising that some spectral beings might appear. Fortunately, this is of little consequence to me. Just then, beside me, Yu Yorong, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, suddenly froze, her expression rigid. A passage of scripture inexplicably materialized in her mind, a cultivation technique that could unleash one's power to its fullest potential. Filled with confusion, she recalled that she had previously attempted the entrance examination at the Celestial Gate but had failed, being declared devoid of cultivation aptitude. Why, then, did such knowledge manifest within her mind now? Although perplexed, she dismissed the thought. After all, today was the joyous occasion of her union with her husband, and she could not afford to be distracted at such a moment. Gently, she unfastened Ji Dagen's garments and helped him into his night robe, both of them reclining upon the bed. In this tender yet slightly bashful atmosphere, her captivating figure appeared even more enchanting. As she extinguished the red candles, the crimson silk nightgown mysteriously slipped to the floor. In the adjoining room, Du Hongyan, immersed in her cultivation, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips, satisfied that her prior counsel had borne fruit. As one who had traversed this path before, she was well aware of what awaited them the following day. At dawn the next day, Yu Yorong awoke languidly. Just as she attempted to turn over, she immediately sensed something amiss with her body. Yesterday, there had been no indication of any issue. Yet today, the severity was apparent. Her husband, despite his age, bore the name Ji Dagen with no embellishment. The thought caused her cheeks to flush slightly. However, she quickly remembered another matter, How could she prepare breakfast for her husband in her current state? At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Entering was Madame Hongyan, donned in a flowing red gown, gracefully striding in with a bowl of fish porridge she had prepared. Sister, you worked hard all night. Have some porridge and rest well. Do not rise from your bed today. Yu Yorong's face turned crimson, reaching down to her neck. They were all seasoned individuals. Who was unaware of such matters? Ji Dagen, beside her, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Sometimes, one truly had no control over circumstances. After all, who could resist the allure of Yu Yorong's stunning form? Especially since last night, it was indeed the lady who had taken the reins. Lost in these thoughts, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the newly appeared daily task in her mind, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. Daily wellness. Engage in intimacy once. Swordsmanship proficiency increased by 1. She could not help but mentally curse. This exasperating task serves no purpose other than to disgust. At my age, I am still compelled to engage in such activities. Isn't this simply a recipe for disaster? At this rate, with daily demands, one might not even need to wait for their lifespan to expire, as exhaustion could claim them first. Though he inwardly cursed and grumbled, he chose not to dwell on such burdensome tasks any longer. He resolved to let fate take its course. In the ensuing 2 days, life proceeded rather ordinarily, devoid of any noteworthy events. However, the insidious system reared its head once more, presenting him with a new task to excavate a fish pond. Gazing at this assignment, he felt a twinge of perplexity. This is the rhythm of raising fish for oneself. Yet, the dilemma lies in the fact that a river flows not far away. If one desires fish, it would be simpler to fish directly in the river. Why go through the trouble of raising them? With a sense of curiosity, I glanced at the task rewards and was pleasantly surprised to discover that they included a remedy for lumbar spine issues. This affliction had plagued him for over a decade. Since around the age of 50, he had been aware of this problem, a lingering consequence of his youthful days spent in agriculture. During occasional flare-ups, even lying down could become uncomfortable, and the pain was profoundly distressing. Moreover, this issue had transcended mere physical suffering. It had begun to affect the intimacy between him and his wife. Constantly relying on her care weighed heavily on his conscience, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. With these thoughts in mind, he was suddenly filled with vigor and resolved to take action. He had firmly established his dominion over the fish pond. Even the mightiest deity could not thwart him. Grasping the hoe, he struck down with great force, eliciting a cry of anguish. "Oh dear, my poor back." Chapter 51. What on earth is this? Yu Yorong's capacity for physical recovery was nothing short of astonishing. In a remarkably brief span, she had nearly restored herself to full vigor. Her remarkable recuperative speed left Du Hongyan utterly astounded. While Du Hongyan had struggled to walk even by midday, Yu Yorong had regained her mobility in less than half an hour, as if nothing had ever transpired. The disparity is indeed striking, causing Du Hongyan to question whether, as a cultivator, her physical prowess is truly inferior to that of a mere mortal. The exchanges that transpired over the past 2 days have fostered a deeper bond between the two women. They swiftly became inseparable, engaging in incessant conversation as if an endless stream of words flowed between them. Particularly noteworthy was the charcoal-grilled fish prepared by Yu Yorong, whose exquisite aroma and flavor garnered endless praise, even from Du Hongyan. After all, Yu Yorong's family has been perfecting the art of charcoal-grilled fish for generations, far surpassing the skills of an amateur like herself. Just then, a sudden, piercing scream echoed from outside. The sudden sound shattered the harmonious atmosphere within the room, startling both individuals. They promptly ceased their activities and rushed outside to ascertain the situation. There, they beheld their husband, Ji Dagen, leaning on a shovel with one hand while the other supported his aching waist, gasping in discomfort. Upon witnessing this, the two women hurriedly approached him with long strides. "My dear husband, what has happened? Are you all right?" Du Hongyan inquired, her face etched with concern as her delicate, alabaster hands gently massaged his waist, gradually infusing her spiritual energy to expedite his recovery. Her gaze fell curiously upon the farming tool in his grasp. "My dear husband, what do you intend to accomplish?" "Leave it to me," Yu Yorong chimed in, nodding earnestly, unwilling to see her husband encounter any mishap. In her eyes, physical labor was her forte. Ji Dagen waved his hand dismissively, a hint of frustration in his demeanor. "It's nothing serious. I merely wish to excavate a fish pond." Such a trivial matter was not one to deter Yu Yorong, who confidently asserted, "Sister Hongyan, please tend to our husband. This minor task I shall undertake." Yet Du Hongyan remained somewhat apprehensive, for digging a fish pond was no small feat, especially for an ordinary woman. As a cultivator, she found such labor significantly easier. However, Yu Yurong was eager to showcase her prowess. Sensing Du Hongyan's worry, she chuckled playfully, "Sister Hongyan, you will soon understand." With that, she took the shovel from Ji Dagen's hands. In the astonished gaze of Du Hongyan, Yu Yurong displayed astonishing strength, effortlessly flinging clods of earth as if they were mere grains of sand, casting them several dozen meters away. This remarkable display of might was truly astonishing. Ji Dagen had long been aware of her exceptional strength. She could effortlessly lift objects weighing 200 pounds, and thus, he believed that the task of digging a fish pond would pose no challenge for Yu Yurong. By midday, she had excavated nearly half of the pond. Had she not needed to prepare lunch, she likely would have completed the task entirely. As they gathered to savor the charcoal-grilled fish prepared by Yu Yurong, the delightful flavors elicited unanimous praise. After tasting it, Du Hongyan nearly fell into despair, casting a resentful glance at Ji Dagen as she began to pout, her previously aloof demeanor evaporating. "My dear husband, you do not find my cooking unpalatable, do you?" she asked, lightly brushing her long legs against him. A clear hint that stirred Ji Dagen's heart. Unbeknownst to her, his hand subtly found its way beneath the table. Nevertheless, he maintained an impassive expression. "Rest assured, my cooking is even worse than yours." As Yu Yurong recalled the culinary disaster orchestrated by Ji Dagen, a chuckle escaped her lips. The lunch had been a delightful affair. The Yu Yurong's expertise was limited to the art of grilling fish, while her other culinary endeavors remained rather unremarkable. With work awaiting in the afternoon, Du Hongyan took charge of the cleanup, while Yu Yurong busied herself with matters concerning the fish pond. Meanwhile, Ji Dagen meandered aimlessly, fulfilling his customary post-meal stroll. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light shot up into the sky. The sudden commotion startled the two individuals diligently engaged in their tasks. Rushing to the edge of the pond, they beheld Yu Yurong, adorned in a flowing yellow gown, levitating half a meter above the ground, drawn by an object emanating a golden radiance. The distance between them gradually diminished, and the enigmatic scene left onlookers utterly astonished. Ji Dagen's mind immediately conjured images of the task-triggering effect, yet the true nature of the unfolding events perplexed him. "My lady, what on earth is this?" Du Hongyan inquired, shaking her head in resignation, equally bewildered by the spectacle. However, observing the situation, she surmised it was likely not malevolent. At that moment, vibrant streams of multicolored light zipped in from the direction of the Hehuan Sect. The elder members of the sect, witnessing this extraordinary sight, wore expressions of sheer astonishment, never having anticipated such a bizarre phenomenon. Suddenly, one among them, exuding an air of authority, proclaimed, "None shall dare to steal this from me. I shall claim this direct disciple for myself." The grand elder of the Hehuan Sect spoke with an unyielding tone that brooked no dissent. Yet, the other elders showed him no respect. "Have some dignity, will you? At your advanced age, what kind of talent could you possibly nurture? Allow me to take her instead." Although the second elder had lived for over a millennium, he was not about to concede to this old man in such a matter. All the elders belonged to the same sect, and would not easily yield simply because of his title. The dispute over the disciple escalated, voices raised in fervent argument, nearly escalating to blows. However, one figure chose to remain uninvolved, instead approaching the elderly gentleman below. Ji Dagen recognized the veiled beauty in white for the second time. Although her features remained obscured, her unique aura exuded an inexplicable allure that even this aged man found hard to resist. Yu Choshui lifted her chin slightly. "That must be your wife, correct?" She was most familiar with the happenings in the back mountain. Du Hongyan was indeed someone she had arranged to come. And this unfamiliar woman in yellow was likely brought by the elderly man. The nature of their relationship was unmistakable. Yet, the specifics of the situation remained unclear to her. Ji Dagen nodded subtly, affirming her conjecture. "Yu Yurong has just wed me. She is indeed my wife." The shared surname, Yu, fostered an additional sense of kinship for Yu Choshui. "Sect Master Yu, do you comprehend what is occurring?" Du Hongyan, equally perplexed, found her ears perked up at her husband's inquiry, inching closer with her long, slender legs, eager not to miss any vital information. Yu Choshui paid no heed to Du Hongyan's subtle movements. "That golden object is known as the immortal bone. Once she completes her integration, her future achievements will be boundless. I wish to take her as my personal disciple. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Ji Dagen felt a surge of emotion. Realizing that merely having returned to him, Yurong has already encountered such an opportunity. The system, to some extent, seems rather deceptive. It merely alleviated a few ailments of old age, yet the advantages bestowed upon my lady are exceedingly extravagant, even giving rise to something akin to celestial bones. Unbeknownst to him, it is the Tao bone merged within him that represents the pinnacle of fortune. After a moment's hesitation, he displayed an expression of regret. Master you. This matter ultimately relies on my lady's will. I cannot make decisions on her behalf. Should she consent, I shall not hinder her. I only hope, esteemed master, that if my lady agrees, you will take good care of her. Chapter 52. Husband, have I become broken? Yurong has endured numerous hardships, leaving profound shadows of pain in her heart. The thought of her joining the sect and potentially encountering further misfortunes weighs heavily on Ji Dagen's mind. He is acutely aware of the complexities and dangers of this world, especially within the realm of cultivation, where strife and unforeseen events can arise at any moment. Yurong has suffered too much already. He is unwilling to expose her to any further peril. Even the faintest possibility of risk is one he is not prepared to entertain. Yu Shui was somewhat surprised. She had not anticipated that this elderly gentleman would be rather agreeable. Unlike others, he did not attempt to monopolize the situation, parading his so-called authority. She nodded slightly. Rest assured, until she is capable of self-defense, I shall personally seclude myself to instruct her in her cultivation. I shall do everything within my power to safeguard her, ensuring her path of cultivation is less fraught with obstacles. And what of you? What do you desire? Ji Dagen shook his head, harboring no interest in what she deemed a benefit. I am not peddling, my lady. I have no need of your offerings. Yurong is his wife, not a commodity to be exchanged for profit. Beside him, Du Hongyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she once again felt the uniqueness of her husband. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely seized the moment to demand exorbitant favors. After all, the individual before them is the master of the Hehuan Sect, the object of countless dreams within the cultivation world. The power and resources at his disposal are beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Yet upon learning of the celestial bones, her husband remained unmoved, showing no inclination to leverage this as a bargaining chip. In this moment, her affection for Ji Dagen grew ever deeper, her heart brimming with admiration and love. However, Du Hongyan was also aware that Ji Dagen's rejection did not imply that the sect leader would follow suit. After all, the significance of the celestial bone was far from trivial. Very well, she said, I notice you possess a few minor ailments that seem rather inconsequential. And you appear to be of considerable age. I have here 2 elixirs. One can remedy your afflictions, while the other has the power to restore your youth. With that, she handed the elixirs to Ji Dagen. The benefits he bestowed upon himself this time were equally absurd. In her eyes, such a trivial matter paled in comparison to the ethereal essence. Ji Dagen did not refuse. He was well aware of his own physical condition. Now that there was a remedy available, it could not be more fortuitous, sparing him the need to rely on the system's whims in the future. The immediate opportunity for healing meant he would not have to wait for the system's task rewards. He casually swallowed the elixir, yet after quite some time, there was no discernible change. His perplexed gaze turned toward the woman in the white veil. Is this medicine perhaps a deception? Yu Shui extended her slender, jade-like hand and gently grasped his wrist. A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into his body, and her expression grew peculiar. The elixirs she provided were of the finest quality. While they might not revive the deceased, curing such commonplace ailments should have been effortlessly achievable. Yet, after consuming it, he exhibited no effect whatsoever, and even his appearance remained unchanged. This situation is indeed perplexing. One would assume that their elixirs pose no issue, as they are a specialty of the Hehuan Sect. In terms of maintaining youthfulness, no one in the cultivation realm can rival them. Yet, what does this circumstance truly signify? Everyone is unaware that Ji Dagen's condition is far from a conventional age-related ailment. To articulate it in a more elevated manner, this phenomenon is referred to as the 5 declines of heaven and man's supreme immortals, endowed with boundless lifespans. Find that longevity is no longer the pivotal factor influencing their existence. What truly instills terror within them is the 5 declines of heaven and man. Once this condition manifests, the body begins to exhibit various ailments akin to those of ordinary elderly individuals, ultimately fading into the annals of history. In the face of such a decree, the ordinary elixirs of the cultivation world hold no significance whatsoever. Even celestial elixirs can merely postpone the onset of the 5 declines. As for youth-preserving elixirs, They are nothing short of a jest. Such entities hold considerable significance for the average individual. However, Ji Dagen, having integrated the essence of Tao, belongs to the realm of the Taoist body. Such a level of elixir, I fear, would scarcely suffice to diminish even a single wrinkle. In contrast, if one could procure a potion capable of extending life by millennia, its efficacy might indeed be noteworthy. Ji Dagen did not regard this particular elixir with much seriousness. With the presence of the system, such issues can gradually be resolved in the future. Just as now, the lumbar spine ailment has been completely cured, marking a commendable beginning. Once his body recovers further, he is determined to let the ladies know that he too can partake in the pleasures of intimacy. At this thought, a hint of anticipatory smile unconsciously graced his face. Yu Qiushui retracted her delicate hand, feeling that this matter was somewhat peculiar. Yet, the specifics eluded her. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the girl he brought this time was indeed extraordinary. Once again, I find myself in debt to a significant favor. The mere thought of it brings me great distress. The matter concerning Du Hongyan remains unresolved, yet I have already incurred another obligation. This venerable gentleman is indeed the fortunate star of their Hehuan Sect. Fortunately, this time, it should not be directly related to him. The celestial bone originates from the earth, rather than being derived from him. Otherwise, even if the entire Hehuan Sect were sold, it would likely still be unable to repay such a favor. Nonetheless, it is precisely because of this old gentleman that such an opportunity has arisen. This matter must be approached with great caution. As for how to repay him, it would be wise to confer with the elders on this matter. At that moment, the golden light enveloping Yu Yurong dissipated, and the celestial bone fully merged with her being. Throughout the entire process, she felt a blend of fear and curiosity. She sensed a powerful and unfamiliar force surging within her, yet she was uncertain of how to harness it. Everything around her was crystal clear, especially the elderly Lord Ji Dagen, who, despite his advanced age, was truly kind-hearted. His constant consideration for her welfare filled her with warmth and gratitude. She dashed towards Ji Dagen, eager to share her joy and excitement. However, to her surprise, the instant she moved, she was propelled forward like a cannonball. Ji Dagen broke into a cold sweat, realizing that she had come hurtling towards him. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the white-clad sect leader beside him, he would have surely met with a most unfortunate fate. Yet, the awkward position they found themselves in was rather embarrassing, especially as he noticed his hands had inadvertently touched areas they ought not to have. A hint of embarrassment crept across his face. Yu Qiushui watched as the elderly gentleman fell into her embrace, his aged hands brushing against her. Her body tensed involuntarily, and a familiar sensation washed over her. Memories of that wild night flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. She quickly cast aside those troublesome thoughts. Now was not the time for such distractions. Ji Dagen hastily straightened himself, reluctantly releasing his grasp. He silently marveled at the hidden depths of this sect leader. However, he understood that this was merely an accident, and neither of them dared to mention the awkwardness of the situation. Meanwhile, Yu Yurong, pale and frightened, had not anticipated such an occurrence. She walked cautiously, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Ji Dagen with a pitiful expression. "Husband, have I broken?" Chapter 53. I will listen to my husband, the elders of the Hehuan Sect. Witnessing Yu Yurong's display of innate divine power and the signs of merging with the celestial bone erupted into joyous cheers. Haha, innate divine power. It's truly a celestial bone of the strength attribute. In their eyes sparkled a glimmer of excitement, as if they had witnessed the emergence of a burgeoning star in the realm of cultivation. While practitioners dedicated to the enhancement of the physical body are not uncommon within this domain, the likes of Yu Yurong, who possesses such extraordinary physical prowess without having commenced her training, is indeed a rarity. With her celestial bones and innate divine strength, she may one day possess the ability to vanquish even a transcendent being with a single strike. The mere thought of such a brutal and awe-inspiring image sends shivers of exhilaration through the onlookers. However, in stark contrast to their enthusiasm, Yu Yurong found herself on the brink of tears, her heart brimming with anxiety and dread. She feared that, given her prodigious strength, she would be ill-equipped to serve her husband at night. A moment of carelessness with her current might could easily lead to dire consequences. This is a matter of life and death in the truest sense, rather than trivial concerns. The mere thought of being regarded unfavorably by her husband filled her heart with an overwhelming anxiety. Ji Dagen, observing her restless demeanor, felt a pang of compassion. Gently cupping her delicate face, he spoke softly, "Do not indulge in such unfounded fears. I would never cast you aside. First, let us find a way to harness your strength. Surely, you wouldn't want to see me torn asunder by your embrace. The teasing tone finally alleviated Yu Yorong's tension. At that moment, a multitude of elders gathered around, eagerly extending olive branches to her, hoping she would join their ranks. Faced with such a situation, Yu Yorong was utterly at a loss and turned to Ji Dagen for assistance. Husband, please make the decision for me. Everyone was taken aback by her words. The curious gazes of the onlookers fell upon their stunning sect leader, Yu Shui. Earlier, she had refrained from competing with them and instead approached the elderly Ji Dagen. It seemed she understood better than anyone else who held the true authority in this matter. Particularly, the Grand Elder felt an unsettling sensation arise within him. If previously, Yi Tsuewei had merely irked him, the prospect of this potential with celestial bones was undeniably a rare gem in a millennium, possessing top-notch cultivation aptitude. Although Yu Yorong specialized in body cultivation, they at the Hehuan Sect could still nurture her. Yet, the one aspect he could not accept was her joining under the sect leader and becoming her direct disciple. Ji Dagen was unaware of the factional conflicts that existed within the Hehuan Sect. He gestured towards the lady in white, Yu Shui. What do you think of this sect leader, Yu? Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Yorong nodded in agreement. I will follow my husband. As it was her first visit to such a place, she was entirely unfamiliar with her surroundings. Moreover, being married, she understood the principle of following her husband. Additionally, she felt an inexplicable sense of affinity towards this sect leader. Perhaps following her would indeed be a wise choice. The obedient visage stirred envy among the other elders. However, there was little they could do, for a decision had already been made. As for the old man, he merely cast a cursory glance, showing little regard. Once the matter was settled, the sect leader, Yu Shui, allowed the corners of her mouth to subtly rise beneath her white veil, revealing a barely perceptible smile. The words of the old gentleman proved far more effective than their prolonged debate. Indeed, my choice was not in vain. This Yu Yorong not only possesses remarkable talent, but also demonstrates great deference to her husband, making future guidance significantly easier. Yorong, your strength has surged too dramatically. For now, return with me to familiarize yourself for a while. Once you have fully mastered your power, you may return here. Though reluctant, Yu Yorong did not wish to see her aging husband harmed because of her. She nodded obediently. Yes, I shall heed my master's advice. With an apologetic glance towards Du Hongyan, she added, Sister, during this time, please take good care of my husband. Rest assured, everything will be entrusted to me. Du Hongyan replied. Though her own time was limited, she would ensure Ji Dagen was well looked after during this period. Each person departed, lost in their own thoughts. The emergence of the celestial bone was not widely proclaimed. Only a select few within the Hehuan Sect were privy to this information. The Grand Elder was deeply dissatisfied. Such a promising talent falling into the hands of the sect leader was detrimental to his faction. Yet, he could not act recklessly, for the significance of the celestial bone was profound. Should the Supreme Elder discover his meddling, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Esteemed colleagues, this old gentleman from the back mountain has bestowed upon us such an extraordinary talent. How do you propose we express our gratitude? The Grand Elder, already vexed, could not help but roll his eyes upon hearing Yu Shui's words. His tone became tinged with sarcasm. Sect leader, the celestial bone was discovered in our back mountain. It belongs to the Hehuan Sect. Why should we thank that old rascal? The Grand Elder's faction shared his sentiment, all aiming to seize this opportunity to undermine the sect leader's authority. Yu Shui had anticipated their reaction and remained unfazed, continuing to speak. The Grand Elder is not mistaken. However, that celestial bone has been there for quite some time. I wonder why the Grand Elder has not retrieved it? Upon the utterance of those words, the atmosphere was charged with palpable tension, leaving the audience, who had initially anticipated a spectacle, with expressions that were somewhat rigid. The essence of the celestial bone is such that it cannot be discerned through mere thought. It must be observed with the naked eye for accurate identification. Given the vast expanse of the back mountain, which encompasses no fewer than 100,000 peaks, seeking out a singular piece of celestial bone in such a colossal area is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Esteemed colleagues, although the celestial bone resides within the back mountain, it does not belong to the domain of our Hehuan Sect. By sheer serendipity, this venerable gentleman has stumbled upon the celestial bone and facilitated its fusion with a woman of innate divine strength, regardless of the particulars. Our Hehuan Sect owes him an immense debt of gratitude. Though many may be reluctant to acknowledge it, this is indeed the reality. Sectmaster, Might I inquire as to your thoughts on this matter? He is but a mortal, and even if we wish to express our gratitude, there is little of value we could offer him. Perhaps we could bestow upon him several 100,000 taels of gold. With such a sum, he would no longer need to linger in the desolation of the back mountain, but could venture to the mortal cities at his leisure, embracing the pleasures of life. This utterance garnered widespread acknowledgement, as many believe that mortals ought to embody the essence of humanity. Beyond wealth, other possessions hold little significance for him. Thus, for a destitute old man, the prospect of leading a prosperous life in the city must surely be his greatest aspiration. However, the words spoken by Yu Qiushui left everyone utterly astounded. Elder, I have heard that your descendant has remained stagnant at the Yuaning stage. Unable to transcend to the Huashan phase, correct? Why not allow her to marry that venerable gentleman and experience the life of an ordinary person? Perhaps this could lead to her breakthrough into the Huashan realm. Chapter 54. Within the Grand Hall, an oppressive silence pervaded the air, rendering it difficult for one to breathe. The expressions of all present appeared rather peculiar. No one had anticipated that the sect leader, Yu Qiushui, would propose such an outrageous suggestion. Everyone was well aware of the elder's deep affection for his descendant and the allocation of cultivation resources. The elder had always been exceedingly generous, bestowing an abundance of exceptional resources upon her. This descendant, endowed with a superior spiritual root, should have enjoyed a smooth journey along the path of cultivation. Yet, for reasons unknown, she remained trapped at the Yuaning stage, unable to ascend to the Huashan phase. Among all Yuaning cultivators, the key to breaking through to the Huashan realm lies in understanding, rather than mere reliance on external forces. A crucial aspect of this journey involves experiencing the myriad facets of life and perceiving the wonders of the world. Yet, despite spending nearly a century in the mundane realm and enduring various trials, she had yet to achieve her long-sought breakthrough. This has almost become a source of great concern for the Grand Elder. Now, when Yu Qiushui brings up this matter, it is undoubtedly akin to a public slap in the face for him. He chuckles, acknowledging the sect leader's good intentions, yet adds, however, there is no need for the esteemed sect leader to worry about Linger's affairs. I have my own arrangements. His tone carries a hint of dissatisfaction, clearly indicating his desire to refrain from further discussion on this topic. Yu Qiushui merely made a jest. If that proud woman, Lan Linger, were to agree to such an arrangement, it would indeed be a miracle. The primary focus of this gathering is still to express gratitude to Ji Dagen for his assistance to the Hehuan Sect. Casting a sweeping glance over the assembly, he speaks slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if any of you have suitable candidates in mind. If so, our Hehuan Sect is willing to offer 200,000 spirit stones to support this female cultivator. However, I have one prerequisite. Her character must be impeccable, and her beauty must be undeniable. It is essential that this esteemed elder enjoys his twilight years in peace. The crowd was taken aback. They did not expect the sect leader to be so earnest, presenting such specific conditions and generous compensation. Nonetheless, the target of this proposition has shifted from Lan Lingo to others. Yet, as cultivators, they all harbor their own pride and aspirations. How could they possibly consider marrying a mere mortal elder so readily? This is utterly absurd. Master, is this not somewhat unreasonable? Indeed, Master, among our Hehuan Sect's female cultivators, who would willingly marry a mere mortal? The crowd began to chatter, each voice rising above the other, transforming the grand hall into a cacophony. The elder sat with arms crossed, observing the scene with a faint smirk upon his lips. Although 200,000 spirit stones is no small sum, finding a few female cultivators who meet Yu Qiushui's criteria is no easy task. The female cultivators of the Hehuan Sect are undeniably beautiful, each as radiant as a flower. Yet, their standards for a partner are equally high. Convincing them to marry an elderly man is nearly impossible, unless one considers those who have lost their cultivation. Yet, how many of such individuals could possibly fulfill Yu Qiushui's requirements of good character, fine appearance, and the ability to provide care? Master, must it absolutely be from our sect? Is it not permissible for someone outside the sect? All eyes turned to the seventh elder, Qi Yinru. As an elder of the Hehuan Sect, Qi Yinru's reputation in the cultivation world is quite illustrious. Her formidable charm has left many entranced. Upon hearing the master's conditions, her eyes brightened as a certain individual came to mind. However, she is not from the Hehuan Sect. Yu Qiushui smiled and shook his head. Whether from the sect or not is of little consequence. As long as that esteemed elder can enjoy a peaceful old age, the fundamental condition is satisfied. Of course, Beauty is a non-negotiable requirement. One cannot send an unattractive woman, can they? Otherwise, would that elder be truly pleased? I owe him a significant debt of gratitude and must repay it. It matters not whether the individual is a cultivator, as long as she possesses beauty, kindness, and the ability to care for others. Hearing this, Qi Yinru's heart swelled with delight. This 200,000 spirit stones were rightfully hers to earn. Master, I would like to recommend someone. She hails from a brothel, but rest assured, she is a refined courtesan, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And she is also an excellent cook. I believe that esteemed elder would surely appreciate her. At this moment, the crowd realized, inwardly scolding Qi Yinru for her shamelessness. In the mortal world, a brothel is hardly short of beautiful women. With a mere handful of common gold, one could easily procure their company. Yet, their minds had been so focused on the sect that they overlooked the world beyond. For these elders, 200,000 spirit stones is neither an excessive nor a trivial amount. Who among them does not have a few trusted confidants at their disposal? If one could find a suitable individual, presenting them as a gift would indeed be a commendable choice. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare, needing to meet certain criteria while also pleasing the master. Who would have thought that this seventh elder would tread an unconventional path and select such a woman? With a reliable candidate in hand, the others need not waste any more time. Soon, only two remained within the grand hall. Sister Yinru, let us discuss the details. Yu Qiushui and Qi Yinru began to deliberate on the specifics. Meanwhile, the fish pond had been excavated, and Ji Dagen's lumbar disc issue was finally resolved. The sensation of being able to twist his waist freely is quite delightful, reminiscent of the vigorous days of his youth. However, he is acutely aware that this is merely an illusion. Although the issue of osteoporosis has been resolved, muscle atrophy remains an irreversible concern. Each time he employs his swordsmanship, it still imposes a considerable strain on his body. Therefore, during combat, he strives to exploit weaknesses rather than resorting to the brute force of severing an enemy's head. In order to conserve his energy, after excavating the final remnants of soil, the river water is channeled into the fish pond. Ji Dagen waited for several consecutive days. Yet no fish arrived. This made him feel somewhat peculiar. Ordinarily, there should be at least one or two. After a moment of hesitation, he finally took out a water element spirit pearl. This object is quite effective for enticing fish. While Du Hongyan was tidying up, she suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation in the surrounding spiritual energy. Her brow furrowed slightly, filled with perplexity. This is indeed the Harmony Sect, where the entire enclave is imbued with a spirit-converging formation, ensuring that the surrounding spiritual energy remains perpetually stable, rendering any anomalies implausible. Following the direction of the spiritual fluctuations, I made my way to the pond, acutely aware of the unusual currents of spiritual power around me. There, I beheld Ji Dagen, who, unbeknownst to me, had acquired a blue orb in his hand. My pupils constricted in astonishment, my expression one of sheer disbelief. I could hardly fathom that Ji Dagen, a mere mortal, possessed such a precious treasure. Du Hongyan swiftly approached, her long, slender legs carrying her to his side, where she seated herself. Her enchanting gaze remained fixated on the spirit orb, unable to divert her attention. Noticing the peculiar intensity of her stare, Ji Dagen followed her gaze and comprehended the meaning behind her expression. With a gentle smile, he generously placed the orb into her delicate hand, saying, "Here. This is for you." This object, to him, merely served to gather the fish, lacking utility in other respects. Yet, the gaze of Du Hongyan revealed the undeniable allure it held for her. As she beheld the treasure in her hands, her eyes grew increasingly dreamy. Her soft, delicate form willingly nestled into his embrace, her voice a gentle whisper. "My husband, I wish to," but before she could finish her sentence, a large, dark figure abruptly surged from the depths of the river, only to vanish swiftly again. Chapter 55. I yearned to challenge my limits. The enchanting atmosphere between the two was akin to a blazing fire, steadily intensifying. In this tranquil corner, an air of intimacy began to envelop them. Ji Dagen's gaze lingered upon those irresistibly alluring long legs clad in black silk, stirring a tumult within his heart. A seasoned hand began to stir with eagerness, slowly reaching toward that tempting space. Du Hongyan sensed his fervor, a rosy blush gracing her cheeks, her eyes brimming with anticipation and affection. Just as Ji Dagen prepared to indulge in the delights of this enchanting creature, a sudden commotion from the river startled them both. The once palpable air of intimacy dissipated in an instant, extinguished as if doused by a bucket of cold water. What was that? Their eyes fixated on the river's surface, hearts filled with confusion and wariness. In this river, he had only encountered various species of fish. Although he did not clearly discern the full form of that creature moments ago, he could observe that its tail was as thick as a thigh. Its overall length, he feared, could extend to several dozen or even 100 meters. Such a colossal entity could not possibly be an ordinary fish. Even a mermaid could not possess such an immense physique. The enchanting Lady Du Hongyan appeared unfazed by her husband's affliction. Her elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly, and her expression became somewhat grave. If her observation was not mistaken, it should be a black-scaled python. What relation does this creature have with the black-scaled serpent? The mere difference of a single character invites contemplation of a potential connection between the two. At this moment, Du Hongyan felt a flicker of unease, her gaze evasive. Upon reaching maturity, the black-scaled serpent transforms into a black-scaled python. Thus, the creature we previously encountered was indeed that. Goodness. It seems the parents of this creature have come seeking us. However, my dear husband, there is no need for excessive worry. The black-scaled python typically remains in the water. Yet we should refrain from approaching the riverbank within a 10-meter radius for now. Allow me to first take care of this matter. Du Hongyan regarded Ji Dagen with a confident smile, endeavoring to assuage his concerns. With a gentle toss of her long hair, her silken tresses danced in the breeze, releasing a subtle fragrance that wafted into Ji Dagen's senses, stirring something within him. My dear, it is merely a demon beast not yet at the foundation stage. In the past, I could easily overpower such a creature, and now, with my enhanced cultivation and the fine sword you gifted me, I am even more capable. Du Hongyan's face radiated joy, her eyes brimming with assurance. Her overall combat prowess had improved by more than half compared to before. Confronting a black-scaled python at the 9th level of chi refinement would pose no challenge for her. Observing her self-assured demeanor, Ji Dagen finally felt at ease. As long as she remained unharmed, all would be well. The true loss would be if they were forced to relocate, rendering fishing impossible. Nodding in agreement, he offered a word of caution, do take care. Du Hongyan glanced around to ensure their privacy, then playfully lifted a corner of her split red gown, revealing an alluring expression once more. She entwined her arms around Ji Dagen's neck and leaned in for a kiss. Ji Dagen had been back for nearly half a month, and since their last intimate encounter, he had yet to savor the taste of flesh again. Although the atmosphere was somewhat marred this time, Du Hongyan was well prepared and would not allow a trivial matter to bring everything to a halt. Ji Dagen was taken aback by his wife's unexpected enthusiasm. In such moments, how could he possibly disappoint her? However, he had his own aspirations. My dear wife, this time I wish to push the boundaries of my limits. After a passionate encounter, Ji Dagen, rubbing his sore lower back, stepped outside his home and watched as the red streak of light departed, feeling a tinge of embarrassment in his heart. Although the issue with his lumbar disc had been resolved, his body still could not endure prolonged exertion, and ultimately, it was his wife who reaped the rewards. Reflecting on this, he recalled another matter. A few days prior, his beloved wife had brought him some fruits from the mountains. This object bears a resemblance to a tomato, exhibiting a similar texture and flavor profile, and is approximately the size of half a fist. It is said to grow on a particular type of tree. These are merely ordinary fruits, devoid of any spiritual essence, rendering them entirely useless for cultivators of their caliber. Du Hongyan casually picked a few, discovering that they were indeed non-toxic and had a pleasant taste, so she decided to bring some back. Ji Dagen had an idea and sought to locate this tree for transplantation in their vicinity. However, he only had a vague sense of its direction. The distance to it spanned approximately 2 mountain peaks, and a round trip would likely consume the better part of a day. Seizing the early hour, he packed some provisions into his storage pouch and set forth from his home. For the first time in over 40 years, he found himself venturing so far from home. In the past, he would never have dared to engage in such a reckless endeavor. Who knows what beasts might lurk within the mountains and forests? However, he now felt no apprehension regarding such dangers. Suddenly, amidst the rustling grass, a white rabbit sprang forth, brandishing a foot-long horn as it charged towards him. Ji Dagen was momentarily taken aback. This was no ordinary rabbit, but a demonic beast. He promptly employed his divination technique, and the creature's information materialized before his eyes. Its cultivation level was at the first stage of chi refinement. Its state was one of extreme hunger, and it had a remaining lifespan of 80 years. It turned out to be a crazed unicorn rabbit, possessing strength comparable to that of a common beast. With a swift motion, his white longsword unsheathed with a sharp sound. Ji Dagen struck, and the rabbit was cleaved in two. Since it was a source of sustenance, it would not be wasted. His gaze fell upon the horn. and an intriguing piece of information surfaced in his mind. The corpse suppression nail, capable of subduing zombies, also wielded significant lethality against ordinary cultivators. As he grew bored, he took out his carving knife, searching for the holy maiden fruit tree while simultaneously utilizing the great wilderness refining technique to forge the corpse suppression nail. In less than half an hour, the horn in his hand shimmered with a white light before vanishing. Examining the horn once more, he discerned no substantial alterations. Through his divination technique, he confirmed the quality of the artifact before him. It was a low-grade corpse suppression nail, effective against armored corpses, but only briefly against copper-armored ones. Shaking his head slightly, he acknowledged that the refining outcome was mediocre, a result of his lack of focus. After all, refining while remaining vigilant of his surroundings was hardly conducive to crafting artifacts. Such circumstances must be avoided in the future. He had slain several beasts along the way before finally arriving at the location described by Madame Hong Yan. However, the position of the Holy Maiden fruit tree was somewhat precarious. To obtain the nearby sapling, he would need to descend a 3-meter-high cliff. Given his aging limbs, this proved to be quite a laborious task. Unbeknownst to him, he was not at the location indicated by Du Hongyan. Moreover, a faint chill emanated from a crevice in the cliff below. Chapter 56. The Zombie Within the Grand Palace of the Great Zhou. The atmosphere was solemn and austere. A shadow flickered like a specter, eluding the watchful eyes of the outer guards and swiftly appearing in the resplendent hall. Empress Ji Rushue was engrossed in reviewing the memorials, her earnest expression suggesting that the world around her had narrowed to just herself and the matters at hand. Without lifting her gaze, she continued her work, seemingly unfazed by the sudden intrusion. Your Majesty, urgent news from the 7th rank in Yancheng has arrived. They discovered an elderly man named Ji Dagen. Throughout the vast Zhou dynasty, cities were rigidly stratified into 9 ranks, with the 1st rank being the highest and the 9th the lowest. The treatment afforded to city lords varied immensely according to their rank. Ji Rushue's movements abruptly halted, her expression shifting to one of grave seriousness, as if she had overheard something of paramount importance. A glimmer of light flickered in her beautiful and commanding eyes. Immediately investigate. I wish to know everything about this elder. Yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji Dagen was cautiously descending a cliff. His movements were deliberate and slow, each step taken with utmost care, fearful that a moment's inattention would lead to a perilous fall. After confirming that the sapling was unharmed, he retrieved a hoe and began to dig a hole. The sapling, standing a meter tall, boasted surprisingly developed roots. With considerable effort, he swung the hoe, turning the soil bit by bit under his diligent labor. It took him a full hour to excavate the surrounding earth adequately. As he gently tugged, the sapling toppled to the side. Little did he know, this seemingly ordinary sapling was also the focal point of a grand formation. As he pushed the sapling over, the entire array appeared to trigger some mysterious mechanism. A powerful suction force enveloped him, along with the sapling and several stones, drawing them all into a nearby cave. The sudden commotion startled him greatly. Instinctively employing the technique of ethereal steps, he flickered through the air several times before landing gracefully, with a vigilant gaze scanning his surroundings. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. Here lies a hermit's secluded abode, furnished with a few rudimentary living essentials. Despite its simplicity, it exudes an air of antiquity. In a nearby corner stands a modest sapling, merely 1 meter in height, yet adorned with an abundance of cherry tomatoes, instantly capturing his attention. The environment here is dim and damp, a state that can scarcely be described as merely overshadowed. It is perpetually shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a glimmer of sunlight. In such a harsh setting, the fact that an abundance of fruits can thrive is indeed remarkable. Glancing at the small sapling I had just unearthed, I found it suddenly lacking in appeal. I promptly discarded it aside and turned my attention to a sapling that appeared far more intriguing. Unbeknownst to me, a stone door lay against the mountainside nearby. Strictly speaking, it should be regarded as a stone sarcophagus, seamlessly embedded within the rock face, blending almost entirely with the surrounding stone, making its presence difficult to discern without careful scrutiny. A chilling aura emanated continuously from within, seemingly lowering the temperature of the entire cave. As the external disturbances persisted, the contents within the sarcophagus began to stir, the orbs beneath its eyelids slowly rotating. Yet, its body, encased in chitinous plates, remained immobile, as if restrained by some enigmatic force. Upon encountering this small sapling, a sudden influx of system information flashed before Ji Dagen's mind. Ding! You have acquired the Holy Maiden Spirit Fruit Tree and the 5 Elements Thunder of Taoism. Although he was uncertain of the utility of this 5 Elements Thunder, the system's notification suggested that the Holy Maiden Spirit Fruit Tree was undeniably of superior quality. While such endeavors may be time-consuming, he found solace in the fact that his lifespan was gradually extending each day, alleviating any concerns of aging prematurely. With a small hoe in hand, he resumed his efforts with renewed vigor. This time, the actions were executed with considerably more caution than before. For this was a treasure recognized by the system. However, the efficiency had significantly diminished. Yet, his concerns were evidently unwarranted. The resilience of the spirit tree was beyond that of ordinary timber. The small hoe in his hand struck upon it, yet it was not so easily harmed. Du Hongyan wielded her longsword, infusing it continuously with spiritual energy. The blade shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, resembling a nimble spirit serpent. A multitude of spiritual arrows shot forth towards the depths of the water, akin to a torrential rain of arrows, stirring waves beneath the surface. The black-scaled python, concealed in the water, suffered multiple assaults. Overwhelmed by pain, it could not contain itself, bursting forth from the water with its gaping maw, intent on devouring the cultivators above. Yet, it had evidently overestimated its own strength. Du Hongyan had been well prepared. The moment the beast was lured to the surface, a fierce sword energy was unleashed. That sword energy, like a long rainbow, cleaved through the air, and the black-scaled python was instantly decapitated. Its massive body, stretching 50 meters, crashed back into the water, creating a tremendous splash. A copious amount of spiritually infused blood flowed down the river, tinting the waters a faint crimson hue. As Du Hongyan reflected on her husband's various qualities, her fair face inevitably flushed slightly. Although her husband lacked physical prowess, his abilities in that regard were truly remarkable. With a glimmer of inspiration, her thoughts turned towards the black-scaled python. The size of this python renders it impractical for making soup, however. A mere slice of its flesh would suffice for several meals, especially with such a grand python skin, adorned with dark scales. It brings to mind how intrigued my husband was the last time he encountered such a specimen. Surely, he would appreciate it once more. As this thought crossed her mind, her delicate cheeks flushed crimson down to her collarbone, and a subtle warmth began to envelop her. Just then, a communication talisman suddenly illuminated. Upon deciphering its contents, her brow furrowed in concern. Swiftly, she severed a portion of the black-scaled python's skin and flesh, leaving the remaining carcass unattended as she transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring towards the direction of the Hehuan Sect. Puzzled, she wondered why her grandmother sought her with such urgency. Meanwhile, Ji Dagen continued his diligent work within the cave. After nearly an hour and a half of labor, he had finally laid bare the root system beneath the Holy Maiden's spirit fruit tree. He had never anticipated that beneath the layer of soil lay nothing but stone. This plant growing upon the stone is a sight I have never encountered before. After several attempts, I realized that it was even harder than I had anticipated. Reluctantly, I resorted to a more forceful method. Fortunately, as the stone shattered, its roots were finally revealed with ease. However, at that moment, a tremendous rumble echoed behind me, as though a heavy object had crashed to the ground, resonating loudly within the stillness of the cave. Startled, I quickly turned to see a flat stone slab tumbling down from the cave wall. The sound I had just heard was indeed caused by this object. But why would it fall without reason? My gaze turned quizzically toward the wall. Upon closer inspection, I discerned a vague human-like silhouette shifting within the dimly lit confines of the cave. My pupils involuntarily constricted, and an ominous premonition surged within me. In such an eerie place, I had assumed no one could possibly reside here. Yet, the reality exceeded my wildest imagination. Hastily, I concealed my tools, embarrassment creeping onto my face. Esteemed senior, I assure you, I merely passed through and was unaware of any inhabitants here. However, the figure appeared unperturbed, moving rigidly step by step towards me. With its advance, the stone slabs surrounding the sacred fruit tree shattered completely, causing the sapling to topple aside. Observing its stiff movements, my hair stood on end, though I had never encountered such a creature. The shape of the stone slab and the gait of this being made it unmistakably clear what it was. A zombie. This was indeed a zombie. Chapter 57. The fifth chapter of Taoist Law, the 5 Elements, and the Calamity of Thunder. Zombies were something I had only ever heard of in strange tales. Having lived for decades in a relatively mundane world, I had never witnessed such a bizarre entity. Who could have predicted that a single outing would lead to such an extraordinary predicament? I couldn't help but murmur inwardly. wondering if I had neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out. Otherwise, how could one be so unfortunate? In comparison to taking a life, contending with such bizarre entities imposed significant psychological pressure upon him. At this moment, the emaciated zombie slowly turned its head. A strange aura emanated from its mouth, imbued with a chilling force that seemed to lower the surrounding temperature several degrees. Ji Dagen retreated a couple of steps, but the zombie, as if it had locked onto him, advanced step by step. Ji Dagen understood well that without dealing with this creature, leaving this place unscathed was a mere fantasy. Taking a deep breath, he activated his divination technique, and the creature's information instantly manifested before his eyes. Cultivation level, foundational establishment stage 1, status, none, lifespan, infinite. He recognized that zombies did not belong to the cycle of reincarnation, so their boundless lifespan was to be expected. However, the foundational establishment stage 1 cultivation level genuinely troubled him. Yet, at this juncture, he could only brace himself. If the situation proved insurmountable, retreating for the sake of survival was paramount. Drawing forth his white longsword, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. The ethereal step was instantaneously unleashed, and he appeared beside his target like a wraith. With all his might, he executed the sword-drawing technique. A glimmer of cold light flashed, sending the zombie hurtling away to crash heavily against the mountainside, producing a dull thud. Ji Dagen exhaled slightly. He had exerted considerable force in that strike, leaving his hand somewhat numb. Fortunately, the zombie was not as formidable as he had anticipated, dispatched with a single blow. However, at that moment, the zombie on the wall stirred again, its movements markedly more agile than before, charging at him with a fierce intensity. Ji Dagen's expression finally shifted. He had not expected this zombie to be so troublesome. Once more, he employed the ethereal step, swiftly dodging its attacks. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, neither side gaining the upper hand. Although the adversary's body was stiff, its tough skin and flesh rendered his strikes ineffective against its defenses. Continuing in this manner would only deplete his stamina. The surrounding spiritual energy remained undiminished despite the continuous application of his techniques. Yet his aging limbs could not endure an extended confrontation. Suddenly, he recalled the soul-binding seal bestowed by the system earlier. A thought flickered through his mind as he quickly formed a hand seal. A golden hand, forged from the rules, surged forth with formidable power towards the target. Under the weight of this golden palm, the zombie was instantly sent flying. Yet, that was all. It charged back as if unscathed. Ji Dagen then realized that the zombie lacked a soul and would, therefore, remain unaffected by the soul-binding seal. Although he had previously considered this possibility, witnessing it firsthand was still difficult to accept. Reluctantly, he shot forth the corpse-restraining nail from his hand. With a clang, the nail struck the zombie precisely, half of the 1-foot-long artifact embedding itself within its body. The zombie, which had intended to attack him, suddenly stiffened in its movements. However, cracks began to appear on the corpse-restraining nail, indicating it could not withstand the zombie's strength for long. Without hesitation, Ji Dagen seized the slumped spiritual fruit tree. At that moment, a prompt resonated in his mind. Ding. Acquired the Holy Maiden spiritual fruit tree. Reward. Taoist technique. 5 elements thunder. Simultaneously, relevant information regarding this arcane technique instantaneously materialized in his mind. The 5 elements calamity thunder, a formidable force within the realm of lightning-based sorcery, possesses an extraordinary lethality, particularly against the undead, to which it serves as a natural countermeasure. Unless confronted by an entity as terrifying as a corpse god, there is no cause for concern regarding such aberrations beyond the 6 paths. A wave of elation surged within him, prompting him to hastily execute a series of hand seals, causing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to coalesce tumultuously above. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and amidst them, a resplendent bolt of 5-color calamity thunder descended with tremendous force, instantly engulfing the zombie. Upon the ground, only the remnants of copper armor remained, with not even a trace of ash left behind. It was then that Ji Dagen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had no desire to linger in this eerie locale for even a moment longer and was eager to depart from this place of turmoil. Why Chi-Shu, sensing the violent fluctuations of the surrounding spiritual energies, was taken aback and arrived at the vicinity within mere breaths. The familiar presence of lightning coursed through the air, causing his brow to furrow in concern. This is no ordinary thunder attribute magic, but rather a formidable force imbued with the might of heaven and earth. Even a formidable being at the tribulation stage cannot easily wield such divine power. It is only during the breakthrough of realms that one encounters this kind of thunder tribulation. Her consciousness swiftly scanned the surroundings, and she found herself within the cave dwelling. Upon seeing the bronze armor on the ground, her brows furrowed even tighter. To her astonishment, someone dared to raise corpses in the vicinity of the Hehuan Sect, a serious violation of the sect's regulations. Given the nature of their sect, which has a predominance of women and a heavier presence of yin energy, it is theoretically understandable that one would choose such a place for corpse rearing. However, the Hehuan Sect has long established clear rules forbidding any forces from raising corpses nearby. Although the bronze-armored corpse before her is still quite primitive, its actual combat power could rival that of a golden core stage expert. Ordinary spells would have no effect on it. As she surveyed the area, she found no relevant signs. In a corner, however, she discovered a red spiritual fruit and the remnants of a shattered concealment formation. She understood in her heart that if this zombie were to grow stronger, it would undoubtedly become a significant nuisance. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the formation had been compromised, and the zombie was detected by the laws of heaven and earth, which led to the thunder tribulation descending to eradicate this creature. Yet, she was also aware that such accidents do not occur without cause. Someone must have sabotaged the formation. Stepping out of the cave, she expanded her consciousness and quickly locked onto her target. It was an elderly mortal. The familiar attire and the spiritual fruit tree he held caused her as the sect leader to twitch involuntarily. Glancing down at the spiritual fruit in her hand, she found herself at a loss for words. This old gentleman inadvertently placed her in debt once more, incurring a significant favor. Should this zombie be allowed to mature, countless lives could be lost. Yet now, through his unintentional actions, he has thwarted the nefarious schemes of those lurking in the shadows. This truly elicits a mix of laughter and tears. Shaking her head in resignation, she knew she could not allow him to continue wreaking havoc. Otherwise, one day she, a woman who has attracted the envy of countless men in the realm of cultivation, might find herself ensnared. Fortunately, this time, Elder Qi Yinru had summoned a mortal woman. She could hardly believe that such an ordinary girl could conjure any mischief. Du Hongyan had learned the full context of the situation. Thanks to this opportunity, she had acquired a wealth of cultivation resources and a tailored cultivation technique, propelling her to the pinnacle of talent within the sect. However, witnessing the time wasted with the old mortal man made even the sect leader unable to bear it. The matters previously discussed had yielded a conclusion, and the thought of parting from her husband awakened an inexplicable sorrow within her. She understood that this farewell might very well be eternal. Yet, she also realized that this day would inevitably arrive. She simply did not anticipate it would come so soon. With a faint sigh, she cast these thoughts aside. Since it was unavoidable, she resolved to cherish this last month to the fullest, taking out the black-scaled python meat she had previously obtained. A glimmer of anticipation graced her face. She wondered if her husband's performance tonight would surpass that of a day. Chapter 58. My dear, look. This wretched road can actually accommodate a vehicle. When Ji Dagen returned to his residence, it was already dusk. The sun was slowly descending, leaving behind a splendid crimson glow lingering at the horizon, akin to a breathtaking painting. At that moment, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Turning his gaze, he beheld Du Hongyan, clad in a flowing red dress, diligently tending to a barbecue by the campfire, her long, slender legs accentuated by black stockings. Perhaps due to the sweltering weather, her ample, fair skin was tantalizingly visible. Under the flickering firelight, she appeared extraordinarily alluring. Fortunately, this secluded spot was devoid of outsiders. Otherwise, Ji would certainly find himself in dire straits. Such a beautiful scene should not be squandered on others. Upon seeing her husband return home, Du Hongyan could not help but display a glimmer of anticipation on her face. Husband, come and savor the flavor of this roasted meat. In the wild, barbecued fare is indeed one of the most common sustenances. It is simple to prepare and the ingredients are readily accessible. Du Hongyan had some insights in this regard. Ji Dagen felt the warmth of the familial atmosphere, and his smile grew increasingly radiant. Remembering the sacred maiden spirit fruit he had previously collected, he plucked one from the sapling and gently placed it in Du Hongyan's mouth. Playfully, she nibbled on his finger, her charming smile making her even more enchanting. However, as the spirit fruit settled in her stomach, a surge of pure spiritual energy instantly spread within her, quickly accompanied by a peculiar sensation radiating through her limbs. Her pupils involuntarily constricted, and her once delicate body began to tremble with restlessness. Her beautiful eyes once again fixated on the sapling in Ji Dagen's hand, And after a moment of dazed contemplation, she murmured, "Husband, if you desire it, I am not one to refuse. There is no need for you to resort to such measures." Du Hongyan's voice carried a hint of playful reproach and shyness. Ji Dagen was utterly perplexed, completely unaware of the meaning behind her words, his expression a portrait of confusion. Observing his bewilderment, Du Hongyan set aside the freshly roasted ingredients and lightly nestled into his embrace. "Husband, the sacred maiden spirit fruit is indeed a remarkable treasure. But do you know why it bears such a name?" A glint of mischief flickered in Du Hongyan's eyes. Her cheeks flushed with warmth from the unusual sensations coursing through her body, appearing even more alluring in the firelight. Ji Dagen, gazing at his wife, who was breathing heavily and blushing, felt an unsettling sensation rise within him. "Why?" Du Hongyan leaned closer to his ear and gently exhaled, her warm breath sending a slight shiver through Ji Dagen's body. "Because it is the treasure of the remaining maidens. Consuming it naturally leads to subsequent events." Ji Dagen nearly choked on his breath, utterly astonished that the seemingly innocuous fruit he had casually picked up was such a hot potato. Only then did he comprehend Du Hongyan's reaction. However, Du Hongyan did not complete her explanation. The sacred maiden spirit fruit could indeed have such effects, but for cultivators, with a bit of refinement, the side effects could be mitigated. Yet, her intentions were far from innocent. Did she not notice that the roasted meat was mixed with the powder of the dragon tiger pill? She sought this opportunity to grow closer to her husband. Unbeknownst to Ji Dagen, the significance of the holy maiden spirit fruit was precisely what he stumbled upon. Du Hongyan entwined her arms around his neck, wearing an expression that beckoned him to take charge. Ji Dagen understood that the fire he had ignited could not be left to others to extinguish. A wry smile graced his face, and a hint of trepidation colored his voice. "My lady, I implore you to show some mercy." Despite the ensuing chaos, the sapling of the holy maiden's spirit fruit had not been forsaken. Although this item possesses certain side effects, it is not without merit. In fact, it is a potent fruit for invigorating the kidneys. Given his current physical condition, such nourishment is indeed essential. Du Hongyan spent several days procuring a small spirit-gathering array from within the sect, successfully planting this precious fruit. While it is possible to cultivate the holy maiden spirit fruit tree in a regular environment, the speed of fruit bearing is considerably sluggish. With the enhancement of the spirit-gathering array, the results would be significantly improved. Ji Dagen rubbed his aching lower back, feeling as though he had yet to fully recover from the past few days. He could not help but muse that indeed, there are only overworked oxen, not exhausted fields. This is truly life-threatening. However, upon seeing the information pop up on the system, he was quite taken aback. A notification chimed. Consuming the roasted meat of the 500-year-old black-scaled python grants an additional 25 years of life. To his astonishment, the roasted meat he previously consumed had indeed been derived from that colossal beast. The mere thought of such a formidable creature led Ji Dagen to harbor a query. "System, is it possible to consume the black-scaled python repeatedly?" During his previous indulgence in barbecue in Yanqing, he had received multiple life rewards. Yet, upon returning home to test this theory, he discovered that there was no such loophole. Now, having encountered roasted meat once again, his curiosity compelled him to inquire. "Host, identical ingredients require a cooling period of 1 year." The system's response was quite favorable, indicating that after a year, the same consumption would still be effective. However, a dilemma arose. Time within the storage bag did not stand still. If he were to leave it for a year, it could very well spoil. Only by employing a spatial ring could he ensure that it remained viable for use after a year. Ji Dagen pondered this matter deeply and concluded that it would be best entrusted to his wife to handle. Du Hongyan said nothing, accepting his wishes without question. As for whether they would reunite after her seclusion, that remained subject to fate. Little did she know, Ji Dagen now possessed 36 years of life. Even upon her emergence from meditation, he would undoubtedly be as vigorous as ever, perhaps even in better physical condition than before. At that time, her once arrogant demeanor in bed would surely be thoroughly subdued. "My dear husband, might you be inclined to accompany me to Kangcheng? This location is the city where the Du family resides. As a fifth-tier city, it may be considered a city of moderate scale. Within this city, the Du family stands as one of the most prestigious and distinguished clans. This family, endowed with cultivators, possesses formidable strength that few dare to provoke. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, such a lineage harbors a significant drawback. None of its offspring can serve in the imperial court." Ji Dagen was somewhat taken aback, but did not dwell on it. Since his wife extended an invitation, he saw no reason to decline. "No problem. Whenever you need me, I shall always be by your side." The thought of possibly facing life and death apart brought tears to Du Hongyan's eyes. She rushed into Ji Dagen's embrace, her delicate form trembling slightly. Unbeknownst to Ji Dagen, who misinterpreted her emotions as joy, he remained unaware of the turmoil within her heart. After calming her sorrowful thoughts, Du Hongyan took to the skies at dawn the next day, wielding her flying sword as she departed from the Hehuan Sect with Ji Dagen. The distance to Kong City was considerable, and prolonged flight on the sword proved to be a significant burden for her. The extent of the challenges they faced remained uncertain. Having procured a carriage, they journeyed towards Kong City, which lay over 1,000 miles away. As the carriage traversed the rugged terrain, Ji Dagen's thoughts began to shift. Influenced by the jostling of the road and the softness of the figure nestled against him, Du Hongyan entwined her arms around his neck, her face adorned with a bashful blush. "My dear husband, look. Even this rough road can accommodate a carriage." Chapter 59. Madam, grant me a reprieve. Ji Dagen gazed skyward in silence, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. His gaze gradually fell upon the bashful figure of his wife in his arms. At that moment, he found himself utterly devoid of words. One must admit, she possessed a remarkable gift for language, and her ability to be self-sufficient was unparalleled. Once the carriage reached the official road, the wheels rolled smoothly over the flat surface, eliminating the previous tumult of the rugged path. Yet, throughout the journey, Ji Dagen found his wife's behavior quite inexplicable. Every now and then, a torn piece of black silk would be tossed out of the carriage. The couple lingered within the carriage, indulging in each other's company for nearly half a month before finally arriving in Kong City. The journey over the past fortnight has been both sweet and somewhat exasperating for Ji Dagen. The fervor of Lady Du Hongyan has proven to be quite overwhelming for him. Upon entering the city, a rich aroma of wine enveloped him, its robust and profound scent seemingly imbued with an enchanting quality, capable of instantly captivating one's olfactory senses. "My dear husband, what do you think? Is it fragrant?" Ji Dagen smiled and nodded. Indeed, it possesses a rich bouquet. Over the past 4 decades, he too had dabbled in the art of brewing. However, due to the constraints of his equipment, while he could distill spirits, the alcohol content was not particularly high, estimated to be around 30 to 40 degrees. He lacked the precise measuring instruments to ascertain the specifics. The wine aroma wafting through the city, though not potent, was replete with fragrance. He sensed that the selection of ingredients was likely quite meticulous, far beyond the humble endeavors of his own rustic methods. His brewing had relied solely on experience and rudimentary tools, rendering it incomparable to the expertise found in this city's professional distilleries. Upon receiving her husband's compliment, Du Hongyan rolled her eyes playfully, adopting a slightly petulant tone. "Darling, that is not what I meant. I was inquiring whether the person is charming." Ji Dagen's expression stiffened, his lips twitching involuntarily. "My dear wife, grant me some respite. At my age, I can hardly withstand your intermittent inquiries." Du Hongyan's cheeks flushed slightly. She was aware that her recent exuberance had been somewhat excessive. Yet, the thought that their chances of meeting again were slim weighed heavily on her heart. Throughout this journey, he has undeniably exhibited a bold and enthusiastic demeanor. However, given his age, he has indeed been rather frequent in his pursuits of late. With a subtle sigh escaping his lips, he feigned a bashful expression. "My dear husband, you are insufferable. I certainly did not intend such a thing." The Lady Dagen did not trust even a single punctuation mark. To prevent her from lingering on this topic, he hastily redirected the conversation. "Madam, since you hail from this prosperous city, you must possess knowledge of the finest wines. Do you not? Why not take me to sample some? Wine, as the essence of grains, embodies the quintessence of sustenance. A single sip may potentially transform the growth cycle of grains into longevity. The precise quantity of grains encapsulated within a glass remains an enigma to all." He even harbored doubts that each encounter might yield an extension of life. Furthermore, there exists another possibility. The process of fermentation itself requires time to mature. Could it be that the very act of winemaking is part of the growth cycle? If so, then the older the vintage, the greater the lifespan it might confer. On this matter, Du Hongyan undoubtedly had the authority to speak. "Come, let me take you to the finest Dukong winery in this area. The offerings there will surely exceed your expectations." The Dukong winery is part of a chain, with establishments in numerous cities. This is also the core industry of the Du family, renowned in the locality. The moment the two entered the winery, the proprietor instantly recognized Miss Duerre. He had long heard that this young lady had ventured to the Celestial Gate for cultivation, yet he was surprised to see her here. Manager Zhao hurriedly approached Du Hongyan, his face beaming with smiles. I have had the pleasure of meeting the second young lady, he said. Looking at the middle-aged man before her, Du Hongyan displayed noticeable astonishment. Uncle Zhao, it seems you have been promoted. When she had last seen him, he was merely the accountant of the winery. To her surprise, after more than a decade, he had donned the attire of a manager. Manager Zhao radiated with a brilliant smile, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful. Thanks to the second young lady. The old manager's health is not well, and he has retired to enjoy his old age. He cast a curious glance at the elderly gentleman beside Du Hongyan. Second young lady, may I inquire who this is? Without a moment's hesitation, Du Hongyan linked her arm with Ji Dagen, her face illuminated with a blissful smile. This is my husband, Ji Dagen. Manager Zhao nearly choked on his breath, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. He had never imagined that the second young lady, with her striking beauty and stature, not to mention being a cultivator of the celestial gate, would be paired with a man marked by wrinkles and silver hair. However, it soon dawned upon him that there might be another explanation. His demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. It is an honor to meet a celestial master. If the gentleman were merely an ordinary elder, such a bond would have been inconceivable. It was clear that only someone of considerable ability could win the heart of their second young lady. Thus, it was evident that this elderly gentleman was no ordinary person. Most likely a practitioner from the celestial gate, and certainly of significant prowess. Ji Dagen found himself speechless. This was not the first time he had been mistaken for a celestial master. Previously, a misunderstanding regarding his title had led to quite a bit of trouble. This time, one cannot simply pretend that nothing has occurred. He hastily waved his hand. Don't misunderstand. I am merely an ordinary old man, not the celestial master you speak of. Beside him, Du Hongyan would not accept such a characterization, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. My dear husband, you are anything but ordinary. With a playful grin, she glanced down. Ji Dagen felt a flush of embarrassment. His wife seemed capable of navigating any tumultuous path. Indeed, a woman who has tasted the pleasures of life is far from being simple. Opposite them, Manager Zhao was oblivious to the nuances of their exchange, but had come to a clear realization. His second daughter had wed an ordinary elderly gentleman. Such explosive news, if it were to reach my family, would surely cause quite a stir. However, as an outsider, it is not my place to intervene in the matters of the Du family. Yet, I find myself puzzled as to why the two have not returned to the Du residence, but instead opted for the winery. My inquisitive gaze rests upon Miss Du Hongyan. Dear second miss, might I inquire if there is a specific purpose for your visit today? Nothing particularly special. This is my husband's first visit to Kanqing, and he is still unfamiliar with our finest wines. Please bring forth the best Dukong wine for him to savor. The finest Dukong wine commands a market price of 1 or 2 gold taels. For the average person, even the chance to merely smell it is a rare opportunity. Moreover, this wine is an imperial specialty, not something that can be purchased merely with wealth. Nevertheless, since the second miss has requested it, it shall not be refused. Soon, a small jar of exquisite wine was presented. Sitting in Ji Dagen's embrace, Du Hongyan personally poured him a glass, gently offering it to him with eyes full of anticipation. Husband, what do you think of this Dukong wine? Chapter 60. No one can question our marriage. Zhao, the shopkeeper, wore a confident expression, his eyes brimming with assurance. In the realm of beverages throughout the Great Zhou, if our Dukong wine claims the second position, no one dares to assert the first. Behind these grandiloquent words lies the unparalleled glory bestowed upon Dukong liquor as a royal exclusive. The endorsement from the royal court shines like a resplendent halo, allowing Dukong liquor to distinguish itself among a multitude of exquisite wines, emerging as a paragon within the industry. This confidence stems not only from a rich historical legacy, but also from an unwavering belief in their own winemaking techniques and quality. Du Hongyan, filled with anticipation, eagerly awaits her husband's assessment of the wine. Ji Dagen is not a connoisseur of wine. He merely relies on his personal experience and palate for judgment. After taking a delicate sip, he finds the flavor quite pleasing, though he notes that the alcohol content is somewhat on the lower side. The alcohol content of this beverage is unlikely to exceed 10 degrees. It appears to have been produced merely through simple fermentation and filtration. It is the quality of the raw materials that bestows it with a commendable flavor. However, this low-alcohol drink likely falls short of even the lower tiers of wine, and scarcely surpasses the alcohol content of beer. This response instantly piqued Du Hongyan's interest. Throughout the entire brewing industry, their Dukong wine has long been regarded as a paragon of high alcohol content. The notion that it could be deemed lacking in potency is indeed intriguing. However, for Master Zhao, it was an entirely different matter. His brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure crossed his face. Sir, are you aware that our Dukong wine is a royal supply? Both its flavor and alcohol content are of the highest quality. Are you suggesting that our wine fails to meet your standards? Ji Dagen smiled and shook his head, his demeanor calm and gentle. No, that is not my intention. Dukong wine is indeed delightful, yet its lower alcohol content is a reality that cannot be overlooked. This may be related to your brewing techniques. Du Hongyan was taken aback, surprised that her husband possessed such knowledge. A glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes, filled with anticipation. Husband, are you implying that altering the brewing process could enhance the wine's potency? Ji Dagen nodded, affirming her speculation. Certainly. However, the improvement would be somewhat limited, at most increasing it by 3- or 4-fold. Such exaggerated claims were uttered by him with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Master Zhao believed not a single punctuation mark of it. In his eyes, the craftsmanship of Dukong liquor had been passed down through millennia, refined and perfected by countless ancestors. And it was utterly inconceivable that a stranger could so easily assert the potential for substantial enhancement. However, Du Hongyan remained steadfast in her belief. She understood her husband well. Although he was somewhat advanced in age, he had never been one to boast. Even his name was a testament to authenticity, devoid of any embellishment. Husband, could you assist us in refining the craft? Yet, as soon as these words left her lips, they were met with vehement opposition from Master Zhao. Miss, I implore you not to consider it. Our liquor has a heritage spanning over 1,000 years. We cannot afford to act recklessly. Should any mishap occur, the consequences would be beyond our capacity to bear. If we were to lose the royal endorsement, Dukong liquor would undoubtedly fall from grace. The very notion of altering the craft based solely on this old man's words seemed to him utterly fantastical. Without the head of the family's consent, he would not dare to proceed. At that moment, a man entered through the door. Since their arrival in Kong City, the Du family had received word. Du Zaitan, the eldest son of the Du family, held immense affection for his sister. In their youth, he had often taken the place of their busy father, cherishing her as if she were a precious gem, fearing even the slightest distress or bullying upon her. Upon learning of her return home, he hurried over, filled with joy. However, upon seeing his sister nestled in the embrace of an old man, the smile on his face abruptly froze. Du Hongyan, noticing her elder brother's arrival, swiftly rose and performed a slight bow. Brother, it has been many years. You have matured immensely. Du Zaitan grasped his sister's delicate hand, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the old man, brimming with scrutiny and hostility. And who might you be? After introductions were made, Du Zaitan's expression darkened further. He was convinced that this old fellow had deceived his sister both financially and emotionally. The thought ignited a desire to confront him, yet for his sister's sake. He chose to restrain himself, forcing a strained smile. I heard you wish to assist our family in altering the brewing process. Might you demonstrate briefly, old sir? If you can indeed fulfill your claims, I would be willing to endorse your union with my sister. However, should you fail, the consequences shall extend beyond mere separation. His tone betrayed a hint of menace, daring to lay a hand on the second daughter of the Du family. He would find no refuge in the entirety of Kong City. Of course, should he truly possess the ability to refine his craft and produce superior wine, that would be an entirely different matter. Yet in his heart, he deemed such a possibility utterly non-existent. Otherwise, their Dukong wine would not have endured for over a millennium, nor would any other family have managed to surpass their legacy in the art of winemaking. As an ordinary old man, he truly could not fathom from where he derived the audacity to boast so brazenly before the Du family. Du Hongyan furrowed her brow slightly, her brother's unkind words eliciting a sense of dissatisfaction within her. Brother, this is my husband. No one has the right to question our marriage, not even you. My own brother. Initially, her marriage had been motivated by the allure of 10,000 spirit stones for cultivation resources, but since wedlock with Ji Dagen, her life had undergone a profound transformation. Most importantly, her husband was indeed as his name suggested. Now, her brother had the audacity to cast doubt and even threaten her husband. Such behavior was intolerable. Du Zaitan had not anticipated his sister's vehement reaction. However, upon reflection, this response was not entirely unexpected. This old fellow must have employed some dubious means. Otherwise, how could such a stunning beauty as his own sister be so easily handed over to this aged man? How could someone like him possibly be worthy of a celestial being such as his sister? Ji Dagen observed the friction between the two caused by his presence and hastily pulled the enchanting Madame Hongyan back to his side. smiling as he attempted to mediate the situation. Hee, I doubt you would directly show me the most primitive of techniques. How about this? Simply bring me a jar of wine. Even if it is not the famed Dukong, it will suffice. Although he was uncertain of his intentions, he believed that exposing this charlatan's facade would lead his sister to recognize the truth. Turning to manager Zhao, he commanded, Old Zhao, prepare a jar for him. I am eager to see how he transforms the mundane into the extraordinary. Chapter 61. Not afraid of after effects, Du Hongyan would not tolerate anyone questioning her husband. Had it not been for Ji Dagen's quick reflexes in pulling her back, Du Zitong might have already faced her wrath without restraint. A barely perceptible anger flickered across her delicate features. She would never let disrespect towards her husband go unpunished. The basic process of distilling liquor is not overly complicated. It merely requires a perforated pot lid and some bamboo poles to create a rudimentary distillation setup. This method can yield a higher alcohol content. Although it is simple and crude, it is remarkably effective. However, to attain a superior quality of wine, one must completely overhaul the original brewing process, which is a lengthy endeavor and cannot be demonstrated in a brief moment. As Ji Dagen ignited the heat and commenced this peculiar procedure, confusion enveloped the faces of those present. To them, it appeared no more than merely warming the wine. Could such a method truly enhance the quality of the liquor? Manager Zhao was rife with skepticism, and even Du Zitong wore a disbelieving expression, the corners of his mouth slightly turned down in disdain. Such an inconsequential matter, in their eyes, hardly merits a place of honor. However, as time gracefully unfolds, an unsettling realization begins to dawn upon them. The aroma of wine in the air grows increasingly potent, a robust fragrance that permeates their surroundings, even more intoxicating than the esteemed Dukong wine they so proudly cherish. The once somber expression on Du Hongyan's face gradually dissipates, giving way to a radiant smile. Ji Dagen, observing the vat of wine, recognizes that he has distilled nearly a small bowl's worth and decides not to squander any further time. He takes a delicate sip, instantly sensing a significant increase in potency. Compared to the beverages he has previously crafted, the taste ascends to new heights. He understands that the quality of the raw materials plays a crucial role in this alchemy. Only the finest ingredients can yield exceptional wine. Eagerly, Du Hongyan reaches for the wine bowl, impatient to savor the flavor of this concoction. Yet, beside her, Du Zitong swiftly seizes the bowl from her grasp, casting her an exasperated glance. What business does a young lady have with wine? Aren't you afraid of what may ensue after indulging? Under Du Hongyan's disgruntled gaze, Du Zitong takes a modest sip. As he took a sip, his eyes instantly lit up. His expression transformed dramatically, shifting from initial disbelief to confusion, and finally to shock, akin to a masterful change of masks. This simple act had the power to elevate an ordinary wine of unknown origin into something extraordinary. Should such craftsmanship be revealed to the world, the esteemed position of Dukong wine would undoubtedly be jeopardized. His gaze towards Ji Dagen changed entirely, now filled with warmth and enthusiasm. Oh, my brother-in-law is indeed no ordinary man. Come, let us return to the estate together. Upon hearing her elder brother's words, Du Hongyan finally exhaled in relief. She had been genuinely concerned about a potential rift with her family, a scenario she did not wish to witness. Her brother's willingness to embrace this union eased her worries considerably. She understood that with this breakthrough, the remaining matters would be far simpler. The three of them boarded the carriage, which slowly made its way towards the Du family residence. Inside the carriage, Ji Dagen began conversing with the system in his mind. System, that wine I just made, why did it not extend my lifespan? Host, unless you are involved in the entire brewing process or your wife takes over, the lifespan reward will not be triggered. Additionally, the age of the wine can also activate the lifespan reward. Upon hearing the system's response, Ji Dagen felt a mix of disappointment and relief. One piece of good news and one piece of bad news, both were within his expectations. The thought that brewing could grant him longevity rewards stirred within him a burgeoning desire. Although it was not his forte, the potential for mass production was compelling. He calculated that even if the quantities were modest, a sufficient aging period could yield significant benefits. Imagining enjoying a cup with his meals each day, he realized that his lifespan could increase at a much faster rate. Du Zitong observed his sister, who was leaning affectionately against Ji Dagen, and felt a twitch of irritation in his eyelid. He simply could not comprehend what made this old gentleman so special beyond his winemaking skills. Did his sister truly find him appealing solely due to his brewing talent? A heart filled with confusion, yet rendered speechless, one could only sigh in silence. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts as the carriage swayed and finally arrived at the entrance of the Du family estate. The estate sprawled over several acres, its towering walls enclosing a landscape of architecturally diverse buildings numbering in the dozens. The imposing red wooden gate, standing a full yard high, seemed to stretch infinitely into the depths beyond, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. The Du family's winemaking craft was a closely guarded secret. This place served not only as their residence but also housed numerous winemaking workshops. Periodic patrols roamed the vicinity, maintaining a vigilant watch. The trio's arrival did not draw undue attention from the guards, who merely cast a cursory glance before returning to their duties. The members of the Du family had already received prior notice and had congregated in the main hall, each one craning their necks, lost in their own concerns. The mere thought of Du Hongyan, the cherished jewel of the Du family, being taken by an elderly man sent a shiver of despair through them. Soon, three figures entered the hall. Without waiting for the others to express their outrage, Du Zitong took the initiative to speak. "Allow me to introduce," he began. "This is Hongyan's husband, Mr. Ji Dagen." Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Within the Du family, no one cared for this sister more than they did. Yet, seeing Du Zitong's demeanor, the words of protest that had been on their lips were swallowed back. Clearly, there was more to this situation than met the eye, and they would await an explanation when no outsiders were present. "Ah, so it is Mr. Ji," the family head remarked, causing the atmosphere in the hall to lighten significantly. The long-prepared welcome banquet commenced, with toasts and merriment as the Du family members extended their warm hospitality. Though Mr. Ji was advanced in years, he struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught of their hospitality. Du Hongyan, smiling sweetly, gracefully lifted the wine cup from Ji Dagen's hands. Her voice, gentle yet imbued with an undeniable strength, resonated. "I truly appreciate your warmth, and I feel it deeply. However, given my husband's advanced age, I shall drink all the wine on his behalf henceforth." Observing her resolute expression, the gathering dared not continue their revelry unchecked. After all, Hongyan was a practitioner. A few cups would not affect her in the slightest. Conversely, they would likely find themselves under the table before long, given their understanding. Du Hongyan did not press her family further. She assisted the slightly inebriated Ji Dagen to a room to settle him comfortably before returning to the banquet table. "All right, my husband is now resting. You may speak freely about the engagement matter. I shall handle the remaining affairs." All eyes turned toward the family head. Du Zhong cleared his throat, smiling gently as he shook his head. "The engagement is a ruse. However, the Du family is currently facing unprecedented troubles. This matter, as your grandmother said, is best left to you." Du Hongyan had not anticipated that the situation would unfold in a manner so contrary to her expectations. She was enveloped in confusion, uncertain of the true nature of the predicament. Du Zhong hesitated momentarily before uttering a mere 4 words. "The ancestral grave is haunted." Chapter 62. True to its name, the elder grows stronger. The location of the Du family's ancestral grave is exceptionally unique. It is nestled in a rather secluded area, perpetually shrouded in a chilling aura that allows sunlight to grace it only for fleeting moments, as if it were a forgotten corner of illumination. This eerie place also serves as the cultivation ground for the Du family's rare spiritual grains, being a crucial ingredient in the brewing of Du Kong wine. Its growing conditions are inherently peculiar. Generally, few are privy to the existence of this locale. In order to ensure its safety, a protective formation had even been established. However, with the formation now compromised, the appearance of these spectral entities has ensued. Their presence has severely disrupted the brewing process of Du Kong wine, leading to numerous complications in what was once a smooth production flow. Should this continue, the consequences would be dire, potentially jeopardizing the supply of wine destined for the royal family. It is imperative to understand that supplying the royal court demands the utmost diligence and precision. The gravity of this matter is self-evident. Should a supply disruption occur, it would spell catastrophe for the Du family, potentially leading to their complete obliteration from the annals of history. Fortunately, the Du family possesses some reserves, thus averting the direst consequences for the time being. However, prolonging this situation is hardly a sustainable strategy. After all, the ordinary beverage market's share would inevitably be seized by rival brands in the event of a supply failure. Consequently, the Du family's standing within the beverage industry would be perilously threatened. While the origins of these malevolent entities remain shrouded in mystery, the repercussions they bring are undeniably severe. Du Hongyan finds herself perplexed by the situation. To her mind, if it were merely a haunting, enlisting a few Taoist priests would suffice. There would be no necessity for her, as a cultivator, to intervene. Indeed, such entities exist, yet in her perception, they are manageable. By summoning a Taoist priest, one could effortlessly dispel these spirits using their incantations. Were she to confront them with her abilities, these entities would likely dissipate into the ether. Generally speaking, as long as they are not malevolent spirits, it is preferable to avoid extermination to prevent entangling oneself in excessive karmic repercussions. Hong Yin. We have indeed sought the assistance of a Taoist priest regarding this matter. However, that venerable gentleman has yet to inform us of how many days have passed since the 7-day period began. Upon hearing this, Du Hongyan finally comprehended that the gravity of the situation far exceeded her initial assumptions. It appears that the spirits from the ancestral tomb pose a greater danger than she had previously envisioned. Very well, I shall attend to this matter, she declared. Rising to depart, only to be drawn back by her mother, Ms. Du Hongyan. Hold on for a moment. What is the true nature of that old gentleman? How did you come to wed such a person? The crowd perked up their ears, their faces reflecting a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. It was simply inconceivable that Du Hongyan would engage in such an outrageous act. If her suitor were a formidable cultivator, it would be a different matter altogether. After all, Du Hongyan had inherited her mother's beauty, perhaps even surpassing it. Those two long, slender legs draped in black silk were enviable, even to her own mother. However, the suitor in question was merely a mortal, which rendered the situation utterly absurd. The Du family was not lacking in wealth, making it implausible for them to marry off their stunning daughter to an elderly man. Despite Du Hongyan being 28 years old, a fact that some regarded as the threshold of an unmarried woman, many of her contemporaries were already mothers, with children approaching marriageable age. Typically, girls marry between the ages of 14 and 18, and in impoverished families, the age tends to be even lower to alleviate financial burdens. Conversely, affluent families might allow their daughters to marry later. Yet, 28 was indeed an astonishingly advanced age for marriage. Nevertheless, she was a cultivator, a status that held immense value. Yet her choice left everyone astounded. Even in such an urgent situation regarding the family ancestral grave, the Du family prioritized clarifying her circumstances. Du Hongyan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing nothing but the truth to her family. Only then did they grasp the situation, though acceptance remained elusive. Even if it was the sect leader's proposal, it was difficult to comprehend. After all, the suitor was significantly older. While their daughter was still so young, wouldn't that amount to a life of solitude? Amidst their conflicted gazes, Du Hongyan gracefully departed the estate, her long legs leading her as she soared away on her flying sword. The remaining family members exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of how to address the matter. Particularly, Du Zitong. Her elder brother was deeply concerned about his soul sister. He recognized the old gentleman's considerable talents, yet that did not confer upon him the right to become his brother-in-law. Suddenly, an idea struck Du Zitong, and his eyes sparkled with realization as he turned to the maid beside him. Xiaohong. The esteemed gentleman is visiting our Du family for the first time. You must make a good impression. The maid, Xiaohong, was taken aback at being thrust into such a predicament, her face displaying confusion at her young master's words. Eldest young master, what are your instructions? I shall do my utmost. Though she spoke otherwise, her astute mind had already conceived a possibility. As the handmaiden of the esteemed young mistress, she was accustomed to serving the young master during the lady's moments of inconvenience. To label her as a half-concubine would not be an exaggeration. Consequently, her standing within the household was considerably elevated compared to the average individual. Therefore, the idea of attending to the second young mistress's husband was not entirely unacceptable, given their respective statuses. However, the young master's words were somewhat ambiguous, leaving her puzzled regarding his true intentions. It is rather straightforward. You would not wish to see a beauty languishing in solitude, would you? I believe it is imperative for us to gain a profound understanding of this esteemed gentleman. With the beauty absent, this presents the perfect opportunity. I seek to ascertain whether this gentleman can indeed bestow happiness upon her. It was at this moment that everyone comprehended the true meaning behind the words. Although this approach was somewhat brusque, it was undoubtedly the answer they yearned for most. A conflicted expression crossed the face of the young maid, Xiaohong. Yet, upon meeting the eager gazes of those around her, she bit her lip and ultimately acquiesced to the young master's suggestion. In less than half an hour, the maid Xiaohong cautiously returned to the hall. Under the expectant eyes of all present, she uttered merely 8 words. True to his name, the elder grows stronger. A wave of relief washed over the crowd, their faces lighting up with smiles. In truth, she had sensed certain clues upon her entry. The fact that this charming little vixen had been so thoroughly ensnared by the old gentleman indicated that he was no ordinary man. With this affirmative answer in hand, all doubts were laid to rest. Yet, the most vexed among them was undoubtedly Du Zitong, who had encountered Xiao Hong on more than one occasion. This woman certainly knows how to handle matters. I have spent countless sleepless nights attending to her. Yet, never have I managed to serve her in such a manner. That old gentleman is astonishingly outrageous. Could it be that one truly becomes more formidable with age? However, the maid, Xiao Hong, did not fully articulate her thoughts. The elderly gentleman was merely caught in a state of half-consciousness, mistakenly believing himself to be the second young lady. His return after merely half an hour was predominantly due to her predicament. The phrase to flee in disarray was one she dared not utter to them. However, for the sake of her future, it was evident that she could not remain in the Du family any longer. Only Lord Luo genuinely regarded her as a concubine. Little did anyone know that certain secrets of the Du family had already been whispered through her lips into the ears of the Luo family. A conspiracy against the Du family unfolded with such ease, thanks to her being the crucial link. As the sun dipped in the west, casting its golden rays upon the earth, a gentle glow enveloped all living things. Du Hongyan descended near the ancestral grave. Observing the eerie surroundings, her brow furrowed in unease. A wave of inexplicable anxiety surged within her. Her sharp gaze fell upon a man before the ancestral grave, shrouded in dark energy. The fury within her threatened to erupt. "You ugly fiend, remove your filthy claws from my third sister." Chapter 63. I wouldn't mind stretching these old bones. Du Xinyang was the third concubine of Du Hongyan's father. In her youth, she was a gentle and charming woman. Yet she was unfortunately plagued by poor health throughout her life. Her frail body was ensnared by illness. At the time, Du Hongyan had not yet entered the world of cultivation and could not procure better remedies to alleviate her suffering. Ultimately, she departed from this world prematurely, leaving behind a lingering sense of regret. The spirit of Sanyang did not dissipate within the ancestral grave. Instead, she was tormented by the sinister specter before her. This disgrace, if revealed to outsiders, would undoubtedly render one a subject of ridicule. The sound of sinister laughter echoed, while the figure's actions showed no sign of ceasing, seemingly intent on provoking Du Hongyan. A cultivator of the foundation establishment stage certainly exhibited a bold demeanor, yet one must question the legitimacy of such arrogance. Do you truly believe you possess the right to command me? A ghost that has attained the level of Ghost King is, in essence, equivalent to a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Those who came before were unable to resolve this predicament, and it is not entirely their fault. After all, the power of this Ghost King far exceeds that which an ordinary Taoist can contend with. Du Hongyan observed the delicate Sanyang spirit being tormented by that wretched Ghost King, her expression growing increasingly grim, with rage surging within her heart. Scum, how brazenly audacious! Since you were so intent on your folly, today I shall ensure your soul is shattered. The Ghost King Zhao could not help but erupt in laughter, his voice laced with disdain. You? It is not that I look down upon you, but with your mere foundation establishment second-layer cultivation, you lack the qualification. As he spoke, a torrent of ghostly energy erupted from his being, a formidable force surging forth like a tidal wave. The surrounding area was enveloped in a shroud of black mist, as if dragging this realm into the depths of darkness. Shadows of countless ghosts emerged from all directions, their claws bared, exuding a terrifying aura. Haha, today I shall show you what it means to witness the march of 100 ghosts. Advance, bring me her soul. Today, this king shall capture her as well. Countless spirits appeared to be under some form of compulsion, utterly oblivious to fear, relentlessly charging towards Du Hongyan in waves. Faced with such a relentless assault of spirits, even Du Hongyan felt unprecedented strain. Moreover, a watchful Ghost King at the Foundation establishment realm lingered nearby, ever vigilant for an opportunity to strike. The complexity of this matter has far exceeded her expectations. Suddenly, a ghostly claw emerged from the mist, as dark as ink and exuding an aura of chilling dread, reaching towards her back. Ha ha, foolish woman, behold the grasp of the spectral claw. Du Hongyan was taken aback, astonished that this ghostly king could wield such sorcery. In this critical moment, she instinctively sidestepped to evade the attack. Yet she was unable to completely escape. Although she managed to fend off the surprise assault, a crimson line marred her back, the wound sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through her. Furthermore, a frigid breath seeped into her body through the injury, instantly plunging her into a state reminiscent of an icy cavern. Even her spiritual energy faltered in its flow, as if encased in frost. If this continued, she would surely be drained of life. Fearing for her survival, Du Hongyan decisively shattered a soil escape talisman, and in a flash of earthy light, her figure vanished from sight. The Ghost King, Zhao Wu, pouted in displeasure, a hint of regret crossing his features. Incompetent fools, how could they let her escape? He mused, for he had quite taken a liking to her long, slender legs. The surrounding spirits trembled in fear, refraining from uttering a sound, lest they provoke his ire. Zhao Wu had no intention of chastising these inept beings. Having been ensnared by his ghostly aura, he doubted her endurance would last long. Soon enough, she would become his netherworld consort. The thought brought a smug smile to his face, heightening his anticipation. However, when he turned to regard the beautiful woman, Sanyang beside him, his expression of pride immediately vanished. The ghostly claws dared not continue their liberties upon her delicate waist. My Lord Ghost Emperor, I beg your pardon for any offense earlier. The appearance of the female ghost underwent a transformation. Once a melancholic and pitiful beauty, she morphed into a striking young maiden clad in a flowing red dress. She perched upon a tombstone, swinging her delicate feet adorned in white silk. Her gaze icy and unyielding. Her breathtaking beauty would have even caught the eye of the formidable Ghost King, Zhao Wu, compelling him to steal a few glances. However, the enchanting maiden did not direct her attention towards him. Instead, she looked in the direction whence Du Hongyan had departed. The last time her plaything had been slain, a mark had transferred to another individual. Recently, this mark had inexplicably found its way to Kong City. The aura of the mark lingered upon this woman, and surely, her presence signified proximity to her intended target. A subtle smile graced her lips as she eagerly anticipated their forthcoming encounter. Meanwhile, Du Hongyan hurriedly returned to the Du residence. Her demeanor somewhat disheveled. Her complexion was ashen, devoid of color, resembling a mere sheet of white paper. On the back of her red gown, a ghostly claw mark had emerged, resembling a stark black fissure that was utterly alarming. Waves of dark energy emanated from this mark, causing the temperature of the air surrounding her to plummet several degrees, as though she were ensconced within a frigid crypt. Even her exhaled breath manifested as wisps of white mist. It is merely the early days of autumn, a time when such occurrences should be inconceivable. The family members, awaiting at home, beheld the return of Du Hongyan and were initially led to believe that matters had been satisfactorily resolved. Their faces blossomed with radiant smiles, their hearts brimming with admiration. Indeed, cultivators possess an unparalleled efficiency. In comparison, ordinary Taoists are rendered utterly insignificant. However, it was not long before they sensed something amiss. Du Ziding hastened towards his staggering sister, supporting her as a chilling aura emanated from her hand, reminiscent of grasping a shard of ice. So cold. Hongyan, are you all right? Du Hongyan waved her hand dismissively. Her lips had lost their former hue, now pallid and devoid of vitality. I am fine. Quickly contact grandmother. It was a foundational ghost cultivator, and they commanded a multitude of spectral minions. I was ambushed, but it is not a grave matter. Once I refine the icy energy within me, I should be all right. Remember, do not inform my husband of this. With that, she hurriedly sought a guest room, curling her long black legs into a meditative posture. Yet, she had evidently underestimated the formidable nature of the Netherworld's ghost claw. The chilling aura rampaged within her, eroding her meridians and spiritual power. She endeavored to circulate her energy to refine it, but the essence clung to her like a relentless parasite, proving exceedingly difficult to expel. The others soon realized the severity of the situation, which far exceeded their worst fears. With no time to waste, they promptly reached out to Elder Du, who resided far away in the Hehuan Sect. At this juncture, only Elder Du's intervention might resolve this crisis. Ji Dagen seemed to be lost in a delightful dream. In his slumber, his wife, taking advantage of his inebriation, made a stealthy advance upon him. That mischievous little sprite had been thoroughly dealt with by him. It must be noted that after alleviating some of his ailments associated with aging, his capabilities had noticeably improved. Shaking his head, he cleared his mind somewhat. Observing the exterior, it appeared to still be evening, though the precise hour eluded him. Stepping out of his chamber, he discovered the surroundings remained brightly lit. He felt a twinge of curiosity about what the Du family could possibly be engaged in at such a late hour. Upon returning to the hall, he found the gathered individuals wore expressions of grave concern, as though shrouded by a pall of gloom. The previous atmosphere of light-hearted camaraderie had vanished entirely. Yet, he noticed the absence of his wife. Du Ziding instinctively cast a glance towards the newcomers. He is indeed a formidable individual, true to his name. The way he has dealt with Xiao Hong is quite remarkable. This old gentleman is unmatched. Forcing a smile upon his face, he addressed his brother-in-law. It's still before dawn. Why not continue to rest? Ji Dagen waved his hand, revealing a hint of nostalgia. With age, sleep does not come easily, and once awake, it is quite challenging to drift back into slumber. He cast a puzzled glance around, wondering, where's Hong Yan? Why haven't I seen her? The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension once more. Sensing this unusual ambience, Ji Dagen's brow furrowed slightly. Ziding, tell me what has transpired. If anyone dares to bully my wife, I would not hesitate to put my old bones to use. Chapter 64. Come out. Do I need to invite you further? To everyone's eyes, this elder Ji Dagen appeared to be an ordinary old man. Yet, as soon as he spoke, an aura emanated from him that was chilling and formidable. This situation is indeed perplexing. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion and astonishment. Although Du Zitong felt a surge of shock within, he recognized that this matter could no longer be concealed, given that circumstances had escalated to this point. He led Ji Dagen aside and meticulously recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. It was only then that Ji Dagen grasped the full extent of the situation. Simultaneously, a system task notification sprang to life in Ji Dagen's mind. Ding. Persuade the ghost King Zhao were to come to the Du residence and confess. Upon completion of this task, the affliction of chronic knee pain would be healed. This ailment typically arises from issues with the lumbar spine. Although Ji Dagen had resolved his spinal concerns, the chronic knee pain had already taken root and would not be alleviated merely by addressing the spinal issues. Now, all that remained was to convince the ghost King Zhao Wu, which would lead to the remedy for this ailment. Undoubtedly, this presented a formidable temptation for him. A sinister smile crept upon his lips. How dare anyone bully his cherished lady? That wretched ghost king must be taught a lesson. Although he was not adept at reasoning, surely there existed the principle of moral persuasion? I shall take it upon myself to handle this matter. However, given my advanced years, do prepare a carriage for me. The members of the Du family were left utterly astounded, for none had anticipated that this venerable gentleman would utter such words. After all, the ghost king was a being that even cultivators struggled to contend with. What could a mere mortal accomplish? Was he courting death? Sir, can we refrain from jesting? They implored. That is the ghost king, a foe even the most beautiful cannot confront. Should you proceed, calamity will surely follow. Ji Dagen, however, did not engage in further argument. He drew his white longsword and approached the nearby rockery. With a subtle flick of his wrist, a sharp sound pierced the air as the sword was sheathed once more. Du Zitong was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the old gentleman's antics. Yet in the next moment, his expression froze in place. A stone had slipped, revealing a fracture so smooth it resembled a mirror's surface. Such a piercing swordsmanship completely surpassed his imagination. Once again, his gaze towards Ji Dagen underwent a profound transformation. To his astonishment, the individual before him was a formidable warrior. Amidst his stupor, Du Zitong heard the casual voice of Ji Dagen whispering in his ear. Remember, do not disclose this matter to Hong Yan. Understood, Du Zitong promptly replied, his heart reflecting on the fact that anyone deemed worthy by his sister was undoubtedly exceptional. His own discernment seemed rather lacking. This venerable gentleman was capable of vanquishing demons in his sleep and dispatching rogues with ease. One must not underestimate such a master simply due to their advancing years. Brother-in-law, I shall prepare for you forthwith. The members of the Du family gazed anxiously in the direction the carriage had departed, their feelings a tumultuous blend of anticipation and trepidation. If any misfortune were to befall Ji Dagen, it would be difficult to justify to Hong Yan. Yet, this esteemed gentleman is equally not one to be trifled with. At that moment, a puzzled voice broke the tension. Where's Hongzhu? Has anyone seen her? It was then that the gathered crowd realized that Du Hongzhu, the cherished youngest daughter of the Du family, had vanished. At merely 6 years of age, she was the apple of the family's eye. Though still quite young, she exhibited a precociousness that set her apart from her peers, her thoughts and actions far removed from those of ordinary children. Normally, she would have been tucked into bed long before now, but the commotion outside had inevitably roused her. How could she have disappeared in the blink of an eye? As the crowd anxiously searched for her, someone hurriedly entered the room. Eldest young master, the patrol just reported that Miss Hongzhu has boarded that carriage. The revelation left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Ji Dagen sat in the carriage, bemused by the sudden appearance of the little girl. My dear child, why are you still awake at this hour? She giggled. Uncle, tell me how you managed to win over my Aunt Hong Yan. Hongzhu blinked her large, beautiful eyes, full of curiosity. Ji Dagen, taken aback by the audacity of this little adult perched on his lap, could only chuckle. Well, it's quite simple, really. My charm is rather captivating, and it was my allure that drew your Aunt Hong Yin to me. Even he himself finds this hard to believe, however. When it comes to amusing children, it matters not. Hongzhu, with a disdainful curl of her lip, clearly doubted his fanciful tales. A charlatan. Do you think people are mere children? Noticing that Ji Dagen was reluctant to speak the truth, she chose not to press the matter further and instead inquired about something else. I have heard tales of ghosts haunting ancestral graves. Uncle, is there any truth to this? In all my years, I have yet to see what a ghost truly looks like. Let me assure you, do not think of sending me away, for I shall never consent. If you dare to attempt such a thing, I shall throw a fit and act in the most endearing manner. This formidable weapon is truly infallible. She cannot believe that this elderly gentleman would dare to act recklessly. Ji Dagen, somewhat speechless, finds himself both amused and exasperated by this little girl. However, having already ventured a considerable distance, he certainly would not actually cast her aside. Let me put it this way. In all my years, I have never encountered such a thing. Do remember not to emerge. It could be perilous if a ghost were to take notice. The little head of Hongzhu nods eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Though curious, she understands the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, Uncle, I am quite clever. To have slipped away from such a heavily guarded residence indeed speaks to her resourcefulness. Yet, the sole issue lies in her incessant chatter. She has been babbling nonstop throughout their journey. After nearly an hour, they have now reached the deepest hour of the night. The world seems enveloped in a profound silence. The carriage has finally arrived near the ancestral grave of the Du family. All right, my dear. You stay here obediently while I attend to matters over there. Do remember not to wander off. Though this place is not a desolate wilderness, the midnight hour brings with it an air of uncertainty. One can never predict the unforeseen occurrences that may arise. Moreover, the presence of a perilous, ghostly monarch nearby adds to the tension. Should any misfortune befall the young girl, he would be left with an indelible sense of guilt. The red candle nodded repeatedly, appearing exceedingly obedient. Yet, Ji Dagen harbored lingering doubts about her trustworthiness. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, it was impractical to keep her in tow indefinitely. Grasping the white longsword, he slowly materialized before the ancestral tomb of the Du family. Everything appeared normal in the surroundings, devoid of sound. The moonlight cascaded onto the ground, enveloping the earth in a silvery veil, leaving no trace of malevolent spirits. Of course, Ji Dagen was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion. With a cold huff, he spoke in an icy tone. Come forth. Do I need to invite you again? Chapter 65. An elder we cannot afford to offend at the age of 18. The ghostly Empress Tongyu still retained the diminutive figure reminiscent of a young maiden. Yet, her physique had developed splendidly. The enchanting curves juxtaposed with her youthful visage created a striking allure. As a cherished jewel of the illustrious Tong family, she was showered with affection and care. However, fate is often cruel and unpredictable. The shadows of malevolence loomed over her existence. Under the meticulously orchestrated scheme of human traffickers, Tongya was tragically abducted. Like a radiant gem, she was callously discarded in the wilderness, her life abruptly extinguished. Yet, death was not her conclusion, rather. It heralded the inception of a new and terrifying chapter. The overwhelming resentment surged forth like an unstoppable tide, and within a mere 30 years, nourished by the ethereal energies of the mountainous realm, intertwined with her vast grievances, she ascended to become the Ghost Emperor. Such a pace of cultivation is truly astonishing. Even those recognized as geniuses within the realm of cultivation can only stand in awe before her. This time, the Ghost Emperor Tong Yao has manifested in this vicinity for a singular purpose: to confront the villain who has dared to damage her cherished playthings. She can distinctly sense the proximity of the mark. Her exquisite form, which starkly contrasts with her youthful visage, trembles slightly with excitement, as every inch of her skin seems to articulate her fervent anticipation. At long last, the moment she had awaited with great anticipation was drawing near. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she murmured to herself, truly filled with expectation. Casting a frosty glance at the figure beside her, the ghost King Zhao Wu had initially intended to seize this opportunity to torment the late Du Sanyang of the Du family, indulging his wicked whims. However, when he was met with the frigid gaze of the Ghost Emperor, he found himself paralyzed, as if ensnared by a binding spell, unable to move an inch. At that moment, a particularly irksome voice echoed from outside. The Ghost King Zhao Wu refrained from charging out to slay the source of the disturbance, instead directing his gaze towards the true authority present. Tong Yao parted her crimson lips and spoke coldly. Go, show him a thing or two. But remember not to kill him. His life is still of use to me. With this command, the Ghost King Zhao Wu, emboldened, surged forth from the tomb with a band of underlings. Upon emerging, they were greeted by a sight that left them utterly bewildered. An elderly figure stood before them, glancing about to confirm his solitude. It was only then that Ghost King Zhao Wu spoke. Old man, if you wish to die, do so elsewhere. This is not a place for your demise. Ji Dagen beheld this ghostly entity for the first time, his brow furrowing slightly at the audacity displayed. How brazen it was for one who had already passed to behave so arrogantly. Yet, such matters were of little consequence, since this wretched creature had harmed his beloved wife. He felt compelled to impart a lesson, whether driven by the compulsion of a system task or by his protective affection for her. He could not allow this being to continue its display of bravado. Taking a step forward, Ji Dagen spoke in a flat tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. You are the Ghost King who harmed my wife, are you not? It is because of your actions that I must venture out at this late hour to educate you. Now, will you obediently accompany me to apologize, or shall I first administer a proper beating? The Ghost King Zhao Wu felt a buzzing in his head, utterly astonished that this seemingly foolish old man could possess such gall. Moreover, he was the husband of Du Hongyan. What a surprise it was that the Du family had such poor taste, settling for a mere mortal like him. Surely, a ghostly cultivator like himself should have no problem surpassing such a being. With a sinister gaze fixed upon the elder, his tone dripped with derision. Old fool, do you believe yourself to be humorous? Knowing full well I am the Ghost King, you dare to seek your own demise? The surrounding spirits shared in the ridicule, utterly perplexed by the Du family's actions. Did they not realize that now was their moment of greatest strength? Moreover, the old man before him appeared exceedingly feeble. For him to seek restoration of his dignity was a clear indication of how little regard they held for him. Now, with a mere command from Lord Ghost King, they would unhesitatingly extract his soul, methodically tearing it asunder, allowing him to dissipate in despair throughout the realms. This would serve as a vivid reminder to the detestable clan of Du that they were not to be trifled with. As if any random feline or canine could contend with them. The Ghost King Zhao Wu had indeed received his orders. Under normal circumstances, this old man would have long since met his demise. However, today he must refrain from excessive cruelty, otherwise, the esteemed Ghost Emperor would surely flay him alive. With a playful glint in his eyes, he regarded the pitiable elder, feeling not a shred of sympathy. Go, ensure he experiences your fervor. But remember not to extinguish his life. Rest assured, Lord Ghost King, such matters are entrusted to us. Each face bore a sinister smile, revealing their malevolent intent, as they commenced the ritual of the night parade of 100 ghosts. In an instant, the already dark night deepened into an impenetrable blackness, as though an immense sable curtain enveloped the entire world, causing even the twinkling stars above to vanish. The once pristine white moonlight was, at that moment, tainted crimson, exuding a palpable aura of blood and terror. A multitude of specters surged from all directions, advancing like a tide towards the location of Ji Dagen. Confronting such a mortal elder did not necessitate the full extent of their power, otherwise, they might inadvertently frighten him to death. This was Ji Dagen's first encounter with the spectacle of the night parade of 100 ghosts. Had it been in the past, he might have collapsed in fright. Yet now, he merely furrowed his brow slightly, employing his divination technique to reveal the information of his adversaries before him. Most of these specters are at the first level of Qi refinement, with the highest among them barely reaching the second level. It remains uncertain whether my sword technique, harnessing the essence of Qi, can effortlessly dispatch these mere cannon fodder. However, at that moment, a sudden, piercing scream resonated through the air. The once confident assembly of souls turned their gaze towards one of their companions, who had just been struck down by a sudden flash of white sword light. The triumphant expressions on their faces vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment. They could hardly fathom that events would unfold in such a manner. The seemingly ordinary old man, without any movement, had effortlessly dispatched one of them. A sense of bewilderment filled his mind. How had he achieved this? Ji Dagen, equally perplexed, had yet to comprehend the true purpose of the spiritual sword aura he had acquired. However, just moments ago, the aura had autonomously shielded him, annihilating the approaching specter into nothingness. He had intended to test the effects of the Qi manipulation sword technique, but it now seemed he had been utterly mistaken. This group of cannon fodder presented no opportunity for him to make a move. The specters exchanged glances, finally realizing that the old man was anything but ordinary. Without hesitation, they unleashed their ghostly energy and charged once more at Ji Dagen. Yet, what followed was a cacophony of anguished cries. One after another, the specters were inexplicably slain as they approached Ji Dagen. None of them had anticipated that their grand procession of 100 ghosts would be utterly ineffective before this old man. In fact, the closer they drew, the more they faced annihilation. The once triumphant expressions on their ghostly faces were now replaced with sheer terror. The imposing aura of the 100 ghosts dissipated, and the vanished starry sky reappeared. My lord, we cannot provoke this old man. Chapter 66. Grandfather, Yao Yao misses you so much. The ghost king, Zhao Wu, was now certain in his heart. This oblivious old man is, at best, only slightly more formidable than an ordinary mortal. After all, without some measure of skill, how could a normal person possess the audacity to venture into such a haunting and terrifying place at the witching hour? Yet, he could never have anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable elderly figure would shatter the nocturnal procession of 100 demons. Not only that, but he also sent those fierce apparitions fleeing in terror, no longer daring to advance even a single step. The smug expression that once adorned the face of the ghost king Zhao Wu has long since vanished, as if it had never existed. Upon gazing at this old man once more, his demeanor has entirely transformed. The previous disdain and scorn have been replaced by profound trepidation and uncertainty. He had initially assumed this was merely a light-hearted game of cat and mouse. However, the nature of this game has now drastically altered. Old man, who are you? Why do you involve yourself in the affairs of the Du family? This time, he arrived with a task entrusted by the Lord of Ghosts. He initially believed it would be a simple endeavor, yet the enigmatic old man before him exuded an aura of unfathomable depth. Previously, Du Hongyan could easily discern the cultivation level of others, but this old man appeared to be merely a mortal. Nevertheless, he possessed a formidable strength that ordinary humans simply could not attain, which was quite perplexing. Ji Dagen had no desire to squander words with this fellow. At his age, he found it rather unwise to waste breath conversing with these spectral beings in the dead of night. This is not the leisurely retirement life I desire. I have already introduced myself. You have harmed my beloved, and today you must provide an explanation. The ghost king Zhao Wu could not help but let out a cold laugh, filled with disdain. The old man is rather arrogant, truly believing that breaking the night of 100 ghosts grants him significance. In the presence of true masters, you are nothing. Taking a deep breath, he assumed the demeanor of a skilled practitioner, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle. Very well, I shall now demonstrate to you the meaning of disparity. The small ghosts exhibited expressions of pity, fully aware of the ghost king's formidable prowess, which far surpassed their own. This old fellow seems unlikely to survive even a single round. He truly believes that defeating them is a remarkable achievement. In the presence of a genuine ghost cultivator, he is but a fragile ant, utterly inconsequential. They can almost envision the pitiful scene of this old man being pressed into the ground, devoid of any chance for regret. The ghost king Zhao Wugui waved his claw, prompting all his underlings to retreat. His mocking gaze turned towards Ji Dagen, not far away. Old man, it is not too late to beg for mercy now. Once I make my move, there will be no opportunity for remorse. Ji Dagen was also aware of the ghost king's formidable prowess. After all, he had injured his beloved wife, which surely required genuine skill. Coincidentally, he had recently obtained the soul-settling seal during an outing. Let us see what effect this artifact truly possesses. He formed a complex seal with his fingers. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him seemed to respond to a powerful summons, rapidly gathering around his handprint. He was not a cultivator and could not store spiritual energy within himself. However, the techniques provided by the system only required the manipulation of the surrounding spiritual energy. Not far away, the ghost Empress Tong Yao, clad in a flowing red gown, sat gracefully atop a tombstone. She swung her petite feet, blissfully absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stone in her hand, resembling a carefree young maiden. Yet, in the next moment, the once gentle spirit stone transformed into a pile of powder in her grasp, trickling slowly through her fingertips. Her previously serene expression abruptly stiffened. She had never anticipated that the spirit stone would metamorphose in such a manner. Sensing the unusual flow of spiritual energy in the surrounding air, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. In a flash, she swiftly departed from the Du family ancestral grave, hastening towards the direction of the energy flow. Almost simultaneously, an ancient voice resonated through the air. Soul-settling seal. As the words fell, a towering golden handprint, akin to a majestic mountain, surged forth. The ghost king Zhao Wugui barely had time to emit a scream before his entire ghostly form was forcefully smashed into the mountainside by the colossal handprint. The terrifying power, like a tumultuous wave, threatened to shatter his very soul into fragments. With that strike, his cultivation was rendered non-existent. At that moment, he bore little distinction from an utterly ordinary spiritual entity. The scene descended into an oppressive silence. The throng of cannon fodder spirits did not dare to even breathe. Observing their leader embedded in the mountainside, an involuntary chill ran down their spines. They silently rejoiced, grateful that they had not impulsively rushed in to confront this old man. Otherwise, their fate would have been unimaginable. Did they not witness the tragic outcome that befell their leader? Were it them, they would undoubtedly fail to witness the son of tomorrow. Swallowing hard with great difficulty, I stiffly turned my head to gaze at the elderly gentleman, my heart brimming with astonishment. Is this truly immortal? Are mortals of today so utterly absurd? What, then, do they engage in? Isn't this simply delivering vegetables to someone? I once believed that with the boss taking charge, there would be no insurmountable challenges. However, it now appears to be merely their one-sided wishful thinking. Ji Dagen never anticipated that this Soul Town seal would prove to be so remarkably effective. What a ridiculous demon king, nearly felled by his own slap. Another strike would undoubtedly send him off at once. However, that is not the requirement of the system task. Just then, a petite figure clad in red gracefully approached him, gliding with the elegance of a cat. She bowed deeply, her sweet voice flowing forth gently. Grandfather, Yao Yao misses you so much. Tong Yao emerged from the tomb, and in an instant, she spotted that frail figure. With just a glance, her little heart began to race uncontrollably, observing the delightful wrinkles adorning the elder's forehead. She took in the slightly stooped, aged silhouette. These all resemble keys that unlock the most tender recesses of her heart. Unbidden, memories from decades past flood her mind, evoking warm scenes of her family's affection, particularly that of her grandfather. 30 years have elapsed since then. Her grandfather has likely departed from this world. Yet his remains lie in the desolate mountains, and she cannot find her way home. Initially, she intended to enlist the help of others to locate her grandfather's remains. However, she never anticipated encountering an elderly gentleman so strikingly reminiscent of her grandfather in such a place. The suppressed familial love of decades has now been wholly transferred to this old man before her. Ji Dagen stood in bewilderment, utterly unprepared to meet such a beautiful girl in this desolate location. Moreover, she was a youthful beauty, akin to a celestial being emerged from a painting. Yet, why was she here at this late hour? And why did she refer to him as grandfather? He had no children, and thus, it was inconceivable for him to have descendants. Hastily, he employed his divination technique, and the information about her appeared before him. Her cultivation level was that of a ghost emperor, equivalent to the golden core realm. Her state indicated a profound attachment. Should he rebuff her, it was highly likely she would transform into a vengeful spirit seeking retribution. Her lifespan was 500 years. Chapter 67. Wherever we go, we are together. Good heavens! This girl before him was indeed a ghost emperor of the golden core realm. Inwardly, he compared her to the previously formidable ghost king Zhao Wu, who seemed utterly unworthy to even carry her shoes in comparison. Yet, upon observing her state information, his lips involuntarily twitched. How had this girl inexplicably developed such a profound attachment to him? He had done nothing to warrant such a response. What troubled him most was the latter part of the warning. If he were to refuse her, who could predict the frenzied actions this powerful ghost emperor might undertake? Given his current circumstances, although he had just dealt with the ghost king Zhao Wu, whether he could triumph against this ghost emperor girl remained uncertain. After all, he was not an expert in subduing spirits. After a moment's hesitation, he bent down and gently stroked her head. This unexpected touch took him by surprise. Contrary to his imagination, the girl possessed a tangible form, radiating a warmth akin to that of a normal human, albeit slightly cooler. Upon reaching the realm of the ghost emperor, one could reconstitute their physical form. In many respects, they bore little distinction from ordinary humans. As Tong Yao felt the gentle hand resting atop her head, her heart blossomed like a flower, brimming with sweetness. She lifted her delicate hands to grasp Ji Dagen's larger one, pressing it against her charming visage, rubbing it affectionately. Her radiant smile seemed to possess a magical allure, capable of melting hearts. Grandfather, Yao Yao will never be disobedient again. I shall stay by your side for eternity. Ji Dagen gazed at her adorable demeanor, smiling and nodding in approval. Very well, Yao Yao, you are indeed obedient. However, you must understand that I am not your biological grandfather. Tong Yao hesitated for a moment. Feeling the ghostly energy within her begin to leak uncontrollably, her emotions wavering. Yet, she ultimately suppressed it and affirmed his assumption with a nod. I know. Her grandfather had likely long departed from this world. A flicker of sadness crossed her eyes, but she quickly returned to her sweet demeanor. You truly resemble him, grandfather. Since she was aware of this fact, there was little reason for her to dwell on it. Having such a delightful companion by her side might render life less monotonous. Very well, Yao Yao, you shall stay with me from now on. Wherever we go, we shall be together. Tong Yu joyfully nodded repeatedly, akin to a merry little bird. Clinging tightly to Ji Dagen's waist as if fearing he would vanish should she release him. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she looked up, her beautiful eyes blinking in confusion. Grandfather, what brings you here at this late hour? Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of the connection between Du Hongyan and Ji Dagen, and thus, the true purpose of his visit eluded her. He briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Tong Yao instinctively shrank back, her expression a blend of adorableness and trepidation, her gaze evasive, as her fair little hands entwined tightly. Grandma won't you spank me, will she? Ji Dagen found himself both amused and bewildered, never anticipating that a ghost emperor of the Golden Core stage would harbor such fears. Do not worry. Your Grandma Hongyan is a kind person. With that reassurance, Tong Yao finally exhaled in relief, casting a fierce glance toward the nearly lifeless ghost King Zhao Wu. Her tone icy. How much longer do you intend to feign death? Come here and apologize to my grandfather. The demon King Zhao Wu had just sensed that something was amiss. How could that little demon exhibit such peculiar behavior? Was she not meant to be the heartless type, capable of extinguishing anyone she deemed unworthy with a mere slap? Yet here she was, engaging in familial recognition. He couldn't help but internally scoff, exclaiming that this was utterly ludicrous. It was he who had been compelled to take action, and now she claimed that was her grandfather. Was this not a case of entrapment? Moreover, she seemed to be quite adept at it. However, he dared not provoke either of the two before him, particularly the elderly gentleman, whose golden handprint had not only obliterated over a century of his cultivation, but had also taken a significant toll on his life. Should the venerable man strike again, survival would be utterly impossible. Upon hearing the little demon call for him, he hastily extricated himself from the mountainside, approaching Ji Dagen with a face full of obsequiousness and utmost respect. Esteemed elder, I sincerely apologize for the offense I caused earlier. He internally chastised himself, filled with indignation. What had he done to deserve such treatment? He had barely escaped death without even having the opportunity to retaliate. Now, he was forced to apologize. Where could he seek justice in this? Yet, there was no recourse, for the man was formidable, and it was imperative to yield. If he were to continue down this perilous path, it wouldn't even require the elder's intervention. That little demon could easily shatter his soul. Ji Dagen was quite pleased with Zhao Wu's demeanor. Now, do tell, what exactly transpired? Faced with such formidable figures, Zhao Wu dared not conceal anything, promptly recounting the entire sequence of events with clarity. Ji Dagen frowned slightly, realizing that his system task had not been fulfilled. It appeared he would need to escort this demon king personally. Very well, accompany me back to the Du family and lay everything bare. Of course, I shall heed your every direction, esteemed elder. The surrounding little demons were bewildered, unable to fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. Their formidable leader had unexpectedly acknowledged that elderly man as her grandfather. They had initially rushed in without a second thought. Was this not courting disaster? Had they known it would unfold this way, they would not have acted as the vanguard. Nevertheless, compared to their lord, their fates were far more favorable. Casting their gazes once more toward the elderly gentleman, they were imbued with reverence. A man capable of commanding the respect of their leader was beyond the importance of age. To put on airs before such an influential figure was truly courting misfortune. Tong Yao produced a transparent orb, and both Zhao Wu and the assembly of little demons transformed into wisps of ghostly energy, merging into it. By the way, grandfather, there is also a female ghost from the Du family here. With a casual gesture, the enchanting Du Sanyang emerged from the tomb. Du Sanyang looked around in bewilderment, uncertain of her current circumstances. Tong Yao blinked her eyes and gazed at Ji Dagen. Grandfather, she seems rather lovely. Why not take her home for some amusement? Ji Dagen gently flicked her little head, feeling both amused and exasperated in his heart. What thoughts occupy the mind of this young girl? This is indeed a matter of the utmost significance, akin to one's mother-in-law. Regardless of her beauty, one must not act recklessly, otherwise the enigmatic deity of the river crab will surely take notice. Do not jest. This concerns your revered grandmother-esque kin. Such affairs are not to be trifled with. Ji Dagen turned to the sorrowful Du Sanyang. Madam Du, will you accompany me back to the Du family, or shall you remain here? For reasons unknown. She had chosen not to reincarnate, but to linger in this place. As an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to meddle in their affairs. Du Sanyang sighed with a sense of relief, hesitated briefly, and then gently shook her head. I shall stay here for now. Although she had married into the Du family, her heart still clung to an unforgettable figure. She did not wish to depart before his appearance. Aware that this might seem ungrateful to the Du family, she nonetheless held on to her singular wish. Ji Dagen refrained from probing further, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets. He turned and led the charmingly youthful Tong Yu back to the carriage. The little girl, Hong Zhu, who had witnessed the entire exchange from the carriage, gazed wide-eyed at this elder sister, scrutinizing her up and down several times. A look of confusion adorned her cherubic face as she could not help but inquire, Niece, are you truly a ghost? You don't seem like one at all. Tong Yao's lips curved into a subtle smile as she regarded this little adult, revealing another side of herself. The sound of water droplets hitting the ground echoed from the carriage. Chapter 68. Yes, yes. Everything you say is correct. The carriage moved slowly along the bumpy road, its wheels crunching over the uneven terrain with a creaking sound. Inside the carriage, silence enveloped them, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Ji Dagen scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss as to how to comfort the little girl with reddened eyes before him. Hongzhu adjusted her emotions slightly, her lovely face flushed to the roots of her neck, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Grasping Ji Dagen's large hand, she began to act coyly. Her soft, plaintive voice carried a hint of grievance. Uncle, you must not laugh. I was not scared at all. Ji Dagen nodded quickly, though he could not suppress a slight smile, responding nonchalantly. Yes, yes, everything you say is correct. I did not witness you being frightened in the least. This response, clearly lacking sincerity, infuriated the young girl, red candle, to the point of gritting her teeth. She leaned closer to Ji Dagen, her soft, melodious voice tinged with a hint of playful ire as it reached his ears. Uncle, you are insufferable. As long as you keep the secret, when I grow up, would you consider marrying me, just like Andy? Indeed, one may be small in stature yet possess a wealth of understanding at such a tender age of 6 or 7. In this realm, it is not uncommon for aunts and nieces or sisters to wed the same man. However, the enigmatic force of rules seems akin to an invisible hand, orchestrating the affairs of all existence. Such matters, upon reflection, undeniably stir profound emotions within one's heart. Yet, when it comes to taking action, there is no escaping the confines of the dark chamber. Within a luxurious mansion in the city of Kong, an ethereal old man, resembling a celestial being, suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face etched with terror. What has transpired? Who has harmed my ghostly servant? He is known as Master Zhang, and although merely an outer disciple of the Taoist school, his prowess in manipulating spirits is remarkably formidable. Even a ghost cultivator in the foundational stage is akin to a mere puppet in his hands, easily controlled and subdued. In his view, dealing with the Du family was a trivial matter, one that did not necessitate his personal involvement. However, he never anticipated the unforeseen complications that would arise. To his astonishment, the carefully nurtured ghost king had sustained severe injuries. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he furrowed his brow tightly. It appeared that the situation was far more intricate than he had imagined. Nevertheless, he dismissed his concerns. If the ordinary little spirits were inadequate, he would take matters into his own hands. After all, this insignificant, lowly mortal family was but a mere flick of his fingers away from obliteration. At that moment, the Du residence remained brightly lit, with every member of the family too anxious to consider sleep. The hour was nearing midnight, and not only had the elderly gentleman dispatched to resolve the issue not returned, but even the clever little red candle had vanished without a trace. The spirits of the Du family were plummeting to an all-time low. None of them had anticipated that the mischievous little spirit would sneak away. The thought of what would transpire if the old patriarch discovered this was utterly dreadful. Everyone was on edge, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Just then, an unwelcome voice pierced through the tension, reaching the ears of all present. Oh, why are you all up so early? The elder had refrained from attending last night's welcoming banquet due to his advancing years and declining health. Now, seeing his descendants with peculiar expressions. He could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Upon hearing the patriarch's voice, the family members stiffened, their gazes darting away, fearful of being questioned about the little red candle. Yet, their greatest apprehension was soon realized as the elder inquired, "Where is that mischievous little spirit? Can she truly manage to sleep soundly?" Du Zitong's lips twitched as he turned to feign ignorance. But he was swiftly pulled into the spotlight by the head of the family. "Father, you should ask Zitong about this. He knows more than anyone else." A surge of frustration welled up within Du Zitong, igniting an impulse to sever ties with his father as he silently cursed. This is indeed the biological father. Such shameless words. How could he utter them? If the old master were to discover that his beloved great-granddaughter had slipped away to the ancestral grave, he would surely be furious with his grandson. As Mr. Du observed the expressions of this family, a sense of unease washed over him, particularly the father and son duo. Why did their gazes falter when the topic of the red candle arose? Moreover, it was evident that this group had not risen early. Unpleasant thoughts began to swirl in his mind, and his countenance darkened as he prepared to voice his suspicions. Just then, a familiar mischievous voice broke through. "Great-grandfather. The red candle has returned." The sound resonated like a lifeline, instantly alleviating the heavy burden that had weighed upon everyone's hearts. As long as this little treasure returned, there was nothing to worry about. Observing the arrival of the trio, the smile on old Master Du's face grew increasingly radiant. His gaze settled upon the elderly peer, Ji Dagen, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Who might this be? The head of the Du family promptly introduced him. "Father, allow me to introduce you. This is the husband of Hong Yin, the esteemed Mr. Ji Dagen." Old Master Du felt a surge of astonishment within. He had never anticipated that his cherished granddaughter would marry such an elder. Isn't this a case of an old cow grazing on tender grass? However, he soon considered another possibility. His granddaughter's eyes were certainly not blind, nor would she casually choose an ordinary person. Thus, it is highly likely that the individual before him is also a cultivator. Upon reflection, age seems rather insignificant. A radiant smile graced my face as I clasped my fists and offered a respectful bow to Ji Dagen. "Brother Ji, your vitality only seems to flourish with age, which is truly enviable." Ji Dagen quickly waved his hand, and after exchanging pleasantries, we turned to serious matters. The Ghost King Zhao Wu had been released, and upon learning the details, everyone finally grasped the true mastermind behind the chaos. The admiration in their gazes towards Ji Dagen deepened. He effortlessly resolved a dilemma that even the fairest beauty could not manage. Indeed, this venerable gentleman was no ordinary individual. However, a hint of confusion arose among the crowd regarding the strikingly petite and alluring young lady accompanying him. Their curiosity was soon satiated, and through a brief introduction, they discovered the true identity of this legally recognized lowly. Fear flickered in their eyes as they realized that this delicate beauty was, in fact, a being far more formidable than the Ghost King himself. Tong Yao preferred not to engage in conversation with outsiders. In a swift motion, she transformed into a wisp of ghostly energy and vanished within a transparent orb. Du Hongyan, within the confines of her room, was taken aback. The lingering essence within her had been remarkably tenacious, yet inexplicably it had eased considerably. As dawn broke, she discovered that her injuries had nearly healed. Glancing at her somewhat disheveled reflection in the mirror, she felt compelled to conceal her appearance from her husband. Hastily, she retrieved a flowing red gown from her storage ring and donned it. A furtive glance at her slightly torn black stockings prompted her to retrieve a new pair. She extended her porcelain-like foot, gradually slipping into the stockings. Thoughts of her husband's infatuation with her long, black silk-clad legs flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Yet, this was not the time for such musings. The Ghost King must be dealt with before any resolution could be achieved. As she stepped out of her room, the sounds of joyful laughter filled the hall. Approaching with a puzzled expression, she beheld Zhao Wu, the Ghost King who had once forced her into a hasty retreat, now behaving like a sycophant. Her mind went blank, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. Du Ziten, noticing his sister's dazed expression, beamed with delight. Hong Yin, the Ghost King Zhao Wu has come to sincerely acknowledge his mistakes and has come to offer us an apology. Chapter 69. Didn't you see that we are quite preoccupied? Everyone present was inwardly lamenting, their gazes instinctively drifting towards the elderly Ji, who was daintily savoring his breakfast. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly ordinary gentleman possessed such astonishing capabilities? Particularly for the Ghost King Zhao Wu, the mere recollection of that terrifying handprint from last night akin to divine retribution, sent tremors through his legs. Hastily regaining his composure, he adorned his face with an ingratiating smile and offered his apologies to Du Hongyan. Madam Ji, I sincerely apologize. Yesterday, I was momentarily bewitched, my judgment clouded by greed. I have now come to a profound realization of my missteps, and I hope you can overlook my folly. He continued to ramble on with an abundance of insincere apologies, his demeanor so earnest that it gradually led Du Hongyan to believe that this was not merely a figment of her imagination. Yet, the entire affair carried an unmistakable air of absurdity. The family was complicit in the charade, allowing the matter to dissipate without resolution. No one dared to mention Ji Dagen's role in this predicament. Returning to the orb, the ghost king Zhao Wu resumed his subservient role to the little demon Tong Yao. Given the current circumstances, there was no chance of retreat. He could only proceed one step at a time. While the situation appeared to be temporarily resolved, the true threat loomed in the form of the Luo family, which posed the greatest challenge ahead. This family hails from distant cities, primarily engaged in the business of alcoholic beverages. They find themselves in significant conflict with the Du family in the realm of commerce, particularly with their romantic and wine, which, while palatable, is merely average. The Du family's Tekong wine, on the other hand, enjoys a secure position in the market. The Luo family faces considerable challenges in their quest to seize market share. Moreover, the Du family boasts the prestigious royal endorsement, a hallmark of distinction. Who could have anticipated that these individuals would resort to such unscrupulous tactics to achieve their aims? Given their lack of moral boundaries, the Du family is certainly poised to respond in kind. These commercial disputes bear no relation to Ji Dagen. As his wife, Du Hongyan naturally feels compelled to extend the hospitality of a hostess, guiding him to fully appreciate the local culture and customs of Kongqing, which inevitably includes herself. Moreover, she harbors a deep longing for her husband, Ji Dagen. Observing Du Hongyan's flushed cheeks, Du Zitong, as her elder brother, feels a twinge of embarrassment. He never anticipated that his sister possessed such a fiery and passionate side. Watching the couple retreat to the garden, he felt a surge of concern and hurriedly followed. Upon entering the garden, he was met with a scene that left him in a cold sweat. His sister had nestled into her husband's embrace, the hem of her crimson gown slipping to reveal her fair skin. A delicate hand was tugging at Ji Dagen's aged hand, drawing it towards her bosom. Du Zitong could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. In broad daylight, engaging in such activities in this place. How can you disregard our family so completely? I hurriedly rushed over to put a stop to my audacious sister's actions. She must not be allowed to continue. If any of the other servants were to witness this, who knows what rumors might spread. The pleasant moment was interrupted, yet Du Hongyan maintained her composure. Adjusting her partially disheveled red gown, and looked at her elder brother with a puzzled expression. What is the matter? Is something wrong? Can't you see we are occupied? Du Zitong was at a loss for words. How had he never realized the wild spirit that lay within his sister? Clearing his throat, he quickly shifted the topic. Isn't the auction at the brothel about to commence? Don't you wish to take your brother-in-law out to indulge a little, showcasing the financial prowess of Miss Du? This matter was actually brought up a few days ago, but due to the troubles at home, Du Hongyan had long since cast it aside. Moreover, immersed in the sweetness of her reunion with her husband, she had little reason to remember it. It was only upon hearing her brother mention it that the memory resurfaced. In that case, why delay any further? If that woman truly possesses such beauty, it would be fitting to take her as a secondary wife for her husband. As a practitioner, moments of ease and comfort are scarce. Often, one must retreat for cultivation, without someone to attend to her husband. Du Hongyan would find it difficult to be at ease. This time might indeed present a splendid opportunity. The brothel and the official kiln share a slight overlap in their business operations, yet their natures are entirely distinct. The brothel resembles a commercial club, wherein the women are all highly educated intellectuals. Whether in poetry, literature, or the arts, each possesses her own unique talents. Occasionally, in the fervent exchanges with guests, enchanting moments may transpire. Conversely, the official kiln is solely a place for carnal pursuits. Ji Dagen had only heard of brothels before. He was unaware of the realities within. When the three of them made their appearance at the brothel, the proprietress's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Typically, the clientele here consists solely of men, and never before had a woman graced the establishment. This is akin to dining at a restaurant while bringing one's own meal, a rather peculiar notion. Moreover, this occasion involves three individuals, a dynamic that seems somewhat unusual. However, she swiftly recognized one among them. her face brightening with a radiant smile as she approached. "Young Master Du, welcome. You are here for Miss Bai, I presume?" Today, the establishment is bustling with patrons of all ages, from 8-year-old children to octogenarians. An undeniable testament to the allure of the evening. The purpose of their visit is quite apparent. Miss Bai intends to auction herself at this venue, an event of considerable significance in the locale. Whoever succeeds in acquiring her will undoubtedly enjoy a sense of prestige. The gentleman before her, young Master Du, is among the wealthiest individuals in Kongqing. His presence did not surprise the alluring proprietress in her 30s. Rather, it was the elderly man and the woman accompanying him that piqued her curiosity. The woman, in particular, possessed an exquisite beauty that rivaled that of Miss Bai, who was to be wed today. Notably, her long, shapely legs were captivating, drawing the gaze of even the proprietress herself. Yet, Miss Bai exuded an entirely different aura. The proprietress silently pondered what this stunning woman could possibly seek in such a place. Observing her puzzled expression, Du Zitong proudly gestured towards his companions. "This is my sister, Du Hongyan. It has been many years since her last visit, so it is understandable that you might not remember her. And this gentleman is my brother-in-law. Today, we are here for my sister to procure a concubine for him. Such occurrences are commonplace among affluent families and are of little consequence, particularly in households where wives and concubines are unable to conceive. The phenomenon of purchasing concubines has become increasingly prevalent." The proprietress was utterly astonished. She could hardly believe that the enchanting woman before her was indeed the illustrious Miss Du from the Du family, renowned for her beauty throughout Kongqing. Her beauty and figure were even more captivating than before. Little did she anticipate that the husband of her counterpart would be such an elderly gentleman. Nonetheless, she understood that any man capable of becoming a son-in-law of the Du family would undoubtedly possess layers beyond what was superficially apparent. She cast aside her tumultuous thoughts and respectfully bowed to the three individuals. During her bow, she deliberately showcased her alluring neckline in the direction of Ji Dagen. Her sweet voice then echoed in their ears, "Please, this way." As the trio entered the private room, they noticed the window had been opened, offering a clear view of the stage and the brothel. At this moment, Du Hongyan was nestled in Ji Dagen's embrace, subtly tugging at her neckline, revealing a generous expanse of her deep cleavage. With a playful glance at Ji Dagen, she inquired, "My dear husband, do you think I am more alluring? Or is that proprietress more enticing?" Chapter 70. If others see, I shall be the one at a disadvantage. The proprietress's every move had not escaped Du Hongyan's keen observation. Naturally astute, she could discern the proprietress's every subtle gesture without needing any supernatural insight. Her gaze was sharp enough to capture even the slightest actions. Even if her husband merely cast a fleeting glance at the proprietress, she would not tolerate such an unseemly image tarnishing the purity of his clear eyes. Thus, she resolved to present him with a more beautiful sight, erasing any unfavorable impressions from his mind. Ji Dagen felt a flush of embarrassment, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated that his gentle and charming wife would act so audaciously. He hastily raised a hand to shield her exposed allure. "Do not jest. If others see, I shall be the one at a disadvantage." However, Du Hongyan burst into a fit of laughter, her voice ringing clear and melodious, akin to a mountain spring. With her arms tightly wrapped around Ji Dagen's neck, her face radiated happiness. She was astute, executing such intimate gestures with remarkable subtlety, invisible to outsiders. Even her brother, seated across from them, remained oblivious. She possessed a unique skill in controlling angles, ensuring that the warmth of their daily interactions as a couple was filled with tenderness. These subtly ambiguous scenes are akin to the sweet seasonings of life. For Du Hongyan, she is acutely aware of her mastery over the 5 elements technique, and she knows that she will undoubtedly be nurtured by her sect in the future, making her time spent with her husband ever more precious. Thus, within the confines of their limited time together, her sole wish is to bring him joy. Fortunately, her husband, Dagen, displays an extraordinary prowess at critical moments, which belies his youthful age. Contemplating this, Du Hongyan's delicate face flushes even more, resembling the vibrant bloom of a peach blossom. Sitting opposite her, Du Zitong's gaze remains fixed on his sister. After more than a decade apart, he is astounded by her transformation. The once frosty girl has now blossomed into a bold and passionate woman, a striking contrast to her former self. Nevertheless, he is well aware that her husband is no ordinary man. If it were not for him, the family's troublesome issues could not have been resolved so effortlessly. Yet, what puzzles him most is his 6-year-old daughter, Du Hongzhu. Since that evening's return, she has been particularly enchanted by that elderly gentleman, often engaging him in conversation. She even expressed her desire to marry him when she grows up, just like her aunt. This left Du Zedong in a state of bemusement. If that were the case, it would completely disrupt the hierarchy. Just then, a series of knocks resounded, shattering the ambience within the private room. The three turned their heads in unison, only to witness the slow entrance of two individuals. One of them, a young man, was adorned in an opulent silk robe, intricately embroidered with exquisite patterns that shimmered under the light. He possessed a tall and commanding presence, his demeanor exuding an air of confidence. A hint of a carefree smile graced his lips, as if he were the master of all that exists. The other was an elderly Taoist, clad in simple attire. Yet his distinctive aura could not be concealed. A discerning I would instantly recognize him as a practitioner. Ji Dagen furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with these two and unable to fathom their intentions. The enchanting lady in his arms wore a similarly perplexed expression. Her gaze fell upon the Taoist, a flicker of wariness crossing her eyes. As a fellow practitioner, she could easily sense the currents of spiritual energy flowing within him. However, due to her cultivation of the 5 elements breathing technique, her own energy remained in a delicate state of balance, without close scrutiny. One might mistake her for an ordinary mortal. The emergence of such a practitioner in Kong City hinted at formidable backing, and it was unnecessary to speculate on who that might be. Du Zitong's discerning gaze lingered momentarily on the young man. This must be the esteemed scion of the Luo family, Luo Wuji. The mocking voice resonated in the ears of all present. Luo Xiao truly possesses a remarkable disposition, finding leisure in such indulgence. Are you not concerned that your family might be ousted from Kongqing? The rift between both parties has been irreversibly torn. There is no longer a need for civility. The Luo family's previous actions were not merely provocations, but a blatant declaration of war. This time, the Du family will not let them escape unscathed. Du Zedong's derision did not take Luo Wuji by surprise. With the revelation of the Ghost King incident, the Luo family would inevitably be thrust into the spotlight, yet he remained unfazed. The Luo family holds an abundance of leverage. The Du family has no chance of recovery. Luo Wuji cast a disdainful glance at Du Zedong, the mockery on his face completely unmasked. Your Du family truly seems to be a generation weaker than the last. I can only imagine how pitiful you will appear when you are expelled from Kongqing. Luo Wuji's gaze fell upon Du Hongyan, adorned in a flowing red dress, his eyes instantly sparkling. Having heard tales of her unparalleled beauty, today he witnessed it firsthand. She was indeed breathtakingly alluring. Particularly, her long, slender legs encased in black stockings exuded an irresistible charm, stirring within him a sense of restless desire. Unsavory thoughts flooded his mind. However, the siblings of the Du family paid no heed to his derision. At that moment, Ji Dagen, sensing the lascivious gaze from the young man across, furrowed his brow. He extended his aged hand to pull at the slit of his wife's red gown, covering her enticing legs. Du Hongyan observed her husband's slightly jealous gesture with warmth in her heart, though her expression remained icy. She clearly perceived the young man's lewd stare. In the past, she might have ignored it, but now that she was married, she could no longer tolerate it. Her ruby lips parted, and in a chilling tone laced with a hint of fragrance, she declared, "Retract your filthy eyes. Should you desire, I can have them gouged out for you." Rather than being angered, Luo Wuji burst into laughter, his mirth laced with lewd implications. The captivating Du Hongyan not only possesses striking beauty, but also an alluring personality that ignites his excitement. He has begun to envision her enticing demeanor in the bedroom, further heightening his anticipation for the night's revelries. With a nonchalant glance towards Du Zedong, his eyes brim with provocation. "Du Xiao, it seems you also harbor an interest in the fair maiden of the Bayou Tower. Yet, one wonders if the financial prowess of the Du family is sufficient to win her over." This time, Luo Wuji arrived with two intentions: to exert pressure on the Du family through the auction and to deal with Du Hongyan. Once the cherished jewel of the Du family, Du Hongyan possesses formidable strength, having even defeated the Ghost King. Her presence is undoubtedly a future threat. However, with the presence of Master Zhang, no unforeseen incidents are likely to occur. Once he has subdued Du Hongyan, he is determined to savor the pleasure she offers. Faced with provocation, Du Zedong did not respond with fervor. Instead, he cast a fleeting glance, his demeanor remaining serene. "Luo Wuji, this is my private room. I kindly ask you to leave. If you possess any skill, Be prepared with gold notes, rather than barking like a dog in this place. Such an auction inevitably stirs familial strife. Luo Wujie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an increasingly cunning smile adorning his face. We shall see, he remarked. Du Zitong observed his receding figure, shaking his head in resignation. Luo Wujie was still too young, his thoughts plainly etched upon his countenance. Such an inability to conceal his emotions would hinder his prospects in the fierce arena of family rivalry. At that moment, an unexpected message flashed through Ji Dagen's mind. Ding! The task of indulgence has been triggered. Relish in your spouse's lavish expenditures. Upon completion, the reward shall be the spell of spiritual sealing and fatal curses. Chapter 71. In this chapter, Li Fugue offers 100 tales of gold. Ji Dagen harbors little genuine interest in these esoteric arts. To him, the efficacy of such spells pales in comparison to the prospect of alleviating his own ailments of old age. For Ji, health remains the most pragmatic pursuit, as physical maladies invariably cast a shadow over his daily existence. Yet, the damnable system resembles an obstinate stone, utterly devoid of flexibility. Even his earnest pleas to alter the task rewards fall on deaf ears. A mere glance at the task's rewards reveals the sealing spirit death curse, a method specifically designed to assault the soul. When unleashed, it inflicts profound and persistent damage upon the practitioner's spirit, rendering them nearly incapable of further cultivation if struck by such a curse. One must understand that the soul is paramount for any cultivator, exerting a significant influence during the cultivation process and serving as a critical factor in life and death confrontations. Ji Dagen dismisses this peculiar and trivial task. To him, whether or not it is completed bears little consequence. His gaze shifts to the cultivator across the room as he employs the art of divination. Instantly, vital information materializes before him. Cultivation level, foundation establishment 8th stage, status, virtue deficit, remaining lifespan, 30 years. Typically, a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage may live up to 150 years, but certain detrimental practices can severely shorten that span. It is no surprise that the elderly Taoist, who frequently interacts with spectral entities, has a diminished lifespan. He pays little heed to the conflicts among these individuals. As long as their disputes do not involve him or his wife, he remains unperturbed. After all, at his advanced age, such violent altercations are hardly suitable for him. As guests arrive in succession, the atmosphere of the brothel gradually becomes lively. Shortly thereafter, the establishment adjusts the lighting, casting a dim glow over the surroundings while the stage remains brightly illuminated. The previously boisterous brothel swiftly quiets, with every gaze converging on the stage. There, the flamboyantly adorned proprietress strides forward, her voluptuous legs swaying enticingly. Despite being in her 40s, she is remarkably well-preserved. Her mature charm and alluring demeanor captivate many of the younger patrons. Du Hongyan, nestled in Ji Dagen's embrace, possesses an intimate understanding of her husband's tastes. No one in attendance is more acutely aware of this than she. Akin to how the white dragon horse knows whether Tang Seng's heart is stirred as they pass through the kingdom of women, the seductive proprietress wastes no time, directly introducing the key figure of the evening. As her words resonate, a figure emerges from the shadows, drawing the collective gaze of the audience as if magnetized. Entirely disregarding the proprietress in favor of the focal point of the auction, Ji Dagen, initially indifferent to such matters and aware of his lack of influence in the proceedings, finds his wife, the radiant Hongyan, suddenly animated. She tugs at his garment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. "My dear husband, look at how stunning this Bai Yulo is." Ji Dagen followed her gaze and was taken aback. The woman possessed skin as fair as snow, radiating a lustrous sheen akin to that of mutton-fat jade. Her long, black hair cascaded like a waterfall, with each strand seemingly whispering its own unique charm. Delicate earrings peeked through her tresses, glinting softly and adding an air of mystery to her presence. Her legs, encased in white stockings, were straight and slender, resembling two jade pillars, accentuating her graceful figure. The beige off-the-shoulder floor-length gown elegantly enveloped her elongated form, and as she moved, the hem of her dress gently lifted, showcasing her refined demeanor. Most striking of all was the pair of red glasses perched upon her prominent nose. This exquisite touch enhances her scholarly demeanor, imbuing her charm with a unique intellectual beauty. A subtle trace of melancholy graces her face, suggesting an unspoken burden, yet she endeavors to maintain a facade of cheerfulness. In this era, spectacles are a rarity. They belong to the realm of the immortal, serving as magical artifacts with extraordinary capabilities to adjust one's vision. For the ordinary individual, they offer significant benefits in protecting or improving eyesight. However, for practitioners, the efficacy of spectacles varies according to the distinct properties of each magical artifact. Even the most basic spectacles accessible to mortals are not easily acquired. The woman known as Bayulo is indeed strikingly beautiful. Her unique scholarly aura is truly a rarity in this world. However, Ji Dagen cannot shake the feeling that her visage bears a certain familiarity, as if he had encountered her at some point in time. Yet, how could that be possible? He has spent the better part of 4 decades in seclusion atop the mountains, having encountered but a handful of outsiders. So, from whence does this sense of familiarity arise? As he meticulously sifts through his memories, it seems that in his youth, a woman resembling her resided next door. Particularly, those red spectacles are strikingly identical. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that artifacts in the realm of cultivation share a similar appearance. He refrains from delving deeper. Many of the finer details have become indistinct with the passage of time. After all these years, he considers himself fortunate not to have succumbed to severe senility. The young woman known as Bayulo is undeniably a person of numerous talents, proficient in the arts of music, chess, literature, and painting. Had it not been for her father's arrest, she would not have found herself in such a humble locale, even resorting to the sale of herself. Only by providing the requisite ransom can there be a glimmer of hope that her father's death sentence may be commuted to life imprisonment. Although the days ahead promise to be fraught with difficulty, as long as life endures, hope remains. As a devoted daughter, the only recourse available to her is this. Bayulo, having been well educated and possessing a sound understanding of propriety from a young age, has mentally prepared herself for this ordeal. This time, the auction was entirely about herself, irrespective of whether the bidder was male or female, young or old, even if they harbored peculiar and unconventional desires. She was determined to cater to every whim. To prepare for this, she diligently immersed herself in the knowledge gleaned from the ancient texts on femininity, even clandestinely observing intimate encounters in brothels. Although lacking practical experience, her theoretical understanding far surpassed that of others. The introduction by the proprietress was nearing its conclusion, and her vivid portrayal left the audience entranced. They were astonished by the woman's willingness to embrace all, regardless of age or gender. The mere thought of the exhilarating scenes conjured up a palpable shift in many attendees' postures. The courtesans in the establishment, familiar with such dynamics, instinctively understood the cause of their reactions. With that, the preamble drew to a close. The starting bid was set in units of gold. A mere ounce would grant one entry into the bidding. No sooner had the announcement been made than a figure in the crowd rose, proclaiming with fervor, "I, Li Fuguwei, bid 100 taels of gold." Chapter 72. What? Is that not permissible? Li Fuguwei, now over 50, bore a visage that was alarmingly aged. His face was a tapestry of deep wrinkles, crisscrossing like ravines, making him appear as if he were a man of 70, teetering on the brink of existence. This appearance is entirely incongruous with his actual age. When he stepped forward to make a bid, expressions of disdain involuntarily surfaced on the faces of all present. "Oldly, can you please refrain from jesting? At your age, do you still possess any capability in that regard? What could you possibly do with such a beautiful young woman brought home? Even if given the opportunity, you lack the ability to make use of it. Do you not?" Many in attendance were well aware that Li Fuguwei had lost that particular ability several years prior, and his young concubine had even been the subject of scandal because of it. Who would have imagined that he would now dare to come forward and place a bid? Li Fuguwei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face flushing crimson, yet he could not bear to let these people mock him so openly. "I am wealthy. I can buy what I wish, and it is none of your concern." Though he spoke with bravado, internally he was plagued by insecurity. Deep down, he understood that a mere 100 taels of gold would never secure a successful bid at this auction. His decision to be the first to make an offer was merely an attempt to prove to these onlookers that he was still capable. However, judging by their scornful and derisive reactions, it was evident that his plan had utterly failed. Soon, his bid of 100 taels of gold was effortlessly drowned out by another voice proclaiming 1,000 taels. As the sound resonated, the entire brothel fell into an eerie silence, as though ensnared by a spell of immobility. Every individual appeared to be a puppet, drawn by an invisible string, their gazes collectively directed toward a singular point. No one anticipated that the one placing the bid would be a woman. This situation is indeed utterly unexpected. The minds of the onlookers involuntarily conjured images of two women entwined in an intimate embrace. Some impetuous young men, overwhelmed by their vivid imaginations, even found their noses bleeding. Their excitement heightened even further upon seeing the woman who placed the bid, as her beauty was simply captivating. On the stage, Bayulo could not help but experience an uncontrollable twitch in her eyelids upon hearing the woman's offer, although she had previously stated her acceptance of all. Regardless of age or gender, the actual emergence of a woman bidding left her profoundly astonished. During her time in the capital, she had heard whispers of similar occurrences, but never anticipated witnessing such boldness in Kangqing. Du Hongyan felt somewhat uneasy under the gaze of so many curious eyes. Despite being a cultivator, she still possessed a certain sensitivity regarding her public image, particularly when not in the company of her husband. Clearing her throat softly, she prepared to offer an explanation when a sarcastic and irritating voice emanated from the opposite room. Miss Du Hongyan certainly has a unique taste. I, Luo Wuji, am truly impressed. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Many present were familiar with Du Hongyan, though she had remained in obscurity for over a decade. To their surprise, upon her reemergence, she not only radiated an even more enchanting beauty, but also appeared to have developed a rather peculiar taste. Du Hongyan's expression darkened. She could hardly fathom that this man would dare to slander her so brazenly, causing her tone to turn icy. Luo Wujin, you would do well to mind your reckless tongue. Be wary of the calamity it may invoke. Huh? Are you attempting to frighten me? Just because you have peculiar interests? Do you fear the judgment of others? No wonder you remain unmarried at nearly 30. It seems you harbor such an unusual penchant. The crowd displayed a myriad of expressions, some sympathetic, while others stifled their laughter. Du Hongyan gritted her teeth in fury. Had it not been for the regulations in the realm of cultivation prohibiting harm to mortals, she might have lost her composure and drawn her sword to dispatch this scoundrel. Luo Wujin, heed my words. I am a cultivator. Do not measure me by your mortal standards. Moreover, my bidding is not for my own desires. It is a gift intended for my husband. Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Du Hongyan was already married. Their gazes converged on the elderly gentleman. Could he be the husband she had referred to? As they discerned Ji Dagen's appearance, the corners of their mouths twitched involuntarily. How could she marry such an old man? Had her immersion in cultivation clouded her judgment? Otherwise, what could possess her to wed someone on the brink of the grave? Luo Wujin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Are you jesting? With those frail limbs, he still dares to take a concubine? He might struggle to even serve you. Du Zitong, listening nearby, wore a somewhat stiff expression. His elder brother-in-law merely bore a resemblance to an old man in appearance. In every other regard, he was far from resembling an elderly individual. His sister had often pleaded for mercy in his presence. For Luo Wujin to claim that his brother-in-law was inadequate in such matters was sheer nonsense. Du Hongyan opened her mouth to retort, but was halted by her husband's raised hand. Ji Dagen wore an air of indifference. Yet his words could ignite fury in others. They may speak as they wish, their tongues are theirs to wield. As for my capabilities, do I require validation from these outsiders? However, should he wish to send his wives or concubines my way, I would not mind demonstrating my prowess. Though I fear he may feel inadequate. Du Hongyan erupted into laughter, planting a kiss on Ji Dagen's cheek, her alluring gaze darting playfully toward him. Oh, my husband. You are quite the rascal. She then cast a teasing glance at the man across from her. Luo Wujin, why not send your wives or concubines over now? Rest assured, I shall cover the expenses. By the way, let everyone see if my husband is truly as incapable as you claim. The crowd, eager for gossip, became animated, their faces radiating excitement. Luo Wujin, who initially intended to humiliate Du Hongyan thoroughly, suddenly found his expression darkening. He never anticipated that this fire would indeed consume him. With a cold snort, he refrained from wasting further breath on such a trivial topic. With a sweeping gesture, he declared an even higher bid, 5,000 taels of gold. At this moment, the crowd suddenly realized that such an auction was far beyond their reach. Both the Du family and the Luo family possessed wealth that exceeded the imagination of ordinary individuals. Once either of these families made a move, it would render any outsider's participation futile. Bayulo on the stage observed the intense bidding between the two parties, feeling a slight sense of relief. As long as one family did not dominate, there remained a chance for her to secure a favorable price. She cast her gaze back and forth between them, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. The elderly gentleman exuded a calm demeanor, appearing even more composed and reserved, traits that greatly appealed to her. However, considering his age. The prospect of marrying him seemed rather inconsequential. As for the man named Luo Wuji, his temperament was restless and arrogant. Clearly the type prone to causing trouble. Qualities she found unappealing. With a slight sigh, she acknowledged that, as an object of auction, she had no power of choice. The prices from both sides had escalated to a staggering 15,000 taels of gold amid their back-and-forth exchanges. Such an exorbitant price is utterly inconceivable for the average person. Ji Dagen furrowed his brows, finding it increasingly difficult to endure. The price is indeed rather outrageous. Madam, perhaps it is time to put an end to this. That fellow, Luo Wujia, harbors no good intentions. Throughout the bidding process, he has repeatedly mocked and provoked, clearly attempting to artificially inflate the price. Yet, Du Hongyan merely smiled with confidence, casting a derisive glance at Luo Wujie opposite her. What is the matter? Is this beyond your capabilities? I expected more from you. Yet it appears you are merely a fade of silver over a wooden spear. Chapter 73. After such a long wait, it must be quite taxing for you. The underlying implication in these words was unmistakably clear to everyone present. It served as a veiled mockery of the other party's inadequacies in that particular regard. Cleverly cloaked in the context of the auction price, the young lady of the Du family displays an audacity that is truly remarkable, daring to speak her mind without reservation. Luo Wuji gritted his teeth in fury, his face a shade of deep crimson, as if flames were about to erupt from his eyes. Just as he was about to raise the stakes further, he was halted by the intervention of an elder beside him. Master Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, his voice grave. Young Master Luo, we have already achieved our objective today. There is no need for further entanglement. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuji took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. Reflecting on the purpose of his visit, a confident smile returned to his face. Since the young lady Du has a penchant for such matters, I shall relinquish this opportunity to you. I hope this miss by Yulo can fulfill your desires. All present understood that his words were mere pleasantries. Yet the vivid and enticing images involuntarily surfaced in their minds. Their gazes towards the young lady of the Du family grew increasingly suggestive, as if attempting to see through her very being. Du Hongyan was infuriated by this rogue's insolence, her chest heaving with indignation, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. Had she not been embraced tightly by her husband, she might have charged forward to deliver a severe reprimand to that scoundrel. The auction concluded smoothly amidst an atmosphere thick with tension. The discord between the Du and Luo families had been laid bare for all to see. At that moment, a sudden notification echoed in Ji Dagen's mind. Ding, task completed. Rewards have been dispatched. As this announcement resonated within him, detailed information regarding the soul-binding curse was indelibly etched into his consciousness. Outside the brothel, two figures departed leisurely, the silhouettes of Luo Wujia and Zhang Tianshi gradually fading into the night. Young Master Luo, I shall handle the remaining matters, Zhang Tianshi stated with an air of calm assurance, as if everything were well within his control. Indeed, I appreciate your assistance, Tianshi, Luo Wujia replied. Inside the brothel, the lights flickered back to life, revealing an empty room where moments ago tension had crackled like electricity, now seemingly nothing more than a fleeting dream. Du Hongyan was indifferent to their departure. Her heart was brimming with anticipation for the concubine she had chosen for her husband. The alluring proprietress entered, accompanied by a stunning young woman clad in a beige gown. Yulo had already caught a glimpse of the three individuals within, instantly recognizing two of them. The one named Du Hongyan is the very person who bid to acquire herself. As for that elderly gentleman, he is the man she is destined to serve. Yet, she finds herself disconcerted, for his age surpasses her expectations. A wave of apprehension washes over her. The thought of bearing his heirs leaves her troubled. It is a headache to contemplate. In stark contrast, Du Hongyan is filled with exuberance, pulling Yulo along as if she has secured a cherished treasure. Upon closer inspection, one cannot help but marvel at the breathtaking beauty of Yulo. Her skin, as pure as jade, is delicate and smooth, reminiscent of the finest mutton fat jade, truly a work of art. Moreover, the scholarly aura that surrounds her is particularly enchanting. With such a companion by her husband's side, Du Hongyan can find solace. As for the arrangements on the part of the sect leader, those are their own affairs. As a concubine to her husband, she must naturally demonstrate her sincerity. Rising from Ji Dagen's lap, Du Hongyan gently takes Yulo's jade-like hand, her voice soft. Yulo, my dear, I feel great sympathy for your predicament, but rest assured, we shall not regard you as a mere servant. From this moment forth, You are to be the fourth concubine of my husband, Ji Dagen. I hope you will wholeheartedly attend to his needs. Yulo is taken aback, never having imagined that this elderly gentleman would already have several concubines, and that she would rank as the fourth. However, she quickly regains her composure and bows respectfully. Do not worry, elder sister. Although I have come as a purchase servant, I will certainly do my utmost to care for my husband. Soon. The two women are engaged in light-hearted conversation, laughing as if they were long-lost friends. Meanwhile, Du Zitong is settling the bill with the proprietress. Sitting nearby, Ji Dagen observes Yulo's enchanting visage, finding it increasingly familiar. A name inadvertently springs to his mind. Clearing his throat to interrupt their dialogue, he speaks slowly. Yulo, may I inquire if you are acquainted with someone named Yufeng? She should be around 50 or 60 years of age. Both of you share the same surname and bear a striking resemblance, particularly with those red spectacles. If memory serves me right, I believe I gifted her a pair long ago. Yulo is utterly astonished to hear her grandmother's name mentioned here. The Bai family, for reasons unknown, has always borne daughters. Both her father and grandfather were adopted into the family. Moreover, her grandmother has always lived in seclusion, known to very few. Why would this elderly gentleman know her? Sir, Yufeng is my grandmother. May I ask what your connection to her is? Ji Dagen hesitated momentarily, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes before he recounted certain events. Yufeng and I could be considered childhood neighbors, akin to childhood sweethearts. Back then, Yufeng was lively and charming, trailing behind like a little shadow, incessantly calling out to me as her brother. She even expressed her desire to marry me when she grew up and bear many children. However, the bond between us was irrevocably severed following that tragic massacre. Decades have passed, and we have not maintained any contact since then. Yulo gasped, covering her crimson lips, her face a portrait of astonishment. Are you not Ji Dagen? The one from my hometown whose family was annihilated? That incident had caused a tremendous uproar in the region, even leading to the city lord being apprehended. The Bai family underwent rigorous scrutiny as well. While it was known that the perpetrators hailed from the capital, the specific violent faction remained a mystery. Little did she expect to encounter Ji Dagen, frequently mentioned by her grandmother, in this setting. Although she had been oblivious to such matters in her youth, she was now grown and understood her grandmother's sentiments towards him. In light of the current situation, if her grandmother were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly seek refuge in a crevice. As this thought crossed her mind, her fair visage flushed a deep crimson down to her neckline. Meanwhile, Du Hongdan's expression darkened ominously, reminiscent of a tempestuous sky before a storm. The fact that her husband's family had been obliterated was an unforgivable transgression. Who possessed the audacity to commit such a heinous act? As his concubine, she could not allow this to be overlooked. They must face consequences for their actions. Husband, tell me who did this. Regardless of their identity, I will ensure justice is served. Observing her fierce demeanor, Ji Dagen smiled and shook his head. Let it be. I have lived long enough. The past should remain in the past. In truth, he did not wish to expose those responsible. Yet no one knew the extent of the power behind them. After evading them for so many years, there was no need to stir up trouble. However, Du Hongyan could not bear to witness her husband's suffering. Now that she was aware of the situation, it was imperative to seek resolution. In her heart, aside from her fellow wives and concubines who could playfully tease their husband, no one else was permitted to dare. After much persuasion, Ji Dagen finally managed to placate her. The quartet exited the brothel and boarded the carriage. Shortly thereafter, the surrounding environment grew ominously strange. A gray mist spread like a flood, swiftly enveloping them. Du Hongyan sensed the anomaly immediately, furrowing her brow as she stepped out of the carriage. A chilling voice echoed, "It has been quite a wait. I must commend your patience." Chapter 74. I shall not slay you. Depart now. The Du family is fully aware of the other party's scheming. This auction harbors a dual purpose. On one hand, it genuinely seeks to find a suitable concubine for Ji Dagen, enhancing his life's fulfillment. On the other, it is a meticulously orchestrated scheme to draw out the members of the Luo family. From the moment the Luo family members stepped into the brothel, the Du family had already set their plan in motion. A spy from their clan was captured by the Du family's experts without any suspicion. While it remains unclear what cards the Luo family holds, the strange occurrences surrounding their ancestral grave have led Du Hongyan to form certain conjectures. Upon seeing the individuals surrounding Luo Wuji, her suspicions were further solidified. Zhang Tianshi emerged slowly from the mist, a smile adorning his face. Yet it concealed an undercurrent of treachery. Du Daoyu, Are you satisfied with my 10,000 souls bewildering array? Du Hongyan, however, regarded him with disdain, her voice icy. Such a trifling and nonsensical formation. From where do you derive the audacity to make such claims? As a practitioner, how can you involve yourself in the conflicts of mortals without fearing the repercussions on the Hehuan Sect? In the realm of cultivation, there are explicit rules. Practitioners from sects are strictly prohibited from meddling in mortal disputes. Should the great Zhou dynasty take notice, the consequences could be catastrophic, possibly entangling the entire sect. Zhang Tianshir's smile remained undeterred. Du Hongyan's words seemed to have no effect on him. Du Dayu. There is no need to pry into my motives. Regardless of who inquires, my answer remains unchanged. I am but a loose cultivator, with no sect behind me. Do not think to intimidate me with such tactics. Indeed, loose cultivators in the cultivation world are not bound by these rules. Due to limited resources, their cultivation levels are generally not high, and the dynasty tends to refrain from interference. However, should there be a hidden force supporting them, it would constitute a grave breach of the dynasty's bottom line. Enough of this probing. Are you prepared to surrender and obediently lie in young Master Luo's bed? Or shall I eliminate those around you and deliver you myself? Du Hongyan's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Summoning her flying sword, her expression grew increasingly grim. You dare to lay hands on my husband? Du Zitong sat in the carriage, gazing up at the sky in exasperation. Indeed, a sister once married is like water poured out. In the eyes of this younger sister, there is no trace of her elder brother. Master Zhang dismissed her tepid threats entirely. Miss Du, do not forget my expertise. You may be able to withstand my assault alone, but what of the others? Do you truly believe there remains a chance for you to turn the tide under such circumstances? Du Hongyan's lips curled into a confident smile. She gently patted the carriage she occupied. Surely, you do not perceive this as an ordinary carriage? I have long since set up formations here. Your trivial tricks will have no effect whatsoever. Now, let me see what abilities you possess as a 7th-level foundation cultivator. Du Hongyan practiced the 5 elements gathering technique, a method that rendered her nearly invincible among her peers, although Master Zhang was several realms above her. The totality of his spiritual energy likely paled in comparison to her own. Furthermore, after her recent encounter with the Ghost King, her cultivation had seen a significant enhancement. Should a similar situation arise, she was confident in her ability to easily handle her opponent. Suddenly, a stack of talismans appeared in her hand, and without hesitation, she hurled them forcefully at the old Taoist across from her. However, Master Zhang remained unfazed, merely stepping back a pace before vanishing into the mist. A multitude of flames erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries, though it was evident these were not Master Zhang's. Pale flames ignited, and a throng of sinister apparitions emerged slowly from the fog. Du Hongyan turned her gaze towards the 3 individuals within the carriage, her tone resolute. Husband, you need only remain seated here. I shall handle the rest. With that, she affixed a talisman to herself, and with a gentle push of her long, slender legs, she transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing into the mist in an instant. Bayulo had not anticipated such a perilous encounter so soon after leaving the brothel. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt calm. She wondered about the strength of this sister Hongyan and whether she could manage the present crisis. Yet, she soon noticed that Du sitting beside her appeared utterly relaxed, seemingly unconcerned about the unseen battle outside. Instead, he wore a jovial smile as he looked towards the elderly gentleman beside him. Brother-in-law, will Hongyan be all right? If anything untoward occurs, you must not pretend you saw nothing. Before Ji Dagen could respond, a petite figure clad in red suddenly nestled into his embrace. Dare to harm my Hongyan, and I shall extract that old fool's soul, tormenting him to the point of utter helplessness. The Ghost Emperor, a master of the Golden Elixir realm, could effortlessly subdue a mere foundation establishment practitioner like the Celestial Master, leaving them utterly defenseless. Du Ziten was startled by her elusive demeanor. The mere thought of her being more formidable than the Ghost King filled him with discomfort. Had it not been for his brother-in-law's presence, he might have succumbed to sheer terror. Ji Dagen, on the other hand, affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. Though her sudden appearance as his granddaughter was somewhat perplexing, he harbored a genuine fondness for her, as older individuals often possess a special warmth toward children. However, he couldn't help but wonder about her unusual physique. Why did she possess the appearance of a youthful giant? Yet, he dismissed such trivial thoughts, utilizing his chi viewing technique. He gazed into the mist. In an instant, the obscuring fog dissipated like a whirlwind, revealing the fierce battle unfolding before him. Yet, he soon realized that the situation was not as he had envisioned. Before he could comprehend the circumstances, the Taoist had already approached the vicinity of the carriage. Master Zhang had long suspected that Du Hongyan was a practitioner. Today's ambush was partly aimed at her. Observing her entrapment within the ghostly domain, he recognized that escape was not an option for her in the immediate future. Once he subdued the individuals inside the carriage, the remainder of the task would become considerably simpler. Unlike the mindless villains, his intellect was his greatest asset. "Ah, my esteemed guests, do I really need to invite you out personally?" he scoffed. "With that bothersome woman out of the way, you surely do not believe there remains a chance for a comeback?" Du Zaitan, however, remained unperturbed, smiling at Ji Dagen. "Brother-in-law, I trust you will handle this matter." He was acutely aware of his status as a mere mortal, devoid of any capacity to resist a practitioner of such caliber. Yet, he also understood that there were individuals present far more dangerous than his own sister, two of them. In fact, he couldn't help but wonder what expression the old Taoist would wear once he discovered the truth. Bai Yulo blinked her captivating eyes, concealed behind her red glasses. Filled with confusion, she couldn't fathom why he would summon an elderly gentleman to resolve this predicament, as she was merely an outsider. It felt inappropriate for her to speak up. Ji Dagen, meanwhile, massaged his aching back and slowly exited the carriage, his expression a mix of resignation and annoyance. Had he known that this journey would be fraught with such troubles, he would have preferred to remain at home, even if it meant being drained by Madame Hongyan. He cast a cold glance at the vexatious old Taoist, his tone dripping with impatience. "I won't kill you. You may leave." Chapter 75. One may appear old, yet one's heart remains youthful in this tense and oddly charged atmosphere. The words were calm, devoid of any ripples. Yet, such tranquility resembled a massive stone cast into a still lake, instantly rendering all present in a state of bewilderment, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Du Zidong's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. He was aware that his elder brother-in-law was no ordinary man. Even the fearsome ghost king had to yield before him. However, he never anticipated that his brother-in-law's opening remark would be so astonishingly audacious, verging on the outrageous. The declaration of sparing the opponent's life was uttered so lightly. It bordered on the realm of arrogance. Could it possibly be any more brazen? Nevertheless, a smile soon crept onto Du Zidong's lips. He found himself quite fond of such a domineering brother-in-law. Yet, this arrogant demeanor fell upon Bai Yulo's ears and left her utterly dumbfounded, gazing at her future husband. Her heart was filled with confusion. Despite his advanced age, the old Taoist opposite her, though not without his years, was a cultivator. Could it be that her husband was also a practitioner? She shook her head slightly, quickly dismissing that notion. It was utterly impossible. If he were indeed that individual, given his unique status, there was no sect in existence that would accept him. In contrast to the shock of the two, Tong Yao, the youthful beauty with a cherubic face and ample bosom, remained entirely composed. In her mind, her grandfather was exceedingly formidable. Moreover, even if an unforeseen circumstance arose, she was present to address it. The figure before her was merely an old Taoist at the foundation establishment stage. Even if he were a celestial master, he would not stand a chance against her. She possessed ample confidence to command the situation. Diverging from everyone else's thoughts, Zhang Tianshi was infuriated, his lips twitching in irritation. Though they were all aged individuals, this fellow before him was even more presumptuous than himself. He was merely a mortal, yet he dared to be so arrogant in the presence of a practitioner like him. Zhang Tianshi could hardly fathom the source of his confidence. Observing his demeanor, which suggested difficulty in movement, he wore an expression of disdain. This old fool spoke with such bravado. Did he truly believe that just because he was a mortal, Zhang Tianshi would refrain from striking him down? Amidst the surrounding fog, a host of malevolent apparitions revealed their sinister and enigmatic expressions. Before me stands Zhang, the master of heaven, a formidable figure who has claimed the lives of countless mortals. However, he had refrained from taking direct action until now, wary of leaving any trace that could lead to his pursuit. Yet, this old codger before him dares to feign bravado in his presence. The outcome is all too predictable. Curiosity stirs among the onlookers. Can this oblivious elder withstand the wrath of the master of heaven? Though Ji Dagen is advanced in years, and while his lifespan may be extending day by day, his vitality shows little sign of improvement. As night falls, his greatest desire is simply to rest. Indifferent to all else, the appearance of this old Taoist severely disrupted his regular routine, and he even dared to threaten him. Naturally, he could not simply ignore it. At that moment, a system message suddenly flashed in his mind. Ding! The task aging with vigor has been triggered. Prove that he is not old. He merely appears aged. Upon successful completion of the task, he would be rewarded with an additional 10 years of life and a 30% tax exemption in Kaching. Ji Dagen's lips twitched, filled with exasperation, as he never expected this task to manifest so absurdly. Particularly, what was with this aging with vigor? Normally, such matters should be discussed in private with one's wife, should they not? Could it be that today, his beautiful wife had found herself a new concubine, causing Lady Yulo to doubt his capabilities, thus triggering such a peculiar task? Upon reflection, one cannot help but feel that this task has arisen quite naturally. Since she harbors doubts, it is merely a matter of demonstrating the truth to her when the time comes. After all, he is quite adept in this regard at present. This is largely thanks to the enthusiastic and audacious Lady Hong In, whose active cooperation has proven invaluable. Many of the techniques and maneuvers depicted in various short films have been validated. Dealing with the novice Lady Yulo, he feels it will undoubtedly be a matter of mere moments. However, there remains a minor inconvenience that must be addressed first. A celestial master, you say? My status as a mere mortal is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you have disrupted my routine. Do the elderly not endure sleepless nights? Indeed. This holds true. In my youth, I could easily forego sleep for an entire night. Yet, as the years pass, fatigue sets in by evening, leaving my mind shrouded in a heavy fog. Although life expectancy has increased, this predicament shows little sign of improvement. Master Zhang, feeling somewhat exasperated by this inconsequential mortal, could hardly contain his irritation. With an angry wave of his hand, two minor spirits emerged from the shadows. Go, I trust you know what to do. The two spirits understood their master's intent, casting pitying glances at the old man. Fear not, old fellow. May you find peace in your next journey. Remember, do not offend those you cannot afford to offend in your next life. In the blink of an eye, their ghastly visages emerged as they lunged towards Ji Dagen. Yet, in the next moment, piercing screams erupted. The two minor spirits vanished without a trace under the onslaught of two swift sword lights, as if they had never existed. Ji Dagen remained unperturbed, the spiritual energy he had conjured effortlessly dispatching these bothersome nuisances to their next reincarnation. Du Zitong, witnessing his brother-in-law's prowess for the first time, was thoroughly astounded. He had only heard tales of his brother-in-law's strength, but had no true concept of its magnitude. However, those two sudden sword energies had indeed taken him by surprise. Clearly, his brother-in-law was far more formidable than he had imagined. The weight of anxiety that had burdened his heart finally lifted, and his demeanor grew increasingly relaxed. The recent confrontation with the Luo family has left little room for uncertainty. The opposing side has even summoned practitioners, indicating that this matter cannot be resolved amicably. Seated across from the Bayou Tower, the enchanting eyes behind the crimson spectacles flutter. Although she did not fully grasp the events that transpired moments ago, it is evident that this elderly gentleman possesses formidable prowess. Yet, what exactly is his method? Is it sorcery? It does not seem quite so. Perhaps it is martial arts? Yet, it still feels distinctly different. Beneath the night sky, amidst the surrounding darkness, dozens of figures have already gripped their sword hilts. Should this venerable man pose any threat to the elder, they would be ready to act without hesitation. This gentleman before them is highly likely to be an unparalleled sovereign. Even if there exists but a 1 in 10,000 chance, they would ensure his safety. The plan devised by Her Majesty the Empress must not falter. The audacity of this enigmatic old Taoist to implicate the Supreme Sovereign is nothing short of suicidal. Even their clan leader from the Spirit Convergent sect would likely find it impossible to bear such a monumental burden. Fortunately, this individual, who might very well be an esteemed elder of the Supreme Sovereign, possesses far greater prowess than anticipated, thus alleviating the need for their intervention for the moment. However, this old Taoist must perish today. No one can save him from his fate. Master Zhang remains oblivious to the many skilled practitioners who have set their sights upon him. Witnessing the demise of his two ghostly servants, his brow furrows deeply, swirling with confusion. Are you a cultivator? No, though there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy moments ago. You did not employ any mystical arts. In an instant, understanding dawns upon him, and a look of realization crosses his face. So, you are merely a martial arts master. It is no wonder you dare to act so brazenly before me. A martial artist, if sufficiently powerful, can indeed pose a threat to cultivators like myself. And vanquishing phantoms is not uncommon. Thousands of years ago, martial artists were referred to as physical cultivators, and, with their formidable physical attributes, they too could ascend to the celestial realm. Yet, in his eyes, Contemporary martial artists are scarcely distinguishable from mere performers. It is utterly impossible for one such as him, a true practitioner, to be challenged. With this thought, his smile grows ever more self-assured, and his gaze towards Ji Dagen becomes increasingly contemptuous. Old man, today I shall demonstrate the might of a true cultivator to you. Chapter 76. Is this small? It seems rather vast. The spiritual energy within him surged forth like a tempestuous tide, sending powerful waves of energy rippling through the air. His hands danced swiftly, executing a series of intricate seals, causing the surrounding ghostly servants to ignite with fervor, their eyes glimmering with an eerie crimson light, emitting chilling growls. Yet, at that moment, the old man opposite him vanished as if he were a phantom. In the next heartbeat, a voice that sent shivers down Master Zhang's spine echoed hauntingly from behind him. Let me impart a lesson. With a crisp snap, a white ironwood longsword was swiftly sheathed, and the old man reappeared beside the carriage. He held his back, a look of reflective weariness upon his face, shaking his head in lament. Indeed, age has its toll. A slight movement of the body brings discomfort. Tong Yao, with a twinkle in her eye, leapt from the carriage to stand behind Ji Dagen, sweetly offering, "Grandfather, may I give you a massage?" What a good child. Those present, capable of discerning his movements, were certainly not the two individuals within the carriage. Yet, the peculiar sound of the long sword sheathing invoked profound bewilderment among the occupants of the vehicle. At that moment, a chilling scream from Zhang Tianshi pierced the air. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld his severed arm. Moments prior, he had merely caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow, failing to comprehend the unfolding events. His arm had been cleaved by the old man from behind. Remarkably, he felt no pain until his arm thudded to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. At which point he was struck with terror, realizing he had lost an arm. This bizarre martial technique transcended the bounds of his comprehension. Since when did martial artists possess such terrifying prowess? This completely shattered his perception of martial artists. The surrounding specters, initially intent on surging forward to subdue the old man, soon realized that the master had been rendered incapacitated. They were all struck with horror. This was a being capable of effortlessly commanding them, now reduced to such a pitiable state. The thought of charging in and facing the potential consequences left expressions of dread etched upon their faces. The menacing demeanor they had previously displayed vanished without a trace. Witnessing the cowardice of these wretches, Master Zhang's countenance darkened to an inky blackness. After years in the field, this was the first time he had sustained such grievous injuries. Today, that old man must perish. His gaze turned icy, and a flicker of dark light danced within his eyes. In an instant, the surrounding specters appeared to lose their very souls, their expressions contorting into even more grotesque forms as they lunged menacingly at Ji Dagen. "My dear, you should return for now. Leave this matter to me." Tong Yao glanced around, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. "Grandfather, why not let me handle this?" Ji Dagen gently patted her head, his face alight with affection. "You are but a child. You must be refined and graceful. Such rough tasks are best left to your grandfather." Tong Yao lowered her gaze, silently lamenting her predicament. Was she really so small? Wasn't she rather grown up? Perhaps one day she could let her grandfather test his strength against her, to dispel his notion of her as a perpetual child. At 18, when she was harmed, she had already reached adulthood. Yet her stature and appearance resembled that of an undeveloped girl. Aside from her bosom, which had developed somewhat normally, other aspects left her feeling rather helpless. Even her hair was a source of frustration. Ji Dagen remained blissfully unaware of her avant-garde thoughts. Had he known, he would have been utterly flabbergasted. With a gentle push of his thumb, the white long sword was drawn, and employing the ethereal steps, he vanished from sight instantaneously. Under the cover of night, the white sword light flickered like lightning, his form elusive and without a fixed position. His rudimentary sword-drawing technique, combined with the art of energy manipulation, rendered the specters powerless within a 3-zhang radius. Should a swarm of them dare to charge collectively, he would respond with a golden palm strike. The battle unfolded as a one-sided massacre. Inside the carriage, Du Zitong had initially believed he held a high regard for his elderly brother-in-law. However, he was taken aback by the sheer prowess displayed, which was nothing short of astonishing. He glanced at his sister, still ensnared within the formation, and realized that this venerable gentleman was the true master in this scenario. His gaze shifted towards Bai Yulo, a faint smile gracing his features. How fortunate she was. Bai Yulo, unsure of how to respond, merely offered her polite gratitude. Meanwhile, a group of martial arts experts concealed in the shadows exchanged bewildered glances. At a loss for words, They recognized their presence here was utterly superfluous. The old Taoist was simply no match for this extraordinary elder. But was this truly the unparalleled sovereign of the Great Zhou? When had the royal family produced such a formidable expert? The multitude of specters had been decimated, leaving only a few who had managed to break free from the celestial master's control, their once pale faces now resembling blank canvases. Heaven only knew what they had just endured. A single individual had wreaked havoc upon them, inflicting grievous losses. Should this continue, they would undoubtedly face total annihilation. With their adversary showing no signs of fatigue, the disparity in combat power was simply insurmountable. Is this truly an elderly man? When did the aged become so outrageous? With his appearance, who would believe he is indeed an old person? At that moment, a terrifying aura began to emanate, accompanied by an exceedingly eerie voice. "Old fellow, you truly surprise me, but that is all there is to it." As he spoke, Master Zhang took a step forward, his figure gradually emerging from a shroud of dark mist. The surrounding darkness seemed to find a refuge, all of it swirling into his being. On the surface of his body, peculiar black runes began to flicker with an enigmatic glow. Tong Yao's expression shifted, her adorable brows knitting together. Human and ghost, united as one. This is an effective method to enhance combat prowess, allowing formidable spirits to possess one, thereby effortlessly merging their strengths. However, the drawbacks are conspicuous. Each use of this technique shortens one's lifespan by a decade. Although the members of the Soul Master Sect are well versed in this secret art, they seldom resort to it lightly. To my surprise, this old fellow is quite willing to expend such a cost. Zhang Tianshi was taken aback to discover that someone was aware of this secret method, yet he remained unconcerned, instead wearing a confident smile. Indeed, this is the union of man and ghost. Are you frightened now? Even if someone at the fake Dan realm were to arrive, I could handle them effortlessly. With a malevolent glare directed at Ji Dagen, he gritted his teeth and said, "You old fool, you have cost me a decade of my life. Today, you shall witness the consequences of offending me." Zhang Tianshi. His remaining lifespan was already limited, and now it would be further squandered here. Nevertheless, the transaction with the Luo family must succeed. That 500-year-old ginseng could sufficiently compensate for these lost years. The surrounding minor spirits, upon witnessing the transformed figure of the esteemed Tianshi, felt their previously fearful expressions shift to one of exhilaration. If Zhang Tianshi's combat strength was rated at 100 before, it now soared to at least 300. Though this old fellow possesses remarkable strength, it is Zhang Tianshi who stands in his most formidable state at this moment. In such circumstances, the opponent harbors no possibility of defeat. That ferocious old wretch is destined to perish today. The onlookers concealed in the shadows now were expressions of grave concern. They had not anticipated that Zhang Tianshi would dare to undertake such actions. The cost of invoking the fusion of human and ghost is immense. Does he not comprehend this? The loss of 10 years of life pales in comparison to the true horror of being unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation after death. Their swords were drawn, poised for action at the captain's command. They were resolute in their determination to vanquish this malevolent old Taoist, regardless of the price to be paid. Ji Dagen observed the other's pretentious demeanor, somewhat at a loss for words. The life he squandered is his own affair. What concern is it of mine? To shift the burden of responsibility onto himself is utterly shameless. He continuously executed hand seals, uttering a few simple words. Sealing spirit death curse. As Zhang Tianshi prepared to strike, a sudden surge of golden characters imbued with boundless authority appeared in his mind. Upon seeing the words sealing spirit death curse, his brain felt as though it had been struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily blank. This is an ancient and lost sorcery. How could this be possible? Why would a mere mortal possess such knowledge? In the present realm of cultivation, no one dares to wield this exceedingly terrifying spell. For the Soul Master Sect, this spirit-binding death curse is akin to a natural adversary, especially when one is in a state of unification between human and ghost. Should one fall victim to such a curse, the malevolent spirit within would swiftly merge with their own soul. As for the consequences, the ancient texts remain silent, and he, too, is left in ignorance. However, the information that can be gleaned is undeniably horrifying in its implications. This was also his final thought. Another soul, which resided within him, swiftly penetrated his being. The two souls merged almost instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Tianshi's consciousness was shattered, and the spirit of the ghost experienced a similar fate. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, an eerie laughter suddenly erupted. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Zhang Tianshi astonishingly stripped off his dark blue robe and began to dance foolishly. The sight was almost unbearable to witness. At that moment, a red figure, akin to lightning, pierced through the mist with a sword. This figure, with long, slender legs adorned in black silk, gracefully maneuvered through the air, and in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Ji Dagen. Concerned eyes scanned him up and down, filled with trepidation. Having just broken free from the formation, she had immediately rushed to his side to ascertain his condition. "Husband, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ji Dagen instinctively swallowed hard, his gaze falling upon her chest. Her earlier movements had been both elegant and captivating. More importantly, the undulating curves of her bosom, accentuated by the crimson gown, presented a most alluring sight, especially when paired with her long, straight legs encased in black silk. His enchanting wife was truly a mesmerizing beauty. Du Hongyan, oblivious to his ravenous stare, looked across with a face full of confusion. Observing the disconcerting scene, her lips twitched involuntarily. "Husband, what is happening? Why does he seem to have lost his mind?" Ji Dagen shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence. Moments ago, he had mentioned something about the union of human and ghost, which sounded rather impressive. However, it was highly likely that he had suffered a backlash of sorts, leading to this peculiar transformation. The three individuals inside the carriage felt their lips twitch, inwardly cursing. This is truly extraordinary. One cannot fathom who it was that left those young spirits in such disarray. They even severed an arm from that venerable Taoist. "With your ferocious demeanor, how do you dare to speak so presumptuously here?" Du Ziting opened his mouth, intending to voice a retort, but was silenced by a glance from Tong Yao that rendered him speechless. Bai Yulo was similarly struck, swallowing back the words he had nearly uttered. The masters concealed in the shadows could only gaze skyward in silence, too weary to offer any commentary. This venerable gentleman is indeed extraordinary. If he were truly the supreme sovereign, one can only surmise that Her Majesty the Empress would be exceedingly pleased. Du Hongyan harbors unwavering faith in her esteemed husband. After all, he is but a mortal, and in her eyes, it is inconceivable that he could have reduced the old Taoist to such a state. Observing the deranged Zhang Tianshi, her interest in ending his life has completely waned. Casting a malevolent glance at the group of young specters surrounding her, a faint smile graces her lips, revealing an expression that is both amused and enigmatic. "Come, dear ones, I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you." The group of young specters trembles in fear, hardly daring to utter a word of dissent. This woman is indeed the wife of that terrifying old gentleman. To offend her would yield unimaginable consequences. As for what she wishes to know, they will surely speak without reservation. In but a brief moment, Du Hongyan returned to the carriage. "Sister, what news? Do you know why he intervened in the affairs of mortals?" "Well, it seems to be for a 500-year-old ginseng." As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards Du Ziting. "Brother, I must have that ginseng. I wish to bestow it upon my husband for his nourishment." Du Ziting's lips twitched, inwardly lamenting. "Given your husband's condition, are you certain he requires such supplementation?" "Dear sister, you did not witness how ferocious he was just moments ago. Nevertheless," he responded with utmost sincerity, "do not worry. I shall take care of this matter." Ji Dagen also expressed considerable interest in the 500-year-old ginseng. Such a treasure could significantly enhance one's lifespan, potentially adding 15 years, and with a stroke of luck, even extending it by 50 years. Had he known of the existence of such a gem earlier, he might have already approached them with his sword in hand for a proper discourse. He relished in the art of winning hearts through virtue. Casting a glance at the character for virtue inscribed on the hilt of his white sword, he promptly chose to disregard it. That night, Bai Yulo did not engage in intimacy with Ji Dagen. On one hand, the events of the evening had left her in a state that required adjustment. On the other, she had yet to resolve matters concerning her father, leaving her with little inclination to attend to Ji Dagen. Moreover, as she had not yet truly wed as a concubine, she still needed to adhere to the most basic courtesies. Having been raised with a sense of propriety, she would not cast aside her learned etiquette at such a moment. Gazing at the 12,000 taels of gold in her hand, she finally felt a sense of relief. In this auction, a portion of the profits, specifically 20%, is designated for the brothel, revealing their true intent behind the grand display of self-promotion. Tomorrow, with a little maneuvering, her father's death sentence can undoubtedly be averted. Should this esteemed gentleman Ji Dagen truly be the unparalleled sovereign that everyone speaks of, her family will be spared from punishment. In another chamber, Du Hongyan, adorned in black silk stockings, has entangled herself with Ji Dagen. "My lord, You smell delightful today, she coos. Must you be so raucous at this late hour? At the very least, grant me the courtesy of a bath, he retorts. Higi, not a chance. This is not to imply that Du Hongyan has become a lovesick fool. Rather, after Ji Dagen's exertions, a trace of ethereal essence emanates from him, expelled through perspiration. For cultivators, this is akin to the finest celestial treasures, possessing an allure that is self-evident, potentially even enhancing one's innate aptitude upon consumption. Yet, the two within the room remain oblivious to this fact. Although Du Hongyan cannot fathom why her lord appears so delectable today, it matters little. As she loosens the sash at her waist, her crimson gown cascades from her shoulders, her alluring form glistening under the moonlight with a jade-like sheen. Ji Dagen finds himself gently pressed onto the bed, her fiery lips descending upon him. Overwhelmed. He never anticipated such an advance from her. Are you behaving like a hound? In stark contrast to their intimate atmosphere, the father and son of the Luo family wear grave expressions. Zhang Tianshi has yet to return, prompting them to dispatch individuals in search of him. While evidence of a struggle lingers in the air, the man remains elusive. The Du family has already received word that their own have returned safely. This leaves only one possibility, and it is the one they dread most. Father, what shall we do now? Zhang Tianshi is one of our crucial supports. His inexplicable disappearance poses a significant setback to our plans for the Luo family's resurgence. Believing this endeavor would proceed smoothly, they are dismayed to find themselves at a disadvantage after a mere confrontation. Luo Ho glances at the anxious Luo Wuji and dismissively waves his hand. Fear not. For the Luo family's trump cards extend beyond this. Do not forget who the Lord of Kong City is. Do you think the Du family can impede our path to resurgence? This trump card was one he would not casually employ. However, at this juncture, inaction was no longer an option. Luo Wuji's anxious expression began to ease. After all, he was dealing with his own uncle, a figure of immense power in Kongqing, capable of effortlessly handling a mere family like the Du clan with just a word. He licked his parched lips, and for a fleeting moment, a lascivious glint flickered in his eyes. Father, I find myself quite intrigued by that woman named Du Hongyan. Luo Ho also wore an expression that any man would understand. Rest assured, I too wish to savor her essence. Chapter 78. What do you wish to do early this morning? Within the imposing palace of the Great Zhou, the night had deepened into the witching hour, and the entire palace was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility. Only the occasional sound of patrolling guards disrupted this serene silence. The Empress Ji Ruxue was roused from her slumber by news relayed by the hidden dragon guards. She donned a delicate, translucent golden gown that shimmered in the candlelight, revealing a figure that could incite envy and longing. Each curve was akin to a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens, exuding an irresistible allure. As the Empress of the Great Zhou, Ji Ruxue's life was far from easy. Her moments of respite were scarce, with a mountain of state affairs demanding her attention daily. These affairs of state resemble a series of shackles, binding her tightly. Yet she is acutely aware that this is her calling. As an empress, it is both her duty and the price she must pay to indulge in this opulent existence. She cannot afford the slightest lapse in diligence, for the fate of the entire Dazhou dynasty rests solely upon her shoulders. Recently, the matter concerning the Supreme Emperor has begun to unravel amidst layers of obscurity. However, the Bai family has encountered certain complications. As the clandestine guardian of the former crown prince, such a grave dereliction of duty cannot be overlooked. Bai Yulo, a woman of the Bai family's direct lineage, possesses a background intricately intertwined with the imperial lineage. Her grandmother was once destined to become a concubine of the Supreme Emperor. Yet, fate has its whims, and deviations occurred, leading Bai Yulo to her current predicament. Although this arrangement may have come rather late, in the midst of this convoluted situation, having something is certainly better than having nothing at all. To ascertain the identity of the individual suspected to be the Supreme Emperor, only one unique method remains. According to previous records, there appears to be a birthmark resembling the character for heaven on his posterior. This birthmark serves as a pivotal key, capable of ascertaining his identity at a mere glance. Should Bai Yulo succeed in marrying him, the truth would be unequivocally revealed. Conversely, if he is not the one, the Bai family would lose all significance in this intricate game, rendering their presence utterly futile. Upon reviewing the message conveyed by the hidden dragon guard, Ji Ruxue could not help but furrow her brow. The correspondence indicated that the other party was surprisingly aware of the name Bai Yufeng and even referred to her as a childhood companion. This could very well be the supreme sovereign. After all, Outsiders are unaware of who Bai Yufeng truly is. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that certain individuals may harbor ulterior motives, deliberately attempting to disrupt this intricate situation. The foremost priority now is to confirm his birthmark, for this alone can eliminate any chance of forgery. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, illuminating Ji Dagen's face. Upon glancing at the task rewards credited to his system, he realized that the outcome of yesterday's assignment was entirely different from what he had anticipated. He had initially believed he would need to serve Lady Bai Yulo attentively in bed to earn his reward. Instead, the reward was bestowed upon him immediately after the old Taoist was dealt with. He had gained an additional 10 years of life, bringing his remaining lifespan close to 50 years. In comparison to a typical young man, there appears to be little numerical difference. Yet, curiously, his own decrepit appearance has not improved despite the extension of his lifespan. One would expect that, at the very least, he should embody the essence of middle age. However, the reality starkly contrasts this expectation, as if, aside from the prolongation of life, there are no discernible enhancements in his physical faculties. Unbeknownst to him, the phenomenon known as the 5 declines of heaven and man is a manifestation of the cosmic order, a subject that even celestial beings regard with trepidation. It is not merely a matter of extending one's lifespan. Nevertheless, the increase in longevity does bestow upon him a considerable sense of security. Should he encounter a formidable adversary, he could always expend his lifespan to wield the sword of time against them. Yet, with his current limited lifespan, his options are rather constrained. Additionally, he has been granted tax rights amounting to 30% of the revenues from Kong City. These tax rights represent the income derived from taxation. Remarkably, 1/3 of the total taxes collected in Kong City each year is personally allocated to him. Ordinarily, such tax privileges are reserved for the royal family or bestowed upon distinguished subjects, typically not exceeding a century in duration. However, the decree in his possession extends for over 3 centuries. Although 2 decades have elapsed, it remains an astronomical sum. Moreover, during these past 20 years, he has claimed not a single coin. Thus, the accumulation is undoubtedly substantial. As he ponders these matters, a soft, jade-like hand glides gently across his body. Turning his gaze, he finds Madame Du Hongyan slightly opening her eyes. Their eyes meet, igniting an inexplicable spark in the air from the break of dawn. Recalling his own embarrassing demeanor from the previous night, he sees Du Hongyan shyly retreating half her head beneath the covers. Her alluring voice follows, "Husband, you mustn't laugh at me. I do not understand why I behave that way." Ji Dagen is left in a state of bemusement. Last night, she had lavished her attention on him, rendering the experience more refreshing than a bath. Yet, he had never known of her peculiar predilection before. "Very well, I shall refrain from laughing. Do not forget that we have matters to attend to today. The Bayou Tower has received sufficient gold notes for a reduced sentence, and we must proceed to the city lord's mansion to address subsequent affairs. Such matters must not be delayed, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. All her efforts would be rendered futile." Du Hongyan was acutely aware of this fact. As she sat up, her semi-transparent crimson nightgown slipped away, revealing her exquisite figure in its entirety. Bathed in sunlight, she exuded a unique allure, casting a lingering glance at Ji Dagen. "Husband, accompany me to purchase some more later. Otherwise, it will not suffice for your indulgences." Ji Dagen felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet his words remained resolute. What can be done? After all, my wife is simply too beautiful. Du Hongyan relished his flattery and reclined once more, her supple body sinking into the cushions. "Hey, what do you intend to do so early in the morning?" By the time they rose, an hour had already passed, and Bai Yulo, who had been up and dressed, donned a pale beige gown. Today's style was shorter than yesterday's formal attire, a design well suited for outings. She had anticipated that Ji Dagen and Sister Hongyan would not rise so late. However, she was surprised to find their energy so exuberant early in the day. It was truly inconceivable how that elderly gentleman remained so vigorous at his age. Not wishing to dwell on their affairs, she reminded herself that nothing was more pressing than her father's life. At this moment, the Du family was embroiled in a flurry of activity to confront the Luo family. Only the 3 of them had a semblance of leisure. After breakfast, Ji Dagen departed Du Manor in the company of the 2 ladies. The lord of Kong City was a middle-aged man named Zhao Si, whose background was rather unremarkable, having risen through scholarly pursuits. Since becoming the lord of Kong City, Zhao Si had cultivated commendable relationships across various spheres, proving himself adept at navigating social intricacies with finesse. The matter concerning Bai Yulo's father, upon examination of the procedure, is not convoluted. It entails a straightforward transaction of monetary payment to mitigate the severity of the offense. Such occurrences are rather commonplace within the corridors of power, particularly among those in authority. However, in contrast to the common populace, their expenses are considerably more substantial. A trio, well-dressed and distinctly distinguished, approached the Lord's manor, whereupon the guards, noticing their attire, exhibited an unexpectedly warm demeanor. After receiving their benefits, they entered with a jovial disposition to report. Zhao Si had long anticipated Bai Yulo's appearance today. This was originally an opportunity to extract a hefty price, yet unforeseen circumstances had arisen. His ascension to power was undeniably bolstered by the support of the Luo family, and now that Luo Ho had spoken, he could not feign ignorance. Should the Luo family ascend to become the most prominent clan in Kong City, his own position would undoubtedly be fortified. Setting down his teacup, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and his gaze fell upon the newcomers. In addition to the familiar Bai Yulo, the enchanting beauty clad in a crimson gown caught his eye, illuminating his interest. Indeed, it was the young mistress of the Du family, and he was taken aback by her allure, which surpassed that of her earlier years. He found himself almost eagerly anticipating the day of the Du family's downfall. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of professionalism, his tone devoid of any ulterior motives as he addressed the trio. "You are here regarding matters of mourning, I presume? I apologize, but I am unable to assist with his affairs." Chapter 79. Cash or gold notes. Bai Yulo was about to plead for mercy when, to her astonishment, her counterpart preemptively rejected her. The resolute nature of the refusal struck her heart like a heavy hammer. In an instant, her previously rosy complexion drained to ashen pallor. Devoid of blood, and her body swayed precariously. Like a candle flickering in the wind, she nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Ji Dagen's quick reflexes allowed him to catch her slender waist, sparing her from public humiliation. At that moment, Bai Yulo, behind her crimson spectacles, felt tears welling in her beautiful eyes, soon shimmering with despair. The hopelessness reflected within them seemed capable of engulfing all hope. Her delicate form trembled uncontrollably, akin to leaves shivering in a tempest. Her mental state deteriorating to the brink of collapse. In her efforts to save her father from the dire fate of execution, she had paid a steep price, even willing to sacrifice her own future. Yet now, she could scarcely comprehend that all her endeavors had crumbled into mere illusions. This plunged her into profound despair. Her heart was heavy with guilt towards her father, reflecting on the years of nurturing she had received, yet feeling utterly powerless and uncertain of how to repay such kindness. Observing her precarious state, Ji Dagen gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his gaze piercing as it turned towards the middle-aged man across from them, his tone steady. "Zhao City Lord, please state your terms." Although he had not encountered such a scheme in the latter half of his life, he had witnessed numerous instances during the first 2 decades of his existence. The other party sought merely to inflate the price. In the absence of regulatory authority, they could act with impunity. Such matters were nearly at the whim of the city lord. Presently, they had no alternative but to acquiesce to the exorbitant demands. It is no wonder that the city lord is little different from a local despot in this realm. Zhao Si's lips curled into a slight smirk as his gaze fell upon the old man Ji Dagen, his eyes brimming with disdain. He had already learned of Ji Dagen's identity the previous day, yet he was taken aback by the audacious tone of this man, who lived off others. I am not entirely unreasonable. As long as you can present 100,000 taels of gold, the death penalty for by shirching is certainly open to negotiation. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Bai Yulo's body swayed once more, nearly toppling over again. This has far surpassed their capacity to endure. The sum of 100,000 taels of gold is an utterly unattainable figure for anyone outside the realm of the most esteemed families. The Bai family has long since fallen from grace. It is inconceivable that they could muster such a sum. If they had that much wealth, she would not be compelled to auction off her entire life. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Si's proposal was not aimed at her, but rather directed towards the Du family beside her. Presently, the Du and Luo families are embroiled in conflict. The first to falter in their financial chain would face utter ruin and be crushed by the other. Should the Du family manage to produce this 100,000 taels of gold, it would signify their complete defeat in this struggle. Even if they cannot procure it, Zhao Si could employ administrative tactics to meddle in the disputes between the 2 families. The question now lies in which path the Du family is willing to choose. Regardless of the choice, the outcome for the Du family will be similarly bleak. Although Du Hongyan typically does not concern herself with familial matters, she is acutely aware of the implications of 100,000 taels of gold. Just yesterday, she frivolously spent over 10,000. If she were to now produce an additional 100,000 taels, it could very well plunge the entire Du family into an abyss from which there is no return. Bai Yulo was unaware of the profound discord between the two families. Moreover, she would never impose such exorbitant costs upon her sister Hongyan. Managing to force a bitter smile while wiping away the traces of tears from her eyes, she spoke, her voice thick with emotion. Sister Hongyan, let it go. I can only repay our father's nurturing kindness in my next life. With that, she prepared to turn away, but just as she did, a hand grasped her delicate wrist tightly. Ji Dagen looked at her with gentle eyes, his tone soothing. Let us not be hasty. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Zhao Si, standing nearby, smiled and shook his head, eager to add insult to injury. Do not harbor illusions that there is room for negotiation. 100,000 taels, not a single coin less. Although Ji Dagen had not anticipated such a rigid stance from the other party, he knew that the situation had not reached a dead end and that solutions still existed. He cast a calm gaze towards Zhao Si and spoke leisurely. Lord Zhao, the tax revenue from Kong City must be considerable, is it not? The beverage industry here is exceptionally prosperous, with 1/3 of the entire region's liquor business emanating from this locale. The annual tax revenue derived from this sector is undoubtedly substantial. Moreover, these figures are meticulously audited by royal officials each year. While it is not entirely implausible to manipulate the data, the discrepancies are unlikely to be significant. Zhao Si was perplexed as to why Ji Dagen would pose such an inquiry, yet he provided a rough estimate. Indeed, the annual tax revenue of Kanching reaches an impressive 50,000 taels of gold, placing it among the highest in all cities of the 7th rank. Pray tell, esteemed sir, are you contemplating an investment in our Kanching? Ji Dagen smiled and shook his head. No. I merely wish to suggest that 30% of the tax revenue collected over the past 20 years should not be considered a trifling sum, would it? The two women beside him were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden shift to discussing tax revenues. Even if Kangqing's taxes were considerable, what relevance did this have to their current predicament? In contrast to the women's confusion, Mayor Zhao Si stiffened involuntarily upon hearing the phrase 30% of tax revenue. Under different circumstances, he might not have paid much heed. However, the significance of Kangqing's 30% tax revenue held profound implications for him. Each year, half of the city's tax revenue must be remitted to the royal treasury. The remaining 10% serves as his salary as mayor, a commendable 5,000 taels of gold. Yet, this amount barely suffices to meet the expenses of his numerous wives and concubines. In the early years of his tenure, observing the unclaimed gold notes in the treasury, he began to entertain dubious thoughts. Year after year passed, and after 2 decades without anyone coming to claim these funds, he began to suspect a certain possibility. It seemed likely that the rightful claimant had met with misfortune. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for them to forego such a sum for so long. He had anticipated that this matter would quietly fade into obscurity. To his astonishment, someone had now brought up the issue of the 30% tax revenue. Although he endeavored to maintain a facade of composure, betraying little of his internal turmoil, beads of cold sweat began to form uncontrollably on his forehead, and his voice quavered slightly. Sir, I am uncertain of the meaning behind your words. Ji Dagen, still bearing a smile, maintained his unwavering tone. Oh, it is nothing of great import. Since my lady requires 100,000 taels of gold to secure her father's reprieve from execution, I might as well retrieve the accumulated funds from my 30% tax rights over the years. 300,000 taels of gold. May I inquire whether Mayor Zhao intends to provide this in cash or in gold notes? Either option is acceptable to me. As he spoke, he calmly retrieved a tax authority document from his storage bag. It bore the royal seal, an emblem so distinctive that it could never be forged. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yulo trembled uncontrollably, her gaze toward Ji Dagen brimming with affection. She never imagined that her husband would willingly expend such a staggering fortune to rescue her father. 100,000 taels of gold could procure dozens of beauties akin to herself, yet he presented it without a moment's hesitation. At this thought, her heart, which had been encased in despair, melted away in an instant. She silently vowed that regardless of whether her father could be saved, she would wholeheartedly accompany Ji Dagen, bearing his children and repaying his immense kindness. Although Du Hongyan was uncertain why her husband possessed the tax authority of Kanching, it mattered little to her. She was already his, and the nature of his possessions was of no concern. Meanwhile, across from them, Mayor Zhao Si shook like a leaf. Had he not embezzled those funds, he would not be in such a state of fear now. Yet, even if he were to present all the tax revenues of this year, it would not suffice to fill such a vast chasm. The previously businesslike demeanor had vanished entirely, replaced by a sycophantic facade, his face adorned with an exaggerated smile. "Esteemed sir, and esteemed ladies, please take your seats. I must confess, I was not fully awake before and spoke in folly. This mayor has always been diligent and benevolent. How could I ever engage in extortion? Just 10,000 taels of gold. No, 5,000 taels, merely 5,000 taels, and the death sentence for the white matter can be commuted." Chapter 80. A night of tireless instruction in the arts. This price is, in fact, a loss-making transaction, according to the regulations of the dynasty. The exemption price for funerary matters requires 6,000 taels of gold. This is no trifling sum. To the ordinary person, it is enough to instill trepidation. The reason for quoting such a price is solely because this elderly gentleman is not to be trifled with. The mere thought of this predicament fills my heart with regret. How unfortunate! Who could have anticipated that such an unassuming elder would possess a stake in the tax rights? Why didn't you come to claim it sooner? Had you done so, he would not have resorted to such drastic measures. And now, look what has transpired. I have unwittingly entangled myself in this mess. Initially, I was filled with hope, eager to seize this opportunity for a substantial gain. Yet reality has delivered a resounding slap, leaving me disoriented. The prospect of his relentless pursuit sends waves of anxiety through my mind. The sudden shift in demeanor astonishes Bai Yulo, yet she feels an overwhelming joy. Had this been earlier, she would have been immensely grateful for such words. But now, she does not dare to act independently. Her gaze slowly turns to her elderly husband, her eyes brimming with dependence and trust. From now on, all must align with his plans. Ji Dagen gently taps his fingers on the table, the rhythmic sound resonating heavily upon Zhao Ci's heart. Cold sweat begins to trickle down his back. The mounting agitation within him threatens to overwhelm his composure. Ji Dagen's face is alight with amusement, as he seems to have already surmised certain possibilities. The rewards from the system have long since faded into the past. And with 300,000 in gold laid before him, it is inconceivable that Zhao Ci harbors no ulterior motives. The stark contrast between his previous and current demeanor serves as irrefutable evidence. It dawns on me that my 300,000 gold may very well have evaporated entirely. Zhao Chengzhu, you are placing me in a most difficult position. After all, 6,000 taels of gold is not a trivial amount. At my age, while I am not entirely destitute, I lack even a few coins to my name. I fear I cannot procure these 6,000 taels. At this moment, Bai Yulo's lips twitch, suddenly realizing that her husband possesses a certain mischievousness. Everyone present knows she has over 10,000 taels of gold. Yet he chooses to make such a statement. Is this not a deliberate affront? Yet, inexplicably, it brings her immense joy. The mere thought of his obnoxious, exorbitant demands evokes a profound sense of disgust within her, particularly those two lecherous little eyes, which always seem to harbor ulterior motives towards her. However, this is hardly surprising. No man, upon encountering her, is devoid of any inclination. Otherwise, one must surely question their physiological integrity. Zhao Ci's heart raced wildly, caught in an agonizing internal struggle. He was acutely aware of the dire predicament he now faced. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Resolutely, he made a decision that defied ancestral precedent. Dear sir, there is no need for you to worry about the matter concerning Mr. Bai's funeral. You shall not need to spend a single penny. His death sentence can be revoked immediately. The current circumstances were overwhelmingly compelling, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. Should the matter of those 300,000 taels of gold escalate to higher authorities, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Not to mention, as the lord of the city, he and his entire family, along with numerous concubines, would undoubtedly find themselves ensnared in the fallout. The gentleman before him was indeed an influential figure, one he could ill afford to offend, particularly considering the tax privileges that had endured for 3 centuries. Such power could not be easily acquired without a complex web of connections. Otherwise, how could the dynasty afford such generosity? The funds required for the mitigation of crimes would have to come from his own pocket. Regardless of the circumstances, he must ensure that this esteemed gentleman harbored no dissatisfaction. A smile finally graced Ji Dagen's face. Indeed, it appears that Lord Zhao is quite diligent and incorruptible. However, Mr. Bai is, after all, my father-in-law. Keeping him imprisoned does not sit well with my conscience. Wouldn't you agree? Lord Zhao yearned to express his frustration but dared not offend the eminent figure before him. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. Let us consider the welfare of the people. It is not prudent to waste resources by keeping Mr. Bai in prison. I believe he should contribute to the nation's development. The Lord's estate receives supplies every 3 days, and Mr. Bai, being a man of experience, should be able to handle such minor tasks with ease. If he reports to me every 3 days, I shall turn a blind eye to his situation. This is hardly distinguishable from sheer indulgence. Moreover, delivering goods every 3 days also entails a considerable profit margin. Undoubtedly, Bai Shiqing is not an ordinary individual. Such a trifling sum of money would have been dismissed in the past. However, the situation has drastically changed. Ever since the family was raided, I have found myself devoid of wealth. The prospect of returning to a life of luxury and abundance seems utterly unattainable. The current Lord Zhao appears to be offering them a form of benefaction. Had this been earlier, Bai Yulo would undoubtedly have knelt in gratitude, even if it meant enduring further humiliation without a moment's hesitation. Yet now, all of this has been earned through the efforts of my aged husband. The exhilaration within me is beyond the capacity of words to convey. However, Ji Dagen merely smiled and shook his head. Lord Zhao, my future father-in-law, whom I have yet to meet, should still be in the prime of his life. His daughter is already married and lacks companionship. My wife and I certainly cannot rest easy regarding this matter. I wonder if Lord Zhao has any prudent suggestions in this regard. Bai Yulo, behind her crimson spectacles, blinked in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. But she soon grasped the implications behind her husband's statement. A blush crept up her neck, and vivid images from the brothel flashed through her mind, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. As a man, Lord Zhao naturally understood the implications of this esteemed gentleman's words. Internally cursing, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. He forced a strained smile onto his face. Esteemed sir, such matters may not be entirely appropriate. If this were to reach the outside world, it could lead to considerable trouble for me. However, in 2 days, I shall be taking a concubine. He paused mid-sentence, altering his phrasing. A 16-year-old beauty to be my third wife. At that time, I would greatly appreciate your guidance in teaching them the arts of music, chess, and literature throughout the night. Bai Yulo felt her heart leap to her throat. This is a conversation she can overhear. When you discuss such topics, must you not speak in hushed tones? Do you not see that this woman is present? The thought that her father must care for 3 young women fills her with an inexplicable sense of dread. Is it true that men prefer those who are merely 16? Is she, at 19, perhaps too old? Surely, her husband would not find her wanting. As she pondered these thoughts, a mocking voice suddenly pierced the air, addressing everyone present. Ah, you 3, what a coincidence. Are you here to see my uncle? Is there something you wish to discuss? Chapter 81. The Old Master, are you satisfied? Luo Wujie had long anticipated their arrival today. Upon entering the city lord's residence, his eyes glimmered with a mix of expectation and surprise. He had expected to witness a fierce confrontation, yet upon arrival, he found a few individuals seated, engaged in conversation. He could not help but raise an eyebrow. Filled with confusion, given his uncle's character, how could he allow them to sit? Moreover, the expressions on their faces seemed decidedly peculiar. His gaze swept across each countenance, seeking to uncover a hint of the underlying tension. Shouldn't the atmosphere be charged with hostility? Upon noticing Luo Wujie's entrance, the city lord's expression darkened. His brows knitted tightly together, and a barely perceptible flash of anger flickered in his eyes. How could his elders be held in such contempt? What was the scoundrel doing here? Did he come merely to witness his humiliation? The formerly composed demeanor of the city lord transformed into one of extreme displeasure, as if he were struggling to suppress an inner fury. Luo Wujie, do you believe this is your domain? This is the city lord's residence. You dare to intrude without prior notice? Do you think I want to have you thrown out? Luo Wujie was clearly taken aback by his uncle's reaction. Since when had he adopted such an air of authority before him? Uncle, what are you saying? I've come today to enjoy their folly. Such a splendid opportunity cannot be yours alone. Zhao Si observed Luo Wujie's demeanor, his face reddening with fury, veins protruding on his forehead. As the urge to strangle him surged within him, he had already spoken plainly, yet this fool persisted in leaning closer. Was it not fate that he should encounter misfortune? In the past, out of gratitude for the kindness bestowed upon him by the Luo family, he would lend them assistance to some extent. However, the immense sum involved in this matter was beyond the capability of even the Luo family to help him navigate through this crisis. The distinction between what is trivial and what is significant was glaringly apparent. The surprise that briefly flickered across the faces of the 2 women was unexpected. They had not anticipated that the Lord Zhao held such a connection with the Luo family. Du Hongyan could scarcely contain the smile tugging at her lips. which was laced with a hint of mockery and cunning, her gaze replete with intrigue. Lord Zhao, it seems, your relationship is rather commendable. Before Zhao Si could respond, Luo Wujie erupted into a self-satisfied laugh. Of course, he is my uncle by marriage. Surely, your Du family does not believe victory is already assured? With a haughty tilt of his chin, he displayed an expression brimming with arrogance, his eyes alight with provocation. Now that you are aware of our connection, is the Du family prepared to relinquish their struggle? Luo Wujie crossed his arms, his gaze unabashedly surveying the alluring and mature figure of Du Hongyan, particularly fixating on her long, slender legs encased in black stockings, which received his unreserved attention. These legs, without a doubt, can be enjoyed for a lifetime. Du Hongyan turned to glance at the cold-sweating Zhao Si, raising an eyebrow with a hint of mockery in her gaze. My lord, it seems you are of this nature. Zhao Si's face paled in fear, his body trembling slightly as he hurriedly waved his hands, shaking his head, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Madame Du, please do not heed his nonsensical words. I have always been a person of integrity and righteousness. I would never show favoritism, nor would I forcibly intervene in commercial matters using administrative means. To Luo Wujie, these words sounded utterly absurd. Just last night, he had expressed an entirely different sentiment. How could he have transformed so drastically overnight? Uncle, what do you fear? Once we eradicate the Du family, this city of Kong will be ours to command. Confronting her now is of little consequence. Their fate is already sealed. Zhao Si slammed his palm onto the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. His expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. This wretched individual is driving himself to the brink of despair. With the esteemed elder present, he would not dare to meddle further. Luo Wujie, cease your foolish babble and slander against me. I assure you, I would never engage in such actions. After Zhao Si spoke, he cautiously glanced at Ji Dagen, his eyes betraying a hint of reverence and flattery. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall not involve myself in this matter. Ji Dagen smiled and shook his head, his gaze revealing a trace of dissatisfaction, evidently displeased with Zhao's declaration. Lord Zhao, I believe young Master Luo has a point. Perhaps you might consider his proposal? Du Hongyan's face displayed a peculiar expression, her lips pressed together in contemplation. As a glimmer of understanding crossed her eyes, her smile blossomed into a radiant beam, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she nestled into his embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek, her expression brimming with affection and dependence. You truly are mischievous, my husband. Ji Dagen encircled her delicate waist, adjusting the slit of her crimson gown to cover her alluring long legs. Observing his petty demeanor, Du Hongyan radiated happiness, her heart swelling with joy. Lord Zhao, being a perceptive individual, understood the deeper implications of their exchange. Only Luo Wujie remained oblivious, his expression clouded with confusion. Zhao Si found himself with no options left. His countenance darkened as he proclaimed with resolute authority, summon the officials. Investigate the Luo family's affairs immediately. Any hint of wrongdoing must be thoroughly scrutinized. The officials waiting nearby, though perplexed by the sudden shift in the Lord's demeanor, swiftly departed to carry out his orders. At that moment, Luo Wujie sensed something amiss. His uncle appeared increasingly strange today, entirely devoid of his usual amiability. The prospect of investigating their family filled him with trepidation. His eyes flickered with intense unease. They had engaged in numerous questionable deeds to secure their position here. The consequences of being held accountable would be dire. Observing the mocking expressions of the three others, an ominous feeling welled within him. Without further thought, he turned to leave. Yet, Du Hongyan transformed into a streak of red, her movements causing a tumultuous ripple across her ample bosom. Without hesitation, she delivered a swift kick to his rear. A cry of pain followed. Luo Wujie fell to the ground, wincing in agony, unable to rise. Before he could utter a curse, a voice that filled him with dread pierced through the air. Seize Luo Wujie and imprison him in the dungeon. Regardless of public or private matters, he must no longer be allowed to spout nonsense here. His arrogant and domineering disposition has caused no small amount of trouble in the city of Kong. If one seeks evidence, there is an abundance to be found. Previously, he managed to evade consequences by suppressing everything. But now, who still cares about them? The gaping hole of 300,000 taels of gold is likely never to be filled in this lifetime. Before Luo Wujie could finish his frenzied shout, a foul-smelling sock was thrust into his mouth, and he soon vanished from the city lord's residence. Zhao Si wore a facade of ingratiating smiles, his eyes brimming with humility as he directed his sycophantic gaze towards Ji Dagen. Old sir, are you satisfied? Ji Dagen nodded with a smile, thoroughly pleased with Zhao's servitude to the people. Indeed, City Lord Zhao is an upstanding and incorruptible man, for which I hold great admiration. I hope you will foster closer ties with the Du family in the future. Of course, you may rest assured on that matter, old sir. Before long, the disheveled Bai Shicheng was released. His eyes held a glimmer of confusion and uncertainty, still unaware of his current predicament. Upon seeing his daughter and two unfamiliar individuals, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. What astonished him further, however, was City Lord Zhao's demeanor. Lord Bai, I sincerely apologize for any offenses committed previously. I hope you can forgive me. Rest assured, from this day forth, you are like a brother to me. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Whatever I, Zhao Si, can provide, I will certainly not be remiss. Bai Shicheng was utterly taken aback by Zhao's unexpected courtesy. What on earth had transpired during his time in confinement? His puzzled gaze fell upon his daughter. Bai Yulo's eyes were reddened, filled with concern, and her heart ached at the sight of her distressed father. She pulled him aside and recounted the events in detail. Only then did Bai Shicheng realize the extent of his daughter's suffering during his absence. His gaze towards her was filled with compassion. My dear, I am a negligent father. It may be difficult for me to be by your side in the future. With that, he knelt down, respectfully bowing his head 3 times. Bai Shicheng understood that after this encounter, it was likely that father and daughter would seldom have the chance to meet again. His eyes reflected sorrow and helplessness, his lips trembling slightly as he hurriedly helped Bai Yulo to her feet, gently wiping the red mark on her forehead. My dear daughter, it is my fault. I have brought you trouble. Please take good care of the elderly Mr. Ji. After his time on this earth is done, I will always be here waiting for you and your children. Bai Yulo, with reddened eyes, nodded slightly, tears welling in her gaze, struggling to hold them back. Though it is often said that a married daughter is akin to spilled water, she is his only daughter. His heart brimmed with compassion. It was utterly inconceivable to leave her in a state of loneliness and despair. As a father, despite past missteps, he vowed never to repeat them. The father and daughter approached Ji Dagen, clasping their fists in a respectful salute. Mr. Ji, your kindness is beyond words. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon Yulo. I also hope she may soon bless you with a son or daughter. Being spoken of in such a manner before so many, a blush swiftly spread across Bai Yulo's cheeks, her eyes filled with shyness. Father, what are you saying? Bai Shicheng's expression turned stern, his tone serious, his gaze conveying an undeniable authority. Yulo, now that you are wed to Mr. Ji as a concubine, you must fulfill your duties as such. Given Mr. Ji's advanced age, remember to take the initiative during your intimacy. As her father continued to speak in an increasingly absurd manner, Bai Yulo's lovely face flushed a deep crimson, reaching down to her neck. In a flurry, she turned away, a hint of panic in her eyes. Husband, let us depart. I cannot linger here with this old rogue. She dared not remain, fearing what further comments might arise. Watching the 3 figures retreat into the distance in their carriage, Bai Shicheng sighed softly, his eyes filled with melancholy and longing. Beside him, Lord Zhao shared a look of profound reflection, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Marrying his daughter to that esteemed gentleman, Bai Shicheng might yet witness a resurgence. A radiant smile broke across his face at this thought. Brother Bai, you are blessed with a wonderful daughter. With the intervention of the city lord, the conflict between the Luo and Du families concluded within merely 2 days. No one anticipated that the usually formidable Luo family would collapse so swiftly. What astonished them even more was the involvement of the city lord. And discerning eyes quickly noted the intricate ties to the Du family, but the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Outside the city, in their carriage, the expressions of the Luo father and son darkened like the bottom of a pot, their eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. Luo Ho, having leveraged certain connections, managed to extricate his son from prison. Yet, it seemed nearly impossible for the Luo family to maintain a foothold in Kong City. Furrowing his brow, worry etched across his features, he contemplated that Zhao Si's leverage now lay in the hands of the Du family, effectively removing him from their side. However, allowing him to depart in disgrace was out of the question. Turning to his son, determination flickered in Luo Ho's eyes. Wuji, go to the Hehuan Sect and find your sister Yudi. If I perish, ensure you eliminate that old wretch and eradicate the Du family. Luo Yudi is his younger sister. At the tender age of 12, she joined the inner sect of the Hehuan Sect and garnered great affection from her master, her future appearing exceedingly bright. Luo Wuji nodded, a fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Father, rest assured, I shall handle this matter. Watching the carriage depart, Luo Ho felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Taking a deep breath, a look of fearless determination shone in his gaze as he turned and ventured into the depths of the mountains near Kong City. Inside the shop, Ji Dagen was captivated by the array of exquisite women's garments before him, unable to tear his gaze away. This collection is dedicated to high-end women's attire. In addition to exquisite garments for daily outings, there exists an array of silk nightgowns, crafted from sheer fabrics that exude an enchanting translucence. The breathtaking styles are simply tantalizing, almost inviting transgression. Du Hongyan selected several ensembles, her eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief and anticipation. My dear husband, do you fancy this set? Is it perhaps a tad too lengthy? As she gestured to the fabric draping over her, the crimson dress barely reached the upper thigh. If it were any shorter, it would almost resemble a mere top, particularly as it is semi-transparent. The allure it reveals on her form could easily provoke primal instincts in him. Madam, you look exquisite in anything you wear, Ji Dagen professed with sincere admiration, his gaze brimming with affection. Du Hongyan, radiant with a smile, nestled into his embrace and turned to the proprietress beside them. I would like to purchase all 3 sets of the styles I have previously viewed. Her husband possesses a rather formidable penchant for destruction, and 1 set would scarcely suffice for his indulgences. The proprietress was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. Having just witnessed dozens of ensembles, surely this gentleman won't exhaust himself over her. However, neglecting an opportunity for profit would be folly, since Madame Du desires them. It is only fitting that she acquiesce without hesitation. Very well, Madame Du, I shall prepare them at once. This is indeed a significant transaction, and naturally, we must provide them with exceptional service. One moment, my sister has yet to make her selection. We shall wait for her to join us. At that moment, Bai Yulo emerged, her face flushed with a rosy hue. There was a hint of bashfulness and discomfort reflected in her eyes. This is my first visit to such a place to purchase clothing. Who could have anticipated that the effect of these garments upon wearing them would be less than satisfactory? My husband, despite his age, remains remarkably vigorous. Could it be that the credit lies entirely with these clothes? Nevertheless, I must not become complacent in this regard. I am determined to bear him a son or daughter to continue his lineage. Observing these alluring garments, I recognize their undeniable role in married life. In addition, I acquired a set of wedding attire in a striking red hue. Although it may not provoke the same blush-inducing excitement as other designs, it is nonetheless far from ordinary. I cannot help but wonder if my husband will become quite feral upon seeing it tonight. A deep blush crept across Bai Yulo's cheeks as she pondered this thought. 2 women giggled, exchanging whispers, casting occasional furtive glances in our direction, which felt rather suggestive. All the items were neatly packed into her spatial ring. The 3 of us returned to the Du family home, where a middle-aged matron awaited at the entrance. It was then that Du Hongyan recalled the matter concerning Elder Du. With a smile, she hurried forward, linking her arm with the womaness in a display of affection. Grandmother, why have you only just arrived? Elder Du rolled her eyes in exasperation, a hint of reproach evident in her gaze. The speed of mortals delivering messages is notoriously slow. She had rushed over on her sword the moment she received the news, fearing that the Du family was in dire trouble. To her surprise, it seemed there was no cause for alarm. After inquiring, she learned the situation at hand. The fact that a ghostly king would humbly acknowledge his error and come to offer an apology was truly beyond her comprehension. However, since the matter here has been resolved, there is no longer any need for concern regarding her safety. Well then, it seems you have enjoyed yourselves sufficiently. Shall we return to the sect and devote ourselves to our cultivation? Such a splendid opportunity, should it be squandered, one cannot dismiss the possibility of delivering a sound reprimand. As for the matter concerning the esteemed elder, the sect leader has already confirmed the candidate with her. Upon his return, arrangements shall be made for him. After all, this presents an extraordinary chance for both her and the Hehuan Sect. Du Hongyan had recently acquired numerous exquisite garments, envisioning a delightful showcase of her beauty that evening. Little did she anticipate that the day would arrive so swiftly. Hesitating for a moment, a hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes as she turned her gaze towards Elder Du. Grandmother, grant me one more day. Tonight marks a significant occasion for my husband to take a concubine. Elder Du cast her eyes upon the elegant woman adorned in a beige gown, momentarily taken aback. There was an air of astonishment in her gaze. She had not expected him to find such a beautiful concubine. Very well, I shall grant you another day. That evening, under Du Hongyan's orchestration, an intimate wedding banquet was held within the Du household. Bai Shicheng and the city lord were also in attendance. Some merchants within the city received word of the event, yet they lacked the privilege of entry. Observing his daughter finally wed, the father was overwhelmed with joy, his eyes brimming with both pride and sorrow. After attending to the guests, he returned to find his wife, Bai Yulo, having changed out of her previous red wedding attire into a short beige nightgown. Her scholarly visage was flushed, radiating a mix of shyness and anticipation. Husband, do you fancy this attire? Chapter 83. My lord, allow me to unclothe you. Ji Dagen had indulged in a modest amount of wine, yet his senses remained remarkably sharp. His cheeks bore a faint blush, while his gaze sparkled with clarity. As his eyes wandered casually, they landed upon the enchanting Lady Yu, igniting a flicker of fervent desire within him. He found himself captivated, unable to divert his attention from her. Clad in a short, beige silk nightgown, the delicate fabric embraced her soft form, the hem swaying gently as if whispering tales of infinite tenderness. The daringly brief design barely reached the tops of her thighs, promising glimpses of alluring vistas that sparked the imagination of countless men. Her legs, enveloped in white stockings, appeared as pristine as the first snowfall of winter, glimmering softly in the candlelight. The pair of crimson spectacles perched delicately upon her petite nose added an intellectual charm to her allure, blending sensuality with a touch of sophistication. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like black satin, with playful strands brushing against her flushed cheeks. With her head slightly bowed and long lashes fluttering, her eyes brimmed with shyness, reminiscent of a flower poised to bloom, exuding an enchanting fragrance in a quiet corner, evoking endless affection and daydreams. In the depths of her heart, Bai Yulo felt a surge of anxiety. She bit her lower lip gently, her brows knitting together in concern, her eyes reflecting unease. At 19, she was on the cusp of womanhood, yet she pondered whether her attire could compensate for any perceived shortcomings. The silence stretched on, intensifying her trepidation, a flicker of panic crossing her gaze. Upon raising her eyes to meet his, she discovered the fervor within his orbs, allowing her worries to dissipate into the recesses of her mind. With a deep sigh of relief, a subtle smile graced her lips. Barefoot, her porcelain feet glided forward gracefully. As she performed a delicate curtsy, her movements imbued with elegance. My lord, allow me to unclothe you, she whispered. Ji Dagen returned his gaze to her, a slight smile curving his lips as anticipation danced across his countenance. The silvery moonlight poured into the room, illuminating the bed, which now boasted a few enticing trinkets. It was yet another restless night. At dawn the next day, sunlight streamed into the room. The moment Ji Dagen opened his eyes, a system notification sprang to mind. Ding! The concubine acquisition task has been completed. The concubine's rating is 91, and the rewards are a Taoist calligraphy manual and an exquisite spiritual treasure, the judge's pen. Additionally, a lifespan extension of 30 years and the Taoist technique, mountain crushing force, has been granted. The rewards this time are quite abundant. However, half of them bear little relevance to me. At my age, I lack the inclination to study calligraphy, even if it is a gift to myself. As for the Lingbao judge's pen, it is clearly a complimentary item, yet I possess no understanding of what Lingbao entails. It is evident that this insidious system is merely bestowing benefits upon my wife. The 30 years added to my lifespan is indeed an unexpected delight. As such fortune has eluded me in the past, the notion of the mountain-crushing fist seems somewhat ludicrous. It is said that one can harness the power of the earth's veins as a novice and shatter mountains with a single blow. At advanced levels, one could effortlessly carve mountains, sever rivers, shift seas, and even rend the very fabric of this realm. I cannot help but wonder if this description is somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, at my age, it is implausible for me to elevate my mastery of such arcane arts. I shook my head lightly, overwhelmed by a sense of nostalgia. Sensing a subtle movement from the exquisite figure beside me, I turned to find my wife observing me intently. Bai Yulo never anticipated that, despite her husband's seemingly advanced years, his physical constitution is remarkably robust. During the first half of the night, I attended to her needs, yet as the night progressed, the roles reversed. Most astonishingly, his name is devoid of any embellishment. Recalling the events of the previous night, her delicate face flushed to the roots of her neck, her eyes gleaming with shyness and reproach as she hastily sought to change the subject, daring not to dwell on it further. Good morning, dear husband. Ji Dagen gently caressed her lustrous black hair, his gaze filled with tenderness and concern. How do you feel? Is there any pain? Bai Yulo took a moment to assess her condition, shaking her head slightly, a hint of bashfulness gracing her features. I am well enough. You have toiled through the night. You must be quite fatigued. Perhaps you should rest a little longer? Ji Dagen's routine is quite stable. Having woken, it is unlikely he would fall asleep again easily. It's all right. Despite my appearance, I assure you, my health remains quite good. Bayulo could not help but recall the events of the previous night once more. Indeed, there is no exaggeration in such words. From the few live demonstrations I have witnessed, none have been as outrageous as his. Aside from appearing somewhat older, he does not resemble an elderly gentleman in any other regard. Unbeknownst to her, when Ji Dagen spoke of good health, it was merely superficial, lacking the depth she presumed. By the way, I have no extravagant gifts to offer you. Consider these 2 items as tokens for your new union. Upon receiving the calligraphy piece he presented, her eyes sparkled with excitement and enthusiasm. A glance at the golden characters seemed to strike a chord within her. Just that one look rendered her unable to tear her gaze away, her eyes brimming with intoxication and fascination. Throughout her life, she had dabbled in various arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. While claiming proficiency in all may be somewhat of an exaggeration, her mastery in the art of calligraphy was indeed profound. The gift from her husband resonated deeply within her heart. Her gaze shifted to the other black brush, which appeared considerably more ordinary compared to the calligraphy piece. However, its quality was undeniably excellent, possessing the tactile qualities she adored. Her delicate hand gently caressed her smooth abdomen, her face alight with anticipation. Darling, I have no valuable gifts to bestow upon you. I only hope that my womb may grant you several offspring. Ji Dagen nodded with a smile, his expression filled with contentment and hope. Then, it seems my dear wife will have her work cut out for her. The mere thought of their future together made her already rosy cheeks flush even deeper, her gaze infused with shyness and sweetness. Fortunately, the morning passed without any further disturbances. After helping Ji Dagen don his garments, she linked her delicate arm through his, and together they exited the room. Today, she appeared somewhat different from yesterday. Her gentle demeanor as a wife mingling with an air of scholarly elegance, rendering her even more alluring. Awaiting them outside, Du Hongyan seized by Yulo's hand, engaging in whispered conversations typical of women. Her eyes glimmered with mischief and excitement, while by Yulo's face was a portrait of shyness and nervousness. The 2 women occasionally glanced in their direction, their faces betraying an unmistakable blend of bashfulness and exhilaration. It was unclear what Du Hongyan had said, but Bayulo shook her head repeatedly, her eyes wide with fear and embarrassment. She had never anticipated that her sister-in-arms would be so audacious, even contemplating joining in the evening's festivities. Such an embarrassing matter, how could she, a mere novice, possibly accept it? Aware that time was fleeting, Du Hongyan wasted not a moment. After breakfast, she nestled closely with Ji Dagen. Observing the deep reluctance etched upon her face, Ji Dagen began to fathom certain truths. Was she departing? Du Hongyan nodded helplessly, her gaze laden with sorrow, tears shimmering in her eyes. Yes, my grandmother has instructed me to enter seclusion for a while. My dear husband, you will wait for me at the back mountain, one to you? Her misty, beautiful eyes searched Ji Dagen's, her heart racing as she awaited the answer she yearned to hear. Of course, you've purchased so many lovely garments. I'm very much looking forward to seeing you in them. When your seclusion concludes, do not forget to wear them for me. Du Hongyan collapsed into his embrace, weeping inconsolably. Clinging to him tightly, her body trembled as tears soaked his clothing. As a cultivator, this seclusion could very well mean eternal separation. Yet, she dared not dwell on such thoughts. At that moment, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, landing within the Du family residence. Chapter 84. Who could it possibly be? Bayulo was in the Du family courtyard, meticulously copying the Taoist scriptures. Her gaze reflected an obsession and rapture, as if everything around her had faded into oblivion. The exquisite prose transcended her comprehension of language. With her brows slightly furrowed and then gradually relaxing, it seemed as though she was engaged in a silent dialogue with the characters on the page. Each word appeared to be imbued with boundless power, compelling her pen to dance across the paper without pause. Unbeknownst to her, a golden beam of light loomed above her head. Elder Du, currently residing with the Du family, sensed the extraordinary aura, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. A look of astonishment spread across her face as her eyes widened, unable to fathom the sensations that enveloped her. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld the golden column of light descending from the heavens. A wave of shock surged within her. She never imagined she would witness such an awe-inspiring spectacle. In the realm of cultivation, there has long existed a legend that certain gifted individuals would attract the fortune of the heavenly Tao. Such individuals have rarely appeared throughout the extensive history of the cultivation world. Whenever one emerges, they possess the potential to dominate an entire era. The radiant pillar of light descending before me bears an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions found in ancient texts. A surge of excitement courses through my veins, causing my body to tremble slightly. My hands instinctively clench tight, my eyes alight with astonishment and fervor. I never imagined that my own Du family would give rise to such an extraordinary talent. The figure before me, with a physique as ripe and alluring as a peach, sends shivers of anticipation through me, even causing my voice to quaver as I speak. Who, I wonder, occupies that room? The head of the Du family is somewhat perplexed. As an ordinary mortal, he is unable to perceive the golden beam of light. Following the direction indicated by the second madam, he squints, uncertain. Residing there should be the esteemed wife of Mr. Ji, by Yulo. The excitement on Elder Du's face abruptly freezes. A fleeting shadow of disappointment and reluctance flickering in his eyes, his brow furrowed. It is not a member of the Du family, but rather the enchanting beauty known as Bai Yulo. Though this diverges somewhat from his expectations, it is imperative that this woman joins their Hehuan Sect. Time is of the essence, leaving no room for contemplation. He retrieves a communication talisman to contact the sect leader. With no superfluous words, he simply utters two characters. Hurry. The sect leader, Yuchio Shui, who is currently inspecting the sect, receives the message and displays a look of confusion. A hint of curiosity and perplexity dances in her gaze as she wonders what Elder Du is up to, as no clear explanation accompanies the summons. With a casual gesture, she tears through the fabric of space, stepping forth with her delicate jade foot, and suddenly finds herself at the Du family estate. As she emerges from the spatial rift, her lips, concealed beneath a white veil, part slightly in astonishment. Her eyes brim with shock and disbelief, even though she only glimpses the golden pillar of light gradually dissipating. The divine aura contained within requires no further elucidation. Elder Du, what is the situation? Who is it exactly? This matter is of great significance. Should there be individuals from other sects nearby, it would inevitably lead to a bloody conflict. Such an extraordinary prodigy holds a significance that could undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the cultivation realm for any sect. Elder Du found himself at a loss for words regarding this matter. Master, the woman's name is Bai Yulo. She just married a man named Ji Dagen yesterday. A twitch played at the corners of Yuchio Shui's mouth, her gaze betraying a hint of helplessness. Ever since that fateful night, the name of this venerable gentleman had frequently echoed in her ears. What kind of physique did he possess? Why was such an exceptional prodigy consistently appearing by his side? Was he perhaps a lucky charm? For how else could one explain these peculiar occurrences? Master, this is not the time to dwell on those matters. Yuchio Shui interjected. As the leader of the Hehuan Sect, I certainly know what must be done. With a single step, she found herself outside the courtyard, gently pushing open the door. She beheld Bai Yulo, deeply engrossed in practicing calligraphy. Upon noticing the exquisite spiritual treasure in her hand, her pupils constricted in disbelief. Goodness gracious! Which brilliant mind conceived the absurd idea of using such a precious artifact for writing? In the entire cultivation world, treasures are categorized into magical tools, artifacts, and the highest tier spiritual treasures, with the latter never exceeding a 3-digit count. The number of those qualifying as top tier is exceedingly rare, with publicly known examples being fewer than 2 hands' worth. Yet here was a mere mortal, wielding a treasure coveted by countless eminent figures in the cultivation realm to practice writing. Is this something a normal person could accomplish? If seen by other practitioners, her fate would be sealed. Bai Yulo sensed the door to her chamber being opened and surmised that her husband and sister had returned. Upon looking up, she was met with the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful stranger. A flicker of surprise and confusion danced in her eyes. Having spent several days at the Du residence, she had never encountered this individual before, whose demeanor and appearance were of the highest caliber. Their gazes locked, yet neither spoke first. Behind her, hurried footsteps echoed into the room. Du Hongyan had just witnessed a startling scene, her eyes wide with shock. She had intended to take her husband to the garden for a tender moment to remedy their previous regrets. Yet who could have anticipated such an eerie sight? Although she could not discern its nature, it was undoubtedly complex. Upon entering the courtyard, she found the sect leader inexplicably present in the home. After a brief moment of contemplation, she began to piece together certain possibilities. Yuchio Shui did not turn around. With a sweep of her consciousness, she discerned the identity of the visitor. Barefoot, with her alabaster feet hovering half an inch above the ground, she entered the room, a gentle smile gracing her features. You must be Bai Yulo. Would you care to join my Hehuan Sect? Bayulo was taken aback by the invitation from someone within the cultivation community. However, now that she was married, such decisions were not hers to make. She shook her head slightly, her gaze resolute and serene as she regarded the stunning woman before her. I apologize, esteemed senior. I am already the concubine of Dagen. In comparison to cultivating immortality, I would much rather bear children for him. Having incurred such a significant debt of gratitude, she could not simply abandon her husband. To do so would compromise her very integrity. Her upbringing had instilled in her the values that forbade such treachery. Yu Qiushui remained unfazed by her words, her tone still calm. Do you understand what consequences may arise should you refuse? With the favor of the heavenly Tao upon you, countless sects will set their sights on you. They will stop at nothing for your sake, including tormenting or even eliminating someone. She cast a glance back at the elderly gentleman. The meaning within this passage is self-evident. Being favored by the celestial will and fortune, it is destined that this individual shall not lead an ordinary life. Regardless of his desires, he will ultimately traverse that path. Du Hongyan did not anticipate that matters would unfold in such a manner. Her eyes were filled with a sense of helplessness and anxiety. For the original intention behind her decision to take a concubine for her husband was to ensure he could enjoy a peaceful and leisurely life in his later years. Yet, unexpectedly, this younger sister has caught the attention of the sect leader. She pondered where she could voice her grievances. Master, could you not show a bit of leniency? My husband has reached an advanced age. It would be rather unfortunate for him to be alone and unattended. Yu Qiushui had not anticipated that Du Hongyan would articulate her concerns in such a manner. However, she had already devised a plan regarding this matter. Rest assured, I have made the necessary arrangements. Moreover, the young lady has likely cultivated the teachings of Confucianism and Taoism. She does not require prolonged periods of seclusion. Rather, she only needs occasional moments of enlightenment. Thus, she still has some time to reside briefly in the back mountains. Upon hearing this, Du Hongyan felt a slight sense of relief. The gazes of those around them turned towards the only man present who held the power to make a decision. Chapter 85. Where is Mr. Ji Dagen? Ji Dagen had not expected that the concubine he had recently taken would attract the attention of the master of the Hehuan Sect. This sect cannot simply replace individuals for the purpose of exploiting resources. One must not constantly fixate on their own actions. Furrowing his brow slightly, he recalled the golden beam of light he had just witnessed. This, he surmised, must be the crux of the issue. The emergence of such a powerful figure undoubtedly indicated that Madame Yulo possessed extraordinary talent. His gaze gradually settled upon Bayulo, his eyes now brimming with curiosity. Their eyes met, and behind the crimson lenses, her exquisite orbs held a deeply concealed anticipation. She gently bit her lip, her gaze reflecting both a yearning for the path of cultivation and an unwillingness to part from her husband. It was evident that the allure of cultivation held significant sway over her. It is quite natural. Mortals invariably harbor expectations towards cultivation. He, too, was once in that very state of mind. After a moment of contemplation, amidst the palpable tension enveloping everyone, he lifted his gaze to the enchanting woman, her fair and delicate feet exposed. Master Yu, may I seek to be accepted under your tutelage at the Jade Tower? His own wife, Lady Cui Wei, along with Lady Yurong, are both her disciples. If the Jade Tower could also join their ranks, it would foster a mutual support system amongst them. Yu Qiushui would naturally not decline. A subtle smile graced her lips, and a flicker of joy sparkled in her eyes, for this was, indeed, the very purpose of her presence here. Such an exceptional talent. It is inconceivable that she could be cast aside. This is the way of nature. Little does she realize that one day, she too may become entangled in this fate. While Bayulo is elated, her primary focus remains on bearing offspring for her husband. Her gaze is filled with unwavering determination. Nothing holds greater significance than this pursuit. Even if it means embarking on the path of immortality from this point forward, Bayulo is no longer suited to linger in this place. Turning to Ji Dagen, tears glisten in her eyes, brimming with reluctance. Yet, she manages to suppress her emotions, succinctly explaining the situation before hastily departing with Yu Qiushui to the sect. Their reunion will come swiftly, unlike the poignant farewell shared with Du Hongyan. With the sect leader's departure, Elder Du is reluctant to allow his distant prot Ji to squander time in the mortal realm. That very night, he intends to escort her away, only to be confronted by a band of masked robbers storming the Du residence. With her presence as a golden elixir cultivator, the consequences are all too predictable. The robbers are nearly all slain, and those behind the attack are swiftly uncovered. Luoho could hardly fathom that the Du family concealed such a formidable figure. Regret paints his face, and his heart is filled with remorse so profound it feels as if it could shatter. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would never have incited his son to seek vengeance, knowing it might also endanger his daughter. Yet, he finds himself bereft of the opportunity to repent. As Elder Du swiftly administers justice, the incident caused a tremendous uproar in the city of Kong. Those around, upon hearing the news, were struck with disbelief. No one could have anticipated that Luoho would engage in such actions. What astonished them even more was the presence of a golden core cultivator from the Du family. It was utterly unexpected that the Du family harbored such a formidable character. Particularly for Lord Zhao, he felt fortunate to have not aligned himself with the wrong faction. Had he chosen to walk alongside the Luo family in their reckless endeavors, he might well have become just another casualty among the countless fallen. Fortunately, he was astute. With this realization, he swiftly began to make arrangements. 3 young concubines, each merely 16, were hardly sufficient. As a former high-ranking official from the imperial city, it was unbefitting of him to lack a proper entourage of numerous concubines to attend to his needs. Just then, a mysterious contingent appeared at the lord's residence. The guards were taken aback, and as they reached for their weapons, the intruders effortlessly subdued them, rendering them unconscious. Zhao Ci's complexion drained of color, his lips quivered slightly, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Who are you? Trespassing upon the lord's estate is a grave offense. The masked leader produced a token, his gaze icy and his voice low. We are the Hidden Dragon Guards. Do you have any objections, Zhao Ci? Upon hearing the name of the Hidden Dragon Guards, Zhao Ci's pupils constricted. His face turned pallid, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead as he hastily knelt in submission. This is indeed the most enigmatic force surrounding His Majesty, wielding an astonishing degree of power. To offend such individuals would leave one utterly defenseless, even unto death. Zhao Ci bowed deeply before the esteemed members of the Hidden Dragon Guard, his gaze cast low, trembling with trepidation. Rise, one commanded. I have but a single inquiry. Where is the venerable Ji Dagen? Upon hearing that they were seeking the esteemed gentleman, Zhao Ci finally exhaled in relief. Yet, he soon discerned the reverence woven into their discourse. His pupils dilated in horror, to be addressed with such deference by the Hidden Dragon Guard, particularly by one bearing the surname Ji, could imply only one thing: royalty. That venerable elder must undoubtedly hail from the imperial lineage of the great Zhou. My word, is not such an identity somewhat daunting? Had it been revealed earlier, the matter of tax rights would have seemed trivial. Yet, why would the Hidden Dragon Guard come to inquire of him? Esteemed sirs, is not the elder Ji residing at the Du family estate? The gentleman had indeed received recent reports confirming his presence there. However, upon their visit, they discovered that the elder had already departed. Now, with the Bayou Tower out of reach, they sought Zhao Ci's assistance. Alas, he too was at a loss. This situation is rather troublesome. Very well, let it be thus. Remember to watch your tongue, for you are well aware of the consequences. Zhao Ci nodded repeatedly, for he dared not utter a word of dissent. Offending these ruthless individuals would undoubtedly leave no survivors in his family. By the way, this pertains to the appointment of the esteemed by Shicheng Xian. You are to convey this to him. Having said that, he hurriedly departed from the scene. Zhao Ci was certain that this lord Bai would one day rise again. Upon opening the appointment letter, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. It was, astonishingly, the title of a second-rank city lord. This position is undoubtedly more significant than when he previously held office. Indeed, his daughter has made an astute match. The old gentleman's identity is truly formidable. Bai Shicheng received the news and hurried over at once. Upon seeing the appointment letter in his hand, he exhibited a look of sheer astonishment. His eyes brimmed with shock and delight, but he quickly regained his composure, casting a perplexed glance at Zhao Ci. Lord Zhao, what on earth is going on? Zhao Ci, cautious in his response, carefully considered his words before speaking. Brother Bai, you have a remarkable daughter. Bai Shicheng, being an astute man, was all too aware of his daughter's circumstances. He narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that the old gentleman's identity was even more outrageous than he had imagined. Within the imperial palace of the Great Zhou, the Empress, Ji Ruxue, had been anxiously awaiting news from Kangqing, seated upon her dragon throne. She lightly tapped her fingers on the table, her gaze revealing a blend of urgency and anticipation. Even her efficiency in reviewing memorials had noticeably declined. Just last night, she received information relayed from Bai Yulo, confirming the identity of the individual in question. Indeed, that old gentleman was none other than the Supreme Emperor. This can be definitively ascertained by the birthmark on his posterior. She has honored her promise, elevating by searching to the lord of the second-tier city. Yet, to this day, no news has arrived from that quarter. Frowning, her eyes brimmed with concern, she fervently hoped that no unforeseen complications would arise. At that moment, a figure silently materialized within the grand hall. "Your Majesty, we have arrived too late. The Supreme Emperor has already departed from the due residence, and his precise whereabouts remain unknown." Ji Rushue's countenance darkened, a flicker of disappointment crossing her gaze. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped through her fingers. Should the news leak, the repercussions could be quite troublesome. Observing the Empress's expression, those below hastily added, "However, Your Majesty, we have unexpectedly received a piece of information." Chapter 86, Sect Master. Why not just offer yourself up? Ji Rushue's visage instantly froze, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had never anticipated that the Supreme Emperor had been residing in the back mountains of the Hehuan Sect for all these years. No wonder she had been unable to locate him. Yet soon, her expression shifted to one of relief. The tightly furrowed brow gradually unfurled. A slight smile graced her lips. With his whereabouts revealed, the matter would become considerably easier to handle. However, the thought of the imperial court's personnel approaching that area, potentially leading to misunderstandings between the two factions, posed another significant dilemma. A flicker of worry danced in her gaze. Yet it was fortunate that it was the Hehuan Sect. Quite by coincidence, her own people were present there. Although the two sides were ostensibly prohibited from infiltrating one another, clandestine maneuvers were inevitable. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to find a way to approach the Supreme Emperor and bring him to the capital. On the other side, the seventh prince received similar news. A cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf prowling the darkened night in search of prey. His already somber visage appeared even more menacing, as if shrouded in a thick pall of gloom. Although he could not be certain whether Ji Dagen was indeed the Supreme Emperor, he believed that anyone daring to assume that name would meet with a grim fate. A smirk played upon his lips, as if he could already envision Ji Dagen's tragic end. Walking amidst the mountains, Ji Dagen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing the system notification in his mind. Ding. Mission triggered. Mountain exploration. Mission reward. Cure for varicose veins. A piece of celestial aura. Gazing at the task, he furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and dissatisfaction. The task appeared deceptively simple. Merely an exploration of the mountains. Yet, this accursed mission required him to remain in the mountains for 3 days. He glanced around, a wary gleam in his eyes. This place is far less secure than the rear mountains of the Hehuan Sect, where wolves and leopards frequently roam. Were it not for the remnants of my strength, I might have met my end here. I truly cannot fathom what whimsy has possessed this system. With a resigned shake of my head, I found myself inundated with grievances regarding this inexplicable task. My presence in the Black Wind Mountain is solely due to Tong Yao, the youthful beauty. Is this truly the location? Tong Yao gazed at the somewhat familiar scene before her, her eyes reflecting confusion and uncertainty. Tilting her head slightly, her petite lips pursed. Her voice carried a gentle timbre laced with an almost imperceptible sorrow. She resembled a fawn lost in the depths of a forest. Surely not, it feels slightly off. As she reclined on the ground, her striking figure, incongruous with her stature, was somewhat disorienting. Glancing around with a serious demeanor, she earnestly compared her memories with the present, ultimately shaking her head. It cannot be. Rising from the ground, she returned to Ji Dagen's side, her face immediately blossoming into a radiant smile. She entwined her arm around his, her adorable visage brimming with joy, as she finally found someone willing to retrieve her remains. Gratitude filled her heart, and her eyes shone with unwavering reliance and trust in Ji Dagen. Yet, the passage of 30 years left her wondering how the Tong family had transformed over time. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia and melancholy crossed her gaze as she reminisced about the past. Ji Dagen strolled with this cheerful, petite beauty across the mountains, observing the astonishing movements caused by her playful leaps. Though he did not intentionally stare, his peripheral vision occasionally captured suggestive images, bringing a hint of embarrassment to his eyes. How could her delicate frame have evolved in such a manner? The phrase legitimate lowly occasionally flickered in his mind. As night fell, they erected a tent to sleep beneath the stars. Tong Yao, ever affectionate, preferred to sleep closely beside him in the absence of others. She nestled against Ji Dagen without a hint of reserve, her face adorned with a sweet smile, sleeping soundly like a carefree, angelic maiden. However, Ji Dagen found himself in a state of torment, gazing at Tong Yao's innocent sleeping face with a resigned sigh. This was indeed a significant trial. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the 500-year-old ginseng in his storage pouch, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. His heart swelled with delight, for he could already envision the splendid prospect of an elongated lifespan. If only his lady could prepare it, even if merely for a broth, he would gain at least 15 years of life, equivalent to a 3% increase in the growth cycle. In the case of the highest quality, it could even extend to 50 years. Alas, the thought of his lady, who was either in seclusion or absent from his side, prompted a resigned sigh. And a flicker of disappointment danced in his eyes. It seemed he would have to set it aside for now, waiting to see who among them possessed the necessary skills to undertake the task. Such a precious resource should never be squandered. For who would not wish for a longer life? While he deliberated on the selection of candidates for ginseng soup, the esteemed Yuchioshui of the sect was preoccupied with an entirely different matter. She had already contemplated the next concubine to be chosen, but unexpectedly, before any arrangements could be finalized, unforeseen complications arose. The emergence of Bayulo represented an extraordinary opportunity for the Hehuan Sect. Moreover, this type of scholarly practitioner requires minimal resources. Typically, the potential of such cultivators is rather limited. However, when endowed with the favor of destiny, the circumstances become profoundly altered. The causal debt incurred this time is absolutely unprecedented in the realm of human sentiment. She and Elder Du exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Elder Du's playful gaze fell upon Yu Qiushui, his expression tinged with a hint of mockery and jest. Why not simply offer yourself up, sect master? Even if unforeseen complications arise in the future, they would be matters of your own making. At worst, you would just have to serve a little more attentively in bed. With your reputation as one of the 3 most enchanting figures in the realm of cultivation, you can undoubtedly bear this burden. Yu Qiushui rolled her eyes, maintaining an impassive facade, yet her mind wandered back to that fateful night, a warmth beginning to stir within her. Her cheeks flushed slightly, quickly casting aside those jumbled thoughts. She shot her a sideways glare. Why don't you take on that role yourself? Let us not forget the connection between Du Hongyan and the Du family. Your clan owes him quite a significant favor. Have you not considered repaying this debt? Elder Du's expression stiffened, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his features. But he soon regained his composure. My limitations are clearly defined. I need not concern myself with matters of causality. As for the debts incurred, let Hongyan strive to repay them in the future. Though he spoke thus, his thoughts were decidedly different. At worst, he would simply have to attend to this old rascal upon his return. Such matters, what significance could they possibly hold for someone with her experience? The only concern is whether he possesses the capability when the time comes. Yu Qiushui gazed at her shameless demeanor, feeling utterly exasperated yet unable to muster any ire. With her arms crossed, a glimmer of helplessness flickered in her eyes. So, what shall be done about this situation? The originally designated candidates are woefully inadequate to repay this debt of cause and effect. A fresh selection must now be made. Elder Du pondered briefly and indeed recalled a suitable choice. Ordinary inner disciples with cultivation would hardly agree to such matters, while there are beautiful outer sect members. Possessing both stunning figures and exquisite faces, they too would not casually entertain such trifles. As cultivators, who among them lacks a modicum of pride, unless absolutely necessary, they would never entertain such thoughts. However, within the outer sect, there remains a glimmer of possibility. Among them are a remarkable pair of twins. Master, what do you think of the Nangong sisters, Chunxiao? Chapter 87a. Your words here are akin to deceiving a ghost. Nangong Chun and Nangong Chiao. These sisters of exquisite beauty resemble the vibrant blossoms of spring, enchanting and ethereal, captivating the gaze of many male cultivators within the sect. Their finely crafted features are akin to art pieces, each detail meticulously sculpted. Their fair skin, as smooth and delicate as mutton fat jade, enhances their allure, especially their eyes, akin to profound lakes shimmering with light, imbued with vivacity and playfulness, as if harboring countless stars. A mere glance can ensnare one's soul. Within the Hehuan Sect, their beauty undoubtedly ranks among the finest, attracting numerous admirers. Whenever those suitors catch sight of them, their gazes inevitably betray admiration and longing. Yet, they dare not approach, only able to admire from a distance. After all, the conditions they set forth demand a dowry of 100,000 inferior spirit stones. The sum is undoubtedly a deterrent for many. Few inner disciples can afford such spirit stones. Even if they could, they would not spend them in this manner. In their eyes, investing spirit stones in weaponry is the only sensible approach. A partner in the Tao is merely a supplementary consideration. As for outer disciples, the possibility is even more remote. Not to mention 100,000, even 10,000 would be beyond their means. They can only sigh quietly within, burying their affection deep within their hearts. Although direct disciples possess the financial capability, they deem it an unworthy endeavor to expend such a vast amount of spirit stones on an outer female cultivator of mediocre talent. This precarious situation has persisted for a decade since the two joined the sect at the tender age of 16. Now, at 26, they remain steadfastly single. Elder Du harbors suspicions that their exorbitant demands for dowries are merely a means to deter potential suitors among the male cultivators. Master Yu Qiuxue also holds some recollections regarding these two individuals. The demands of these two disciples are exceedingly high. In the past, they would not have been considered at all. Even if their existence was known, one would not have contemplated them. However, the circumstances have changed. The precious spiritual treasure held by Yulo represents a value that far exceeds one's imagination. It seems that these two sisters have now gained the qualification to be considered. Yu Qiuxue let out a faint sigh. It appears that the old gentleman has no possibility of cultivation. He can only resolve this matter of causality through such mundane means. Lifting his gaze to the horizon, he spoke slowly, his eyes reflecting a blend of resignation and hope. How about this? You may discuss this matter with them. If they are willing to accept, that would be most splendid. If they decline, we shall seek others. The following morning, Ji Dagen awoke early, feeling an unexpected heaviness. As he groggily opened his eyes and surveyed the situation, he could not help but feel speechless. There, the petite Tong Yao was sprawled across him, drooling at the corner of her mouth, her sleeping posture utterly ungraceful. Ji Dagen's expression was one of helplessness. The peculiar sleeping posture of the girl is rather amusing. Whoever marries her in the future should not expect a restful night. However, upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, his expression becoming more vivid. Tong Yao not only had a poor sleeping position but also presented a rather concerning appearance while asleep. The crimson gown draped over her shoulders had slipped, revealing large swathes of her snow-white skin, contorted under pressure. Ji Dagen, burdened by this weight, mentally lamented the early awakening he experienced today. At that moment, Tong Yao began to stir from her slumber. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she gradually opened them. Upon seeing the familiar visage before her, a gentle smile immediately graced her lips. Resting her delicate head upon her hands placed on Ji Dagen's chest, she gazed at him with sheer happiness, her voice as melodious as silver bells. "Good morning, Grandpa." Ji Dagen rolled his eyes in exasperation, his face a mixture of amusement and incredulity. "After being pressed by you all night, did you ever consider my age?" Tong Yao erupted into laughter, her eyes sparkling with mischief, narrowing like a cunning little fox. "Who are you trying to fool, Grandpa? You and Sister Yulo toiled half the night without a hitch, and I merely laid down for a moment. What's the big deal?" Ji Dagen furrowed his brow, a sense of unease washing over him. "You wouldn't have seen everything, would you?" Tong Yao merely smiled in silence, her playful expression having already betrayed her. Ji Dagen, with a hand to his forehead, felt utterly helpless. "Aren't you afraid of developing a sty?" Tong Yao, unfazed, twisted her petite form, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she began to act coy. A mixture of innocence and cunning danced in her gaze. "Grandpa, what do you think? Have you developed some wicked thoughts about me? I can fulfill all your fantasies." Ji Dagen found himself at a loss for words. Observing Tong Yao's legitimate youthful appearance and her daily calls of Grandpa, he felt utterly incapable of acting on any such thoughts. He playfully smacked her pert backside, feigning seriousness, though his eyes betrayed a hint of affection. "Get up. Don't forget we still need to continue looking for your remains today." Reluctantly, Tong Yao sat up, the fallen crimson gown forgotten for the moment. Imitating Du Hongyan, she cast a flirtatious glance, her eyes shimmering with a hint of childish allure, and sweetly spoke again. "Grandpa, what do you think? Why not consider me?" Gazing upon her innocent face and then glancing at her figure, which belonged to an adult woman, Ji Dagen dared not indulge in further thoughts and promptly urged her to leave. Allowing her to continue such antics could truly lead to complications. Early in the morning, with no sign of his wife by his side, he found himself engulfed by a tempest of frustration. The innate essence of his vitality could indeed be quite vexatious at times. As he stepped out of the tent, he was momentarily bewildered by the scene before him. Hundreds of strangers, brandishing glinting blades, had encircled him. The girl, Tong Yao, who had ventured out a moment earlier, was already at their mercy. A knife pressed against her throat. Yet, she bore an air of unfazed defiance. A cryptic smile gracing her lips as though the imminent peril were nothing but a figment of imagination. As the Ghost Emperor, the swords and daggers wielded by these mortals held no significance for her. Ji Dagen was unaware that the Black Wind Mountain was, in fact, a den of bandits. Its complex terrain had shielded it from official eradication. Typically, they preyed upon wealthy merchants, and an ordinary-looking elder like Ji Dagen was hardly their target. However, this time was different. Their leader, the Black Whirlwind, had received backing from certain individuals, with the elder as their objective. The bandits, puzzled by their leader's unusual interest in such an old man, turned their gazes toward the formidable middle-aged man at the forefront. The Black Whirlwind, a towering figure with bulging muscles and a cold, fierce gaze, resembled a beast poised to pounce. In his youth, discontent with the oppressive government, he had taken this path. His followers, too, had joined him out of sheer necessity. The Black Whirlwind's icy stare fixed upon the elder. Sir, our Black Wind Legion has never had a precedent for robbing civilians. However, I regret to inform you that this time, I can only extend my apologies. Rest assured, vengeance has its rightful owner. We will not lay a finger on this girl. As long as you meet your demise, I shall personally ensure her safe departure. Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than Tong Yao, the captive, erupted into laughter. Turning to the Black Whirlwind, her expression was rife with amusement, her eyes radiating disdain and mockery. Oh, you think you can deceive me with such words? 30 years ago, you did not act in this manner. Many were momentarily taken aback by her audacity. Their leader had always been known for his righteous conduct, adhering to his own principles and moral compass. The beauty of this young girl is indeed remarkable, yet he would never entertain any improper thoughts about her. However, why did she mention events from 30 years ago? All eyes turned in confusion towards her. If memory serves correctly, that was around the time the Black Wind Legion was first established. The vast majority of those present had joined later and were unaware of the earlier circumstances. He Xianfeng furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with perplexity. This enchanting maiden inexplicably evoked a sense of familiarity within him, as if he had encountered her before. Yet, the specifics eluded his memory. The rugged aura surrounding him remained undiminished, and his voice resonated with vigor. Little girl, I, He Xianfeng, conduct my affairs with utmost integrity and have never engaged in such actions. Your slanderous accusations imply that you believe me to be without temper. Surrounded by the crowd, Ji Dagen had already surmised the reason behind her words. His gaze towards the middle-aged man turned increasingly hostile. Although he lacked any blood relation to this nominal granddaughter, their prolonged interactions had fostered a swift bond. Since she was willing to acknowledge him as family, certain matters must be resolved for her sake. Tong Yao regarded the square-faced middle-aged man, her smile growing ever more radiant. If it were someone else, I might not be so deeply impressed. But let us not forget how you acquired that scar at the corner of your eye. Surely you do not think that the elimination of those two accomplices went unnoticed? Or could it be that my distinctly recognizable visage and figure fail to jog your memory? He Xuanfeng's pupils constricted as a flood of long-buried memories surged forth. His astonished gaze fixated on the beautiful young girl before him, beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. This is impossible. You cannot possibly be her. Tong Yao smiled faintly, her form shimmering as she transformed into an extraordinarily beautiful adult ghostly emperor. The long blade resting against his neck rendered utterly ineffective. She effortlessly glided past it, floating before everyone. A chilling, emotionless voice echoed forth. Now, do you still deem this impossible? The face of the Black Whirlwind turned pale, his entire body trembling like a sieve. As he gazed upon the spectral figure that had invaded his dreams on numerous occasions, he completely lost the composure he once possessed. In the presence of ordinary mortals, he stood exalted, wielding the power of life and death as a martial artist. Yet, confronted with such a being, he found himself utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. A wave of despair swiftly permeated the hearts of all present. After living for so many years, they encountered such a manifestation for the very first time. They could hardly summon any emotion of resistance. Just then, a soft, startled exclamation pierced the air. Ji Dagen pulled her into his embrace, gently caressing her head. The aura of hostility dissipated entirely, transforming her back into the charming visage of the lovely young girl she once was. "Grandfather, must you always create disturbances?" she chided. The enemy stood right before them, and it was already a considerable feat for her to suppress her murderous intent. Yet, her grandfather chose this inopportune moment to act. Ji Dagen, with a hint of irritation, pinched her delicate face. "With your grandfather here, how could you possibly take action? Just look at how you were moments ago. A young lady must embody grace. One cannot simply fly into a rage at the drop of a hat. Otherwise, you may find yourself unwanted in the future." Tong Yao pouted her lips, visibly displeased. In this lifetime, she has resolved to remain by her grandfather's side, indifferent to the affections of others. The presence of her grandfather alone suffices. Moreover, with adversaries lurking nearby, it is impossible to quell the simmering anger within without confronting them. Observing her melancholic expression, he gently caressed her head once more. There, leave the rest to me. Your grandfather will avenge you." As he stroked her head, Tong Yao transformed into a docile kitten, shedding all traces of her previous ire. The malevolent aura typically possessed by ordinary spirits could not be dispelled by a mere gesture of affection. It was primarily due to the ethereal aura that surrounded him. Although devoid of the essence of Tao, it brimmed with an overwhelming essence of celestial power. This is one of the primary reasons why Tong Yao is so affectionate towards him. "Grandfather, I will heed your words. I wish to accompany you for a lifetime." How endearing. Although Tong Yao is the ghost emperor, she remains exceedingly obedient in the presence of Ji Dagen. As for others, that is an entirely different matter. This incident marks the darkest moment of her life. The 18-year-old girl was abducted by a group of robbers and brought here to meet her demise. The despair she felt was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Without the oppressive presence of the golden elixir, the group barely managed to regain a semblance of normalcy. Yet, even so, the fear within them lingered, refusing to dissipate. Although she did not currently exhibit her terrifying form, the mere thought of her constant watchfulness extinguished any courage they might have mustered for confrontation. Ji Dagen stepped forward, positioning Tong Yao behind him. Though he knew this was a futile gesture, he felt compelled to protect the girl who had chosen to follow him from any further harm. His gaze settled on the man at the forefront, his tone remaining calm and unaffected by their intimidating display. "Could you explain why you have fixated on me?" The initial inquiry from the other party surely stemmed from some underlying motive. If it were not as he feared, that would be for the best. However, if it truly related to the massacre that occurred 40 years ago, vigilance was imperative. He was currently unaware of who harbored animosity against him, and he could not afford to falter at this juncture. Retreating to the safety of the back mountains was of utmost priority, regardless of whether he could eliminate them. He could outlast them, as his lifespan continued to extend with each passing day. He had initially intended to evade the question. However, upon observing the enigmatic smile of the beautiful girl, he found himself stiffening involuntarily. I am uncertain. They merely offered me 1,000 taels of gold for your life, and nothing more was disclosed." Having failed to extract the desired information, Ji Dagen lost interest. He needed to search for the girl's remains and could not afford to squander time on trivial matters. "Before you meet your end, could you inform me of my Yao Yao's resting place?" The black whirlwind took a deep breath, suppressing the fear that surged within him, his countenance growing cold once again. This matter cannot be resolved amicably. In light of this, even if it leads to death, he must take someone down with him. The old man before him, despite his age, dares to act so audaciously in his presence. Let him understand that some individuals are not to be trifled with. The surrounding lackeys also harbor their own cold laughter within. Though they cannot contend with this formidable figure in red, they are baffled by the audacity of this old man. One cannot fathom from where he derives the courage to utter such words. To confront their leader directly is nothing short of courting death. Over the years, he has undoubtedly slain numerous martial artists. The frail old man before him seems so feeble that he probably wouldn't even require a weapon. "Captain, we can handle this fellow without your direct involvement." Black Whirlwind gestured dismissively, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of resolve. This matter was a mistake he made in years past, and thus he feels compelled to see it through to its conclusion. Casting his gaze towards the young girl behind the old man, he spoke softly. "The events of that year were not as you perceive them." Seizing this opportunity, he decided to unveil the truth of that time to you. Chapter 89. A guarantee to leave you whole. 30 years ago, he passed through Xiangqing. Due to his remarkable abilities, he caught the attention of certain individuals. He was unaware of the specific identity of one such person, only knowing that outsiders referred to him as Master Tong San. It was he who orchestrated the kidnapping of Tong Yao. Otherwise, as an outsider, he would have had no means to approach the protected eldest daughter of the Tong family. She was the cherished jewel of the entire Tong clan, surrounded by formidable guardians. What began as an ordinary abduction for ransom took a sinister turn, as the two accomplices sought to partake in unspeakable acts under the cover of night. Fortunately, they were discovered by the patrolling Black Whirlwind. Seizing the opportunity, a fierce conflict ensued. Despite the formidable martial prowess of the Black Whirlwind, the two attackers proved to be no match. After a brutal skirmish, he vanquished them, but not without sustaining significant injuries. In the chaos, Tong Yao attempted to flee. The Black Whirlwind had gained some understanding of the Tong family. Should this incident be traced back to him, the consequences would be dire. Reluctantly, he found himself compelled to silence her. Reflecting upon his life, he deemed this as perhaps the gravest mistake he had ever made. Subsequently, a woman clad in a red dress began to haunt his dreams. Though her visage remained obscured, he felt an inexplicable connection to that fateful event. Fortunately, after acquiring an amulet, such haunting occurrences ceased. Tong Yao listened impassively, her expression unchanged. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still the murderer who had robbed her of her life. Her once bright future lay in ruins because of him. The notion that she might forgive him based on these dubious justifications was utterly implausible. As for Master Tong San, he was likely her third uncle. If her memory served her correctly, he had always been at odds with her father, in stark contrast to her parents, who adeptly managed their business. The Tong family thrived under their stewardship. However, the segment of the family business overseen by her uncle was in decline. If this trend continued, his status as heir would surely be jeopardized. Faced with such a substantial inheritance, one could hardly relinquish it. The crude act of kidnapping was indeed within the realm of possibility for him, and those two individuals had likely been corrupted by her uncle. Their aim, beyond the abduction, was to tarnish her reputation, a truly malevolent scheme. Time has swiftly passed, and 30 years have elapsed. Tong Yao remained oblivious to the current state of the Tong family in Xiangqing. The thought of a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, fixated on her family, filled her with increasing dread for her parents' safety, leaving her increasingly agitated. The ominous whispers soon reached everyone's ears. Whether the truths he spoke were genuine or not mattered little. After your demise, I shall extract your soul and personally seek the answers I yearn to uncover. A gentle smile graced my face as I gazed upon Ji Dagen. Grandfather, this time you must not hinder me. Very well, I promise you, my dear. With a calm glance at those surrounding us, I declared, it is time for you to embark on your journey. At my age, lengthy morning exercises are rather unsuitable. However, rest assured, should you possess the capability to vanquish me, I shall grant you this assurance. My dear Yao Yao shall never strike again. The band of robbers, each one, began to perceive a glimmer of hope. As long as that entity refrains from troubling them, what do they have to fear? A mere old man, even if he is a martial artist, poses no significant threat. Who is unaware that aged martial artists are not substantially stronger than ordinary folk, especially the Black Whirlwind? The oppressive gloom that weighed upon their hearts dissipated instantaneously with his utterance. Dear sir, do not harbor regrets. I am not comparable to those ordinary third-rate martial artists. Beneath my blade, martial artists have met their demise countless times. You must take heed. Before he could finish his words, a thunderous roar erupted, and the mountainside behind him was suddenly breached. It resembled an obtuse triangle, with one side inexplicably bitten off by a third. Countless stones erupted and cascaded down the mountainside. Trees along the way were shattered, and the debris tumbled alongside them. Dust and smoke ascended, and the surroundings were engulfed in an eerie silence. The eyes of all the robbers glazed over, their minds rendered blank, uncertain of what had just transpired. The leading Black Whirlwind perceived a bit more, but it was limited to the old man casually delivering an ordinary punch. Subsequently, the bizarre scene unfolded. Ji Dagen shook his hand, feeling a twinge of pain. This was my first time employing the mountain-crushing technique, and I was still not entirely adept at wielding such a unique martial art, particularly in understanding its true power, which was confined to mere theoretical knowledge. However, after delivering that punch, I realized that it was not an exaggeration. A punch at 50% power nearly obliterated half of the mountainside. If I were to unleash my full strength, annihilating the entire mountain would pose no challenge. A warm smile graced my face as I surveyed the group of small karami around me. Rest assured, I shall only employ 1/10,000th of my power, ensuring that you remain intact. Now let us commence. The band of robbers felt their heads buzzing. They never expected this old man to be so audacious, and yet, his words bore no embellishments. Even 1/10,000th of that punch might reduce them to mere pulp. Intact? You must be jesting. In such circumstances, one could scarcely expect to retain a complete form. They inscribed their names in reverse. The leader, known as the Black Whirlwind, nearly experienced a mental collapse. He could hardly fathom that this elderly gentleman was so utterly outrageous. As a second-rate martial artist, he considered himself exceedingly formidable. Apart from first-rate masters who could easily overpower him, he believed there were few capable of matching him in combat. Yet, what was the meaning of this old man before him? With a single strike, he shattered half a mountain peak. Was there a misunderstanding regarding martial artists? If martial artists were truly so extraordinary, they would have consumed the entire mountain. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he forced an awkward smile. He had previously contemplated dragging someone down with him in death, only to realize that he was the true jest. In the face of such overwhelming terror, there was no possibility of resistance. Casually discarding the long knife he held onto the ground, he sprawled out in surrender, abandoning all struggle. My dear sir, come forth and grant me a swift end. Throughout my life, I have taken many lives and never anticipated a favorable outcome for myself. To perish before a master like you leaves no regrets. We, the Black Wind Legion, do not indiscriminately take innocent lives. I merely hope you will spare my subordinates. Ji Dagen shook his head, clearly unimpressed by his words. Today, they were willing to kill for money. Had they not engaged in similar actions in the past? The words of such a person possess little credibility. With a smile gracing his lips, he extended a finger. You may choose to take your own life. Only 1/3 of the remaining individuals shall survive. However, should anyone provide me with the location of my dear Yao's remains, I might show leniency and spare half of you. As soon as he finished speaking, someone emerged from the crowd. Sir, I believe I know where this young lady's remains lie. Chapter 09, the 91st chapter, a change of venue for indulgence. The crowd cast sidelong glances at the speaker, their thoughts rife with disdain. How absurd. Do you truly consider her a young lady? Surely, you must be mistaken regarding the term. She is, in fact, a malevolent spirit clad in red. Such a thing. One cannot fathom from where you derive the audacity to address her as a young girl. While the crowd may quietly murmur their criticisms, their faces betray a curious expression. After all, no one is certain whether he truly possesses any knowledge. Ji Dagen nodded with a smile, clearly pleased with this young man's willingness to cooperate. Speak, he urged. If it is true, you may survive. Li Ergu was instantly filled with joy, the tension that had previously gripped his features now easing. Old sir, the remains of the young girl lie within our lair on Heifeng Mountain. A few years ago, in an effort to enhance the eerie atmosphere of our den, we brought back some bones. Among them, we discovered a rather petite skeleton. Upon hearing this, Tong Yao's brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of skepticism appeared on her face. Does the skeleton possess any distinguishing features? Li Ergu nodded vigorously. Indeed, the left fibula is fractured, likely sustained prior to her demise. This incident remains vividly etched in Tong Yao's memory. The Black Whirlwind had once broken her leg with a stone in his pursuit of her. In retrospect, it appears that Li Ergu was not speaking in vain. Tong Yao nodded in satisfaction, casually gesturing towards a nearby spot. Very well, you are fortunate. Stand over there. The onlookers, filled with envy, were aware of the circumstances, though none had anticipated that the remains would belong to her. Li Ergu was indeed a clever individual, blessed with a remarkable memory, retaining recollections of such events even after the passage of several years. He cautiously approached the designated area, finally exhaling a sigh of relief upon reaching his position. Now, the rest of you may resolve matters on your own. As long as you eliminate one of your companions, you may depart. However, should I intervene, the outcome may not be so easily controlled. No sooner had he spoken than the crowd stirred with unease. Faced with the grim reality of life and death, the lives of others held little significance in their eyes. In a mere few seconds, the casualties mounted, surpassing half of the assembly. The Black Whirlwind watched helplessly as his hard-won efforts crumbled before him, his heart aching, and he closed his eyes, unable to bear the horrific sight. Moments later, he opened his eyes once more, his cold gaze falling upon the long knife beside him. And he rose slowly to retrieve his weapon. Elder, please enlighten me. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous roar erupted, followed by a sound that pierced the air as half of the mountain collapsed. The crowd gasped in astonishment, witnessing the black whirlwind dissolve into a mist of blood, evaporating into the atmosphere, leaving behind only a solitary soul adrift. Tong Yao, however, exhibited no trace of compassion. Instead, she grinned mischievously, effortlessly capturing the black whirlwind's spirit in her grasp and toying with it at her leisure. Instantly, anguished cries echoed, causing the remaining spectators to shiver in terror. They could hardly fathom the sheer horror of this female specter. And this was merely the beginning. Other lingering souls were summoned by Tong Yao, each one ensnared and melded together. Before long, a shadow exuding a dark, ghostly aura materialized, radiating a ferocious energy before the onlookers. Go, kill them all. In her heart, anyone daring to harbor ill intentions towards her grandfather was destined for a path of demise. As for the promises her grandfather had made moments ago, they bore no significance to her. The onlookers were enveloped in despair. No matter how fervently they pleaded or cursed, their entreaties fell on deaf ears. Ji Dagen stood to the side, showing no inclination to intervene. After all, he believed that even if Tong Yao refrained from taking action, he would eventually resolve the matters at hand, given his advanced age and the deterioration of his memory. Particularly after being compelled to receive 3 vaccinations of Sinovac prior to his time travel, a decline in his cognitive faculties was perfectly understandable. Li Ergu stood there, his face ashen with terror, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. These two individuals are utterly oblivious to the concept of trust, and they themselves seem inescapably trapped in their predicament. However, he possesses no alternative options of greater merit. Once the refuse at the scene has been cleared away, Tong Yao steps forward, intertwining her arm with Ji Dagen's, and boldly places his hand within the embrace of her ample bosom. Only then did he turn to glance at the trembling Li Ergu beside him. Lead the way. The stronghold of the Black Wind Mountain bandits is not situated atop Black Wind Mountain itself, but rather within the dense forest that lies behind it. In this lush, verdant expanse, a dense fog envelopes the surroundings during the day, rendering it all too easy to lose one's way if one is unfamiliar with the terrain. Under the guidance of Li Ergu, 2 individuals spent nearly half a day before finally arriving near their lair. Ji Dagen observed the breathless Tong Yao beside him, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he inwardly questioned whether she was excited about the prospect of finding her own remains. Little did he know that the reality was far from his assumptions. At that moment, Tong Yao felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, an unfamiliar and peculiar sensation enveloping her heart. With furtive glances at Ji Dagen, her beautiful eyes seemed to shimmer with an intensity that suggested a barely contained desire. Were it not for the presence of others, she might have succumbed to the urge to throw herself upon him in a frenzy of passion. Yet, how could a ghost emperor experience such strange feelings? As the two slowly entered the den, Tong Yao finally comprehended the source of her vexing predicament. Hey, that wretched dog. Let go of me. You are not permitted to lick there. Ji Dagen followed her gaze and beheld a massive white wolf, engrossed in licking several white bones. If he was not mistaken, those seemed to belong to his puzzled eyes, then turned to the enchanting maiden beside him. Initially, he had thought her odd demeanor stemmed from excitement about finding her remains, but now it appeared he had only grasped half the truth. While excitement was indeed present, it was surely not due to the discovery of her bones, but rather from the intimate attention of that white wolf upon her private remains. The thought of such an embarrassing situation being uncovered made Tong Yao wish to vanish into the earth. Grandfather, you must not laugh. Ji Dagen shook his head vigorously, though the smile threatening to spread across his face was nearly uncontainable. I did not, I swear. Tong Yao, however, believed not a single punctuation mark of his reassurances. Her heart seethed with resentment as she contemplated how that wretched mutt must pay for its insolence. With a fierce glare, she turned her attention to Li Ergu. Is this how you treat my remains? Li Ergu, frightened, shook his head repeatedly, eager to clarify. Sister, this is truly not my fault. That white wolf is not ours. We would never dare to provoke that lady. The commotion here immediately captured the attention of others. In recent days, the Qingzhou and Via had undertaken a significant endeavor. However, their adversaries were not to be trifled with, which was why they sought refuge in the lair of the bandits on Hehuan Mountain, momentarily shying away from the spotlight. This place is one she frequents often. With the presence of the white wolf, these brigands dare not provoke her. Furthermore, one can also find various medicinal herbs in the vicinity. Over time, an unspoken understanding has developed between them, leading the brigands to disregard her entirely. For who would dare to confront her? Qingzhu and LL originally assumed that it was merely the same group pursuing them again. Cautiously, she peered out, only to discover that the situation was not as she had envisioned. Her suspicious gaze fell upon the charming young girl, tinged with a hint of mockery. Hey, I must say, could you possibly find another place to flaunt yourself? Don't you see there are others present? Tong Yu seethed, gritting her teeth in irritation. The audacity of that wretched girl to claim her own provocativeness. Were it not for the incessant licking of that accursed white wolf, rendering her devoid of strength, she would have surely lunged at that mutt long ago. Ji Dagen embraced the feeble-bodied Tong Yao, feeling a touch of exasperation. He had not anticipated that Yao Yao would be teased by a wolf, especially in his presence, which made the situation exceedingly awkward. His gaze fell upon a young woman clad in plain fabric. That white wolf belongs to you, does it not? Might we request the return of the bones it holds in its maw? A peculiar expression crossed Lu Li's face as her suspicious eyes darted between the bones and the two individuals. Li Ergu, standing nearby, dared not offend either side, opting instead to remain an inconspicuous bystander. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Li revealed a mischievous smile, her clear and melodious voice resonating in the ears of all present. Very well. If you possess the capability, you may retrieve the bones from the mouth of the little white one yourselves. At that instant, a notification echoed in her mind. Ding. Task: retrieve food from the dog's mouth. Task completed. Reward: method of body dominance. Chapter 91. You lost, so become my grandfather's concubine. Qingzhu and Lu Li wished to distance themselves from such chaotic matters. Those individuals were still searching for her. Since the little white wolf finds enjoyment, let it continue its licking. The elderly man and the young girl were evidently not of respectable character. Astonishingly, they dared to attempt to seize the bone from the innocent Xiaobai. How absurd it would be if she were to acquiesce. Yet, little did she realize that there truly were spirits lurking here. Li Ergu's lips curled in disdain as he observed this reckless girl, utterly exhausted by her foolishness. Had she not heard the commotion just moments ago? The entire mountain had fallen silent. How could she remain so brazen? Did she truly believe that the old man was so easily appeased? Countless lives had been extinguished, and she seemed blissfully unaware. Now, she audaciously spoke such words. In his mind's eye, he could vividly envision her being reduced to mere pulp. Indeed, the more likely scenario was that her remains would be utterly untraceable. Had she not witnessed the fate of others who had come before her? Qingzhu, with her verdant hedges, clearly had not heard the disturbances. With so many trees surrounding them, any noise from outside could hardly reach her. Moreover, Xiaobai had provided her with ample confidence. The notion of snatching the bone from its jaws was utterly implausible. Normally, this was a task that Tong Yao would embrace without hesitation. However, her formidable strength was rendered ineffective by this mutt's incessant licking. With her beautiful, large eyes glistening with tears, she turned to Ji Dagen. Grandfather. The plaintive voice truly captivates one, rendering them unable to resist. Gently stroking her head, I cast my gaze upon the unfamiliar beauty. Though she is clad in simplicity, her appearance remains remarkably pleasing. Hee, dear girl, could you not show a little leniency? Surely, there are more remains than just these. Shall we consider a trade? At his age, having just moved about, he is somewhat weary. It is best to refrain from resorting to force unless absolutely necessary. Persuasion through reason is his fundamental principle. Only when left with no alternative would he resort to moral suasion. TCH, if it cannot be done, then there is no point in wasting breath here. I am quite busy, you see. The household of Qizhu and Liliji is far from affluent. Her father is a hopeless gambler, while her mother has taken up with another man. With a sickly younger brother left unattended, the burden naturally falls upon her shoulders. At just 16 years of age, her capabilities are severely limited. Fortunately, she is agile and has the white wolf by her side. If she seeks to earn money, she can devise some means. However, the commotion this time has been rather excessive. Otherwise, she would not be hiding here now. That miser from the Hehuan Sect is truly something. What is it but a millennium-old yellow essence? Why pursue her relentlessly, unbeknownst to her? The members of the Hehuan Sect have already noticed the disturbance and are on their way. Ji Dagen, seeing her unwavering determination, can only acquiesce to her wishes. After stretching his limbs slightly, he approaches. Anyone bitten by a dog knows that these creatures are fiercely protective of their food. The little white wolf, blissfully gnawing on a bone, bares its teeth at the sight of an intruder. In that instant, an image flashes in its mind, a wolf's fang dagger. The quality of the artifact that can be forged depends on the quality of the fangs. Its eyes brighten. If it were to remove all 4 sharp teeth, it would essentially have 4 chances to try. The way it gazes at this mutt completely transforms, and its pace quickens as it draws nearer to the white wolf. The smile on Qingzhu Liji's face nearly reaches her ears. She wonders what expression the old man will wear next. In her heart, she is already in sync with the white giant wolf. Little white, be gentle, just don't kill it. In stark contrast to her confidence, Li Erga reveals a look of pity. The foolish woman appears to be utterly oblivious to the current circumstances. The elderly gentleman before her is no ordinary man. The typically arrogant white wolf, it seems, is destined to meet an unfortunate fate akin to that of a hot pot dish. Rising to its full height of nearly 2 meters, the imposing figure of Xiaobai exudes strength. As a spirit beast, it can easily discern that this old man is merely an ordinary mortal. How audacious of him to attempt to seize what is rightfully its own. One must wonder where his misplaced confidence originates. With claws glinting menacingly, it licked its paw, displaying a rather anthropomorphic expression of threat. A single paw descended lightly. Yet in the next moment, the elderly man effortlessly blocked the strike with one hand. Before Xiaobai could comprehend the situation, one of its fangs found its way into the old man's grasp. Wide-eyed and bewildered, it soon regained its composure. Dismissing the prior instructions from the green hedgerow, it opened its mouth wide and prepared to bite down. How amusingly adorable. With a swift motion, a slap sent the white wolf flying, and a second fang fell into the old man's hand. This has successfully dealt with the 2 above, and my spirits are exceedingly high. However, this is still insufficient. The white wolf rolled on the ground twice before emitting a pitiful howl. Alas, it has done nothing to deserve this. That despicable old man has extracted its fangs. I have witnessed dogs being bullied, but it is my first encounter with such cruelty towards a wolf. What manner of malevolence must reside within this elderly man to commit such an act that evokes the ire of both humanity and divinity? Qingzhu and Hehuan were left utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how this aged figure could possess such formidable prowess. How could that frail physique execute such feats? Their gaze fixated upon the 2 fangs in his grasp, their expressions darkening. Return them to me. Ji Dagen raised the teeth in his hand, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. Why should I? These teeth, which I personally extracted, why must I return them to you? Did you not also return the remains to me just moments ago? In his mind, he could already hear the delightful chime of the system notification. The mastery of Taoist techniques had been acquired. This concept can indeed be interpreted as an absolute defense. During the activation of this invulnerability, no one within the cultivation realm can breach one's defenses. However, this technique does come with a temporal limitation. Qingzhu and Louis felt a tinge of embarrassment at the unfavorable remarks. Yet, as for the bone, it is something that Xiaobai genuinely cherishes. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such a focus on it. Old sir, I acknowledge my earlier misstep. However, since you have raised this point, allow me to rephrase. I shall present an item of value that I previously acquired, he said, his face betraying a sense of reluctance. If I can sell this, my brother will have the means to afford his treatment. Yet, in light of Xiaobai's dental needs, I must reluctantly stake it as a wager. Old sir, this is a millennium-old Huangjing. It can fetch a considerable sum in the market. Should you manage to best me in a contest, this item shall be yours. Of course, should you lose, you must return the tusk you currently possess. Ji Dagen was about to agree, but was preempted by Tong Yao. How can such a deal exist? 1 for 2? You must be dreaming, unless you accede to another condition. Qingzhu and Louis furrowed their brows, taken aback by Tong Yinzhu's insatiable greed. This is indeed a millennium-old Huangjing, quite precious, I must say. Her gaze fell upon the pitiful young man, and after a moment of determination, she ultimately chose to acquiesce. Very well, what other conditions do you have? Speak freely. Tong Yao had been waiting for this phrase, her smile growing ever more radiant. Should you lose, you shall take my grandfather as a concubine. Chapter 92. The children at home still need nursing. I must return. Ji Dagen never anticipated Tong Yao's ruthless nature, as she boldly proposed such an outrageous condition. Although the other party was indeed beautiful, he was not the kind of man who would simply marry a pretty face. Tong Yao's excited gaze turned towards Ji Dagen as she wrapped her arms around his neck, her alluring cherry lips brushing against his ear. Grandfather, you have quite the fondness for that spirit beast's teeth, do you not? Just think, if we bring that woman home, surely that will belong to you in no time, once it grows its teeth back. Her words were not fully articulated, but any rational mind could grasp the underlying implications. Ji Dagen stroked his beard thoughtfully, his gaze shifting to the white wolf, finding her argument rather persuasive. Across from them, Qingzhu Luli couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. She had seen shamelessness before, but never such a blatant disregard. To think she would even consider mistreating her little white wolf. That wretched Tong Yao was undoubtedly seeking revenge. However, Qingzhu Luli had her own advantages. While it was true that her opponent possessed great strength, she was naturally agile and supple. Many movements that ordinary people could not perform were easily executed by her. Especially her reflexes, which were far beyond those of an average person. With these advantages, that immense brute force could never harm her. A cold smile crept across her heart. To think they wanted her to marry that old man, she wondered where that insufferable girl drew her confidence from. Fine, I agree. But you must keep your word. As a spirit beast, Little White naturally understood human speech. Seeing her master make such sacrifices for her, it was nearly moved to tears. Tong Yao agreed swiftly, not allowing Ji Dagen a moment to refute. As for why she wanted those two dog teeth, it was of no concern to her. Qingzhu Luli stepped forward. Her long legs subtly revealed beneath her flowing azure skirt. She extended 3 slender fingers, a confident expression gracing her face. Do not accuse me of bullying the elderly. I shall only give you 3 moves. Tong Yu giggled mischievously, her face alight with cunning. Hey, my grandfather is already of such advanced age. And you only grant him 3 moves? Isn't that a tad disrespectful? How about 10 moves instead? That way, my grandfather can lose with grace. Beside them, Liurga had already lost the will to comment. This female specter truly possesses audacity. Her master, before him, did not even execute a single move, vanishing along with an entire mountain. The woman known as Green Hedge is indeed light and graceful. My superior has previously crossed swords with her, and it appeared they were evenly matched. Coupled with that white wolf, she could easily dominate him. Yet, astonishingly, she proposed to allow him 3 moves. Such a reckless proposition is unfathomable. Had Green Hedge been aware of the events that transpired prior, even with 100-fold courage, she would never have acquiesced. Nor would she have dared to suggest a wager. Now, upon hearing that impudent girl speak of 10 moves, she remains utterly unconcerned, instead wearing an exceptionally radiant smile. Very well, this is your own assertion. With her unique supple physique, she believes that not only 10 moves, but even 100 would fail to graze her garments. She cast a triumphant glance at Ji Dagen. Shall we begin, old sir? Yet, scarcely had she uttered these words when Ji Dagen effortlessly launched a fist. A vast expanse of trees in the nearby forest collapsed, and dozens of wooden structures were reduced to mere rubble. Green Hedge's neck stiffened as she turned to survey the chaotic wreckage behind her. The expression of triumph froze upon her face, and her slender legs began to tremble ever so slightly. Even her voice faltered. Perhaps we should renegotiate the terms? Good heavens, what manner of monster has emerged? Previously, she believed this old gentleman merely possessed great strength, but it turns out he is entirely without flaw. His power is indeed formidable. However, no one had anticipated it could reach such an absurd magnitude. She once thought her physical prowess would guarantee her victory. But in the face of such overwhelming force with a group attack potential, all her advantages evaporated. The white wolf beside her rolled its eyes and feigned death on the ground, realizing this old man was far beyond its capacity to provoke. As for its master, that was of little consequence. After all, she was destined to marry anyway. The old man certainly would not harm her. The unluckiest one is undoubtedly himself. His pitiable fangs are unlikely to return, and even the new ones may not be preserved. The mere thought of this fills his heart with indignation. Oh, heavens! He merely licked a few delectable bones. How could he possibly endure such unjust treatment? Tonggyo gazed at her disgraceful appearance, her mood growing increasingly delightful. This was precisely the effect she desired. Let's see if you dare to be vain now, looking down upon your grandfather. Humph, I bet you regret it now. Just then, a chilling voice emerged from the side. Humph, little thief, we have found you at last. This time, I shall see where you can run. The group turned to see a dozen young individuals clad in uniform attire approaching, surrounding them entirely. Green Lee's pupils contracted sharply. She had not expected them to catch up so swiftly. With a flicker of her large green eyes, a plan formed in her mind. She hurriedly stepped over to Ji Dagen, her expressive eyes filled with tenderness. My dear husband, I have already procured the Millennium Yellow Essence you desired. The children at home require nursing, so I must return. With that, she mounted her white giant wolf and vanished from everyone's sight in a few leaps. Everyone was left utterly bewildered, unsure of the current situation. What husband? What child needs nursing? What had they just heard? Especially Ji Dagen, who, with age, found his mind not as sharp. He stared at her departing figure, still in a daze. Had she just mentioned something extraordinary? When had he married her? And what did that child signify? The members of the Duanjia sect aimed solely for the Millennium Yellow Essence. That woman had stolen their belongings and hidden away. Little did they know that behind this incident lurked the schemes of that old fool. Indeed, H had clouded his mind with malice, allowing his wife, still in her nursing period, to engage in thievery. This is the first time I have encountered such an egregious old ghost. The leading elder of the escape armor sect, Zhang Xiao, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face adorned with a haughty expression. Although this object was also obtained through their own acts of murder and plunder, it did not imply that they would willingly allow others to reap the fruits of victory. His suspicious gaze scrutinized the old man, only to discover that he was merely immortal, which naturally diminished his significance in their eyes. As for the surrounding trees and structures that had collapsed, it was likely related to a localized earthquake, especially considering that a mountain had already succumbed earlier. It is quite normal for destruction to occur here. Yet, one must ponder the purpose of this elderly gentleman's presence in such a place. Zhang Xiao did not perceive any fluctuation of spiritual energy from the other party, but that did not imply he would underestimate him. Caution is the mother of safety, a principle that holds true in all circumstances. With this thought, a congenial smile graced his face. Esteemed elder, the Millennium Huangjing in your possession belongs to our Duanjia sect. Your wife may be unaware of this matter. We kindly request that you grant our sect a favor. Chapter 93. You are overstepping boundaries. The Duanjia sect is a modest sect in the vicinity, with its leader possessing merely the cultivation of the fake Dan realm. In the grand tapestry of the cultivation world, such minor forces scarcely rank among the third tier. Tong Yao, as the emperor of ghosts in this region, is well informed about the dynamics of these powers. After relaying all pertinent information to her grandfather, Ji Dagen's face broke into a relaxed smile. If this were the extent of the situation, there was little to fear. Upon hearing the other party's self-introduction, he naturally tucked the Millennium Huangjing into his storage bag. A treasure with a lifespan of at least 30 years was far too precious to relinquish. Turning to leave, a new thought flickered in his mind when the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding. Extra task triggered. Framing. Specific rewards will depend on the amount extorted. Ji Dagen had initially wished to avoid entanglements with these individuals, for he was advanced in years and had already been bustling about for half the morning. With an unresolved task at hand, he preferred to minimize complications. Yet, the emergence of this new task ignited a different line of thinking. Framing, indeed. He is quite familiar with this term. However, he is uncertain whether these individuals will cooperate with him effectively. As an elder of the Duanjia sect, when has Zhang Xiao ever been looked down upon by a mere mortal? Despite his courteous demeanor, this person dares to conceal what rightfully belongs to him. Does he truly believe